This is her deepest secret and greatest curse, a desperate thing she had to do to survive. If she had not done it, she would have died. Who are you? She asked, feeling ashamed that her voice shook when asking the question. Who I am is not important. What is important is that I am taking residence here, and you will be my attendant, they said. It took her a moment to register her words, and when she did, her face became red in anger, and she was about to speak when she felt a gaze that froze her. Don't be quick to angry little Titan. It is your greatest honor to serve me. Your great-grandmother had begged for this chance but got rejected, and now you're getting it. If you please me well, I might even tell you a way to get out of your predicament. It is not as difficult as you think it is, said the voice languidly as they leaned on the chair more comfortably. Those words froze her mind for a second, giving her hope for the first time in thousands of years. Truly, you have a way, she asked with her voice stuttering. What is so difficult about it? If Ursel could reforge his soul that is broken into millions of pieces, turning you into your former self is no big deal, replied the voice. She kneeled. She did not know whether the person was telling the truth or not, but it is a hope she had after ages, and she was willing to accept it. How should I address you? She asked. The honorifics tell a lot about people, and they are a specific way to address a person according to them, especially among the Titans, which she thinks this person is. Since we are in the lower world, your majesty is fine, replied the other person, carefully dodging the question. Your majesty, she said and bowed before a question appeared on her mind. How should I deal with a human? She asked. The little human is clearly important. The person of such power wouldn't be with him without any reason. There is no need to treat him any differently. Treat him like you had any other person who passed those little tests of yours, they said with a mirthful voice. Her cheeks couldn't but redden hearing it, but she controlled herself. As you wish, she said. My thoughts came back a moment later, and I found myself by the stream from where I entered the library. I looked around before going inside my core, and as I had expected, the tower was inside on the hill. The statue that used me there lying down, I felt a little relieved it was not broken. I really liked this statue. I looked at the statue for a moment before focusing on the tower on the hill, before disappearing from my place and appearing in front of its huge entrance of stone doors. I was about to knock on it when the door began to open on its own. I was a little surprised seeing that, but soon a smile appeared on my face. As this is my library now, those wonderful books are mine to read. I am shaking with excitement at just the thought of it. Coming down from the top floor, she looked outside and glanced at each thing carefully, and the things she saw couldn't help but surprise her. The white flames of White Titan, though they are not from him but from his descendant, still they are powerful enough to asunder the small world, but here they are contained without any problem. They are contained and not burned in the incomplete world, the same reason her tower hadn't been destroyed. There is an essence tree. She had a few types of them in her world. There are even some interesting resources like stainless blood soul lotuses, but one that truly surprised her is the sapling of the world tree. It is not rare at all, but very important. Every being who creates the world, they plant the sapling of the world tree as their first plant. The sapling is not rare for people like her, but for people like this little human, it is impossibly rare. But she shouldn't be surprised with that being present, as she shouldn't be surprised about sensing the forbidden power in every part of this uncommon world. He had made it an element of its core, which is his greatest fortune and greatest mistake. She shook her head and saw the clones. She was familiar with the clone method, one of the rare but demanding methods with many flaws. Still, it is one best clone methods, but in the core made of forbidden power, it fixes many of these flaws. She was looking through the clone when the human finally appeared. He looked at the tower for a few seconds before appearing by the door, seeing that she, too, had disappeared and appeared by the door before pushing them open. As I came inside, a faint disappointment couldn't help but appear on my face. I thought the library would have a time dilation like before, but time is flowing similar speed as my core. It would have been wonderful. Even if the time here flowed 2 times faster than my core, I would have had 6 times more time than outside. Your first-level librarian, which gives you access to the first floor of the library. You could read any section, any book, but taking out a book from the library is forbidden, though you could share the knowledge you learn here in a limited capacity, she informed. The sharing requirement is surprising, but I am not worried about it. I am confident I could clear the second challenge, and it won't take long. If I had survived, a year would be more than enough. There are certain things you do have to do as a librarian. Collect more books. There is a quota for every century. You have to bring unique knowledge, or your privileges would begin to get restricted, and if it continued millennial, your access position of librarian would be terminated, and the library would disappear, she said. The requirement surprised me, but I am not worried about it, not because I already have enough books to complete the quota, but because the century is a long time, and I should be able to fill it in such a long time. It is a regular time, right? Not the time at my core, I asked. Yes, she replied, and I took a sigh of relief. It would have been quite bad if I had only 30 years. Though I should be first worried about surviving rather than completing the quota. For the next 10 minutes, she informed me about the rules of the library, which I had no problem following. Do you have any questions? She asked. I was about to shape my hand in no when a question appeared in my head. Yes. Do my clones have any restrictions in entering the library? I asked. No, they are you, thus they can enter without any restrictions. She replied. Any other questions? She asked, to which I shook my head. Call me if you need anything or have any questions, she said and disappeared, leaving me alone on the first floor. A second passed and both of my clones walked into the library and I turned to them. You know what you have to do, I said to them. They nodded and walked toward the different sections. Clone 1 had gone toward the healing section, while Clone 2 had gone toward the inheritance section. I followed the Clone 1 to the healing section and browsed the book, which brought a hungry smile to my face. I read for little more than half an hour before putting down the book unwillingly. It is a very interesting book about the life energy, describing different aspects of it and its uses, many of which I did not know. I need to return to the pyramid and heal. I could read while doing that. Not to mention my clones are now always going to be present in the library, and since we are one, them are reading, and my reading is the same thing. It might be the same thing, but I want to hold the book in my own hands and read the text with my eyes, knowing through the clone is different, even though they understand things better than me. I came out of the library, and after checking my strength was still sealed, I activated the beacon, and a few seconds later I disappeared from ruin and appeared in a space tunnel, where I remained unmoving. Even after gaining such strength, I remained cautious in the space tunnel. Soon I appeared in the pyramid and immediately went to the med bay before entering the healing pool. I was about to close my eyes when the projection of Rai appeared. You have returned soon. Did you get what you wanted? He asked, that a bright smile lit across my face. Yes, I replied. It must be something good to make you this happy, he said. It is good, he said before his expression turned serious. We have not found any Grand Lords, but there were some Grandmasters and High Grandmasters snooping around. I have deposed them with your seeds, he said. I nodded before turning to him. Take a little rest, Rai, you need it, I said, and he smiled. I will take it after the Supreme Commander and others woke up, he said and disappeared while I sighed and closed my eyes. I appeared in my core and immediately walked inside the library before appearing in the healing section. Every minute is important. I need to find a way to recover the life essence fast, as this would not be the last we would need to burn our energy. I also need to find a way to wake up a matron. Mavis, I am sure this place would show me a way or at least the direction, and I want to find it soon as possible. The condition of the matron is quite critical. The slightest change could kill her. She does not deserve to die after all. She had given it to the world. Since you are here, it seemed like you too had been successful in killing the last Grims, said the voice behind me. I turned and saw Ellen getting out of the pool. She was the first to wake up, recovering 96 of her life essence. Jill is slightly behind her. She has recovered 92 of her essence, and the difference is not surprising, considering Ellen's bloodline is holy in nature and thus possesses greater healing ability. I'm a little surprised by Jill's healing speed despite being a pure offensive powerhouse. She had a great healing speed. I shouldn't be surprised, given she had the best inheritance in the world. How are you feeling? I asked. Good, nearly recovered. But you already know that with little snooping seeds of yours, she said, and the next second my expression couldn't help but change. You are not the only one with the tricks, Michael, she said, smiling as she vaporized all the solutions from her body. She had blinded my seeds, all 3 of them I had in her, and now I could not see what was happening inside her. Not that I needed to, she had nearly recovered, and it wouldn't take her more than a day to make the rest of the recovery on her own, given her body was still filled with a huge amount of herbal energies from the pool. Your fiancé had come to visit her a lot of times. You should go meet her. I said. Her expression became a little strange for a fraction of a second before they eased up. I will, she said before she appeared beside me and looked at the matron, who was submerged in the pool, with the runes covering every inch of her. How is she? Can she live? She asked worriedly. Living would not be a problem, but waking up would be a long process, I replied. After reading in the library, I devised a method that would keep her alive. I will read and research further if I want to heal her. That is more than good enough considering her condition, she said and sighed. Ellen did not stay long. A minute later, she disappeared while I focused on the matron. I was working on her when Jill woke up. It took me a while to console the crying girl. She meant a lot to her, more than a teacher, like a grandmother. She had even called that when crying. Soon, I finished with her and walked back into the healing pool while Jill remained by her side. By the time I had woken up more than 12 hours later, I had recovered a lot. I'm not the only one. Everyone had recovered, including my mother. That now, only Matron Mavis and I remained in Med Bay. I had recovered 65 of my essence and would need another 1.5 days in big sleep to recover the rest, which is quite fast. The changes I made quickened the recovery by at least 8 hours, which is a lot. The library is already providing me with quite a lot of benefits, not only in healing but also in inheritance. Reading the books in the library made understanding the content of books from the Hall of Inheritances quite easy. It seemed like I might not need as much time as I needed to understand the books, or I might not even read all of them. as the library seemed to have much better books. I also got a little surprise a few hours ago. The books from the Hall of Inheritance had filled 15 of my quota. It is a pleasant surprise, and I hope we will somehow kill the big energy and survive. Then I would be easily able to fill the quota of this century within a few years, or might not even need that much, as I have not even submitted the other books I have, including the large collection I have found in Old Snakes and other Grimm's storage. I asked my clone to take it all into the library after checking it, and also finished looking through the Grimm's storage carefully. There are still many things in Grimm's storage that my clones have not looked at carefully. I wanted to sort them all out as soon as possible. I got out of the pool. I should stay in it to recover longer, but I have things to do. There's a meeting called by the Supreme Commander in 2 hours, and also, I am famished. I want to eat something delicious very badly. I disappeared from the med bay and appeared in my room, and directly walked into the shower after removing my clothes. I could easily clean myself with the energy, which is clean better than the water, but I want to feel the water cascading across my skin. The mental satisfaction it gives couldn't be given by the energy. I stayed in the shower for 15 minutes before walking out of it and wore a new set of clothes, and walked out of my room. In the kitchen, I took out the stuff and began cooking. I planned to create something elaborate as I was eating in days. My hands and the hands made of strings moved. Each pair was working on a different dish, working so masterfully that no one in the world could compare. Yes, I do not know a thing there is anyone better than me in culinary art. I have achieved a level very high in the world across history. It took me about an hour to finish it all, and I had just begun to set the table when I saw my mother coming in. "It smelled delicious," said Mom as she sat on the chair. "I hope you like it," I said as I took out the bottle of wine and poured us a glass each. "It smells heavenly. I don't think a simple like would be enough to describe it," she said as she clinked the glass before taking a sip of the wine. "It is good, the best I have ever had," she said as she gulped down a sip of the wine before she took a bite of the food and immediately closed her eyes. "I don't think anyone could compare to you when it comes to cooking," I said. To that I smiled. It is one thing to know yourself and another to be praised by a parent for it. "How are you feeling? It must have taken a lot for you to defeat those Grimms," she said, looking me concerned. "I have mostly recovered, and it took everyone's efforts, especially yours, to defeat those Grimms," I replied with a smile. "Without my mother, we wouldn't have been able to kill them." "Now only one had remained," she said. "Yes, only one," I said and signed. For a few minutes there was complete silence. Other than the sound of eating and cutlery, there was no other sound. "You have grown more than I had ever imagined. I am proud of you," she said, taking my hands in hers. I did not say anything other than smile. Soon we finished the dinner and talked for a few minutes, general topics, nothing serious. Still, I made my mother cry after I showed her Rose's photos. She had been out for months and missed many things, including Rose's birthday. "We have killed the 8 Grimms. It is time to plan ahead," said the Supreme Commander as all of us sat at the table. "Visiting Time Dilution Ruins is the only choice. I have already chosen the ruin I want to go," said Sarah, and the name of the ruin appeared in front of us. Some others have also nodded. "These are list dilution ruins I have found in Reek storage," I said, and the data appeared in front of us. Little more than half the ruins there are the same as what we have, but there are some that even we don't know. "Are they reliable?" asked the Supreme Commander. "Likely. I have cross-referenced the data with our similar ruins, and it seemed legit," I replied, and she nodded as the file went toward everyone. "Choose the ruin you want to go to and leave as possible," said the Supreme Commander. Everyone will leave for the ruin, including the Supreme Commander. Breaking through the next stage will give us a huge chance against the enemy, and we need every chance we have to defeat that impossibly powerful being. The battle against 8 half-steps primary II Grimms has given me a huge idea of the enemy we are dealing with, and it would be hard to defeat, even if all of us made a breakthrough into the Grand Lord class. Though things could become a little easier if someone breaks the limit and reaches the primary II class. That would be very hard to achieve. Such a thing had not happened in millenniums, and there is a reason for that. "Here are the resources that I think will help you in advancement," I said, and over 10 storage rings appeared in my hand before they went toward every person sitting at the table, including my mom. Gasp, gasp, gasp. A couple of gasps rang out as they took a ring in their hands. I have given them a lot of resources, 50 of what I have harvested using the growth from the 8 Grimm. There are resources like metal essence fruits, stainless lotuses, and carefully sealed essences from the necrotic tree, with all of them above the limit. Aside from that, I have added a large number of resources I have got from the Grimm's storage, including the miracle fruits. "So many above the limit resources," said Rachel, and she looked at me with an arched brow. To that I just smiled. They do need to know where these resources have come from, though most of them have already guessed about their source. "These will help tremendously in our advancements," said Sarah, looking at me with complicated emotions. "Have you decided which ruin you are going to?" asked Alina. I nodded at that. "The swirling ocean. I will be leaving tomorrow," I replied. Earlier I had planned to go to the ruin where Lord Gatlin had found himself with the parasite, but I had changed my mind after reading information about this ruin from the Reek's book. The elements of it will benefit me more, and most importantly, this ruin had higher time dilution than one had Lord Gatlin gone, though it is also far more dangerous, even for someone like me. Even Reek itself had barely been able to return alive from it, and never dared to go there again. "It is quite a dangerous ruin," said Mom as she read the information. "Yes, it is," I replied. "She wants to stop me, but she will not. She understands our condition and knows how important it is for us to raise our strength to deal with the threat that will wipe out our race the moment it appears." The meeting had lasted for another hour. It was mostly about the discussion of the ruins, as there is nothing that is important to it, even cleaning up our world, which the masters and above are doing a fine job. Still, she calls back one of the Grand Lords that had gone to hiding since everyone is heading to the ruins, including the Supreme Commander. We will need a Grand Lord to keep a command. He will arrive in a few hours by then. A few of us would already have gone. Some people are unwilling to wait for even a second. Sarah and Rachel are leaving within an hour, and Lady Vivian is planning to leave by midnight. By tomorrow, everyone will be in dangerous ruins, and some might even die there. "You're going to Ilveg, right?" I asked my mom. She was not surprised that I knew her destination. It was the same ruin she had returned to earlier. She had told me she returned in a hurry without getting the chance to explore that ruin. "I will search for a way to break the limit through my art," she replied. To that I nodded. Focusing on her grand art is the best choice. With it, progressing in her inheritance would be easy. We talked for more than 3 hours. There were so many things to talk about, and if we had time, we could have talked even more, but unfortunately, we did not. I watched my mother leave through the ruin-breaking gate before returning to the med bay and sleeping in the pool. I am leaving tomorrow, and I want to recover at least 80 before I leave. I slept for more than 11 hours before waking up, and when I did, I had recovered to the 88, which couldn't help but bring a huge smile across my face. I went to my room, showered, and ate before calling Rai. He wanted to leave at night, but I had stopped him. I had to make some improvements in his seals. Thankfully, my clone was able to do it in time. They had also found something interesting in the storage of an old snake, which could benefit him tremendously. "So, are you done with the upgrade?" he asked as he appeared. "Yes," I said and motioned him to sit. He did, and a moment later, a black seed appeared in my finger, which flowed toward him before seeping inside his chest. A few seconds later, he reached the seals and merged with them and began upgrading. It took about 15 minutes when Rai finally opened his eyes and saw a book on the table before him, which was not present before. "What is it?" he asked as he took a book in his hand. "Take a look," I said with a smile. He looked at me questioningly, but when I did not answer, he opened the book and began reading it. In the next few minutes, various emotions flashed across his face, from surprise, confusion, shock, happiness, and excitement. "What do you think?" I asked when he closed the book finally after about 20 minutes. "I think I might be able to practice it," he said excitedly, and if I had been in his place, I would have been excited too. "If it worked, as you and me thinking it might, then it will solve your mutation problem," I said, and he nodded. "My seals are good, but they only solved half of the problem, but with this method, the other half of his problems would be solved too. He would be completely safe from the mutation." "Where did you find this amazing thing?" he said as the book disappeared from his hand. "Old Snake's storage," I said, and the smile on his face became bigger. "Well, it is quite sad you had killed it, or I would have thanked it personally," he said. "By killing it with the method?" I asked, and he grinned back draconically with his slitted eyes flashing. "Those are the side effect of his breaking the 2 seals and forcefully merging with mutation. I had helped with what I could, but even I couldn't stop these minor side effects from appearing. Still, if the method worked, it would all disappear, not only the eye but all the draconic qualities he has, appearing in a completely different form." He did not stay for long and left after discussing a few things. I also walked out of my house. Until the evening, I met a few people and discussed some important things before going out and harvesting over 1,000 grims with bloodlines. They might be weaklings, but they provide resources, and these resources would be very useful to the humans to whom I had sent. We might not be able to win against the enemy, so I had made all the preparations I could, including sending a large chunk of above-the-limit resources to them. If we fail, they will succeed. Soon, it was time for me to leave, and I entered the hall where the realm-breaking gate was. I was not alone. The Supreme Commander was with me. The ruin, like most of the ruins of its level, is right at the edge of the world's influence, which is quite far, and building a safe spatial pathway is quite a work and requires the ruin-breaking gate of the highest grade. There have been Grand Lords who have had accidents in the tunnel. Only a few of them had been able to return. One of them was Ramona Hawthorne and Her Excellency. It will not happen to me. The stable pathways are one best thing about this ruin. Reek even noted that it had the most stable pathways among all the ruins of its level. Despite that, it had never dared to return to this ruin. I landed on the ground hard, caving it, but I did not care about that, as I am being shocked by the sheer density of energy and quality of it. Reek was right, it was really lacerating, I said and looked around cautiously at the unstable space around me, which is normal in these types of runes, as not only is space unstable here, but also the time. The time here moves 22 to 26 faster than outside, and it is happening due to the instability of time and space. These are one biggest danger here. Reek had said it had nearly got cut into two pieces many times. I also need to be careful, as this is not the space of our world but something that is much more stronger, dangerous. It may seem like the whole world is cracked, but space here is much stronger. I would need to use all my strength just to send the ripples in space here. This ruin is called a swirling ocean, not because it is aquatic, no, it is not. Reek did not find any water bodies here, but Reek did not stay here for more than a week, and only traveled a small area despite all its power. It is called a swirling ocean because of the swirling clouds of colorful energy in the sky. The energy inside the cloud is so powerful that if I breathed in it, it would tear me apart, and I would suffer energy poison. It had tried and barely survived due to the life-saving resource. I don't know why it had even tried it. The energy down below is heavy, that my refinement engine is working at full power to process it, not to mention the energy lacerating me with every breath I took. Thankfully, my body and soul were strong enough to bear it. Normal Grand Lords would get injuries with every breath, and with their power, would collapse within 10 minutes in near-death conditions. It is one of the reasons I came here. There are other reasons as well. I have around 2 years here, and if I calculate the core time, then 6 years, which is less than I would like, but I will have to make do and break through into the Grand Lord class. The first thing I did was look at the formation in my core, the formation, to measure the time. The flow of time fluctuates here, and I want to keep a track of it so I could return at the end of the month, and it seemed to work, which I did not doubt. It is not something I had created, but something I had pulled out from the library. With that in mind, I began to walk. My first task is to find a safe, quiet place, a place where I could work silently. I planned to work in my core for at least a week before I moved to explore this ruin while my clones worked on the inheritance. Be careful, especially you, Nero, I said to him as I called them out. Don't worry, father, said Nero as he jumped out of my shoulder while Ashlyn flew away. They are more than powerful enough to protect themselves, more powerful than even when I was at my peak, but I worry about them, especially Nero. He gets curious about things, and everyone knows what it does. However, he is not a cat or wolf per se. I followed behind them as they remained close while avoiding the spatial rifts. Most of them remained in their place, but some moved, and those were the most dangerous ones, capable of cutting me into two pieces. In this area, there are very few of them, but Reek had written that there are some areas where their moving spatial tiers are everywhere, and he had remained as far as away from those places. I stopped and carefully plucked berries from one plant. One might think such a place may have been barren before they would be quite wrong. It is verdant. I have appeared in an area where plants are everywhere. It is a forest, but it still has a lot of plants. The berries I had picked had filled with energy, and they did not seem poisonous at first scan, but I did not dare to eat them, seeing the sheer amount of energy contained inside the berries was more than enough to knock me out. This place is above the limit. The power of the world barely has any influence here. It is at the very edge of the world's influence. It is filled with resources that could make even the eyes of the Supreme with envy, but nobody dares to come here, and if we were not in the desperate straits, we wouldn't have come here. This is a place where people could like Reek for dinner. No one is idiot enough to mess around it. Even Reek had not dared to come here despite all the resources and advantages this place could offer for a person like it. 10 minutes passed, and I picked up a couple of more resources. The latest ones were flowers that were hard as diamonds. They absorb light and convert it into pure light energy, a perfect resource for someone like Ellen. Another few minutes passed when I suddenly stopped and hid behind a boulder containing my aura. Ashlyn had sensed something and now went to check while I hit carefully. According to Reek, there are many monsters above the tyrant level here, and it had even suspected there is might some in the real primary II stage. This is just speculation on its part, and I don't necessarily agree with it, as the ruin is still under the world's influence, no matter how small that influence is. So, it is one thing to have a monster above the tyrant stage, but it is completely another thing to have at the primary II stage. It took about a minute for Ashlyn to find a monster. It was a bull, a blue color bull with crystalline gray horns, and it was above a tyrant class. Its size is quite small, the same size as the weakest bull monster on my native continent, but it is powerful enough to destroy the whole continent within a matter of seconds. It is a monster above my league unless I want to burn my essence or use the slow method. I would have fought it, but I am fully recovered yet. Until I do it, I am not going to fight any monster here. Be careful, I said to Ashlyn as she dived in to fight with the monster while I moved a little away. The commotion might attract some monsters, and I want to be little away as possible, in just a case. It sensed Ashlyn and immediately sent the gray beam, which was so fast that I could not track, despite seeing it clearly with Ashlyn's eyes, but Ashlyn did not seem to have any problem with it, as she moved ever so slightly and dodged the attack. As she did it, she moved toward it fast, dodging more of its gray beams from the horns before reaching it, and just when her wings were about to touch, they turned metallic and cut through its skin. Which may look like flesh, but it is very tough. Even I would struggle to burrow my blade for more than an inch without the power of my burning essence. Roar. The monster roared, then even I could hear it from miles, and shot a rain of gray lasers at Ashlyn, but she avoided all of them and sliced across its skin. The injuries would easily heal within a second, but it would make the bull angrier by the second, as it is unable to hit her. It seemed to have finally lost its mind and appeared directly in front of Ashlyn and opened its mouth to chomp her down, and it had nearly done before she moved ever so slightly and avoided its mouth before giving a cut across its face. It made it even more angry, and a full aura blasted out of its body. It attacked Ashlyn with its full power and chased her like crazy, but it was not able to catch her. She would always slip by inches and give it a big cut. Even a dumb monster seemed to understand she was playing with it, which made her even angrier, but it was unable to do anything. Ashlyn continued to play with it for a few seconds before she became serious, and now the cut began to get bigger and bigger as she would increase her mind many times before turning it small. She had nearly decapitated the monster, which seemed to break the straw in the monster's courage and begin to run away. All the burning rage in its eyes has disappeared now. It just wants to disappear from the devil before it decides to eat her. Unfortunately, it is dead the moment she senses it, and seeing it running away, Ashlyn begins to increase her size before she is 3 times bigger than it and swept down, capturing it in her talons. Crack! It let it struggle for a few seconds before finally she decided to kill it by snapping its neck and turning its brain into the water. Which is what killed it. Snapping neck doesn't work on a monster of this level. It did not even work on tyrants, with our powerful healing energy. Thud, thud. Ashlyn and Nero had dropped the bodies of the monsters one after another in front of me. While Ashlyn had killed the bull monster, Nero killed a hog monster that had got attracted by Ashlyn's battle. Good job, I said to the two of them, and took the bodies of monsters in my storage. It will be a challenge to cook them, but it is a challenge I am looking forward to. I am sure they will taste delicious. Reek had already said they are. Speaking of Reek, it seemed like I had entered a more dangerous area than it had, as the first monsters it had seen were of Grand Lord class, while the ones I saw were above the Grand Lords. I will have to be extremely careful of them. One mistake, and their claws would tear me apart, spilling my guts. Nearly a minute after I stored the corpse, I began to move away again. Once again, I began to search for a safe spot, a place where I would be able to work for a week without any disturbance, but such an area was not easy to find. Still, I have to try, as this will not be the first safe space I will need to find, considering I will be staying here for 2 years. 15 minutes passed, and still there was nothing. I wish I had appeared where Reek had appeared. That place was not only relatively safe compared to this, but also was ruins of the city, which had many places where it could hide. It is one of the reasons why it had survived for a week. I was thinking about the dead golden fire werewolf when Nero sensed a monster, which was also above the limit, but unlike the two, it had barely crossed the limit of a tyrant. Seeing that, I moved toward it. I'm going to stay in this place for 2 years, and eventually I will need to fight the monsters here. Powerful monsters like this one, with the strength I have, as I am not going to make any advancement till I make a breakthrough, which is far, far away. So I better get used to it, as Ashlyn and Nero will not save me every time, not to mention I need a combat information. The Grims have given me tons of it, and now I need to get it from the powerful monsters too. I moved close to it, and just when I had reached about 500 meters of it, it sensed me and came at me. Through Nero's eyes, it came toward me. Its speed was like a blur, that it did not even take a second to reach me. It did not attack me. It stopped at a healthy distance and looked at me clearly as I was looking at it. It is a dark blue wolf monster with black eyes and a blue horn over its head, which its energy signature is off the chart. The wolf is also small compared to the powerful monsters of our world. It is the size of a regular wolf monster, but it is far from regular. Growl. It looked at me for about 3 seconds, and what seemed like a grin appeared on its face before it shot toward me with claws that seemed to be sharper than the blades. The speed is beyond what I could see, so I have done what I did against the Grims. I harnessed every bit of the power I had and swung my sword, letting my instinct and experience guide me. CLANNG. Its claws clashed against my sword, and my eyes went wide in shock, not because of the power behind the attack, but because of the energy. It had sent a tiny bit of energy at me, but that energy was densely packed. I have never experienced such densely packed energy from any enemy, despite fighting thousands of them. Pooh. The first thing that happened as we clashed was that I began to take steps back rapidly, while at the same time I vomited blood with a piece of my flesh in it. I did not even try to stop the vomit, as there were other important things for me to do, like getting the momentum of the attack, which had nearly shot me back under control, and moving to defend against attack from the wolf. Sup. A small beam of blue energy coming toward me at an impossibly fast speed that I had no confidence in defending and wanted to burn my blood, but I held back on that instinct and moved my sword, which was already ready. I could not afford to burn my blood here, where every monster I saw seemed to be above the powerhouse. CLINNNG. A sharp sound rang out as the beam of energy clashed against my sword, and the moment that tiny bolt of energy came at me, shaking my armor as it seeped inside it. Even now, when it is seeping inside my armor, I can't focus on it as I am moving my sword to defend against the monster, which came at me the moment it launched the energy attack. I only hoped that my armor would be able to stop it. If not, then I will truly be in serious trouble. CLANNNG. Once again, its sharp claws clashed against my sword with an even more powerful attack than before, that I was nearly shocked back like a broken doll. I had made a few changes knowing I would be here and would be facing such powerful monsters. It is now a little harder to send me back into the fights, though it could still happen if my enemy had used enough power, and this blue wolf monster nearly had that power. I would need to be extremely careful not to shoot back, as it restricts me and will give a monster a greater chance to tear through me. CLANNNG, CLINNNG, CLANNNG. It disappeared and appeared behind me, wanting to tear my head apart with its claws, but I defended. But a second after doing that, a beam of dense blue energy came at me before another claw attack. The wolf seemed to be even smarter than the Grims with its constant attacks. It is not wasting any time on growl, and instead launching constant attacks on me that keep me fearing for my life, as it will need only a successful attack to finish me off. I want to burn my blood every second, but I am controlling those instincts and calmly defending against the attacks. As I had said before, burning the blood is not a choice even with all the resources and methods I have. The recovery period is too long. Here seconds are too long, forget minutes and hours. Try harder, little wolf, I teased the wolf as I got the hand of its rhythm. It is a monster. After all, its movements are much easier to predict after dealing with a few hundred of them. Growl, it growled at me angrily and came at me, and I was ready for it as I moved my sword in defense, which made it angry, and it launched the beam directly at my head, which had dodged with a slight movement of my neck. It was the first time I had dodged the attack this way, and it felt cool but also extremely dangerous, and if my sword and I were not moving to defend against it, I wouldn't have done something dangerous. My teasing and defense have made it angry, and its attacks have become more dangerous but also most predictable. Be it humans, Grims, or monsters, all of them are easier to predict when they are angry. The enemies who are calm are the most dangerous ones, which is why I always antagonize powerful enemies. Once they got angry, it became a little easier to deal with them. Another minute passed, and it seemed like our little fight had attracted the ruckus. Thankfully, Ashlyn had moved to deal with it, and this time she was not playing around. Seeing she might be able to finish the battle sooner than me despite having a powerful enemy, I began to take even greater risks. The monster, too, seemed to have lost all its patience as it began to attack me crazily without holding anything back, which in turn increased pressure on me immensely. Seeing that, I completely focused on the battle, forgetting everything else, including the battle that Ashlyn was fighting. 40 more seconds had passed when suddenly a smile appeared on my face, and the monster also seemed to have something bad about to happen. It stopped as it was about to leap at me and even took a step back. You should have run away when you had a chance, I said with a shake of my head, and an intricate weave of strings appeared on its body. It is completely covered by them, and thus in my control. It is powerful enough to still move through my strings, despite heavily binding it, but that does not change its fate. You were tough, I will give you that, I said as the light disappeared from the red cat monster's eyes, and it had disappeared into my storage. I sighed and lay against the tree with my eyes closed while my injuries healed. This was the 6th monster I had killed in the 4 hours and the most dangerous one. That seriously injured me, and if I had got it within a few seconds, I would have been really forced to burn my essence. I remained against the tree for a little over a minute before resuming for my journey to find a safe spot. My injuries have not been healed, but I have recovered enough to defend against anything that comes at me, though I would not move against any monster till I am fully healed. The monsters here are dangerous. Each one I had fought nearly forced me to burn my blood to fight many times. The ruin is far more dangerous than I had thought, and now I am having doubts about whether I would even be able to survive the 2 hours here with such dangerous monsters. I was thinking of monsters when I had suddenly stopped. In front of me was a spot a few hundred meters wide. The spot was different and dangerous before. A small stream of energy came from the cloud, which had made this small spot even more denser with energy. The energy is already powerful and dense that I am feeling pain with every breath, and if I breathe in there, it will be even more painful and dangerous. I appeared there in an instant, took a breath, and immediately my body turned red. I got out as soon as I could, but my body was still turning red, and my teeth gritted in pain. I stayed as such for more than 3 minutes before the redness began to disappear. It still took more than a minute for my skin to turn normal. Damn, I cursed. The moment I had breathed that energy, I felt like I had been cut by thousands of blades. It had been a very painful experience, and if I did not have enough willpower to bear it, I would have screamed. The current is my limit. If I go into an area where the energy is as dense as that spot, I will die, and it won't take more than an hour for that to happen, and it will be very painful. It is a good thing I went there and got to know my limit still. I will need to be prepared to deal with energies. They remain stable in different areas but sometimes change, like climate. The density of energy surges, and if I remained unprotected in such surges, then I would have a very painful death. It is not like I had not prepared for this. I had, after reading the data left behind by Reek, but my preparations have been inadequate. My clone had already started working on it, while I turned back to the spots and strings released from my hands. It took me a little more than a moment before I finished harvesting all the resources there. It is not just the plants I had harvested, and also some rocks and crystals, which the monster used to live there had collected. There used to be a monster here before Ashlyn had killed it earlier. Such areas are always occupied by powerful monsters. Time passed as I searched for a safe space, but I did not find any. I did find the monsters and fought against 2 of them, which had made me tired, despite all the fights ending within 10 minutes. The monsters are no weaklings. Each one of them is making me use every bit of my strength to fight. I stopped again, and this time there was a small smile on my face. I did not find a safe spot, but found something which I could not get through the growth energy. Wheat. A wild wheat. I had needed good wheat for the bread, and while I had seeds of hundreds of varieties, I could not plant them as the important resources took precedence, and the wheat was not important enough. I did not waste any time, and hundreds of strings flew out of my hands, and I began to harvest this mature wheat. It will be the highest grade of wheat I will have, and what made me even happier was that this wheat seemed to be perfect for making the bread. This wheat might be a frivolous thing to be happy about, considering the important things I have to do, but it is not. These small joys are important, especially now, when I will be alone for 2 years, with no one to talk to other than Ashlyn and Nero. It will take a huge psychological toll to deal with that. I need to do something that makes me happy, and good bread will make me happy. Within a minute, I had harvested the wild wheat spread over a few hundred meters of area. The amount I got is large and will last more than 3 months, even if we ate daily 2 times a day. After I collected the wheat, I moved again, and in a few minutes I seemed to enter a different area. The energy there got slightly denser and had at least 3 times more spatial cracks than the area I had been to, but those cracks were frozen. The active spatial cracks, which are the most dangerous, are much lesser here, which means it is much safer. Feeling the energy and knowing I could bear it, with the newly modified formation and my refinement toward could process it, albeit slowly, I walked into it. Though not before Ashlyn and Nero went inside and investigated for a minute. They have sensed much fewer monsters here, which is not surprising considering this might be an area which had a high density and is safe, but the huge spatial cracks are everywhere. Even with their strength, these spatial cracks would tear them apart if they crashed against it. I entered inside and found out there were a lot more resources here than I found in the area I had passed by. I did not hesitate to harvest them while Nero finished off the monster, which sensed my presence and came at me. Half an hour passed, and my mood became a lot better, not because of the resources, but because I might truly find a safe area here. I had already found a couple of them, but they were inadequate, and I didn't want to be lax with my safety, thus I kept searching. Another 20 minutes passed when Nero suddenly came toward me at a very fast speed and stopped in front of me. "Father, I have found a good spot," said Nero excitedly, and before I could ask him about it, he moved toward me, leaving me no choice but to follow it. I had needed to follow him for more than 10 minutes before he stopped and looked at me. "What do you think, father?" he asked with his eyes shining in happiness. "Good job, Nero," I said and petted him lovingly. He really found a very nice spot. The spot Nero found inside was a few hundred meters into the ground, with a big entrance which could easily be blocked. It is inside a giant metal deposit, which is very hard to cut, and also it is hidden by shrubs on a small hill. I liked it immediately, and the first thing I did after deciding on it, to block it. There wasn't anything to block it with around, so I asked Nero to bring the huge rock I had seen a few miles back. He brought it within a few minutes, and I blocked the entrance before entering inside, where I took out my abode. As I entered the abode, a surprised expression couldn't help but appear on my face before it turned into a full smile. This is my first spatial abode, and even after getting many along the way, I kept using it. But today I thought it might be a day when I might need to use the different ones, but it looks like I do not have to. It couldn't help but make me happy. I have grown quite attached to it. It would have made me a little sad if I had to change it for something better. After checking things, I let go of my armor. The thing that made me happy was that the abode had blocked all the energy of the ruin, which is the thing I need, as without my armor, the energy of this place would tear me apart. It took me little more than 8 hours to find shelter and fight many battles on the way. It made me tired. So the first thing I did was sleep. I did not even shower as I slept. When I woke up 4 hours later, I felt refreshed and well-rested and also recovered. My injuries have fully recovered, and my last bit of life force couldn't make me happy. I checked everything for a minute before going bathroom to freshen up and shower before walking out of my room and into the living room, where I sat on the couch and closed my eyes. Soon I had entered my core, and in the past day, every time I entered my core, I would directly to go the library, but this time I went to the cooking station. I am hungry, and I want to eat something delicious. A moment later, I reached the cooking station, and the first thing I looked at was the meat of monsters, which was already cut and processed. Not only that, but they also ground the wheat and made a dough from the wild wheat I had found, and now, that dough is already fermented and ready to bake, which I did. I put it in the oven before turning it into meat. While the bread would be made with the head from the formation, the meat is not so much. Even my silver fire wouldn't be enough to cook the way I want. Thankfully, I have another fire. So I begin to make the preparations, cutting the vegetable and mixing the spices. All of them are above the limit. Vegetable like meat is from this ruin, but spices are not, but they are also above the limit. I had not used the growth energy for wheat, rice, and other things, as the quantity I need is too huge, but that is not the same for spices. They are required in less amount, so I guiltily used some of the growth energy to take them above the limit. Soon I was done with the preparations and brought out the white fire from the soul lake. It is the only fire that would let me cook that powerful meat the way I want, but it is very control. Thankfully, I can control it accurately enough to cook with it. It took a little more than 1.5 hours for the meal to be cooked, more than I usually took, but seeing what I made, it was totally worth it. I wish I had someone to share it with. Even Ashlyn and Nero are out, and they are having so much fun that they are unwilling to return in the name of a meal, which they usually do. Shaking my head, I served myself a portion with a smile on my face and took a first bite of the sumptuous meal that I had cooked. A sound couldn't help but come out of my mouth as I took the first bite. It is delicious, and the flavors melded so great that people would have orgasms eating it. I gulped the bite, and a moment later, another big smile appeared on my face. It had been quite a while since I had felt immense energy with a single bite of the food, and waited for a few seconds to digest it, despite it being soft. The culinary art is not simple as cooking the food. It is more of a manipulation of energies. Those who are good enough at it could manipulate the energies in such a way that the harshest of energies of material became soft and easily digestible. It is very hard to do that with energies of such a high level, but I was able to do it with white fire. It also quite disappointed that it will be hard for me to cook dishes that do not require heat, but I have 2 years of experience, and I am sure if I had practiced enough, I would be able to do it. I have also bought the tome with me, as there are still 9 methods remaining to be masters, which are extremely hard. I have been trying for months, but I still wasn't able to get master the method on the 991st page. I will focus on it because it will not only help me learn another cooking method, but also will help me tremendously with my energy manipulation. This time played a huge part in taking me where I am. Without it, I don't think I would have the power that I have now, so I will spend substantial time on it, and I think the library will also help. The culinary arts have a huge section dedicated to hundreds of thousands of books about it, and this is just the first floor of the library. It took me a little more than an hour to finish off the food and 10 more minutes of rest to absorb the energy, but it was time well spent. Now that I was rested and satisfied, I appeared at the library door and entered inside before walking toward the workstation my clone had set up, where both of them were reading with complete focus. The challenge is huge, and we have limited time. We cannot waste even a minute. So I sat on the table and picked up the book from the pile that my clone had set up beside it and began to study. It did not even take a minute for me to be completely engrossed in it that when Ashlyn returned sometime later, I did not even look up from the book. I was planning to study for a week before exploring the ruin further, but it has already been 12 days, and I am still studying. I am making huge progress, and I have decided that until I have hit a roadblock or found something truly interesting, I will not move away from the library. In these past 12 days, I have explored the library, which is huge, so much that even if all the books in the world pile up, they would still not equal the fraction of the collection held on the first floor alone. I am having a great time studying, as every kind of knowledge is at my fingertips. For the first time, I could find every type of knowledge I needed. It is challenging as it is amazing. As knowledge may be available to me, understanding it is a great task in itself. Even with all the knowledge, I would sometimes be stuck on the problem for hours. It is frustrating, but a part of the process. I want to finish my study soon as possible, so I can focus on building my inheritance, which I hadn't started. I do not have adequate knowledge to do that. Just yesterday, I looked at one of the blueprints of primary II inheritance, and 90 of it went over my head, which is great progress, as when I got those blueprints the first time, I was barely able to understand one of it. I want to finish gaining knowledge and studying these blueprints in 6 months, 1.5 years inside the library. It might seem like a huge time, but it is not still. I will need to accomplish it, even if I have to study every waking minute. Choo-choo. A few more hours passed when suddenly a chirp rang out in my mind, and scenery appeared in front of me. It was not the first time Ashlyn had sent me something interesting, and I was about to look and go back to studying when suddenly I stopped when I truly looked at the thing she was showing. It froze me for a second before I gently put the book down on the table and got up. It seemed like it was time to take a break from studying, I said to myself as I walked out of the library before opening my eyes in my bedroom. Till now, Ashlyn and Nero have shown me many interesting things they have found, but those things were not interesting enough to force me to stop studying this thing is. Soon, I got out of the abode and put it back to my core. There was no need to keep it here. If I found another great spot, I would stay there instead of spending the precious time I have on a return trip. I reached up and activated the formation, and it moved the boulder enough that I could walk out of it. The boulder is quite heavy that even with all my strength I could not move it, so I placed the formation, which smartly moved the boulder for me without making any noise. With the boulder placed back, I moved toward Ashlyn with Nero guiding me. One of them is always nearby when others are away to deal with any danger that comes at me. I couldn't help but feel lucky to have such powerful monsters as my partners. Without them, I wouldn't have been this powerful. Hell, I wouldn't even have been alive. Ashlyn is quite far away, and it will take me at least 2 hours, even 3, to reach her. If Nero weren't guiding me, it would have taken even more, as he was not just guiding me but also killing any monsters that came in the way. Just now he had killed the monsters, and it took around 30 seconds for him to do that, while I wouldn't have accomplished that in such time, even after burning my blood. An hour passed by, and Nero had killed the 4 monsters in that time, 2 of which were quite powerful. We are moving quite fast, already crossing more than half of the distance. If everything went well, then we would be able to reach our destination within an hour. Hun. I had just thought that when another monster sensed my presence and came toward me, but Nero moved to fight it. Damn, I cursed in my mind. This monster was powerful, one of the most powerful that Ashlyn and Nero had faced in the past 12.5 days. It might take some time to defeat it and might even attract some trouble. Hun, I was right, it did, and it was about the same level Nero was fighting, against which I am no match. Even to fight it, I would need to burn my blood, and I was about to press that trigger when Ashlyn swooped in and cut a huge bloody line across the rhino monster's body. Seeing that, I couldn't help but feel relieved, and at the same time, shame filled my heart. In the world, I am one of the strongest people, but here, I am one of the weakest where my life is in danger every second. I am out of my hidey hole and wouldn't survive without help from my monsters. Nero killed the monster he was fighting before moving to kill another, which was about to attack me. 40 seconds later, Ashlyn too finished with her monster, and we resumed our journey as I stored the monsters in my storage. The next 20 minutes went without problem. The monsters attacked, but Nero and Ashlyn killed them within a second, till another powerful monster sensed me, and Ashley and Nero attacked it. I am getting extremely frustrated by how easily monsters sense my presence. It is the sole reason why we are getting attacked by so many times. It is not like I did not work on it the past 12 days. I did, but it seemed like there was the effect at all. It had shocked me, as for the first time since I created the inheritance, my changes did not make any change. It is a disappointment, but I am collecting data, like seeping my seeds into the monsters who are sensing me. It is quite hard, as monsters might be dumb, but their defenses are quite high. More than half of my seeds were destroyed the moment they entered inside the monsters. Thankfully, those inside a little weaker survived. They are providing the data, but it is raw. I will need to study it all to understand it, and it might take time. So till then I would need to collect even more data, as a large collection of it already helps. I had already made it my priority, and Clone has already begun studying it. If I want to survive in this ruin, then I will need to be invisible, as Ashlyn and Nero will be with me to defend me every time we might get overwhelmed, and they might not help me before it is time. So upgrading my stealth method is paramount. We have reached the area, and it is different than what I had seen so far and more like what Reek had described. For the first time, I am seeing the signs of the buildings. They are in a very dilapidated state, some even collapse with the slightest touch. It is not surprising, as this ruin is old and the flow of time here is more than 20 times faster, but once destroyed, most buildings are spatial cracks, and the energy is powerful enough to erode everything in time. The energy here is denser, as dense as that area of a few hundred meters, which had made my whole body red. The 12 days have given me enough time to make changes in my armor, and unlike the changes in my stealth, these are working as I had expected them to. I could not bear this energy, though it was painful with every breath. making me feel like I was being cut by thousands of knives. It would not kill me, even if I stayed here for days, which is more than good enough for me. 10 minutes and killing one monster later, we reached our destination, a black spherical building with a white door. It is different than the rest of the buildings, which are eroded. This one is quite a great shape compared to them. There are cracks here and there, but the building is standing, with barely any sign of tear on the door. Surprisingly, no building could survive here with everything in ruin, trying to destroy it, but this did, and it couldn't make me feel curious. A part of me was also telling me to stay away from this place, as this building is in ruin is above the limit, and danger inside it is going to be of the same category. I shouldn't take risks when I nearly have everything I need to make a breakthrough, that I shouldn't be wasting my time here and instead focus everything I have on creating the inheritance. They are wise thoughts and I should follow them, but there are dangerous thoughts as well, which are telling me, since this ruin is above the limit, that place might be as an artifact or a talisman of the same category, which might help in killing the Grims. The bad thoughts win and I walk against the white door. The building had no name, just the door, with a really complicated formation which I couldn't solve immediately. So I copied the formation and left, 15 minutes and one monster later. I took out my abode in another safe underground space Nero had found. The entrance is a little small that I had to crawl, but it is fine. As long as it is safe, I can control my fear of small spaces. Soon I reached the end, where there was a small space big enough for me to stand, which was more than enough for an abode, which I took out and crawled inside, where there was abundant space. I walked into the living room and closed my eyes, and the next moment I appeared at the library entrance and went inside. The formation is very complicated that I could not solve it within an hour or two. There is also the danger of the monsters, who seem to sense me quite easily. I did not take help from my clones, they are busy, and this I could do it might take a little more time without their help, but it is fine. That building is not going anywhere, and I have no competition who could enter the building before me. 6 hours passed, and I was very close to solving the formation. I am solving it faster than I had imagined. It seemed like taking the reference from the books helps a lot. I have done this before as usual. I did not have the books I needed on that very specific subject, but now I do, and it made everything quite easier. Seeing that, I couldn't help but imagine the inheritance I would have been able to create if the big threat of Grimm wasn't looming in the world. With such vast knowledge, I would have been able to create inheritance at the level I would never have dreamed of, and I would still do it with the limited time I have. 22 minutes later, a smile appeared on my face as I finally solved the formation, and I got out of the library before opening my eyes. It is time to open that door, I said to myself as I walked out of the above, taking it with me. 20 minutes later, I was once again back in front of the white door of the spherical building, and without wasting any time, I waved my hand, and a formation appeared and flew toward the door. I have to thank Grimm's for it again, especially Old Snake and Reek, as it is because of them I am able to open this door so soon. All the ink I had was at Grand Lord class, and since we had sent Jim away, the only person who had the ability to create the ink that was above the limit, there wasn't ink above the limit made by humans. The ink I am using is from the Old Snake Combine. There are 12 pots total, which is far less than I like, and I might need to make some myself, which is going to be a challenge itself. While I have a level, I do not have the skill. So if possible, I have to use the ink sparingly, as I don't think I have enough time and resources for thousands or hundreds of times I will need to try before succeeding at making it. Buzz. The formation stuck and buzzed as it lighted up while I watched with great trepidation. It is my first time breaking into the door of this level, and anything could happen. Like a beam could shoot out of the door and vaporize me. It had happened many times and could happen to me. Click. I was having those thoughts when a clicking sound rang out from the door, scaring the hell out of me. I controlled my emotion before turning to the door with a cautious expression. I looked around it for a second for any danger, and when I saw none, I walked toward it before placing both of my hands on it and pushing. Krrrrrr. I did not have to use much force, as the door opened smoothly, and when it opened wide enough, I walked inside, with the door closing behind me. I did not care for that as I was busy staring at that scene in front of me. I have imagined many scenarios, but not this. There are 7 skeletons lying around in the hall in various positions looking at them. It is obvious they were killed, quite brutally, by signs I see. I looked at them for a few seconds before turning to the center of the large hall, where there was a door, and it seemed human size. I looked at the pitched black door in the center of the round hall, which looked like it had been carved out of the smoothest granite. I did not immediately walk toward the door and instead got closer to the skeletons. Their clothes were withered, but weapons were in great condition, which I immediately took with my strings, and it made the bones turn to dust, which did not surprise me. It had been hundreds of thousands of years. With the time dilution, one needs to be extremely powerful for their bones to survive for that long. I searched through the bone ash for storage, but did not find any. I did not even see the sign of it. It is clear that whoever killed them likely took their storage, which is quite bad, as I was really hoping to get some powerful above-limit resources. Aside from the skeleton, there is nothing in the hall, no painting, no artifact. The only thing it has is the black gate. I appeared in front of it and looked at the letters on top of it, which were carved in a language I didn't understand. I had copied it to look for it later when I had time and walked toward the door. There are no runes visible on it, and with rule-bending power, I could not sense the slightest defensive mechanism or formation in it. KRRRRRR. Seeing that, I placed both of my hands on the door and pushed as I did. I found it opening smoothly that I had lessened the force to open the door, and when it did, I walked inside. Gasp. As I entered inside, I couldn't help but gasp at what I was seeing in front of me. In front of me is a huge statue, which is at least 400 meters tall, carved from some transparent stone. It is a humanoid being with a regality that seemed to ooze from every part of it. It has 4 hands, pointed ears, and a human face. It is very hard to describe its gender, as it saw men and women simultaneously, but one would forget them when one looks at those eyes. They held no emotions in them, but they were captivating, so much so that I unknowingly continued to stare at them for more than 3 minutes before I came to out myself. Damn, I cursed loudly, but immediately felt like I had committed some sort of blasphemy, and was unconsciously about to bow for forgiveness when I had stopped myself. This place, I said slowly while activating all my mental defenses to the fullest before looking around at all this divinity. This place is filled with divinity. There is so much that I had never sensed before in my life. Even a few of the above limited divine crystals that reek had pale compared to the divinity I am feeling here. It is all coming from the statue. The whole statue is carved from the divine crystal. It is shocking when one thinks about the sheer amount of divine crystals needed to make the statue. It is one of the rarest and most precious commodities in the world, and here some rich bastards have carved a whole statue out of it. The whole thing had flabbergasted me, but excitement took over, and I moved toward the statue. A few hundred meters later, I had to stop myself. The divinity has become so dense that it begins to create a suppressive atmosphere that begins to make me feel breathless. It had also made taking steps harder due to the sheer density of the divine energy. To be honest, I would come across such a heavy amount of divine energy that will make even taking a step forward a challenge. It seemed like it was a wet dream of every powerhouse turned nightmare. "Father, do you want the statue?" asked Nero from my head. "Yes, try if you can take out a small piece of it and be careful," I said, and warned when Nero flew toward the statue, hearing my first word. He did not seem to have any problem with the divinity, like he did not have any problem when he entered dense energy areas that would kill me. It took him a few seconds to reach the statue, and immediately his mouth became hug, wanting to swallow the open palm of the statue. His huge mouth covered the palm, and he closed it and swallowed it when suddenly, he got repelled hard and had to turn into mist to absorb the force before constructing into a small wolf cub. "I am going to try again," he said before I could even open my mouth, and tried again and once again repelled before trying again. "Enough, Nero, there are obviously powerful restrictions there," I said when he was about to try for the 4th time. His expression turned sad, and he flew toward me, sulking. "It is fine, sometimes we have to bear the disappointments," I said, and I patted him as I took him in my arms. Choo-choo. I was patting when Ashlyn chirped haughtily. Her target was obviously Nero, who glared at her immediately from my hands. "Why don't you try then? I am sure you will not have any problem taking a few pieces off it," Nero challenged angrily, but she kept looking at him haughtily until he looked away. I couldn't help but shook my head seeing that and petted him for about a minute before waving my hand, and a disc size of my hands appeared in front of me. Buzz. I activated the dick and waited expectantly, but to my disappointment, it did not work either. This disc is a special artifact I have found in the Grim Grand Lord's storage. It is an artifact of divine energy, but it did seem to work. Not a speck of divine energy had entered inside, which surprised me. I did not think the restrictions would be so powerful that even an artifact of such a grade wouldn't work. Sigh. I sighed in disappointment. A precious amount of divine energy was around me, but I couldn't take it. It is like a famished person seeing the feat but could not taste it, even a single bit. I shook my head in disappointment and moved my leg to take a step forward when I suddenly stopped. There is one more thing I have to try, and it took me a few minutes to take it out, until then I decided to walk. 7 minutes later, I stopped and waved my hand. Immediately, a tree came out in a huge flower pot. The tree is a little taller than me, filled with thousands of flowers. Divine Asamir. It is a flowering tree that had flowers that looked like lilies, but this is no breed of lily, but a completely different plant whose seeds I have found in the Reek's storage and cost me a fortune to grow. It is the last of the plant I have grown in my core, and I had to for a while before planting it and kind of regretted it doing that. As to just to take it above the limit, I had to use 50 of the divine crystals I had, which is a huge amount, as I am counting all the divine crystals I have got from Grim storages, including Reek and Old Snakes. I wouldn't have minded spending such a massive number of divine crystals if it had given me what I wanted, but it did not. The flowers may look bloomed, but they are not because their puffy petals are empty. They need divine energy, which they would turn into divine nectar, which is extremely pure. It can be used in thousands of things, and if I had confidence that the last 50 of divine crystals could produce even a few drops of nectar, I would have used all the divine crystals I had. I had far underestimated the level and quantity of the divine crystal I needed to produce even drops of nectar. It is why I have done a wise thing and cut my losses by cutting off the supply of divine crystals and the growth energy. Now I have come across divine energy, which is thousands of times more than this plant needs, and I want to see if the plant can absorb it. I did not dare to hope. I had hoped for the past 2 times, and both times my hopes were dashed by the powerful restrictions of this place. This time, too, there was a high chance the same thing would happen. So I just kept watching, and in less than 3 seconds of me bringing out the plant, a smile appeared on my face. As I saw the plant begin to take the divine energy, there were no restrictions from this place as the rooms of the plant began to absorb the divine energy. I watched the plant's roots take more and more divine energy second, and for 7.5 minutes, it kept increasing before stopping. I continued watching for a few more minutes before removing my soul sense from the plant. From what I had observed, it would take 3 to 6 months for the flowers to be filled with divine nectar. This is quite a long time, especially for me, which is used to seeing the plants getting to mature within seconds from the seeds. I will have to keep the plant here. I don't want to do it, but there is no other choice. I could not take the divine energy, so I will need to keep the plant here and return in 3 to 6 months to get it. If nothing bad happens, then I will get the nectar, which will help me tremendously during my breakthrough, and for it, I am willing to take a huge risk. I took one last look at the plant before walking toward the statue. There was a door there, and I would have to go through it if I wanted to reach the next place. I could also go back and return a few months later to take back the plant, which is the safest choice, but since I have come here, I will see through everything. Not to mention, this huge statue made of divine crystal had made me quite curious, and I wanted to see what this was all about. So I continued to take one step after another, even when the divine aura had denser with every step, making simple breathing a challenge itself. Soon, there were only around 10 meters between me and the gate, which was below the feet of the huge statue, and crossing these 10 meters would be a great challenge. I took another laborious breath and moved my leg forward. It took all my effort, but I managed, and after taking another deep breath, which nearly took me a minute, I moved my leg for another step. It is hard, but there is no other choice. I need to reach the feet of the statue to reach the gate, or I could just go back, which I will not do. If it were not for those restrictions and this divine energy entering inside, I would have been dead. The divine energy is extremely powerful, so much so that a simple breath of it would have overwhelmed me and popped me up like a balloon. It took me a little more than 1.5 hours to cross the final 10 meters, and I reached the gate, which also had text in an unknown language above it, which I could not understand, but I still copied it to check it out later. KRRRR. The door began to open smoothly as I pushed it, and when it opened wide, I stepped into the other side. The place I had gone to was much smaller than I had been. It was spherical like the first room, and this time it had murals. They were instructions on what to do, and seeing them I couldn't help but feel slightly confused, but I did not dare to question it. It is a ritual, and only by performing it will the door reveal itself. So I took Ashlyn and Nero inside me, despite knowing they could see everything from the core, but still, I like to be alone when I do this. Hun. I removed my shoes and walked into the large circle, and immediately felt all my power disappear. For a second, I felt panic before I was able to calm myself with a deep breath. Since the Grims, I have become cautious, too cautious, and this ruin didn't help much either in calming me. Now, everything ticked me. I always have a trigger of full power in my hand, ready to activate the moment I sense danger. While being cautious is good, being overcautious is bad, but I do not have time to focus on it. Every minute is precious, and this ruin has already been worth it with divine energy, and I hope I will find something more to help me with my breakthrough. As I calmed down, I picked up the rope and the stone buck attached to it. Both of those things seemed to be in great condition. Thump. Observe them for a few seconds before throwing the bucket down the well. It made a thumping sound as it hit the water before entering. Seeing that, I pulled the rope, and a few seconds later, I had a bucket filled with crystal clear water. With that done, I begin to remove my clothes for the ritual shown in the murals. If I am not wrong, then it is some sort of cleansing ritual I had to wash with water before entering inside through the door. I removed all my clothes and placed them neatly on the stone table and sat naked on the stone tool and began to wash myself with water with the help of the stone mug. The water was cool, and when I tasted it, it felt refreshed, but other than that, I felt nothing from it. Though all my strength was suppressed, I could not bring even an ounce of energy, and even with the rule-bending power, I was not able to take a single drop of water inside my storage. So the water may be common water, or something else I could never know. I poured the last mug of water on my body before getting up from the stone stool. To my surprise, white towel and clothes appeared on the empty stone table. The towel felt coarse, but it had wiped away all the water from my body. There is nothing magical about it other than it being a great towel. As I dried myself, I put the towel away and took the clothes in my hand. The clothes were a simple hemp tunic and pants. I first wore the pant before wearing the shirt. Hun. As I had fixed the last button on my shirt, the door materialized in the outline. As the mural said it would, seeing that, a smile couldn't help but appear on my face. I did not waste any time and walked toward the door, and to my surprise, my powers were still sealed despite walking out of the circle. I am not worried about it. My powers will return after I finish with whatever the mural is asking me to do, for which I couldn't help but feel a little excited. Krrrr. Soon I reached the door and pressed it open like the door before. It opened smoothly, and I stepped inside. Gasp! The moment I stepped into the other side, a gasp couldn't help but come out of my mouth. I found myself in another gigantic area, which was even bigger than the second hall with the statue. This one also had statues, and they were a similar size to the one I had seen in the second hall. There are 9 statues, and each one of them gives me a feeling of reverence that, like the last time, I unknowingly bowed to them. Though this time I had come to myself within seconds and walked into the enormous hall with sealed powers. This hall is a little different from the second hall, aside from being bigger and having more statues. It had something more, the mats. There are 101 mats in front of each statue, and also these statues are faintly revealing the divine energy, unlike that statue, which had revealed so densely that walking through it was a challenge itself. Like the statue in the second half, these statues also had doors below their feet. There were also 2 more doors attached to the hall. One is from where I came from, and the exact opposite of it is the other. I don't know where it leads, but I will find out soon enough. But before that, I have to explore this hall. I have a feeling that there is so much more in this hall that I am seeing through my eyes, so I looked more deeply. As I looked, I saw that the 9 statues belonged to different races. 2 of them were like one in the second hall and did not have a distinction of sex. Earlier, I had thought that the carver intentionally obscured the sex of the statue, but it seemed like I had been wrong in assuming that it might be a racial factor. I looked at all statues, and some had even surprised me, especially statues of the woman lying in sensual poses with barely any cloth covering her. As I focused on her, all the erotic thoughts seemed to have burst out of my heart, and even my member had risen up and become hard as steel. I immediately looked away and began to take deep breaths. It took me a few minutes to calm myself. Only after that I dared to look at the statues, but not more than a moment after experiencing the extreme emotions. I could see each statue representing an emotion. I don't know what to think of it, as the extreme burst of emotions has kind of scared me, but after deeper thinking and looking into myself, I found no adverse reaction to it. Rather, I felt a little calmer. I analyzed my emotions carefully, not caring about the minute passing. I remained on my spot with my eyes closed for more than 10 minutes before I opened my eyes and walked toward the closest, which was nearly a mile away, a distance I don't mind walking. A few minutes passed, and I reached the front of the statue. It was a man who looked human but had eyes that seemed nearly twice as big as human eyes. It also has 7 fingers and toes rather than 5, which humans have, though what attracted me most was its face, the smile. The smile is not big, but it seems to contain all the joy in the world. This time I was careful and only looked for a moment. I looked down at it at the gate, and then at the mats in front of me. There were hundreds of simple jute mats, big enough that humans could easily sleep on them, though I don't think it is for that. I looked around for a minute before sitting on the mat, which gave me the best view of the statues. It did not matter where I sat, as the effect would be the same. As I sat, I took a couple of deep breaths before finally I looked directly at the statue into the huge eyes, which seemed to contain an ocean of joys. I immediately got lost in it, and before I knew it, my most joyful memories began to appear in front of me. The oldest memory came first. It was of me and my parents. I may be 2 or 3 at that time, and they took me to the park. It was simple memory, where I walked with my parents while they talked. Not all things they talked about were happy, but it still made me happy, and this happiness is pure. Soon the memory changed. This one, too, is with my parents, where they were drawing with me. I even cried in this one, seeing how bad my drawing was while my parents consoled me. Soon another memory came from school, where we were singing with our homeroom teacher. Memories after memories began to appear, and soon came the memory of the day when I saw Ashlyn hatched from the egg. From the moment she came, she was different. Her siblings went to their mother while she remained alone. The next few memories with Ashlyn, one in particular where she beat up her siblings when they had irritated her too much. Soon, it was the time of our bonding ceremony, one of my happiest memories. The memories changed, and soon I saw the memory where I saw my sister for the first time and held her in my arms. She was tiny and fragile that my arms shook when I had picked her up. More and more memories came by, and unknowingly I started to cry for some reason, but I did not wipe away my tears. I let them flow as I looked at all my memories, some of which made me smile, like the first time Marina kissed me drunkenly. The embarrassment that appeared on her face for a moment was too cute that I wish I could record it. Thousands of memories appeared before me, making me cry so much that I hadn't in ages. These were the happy tears, which I am more than willing to shed. Soon all the happy memories appeared in front of me, but they did not stop, they kept appearing, but not in the loop, at random, which I felt more comfortable than I would have been in the loop. I felt like I could stop at any moment. The only thing I had to do was look away, but I did not. I let the memories appear in front of me and watched them with joy on my face. I don't know for how long I watched, but I did, till the memories stopped appearing, and I just laid back on the mat and closed my eyes. I remained such for a few minutes before I opened my eyes and got up, feeling a lot lighter than before. The memories showed me what matters to me the most, and I will give my all to protect them in my precious world. I got up and walked toward the next statue. It took me a few minutes to reach it, and when I did, I sat on the mat with a perfect view and looked at the statue. It is of a woman with 2 horns on her head and claws for her hands, and it contains so much anger that it could burn the world with a single glance. I moved my gaze away from those eyes just as I looked at them and even thought of going for a different statue, but I calmed my mind and looked at the eyes of the statue again. This time I did not look away, and soon the memories of anger began to flood in. The first memory that came had surprised me. I thought it would be about the Grimms or the bastards from the Sky Saber, but no. The first memory is when I was about 4 or 5 and in the supermarket with my mother, and angry at her because she wouldn't buy me a snack that I wanted so much. It was over budget, and we couldn't afford it, but I wanted it since everyone in my school had eaten it. I still remember how I slept hungry that day. I vowed that I wouldn't eat till my parents bought me that expensive snack, but I woke up at midnight feeling very hungry and ate the dinner's leftovers. A smile couldn't help but appear on my face remembering it, especially the looks my parent gave me the next day. They were trying so hard to hold back their laughter. Hundreds of other memories appeared in front of me before Grimm's appeared, and the anger I felt toward them was like a volcano. I wanted to summon my sword immediately and even did, but it did not come out, as all my powers were sealed. It is a good thing they did, and now I could even understand the reason behind it. If the power is not sealed in this extreme burst of emotions, then one will harm not only himself, but also others around them. Thousands of rageful memories of Grimms appeared in front of me, from the first werewolf I saw, who wanted to kill me, to the numerous Grimms I saw eating human flesh. It was quite long before the memories of those bastards from the Sky Saber came, the time when they messed with my homing beacon and sent me to the spatial sea to die. If it was not for the protection talisman I had found in the ruin and the professor spotting me when the protection was about to burst, I would die. I have not forgotten about my revenge. I will have it after the problem of the Grimms is solved, and that time even Elder Lord and the rest of the Grand Lords of Sky Saber wouldn't be able to stop me. They couldn't stop me even now, but as I had said, I will take my revenge when we have the victory over the Grimms. The memories kept flashing while the tears again began to flow out of my eyes, which kind of surprised me, as I had tears of joy before but never had tears of anger. I shouldn't be surprised. I am feeling extreme emotions, and such things happened, and I did not resist it. Soon all the memories of anger appeared in front of me before they started to appear at random. I watched them all till everything stopped, and once again, I lay on the mat with my eyes closed. A few minutes later, I got up again and moved to other statues. This was about regret, and I have thousands of them. The same is about despair, which the statue after that is showing. I could not count the times I had felt despair, but every time I beat it, and this time too I will do the same. I sat in front of one statue after another. Each showed me different memories, and after experiencing these memories, I began to feel lighter and lighter, which I had not felt in years. Especially since the war had begun. Soon I had finished up 8 statues, and only one had remained. It was the first statue I saw, of the woman lying in a sensual pose, with eyes filled with lust and desire. I have kept this one for the last. I sat down but did not immediately look at it. These statues showed me many things. Some were quite embarrassing, and some even made me feel shame. This one will bring out the memories of lust and desire, and I am confident some of them will turn my whole body red. After more than 10 minutes, I looked at the woman. I did not focus on her face, but the whole body, which I had not seen earlier, and I have to say, the woman was the most beautiful creature I had ever seen, an incarnation of lust and desires. She looked like a human but had thin scales covering her body, and seeing those, I couldn't help but imagine them shining in rainbow light for some reason. I don't want to be seen as a pervert by my girlfriend. If she had been here, I wouldn't dare to look at the statue. After looking through every part of my body, I looked into the eyes, and soon, the first memory poured in. Immediately my whole body turned red in embarrassment. It seemed like I had felt those emotions far too earlier than I had thought I had, and it couldn't help but embarrass me to the extreme. As more memories poured in, the more embarrassed I became. This embarrassment only lessened when I became 13. When I got attracted to a cute girl, I had crushed on her for years, which is why I was crushed when I saw her making out with Ellen. Remembering that memory, a smile couldn't help but appear on my face, but when I saw them a decade ago, all I could feel was anger earlier. The statue of anger showed how angry I was that time at both of them. Soon the mature memories begin to appear, my first time with Rachel and then with Myra, and finally with Marina, my eternal love. The memories of her made me cry, but they also made me laugh at the same time. They also made me realize how much I missed her, and I nearly got up to leave to meet her. The memories stopped, and I laid back on the mat and closed my eyes to relax, but unknowingly fell asleep. When I woke, I was shocked to find out I had slept for over 18 hours. It seemed like those bursts of memories brought by extreme emotions had made me more tired than I thought. Still, I do not mind losing the 18 hours as I am feeling light like I have never felt in my life. While the worries have remained, I do not feel like obsessing over them, which was making things worse, stopping me from working with all efficiency. I could even see the change in my clones. What they had accomplished in the past 20 hours seemed shocking. A smile couldn't help but appear on my face as I got up and looked at all statues. All they brought out was the memories. Some even I wasn't able to remember. They made me realize what is truly important and what I should most focus on it. This place had given me more than I had hoped, and there were more doors that remained to explore, 9 below the statues, one attached to the wall of the hall. The first door I chose is an obvious one in front of me, below the statue of the sensual woman. KRRRR. I walked toward the statue, and unlike the statue of the second hall, I did not feel any pressure within a few minutes. I reached it before pushing it open. Hun. I stepped inside the hall as the door opened, and what I saw inside couldn't help but make my eyes go wide. I had expected many things, but not this, though I shouldn't be surprised, given the kind of statue it is. This hall is round, and all over it are murals, erotic murals with lovers in different positions, and is the design of the rose, but it is not a painting, but an extremely elaborate formation filled with the power of divinity, which I could not understand. I looked at the hall for a couple of minutes before walking out. It is not for a single person. If I survived against the Grim, I would return to this hall, bringing Marina with me. Soon, I walked out and moved toward the different statue, this one belonging to the Grief. I was a little fearful of this statue and wanted to enter the door inside it at the last, but I controlled those thoughts and walked toward it. Earlier, when I stared at this statue, thousands and thousands of faces came in front of me, my colleagues and my friends. The war took many of them, more than I count, and I still grieved for them. We would lose many more people unless we finished the big Grims and wiped out every last one of them. Only then will our world have an everlasting peace. Soon I reached the door and pushed it open before going inside, and found myself in a huge hall, at least 3 times bigger than the hall beneath the sensual woman statue. It is also square in shape, empty except for the mats lying on the floor. The walls of the halls are fully barren except for the 5-line text written in the brush. It is what the mats are facing, and if I am writing, then one will have to comprehend those words, whatever they are saying. I copied the words and got out of the hall. It is not like I don't want to comprehend them. I am sure I will be able to gain something if I comprehend it, given the mysterious feeling I am getting from them. But I need to explore all the doors before I begin to comprehend what the texts. A few minutes later, I reached another hall, which was too similar to the previous one with the same dimension and design. The only different thing was the text. The next hall was the same, and the hall after that, and soon I finished with all the 8 halls, and now only one hall below the Statue of Joy had remained, and I stepped inside it. I thought it would be the same as the other hall and nearly did when I looked at the size of the hall and the mats present in it, but it is different, and what is different is that it did not have the texts. Instead, there was a bell, a big bronze bell of my size that had some words written on it. I looked at the whole hall before walking toward the bell, and I tried to ring it, but to my surprise, it did not, despite using all the strength I could muster with all my power sealed. It did not move even an inch. After trying for a minute, I shook my head and walked out of the hall and moved toward the only door that had remained. It is attached to the hall like the door through which I had come here. Soon I reached it and pushed it open, and what I saw inside brought a small smile to my face. Living quarters. It is a room that has a small kitchen and bathroom attached to it. I had guessed I would find this, and I was right. If I am right, then this is some kind of monastery or temple. Those statues and rooms inside them are for meditation, while this one is for life. These quarters are simple and very small compared to places I had been living in the past few years. The room did not have a mattress, just a simple mat made of jute, like the other mats, but slightly bigger. I have already decided that I am going to stay here, at least till I finish meditating in all the rooms and gaining all the benefits from that. The burst of memories emotion had freed me, and it somehow made my clones more efficient. I am sure that meditation will provide me with even greater benefits. I did not immediately go to the meditation hall, and instead walked to the kitchen and began to take out the things and fill the empty kitchen racks. This room had unsealed my powers, not all of them, just one of them, which is more than enough for me. With it, I could easily bring out the things from the core and enter inside. After I brought out the stuff, I began to cook. I do not plan to cook something elaborate, but a simple meal. The elaborate meal does not feel right in this place. It did not surprise me that the cooking formation of this place is powerful enough to cook above the limit vegetables I am trying to cook. At my core, I needed to use white fire to do it. In an hour, I finished cooking, and I began to eat with Nero and Ashlyn. It was a satisfying meal that brought a satisfied smile across my face. Click, I watched Ashlyn and Nero disappear before the door closed in front of me and walked toward the black door of the first hall and opened it. As it opened, I couldn't help but feel relieved for a moment. I thought it might not open. While I am staying in the monastery, Ashlyn and Nero have no interest in doing that. I had even asked them to meditate with me, but they refused and wanted to go out, so I sent them out. Both of them are strong enough to survive in the ruin while I meditate and study in the monastery. They will scout and hunt. I have never given them such an opportunity to be free in the ruin. It will be a good learning experience for them, though I couldn't help but worry about them, despite knowing they were more capable enough to survive in this dangerous ruin. I stepped into the second half and immediately felt the intense divine energy, but this time, I was bearing it with greater ease than before. The divine energy from the statue affects one not only physically but also mentally, and with the statues helping me relieve a lot of pressure, I am having quite an ease walking through. Soon, I reached the tree, and a smile bloomed across my face seeing how it was doing. It is absorbing the divine energy at a much faster rate than before, and if it continued even at this speed, I don't think it would need even 3 months to fill all the flowers with the nectars. I can't wait to harvest these flowers and extract that wonderful divine nectar, which will help me tremendously. I studied the flower for a few minutes, looked at it for any deficiency, but everything was good. Seeing that, I walked to the door. Soon, I entered the third hall, and I cleaned myself like yesterday and wore a new set of clothes that appeared before entering the final hall. Instead of entering the residential quarter, I entered the hall below the Statue of Joy. Once again, the bell appeared in front of me, but this time I did not try to ring it. Instead, I sat down on the mat and focused on it. Ting, a few seconds passed, and I had just concentrated on the text of the bell when the bell rang. I expected it to be loud given its size and unconsciously prepared myself for auditory assault with the bell being big and close, but to my surprise, it was indeed loud but not overwhelming. It was the most melodic sound I had ever heard and filled my heart with joy. It put a smile on my face, and I unconsciously closed my eyes to examine the sound and joy that was contained in it. Unknowingly, hours passed by as I meditated, examining the joy that it is bringing, and through it, I am learning so much about myself. The bell would ring every 3 minutes, and it would bring mysteries so complex that I could not understand even one of it, but that did not make me sad. I understood this less about understanding the mystery of the bell, and more about understanding my own emotion. The bell is just a tool to bring that out, which is why I focus more on my own emotion rather than the bell. It benefited me tremendously that when I stood up more than 4 hours later, there was a smile on my face. I had far from finished, but it is enough for today. After getting out of the Hall of Joy, I did not go to any other hall and instead went to the quarters and sat down on a mat with my eyes. I remained as such for an hour before finally going to my core. There I began to study with a focus I never had and found everything seemed easier. Even those things that used to stump me for hours got solved within minutes. It couldn't help but make me happy. It is not just me but also my clones. Since they are connected to me, they also feel the effect, despite them being a rational, calculating part of me. If I continued to make such progress, it wouldn't take long for me to finish my study sooner than I thought and move to work on the inheritance. I studied for the whole day before sleeping for 2 hours before bathing. As I came out of the bath, I once again cooked a simple meal and ate in silence, and after washing the dishes, I walked out. This time I walked into the Hall of Regret, and I meditated there for more than 3 hours before coming back with a somber mood. Like yesterday, I spent an hour meditating in silence before entering my core and working with my clones. Days passed by as such every day. I would wake up, bathe, and eat a simple meal before meditating on one of the hall emotions, before meditating for an hour in silence, and then studying for a whole day. My days became monotonous, with barely any change, and it made me feel calm. When I came here, I was extremely tense. I wanted to take advantage of time acceleration and finish my inheritance before going back to the world to face the grim. I am still feeling the worries and other things, but the chaotic obsessiveness has begun to disappear. It helped me as I began to study at a pace never before and also get to know myself every day. I even meditated in the Hall of Pleasure, which I mistakenly thought was only for love. It is for that too, but one could also meditate on it, where I learn more about my lust and desire, and through it, about love. If we are able to defeat the Grims, I would definitely bring the others here. This place brings tremendous benefits, and I will be daring and say it is as important as the thing or even more important than it. I closed my eye from the texts of regret, and a minute later, opened them before getting up and slowly walking out of the hall. A few minutes later, I walked into the quarters and sat down on the mat, closed my eyes, and meditated for little more than half an hour before entering my core and stepping into the library. It had been 3.5 months since I had come to this ruin, and 3 months since I had entered this monastery, and the things I was able to achieve were immense. Every day is the same here from the start of the day. I would meditate and then come back and work before sleeping for 3 hours. I would work around for 17 to 18 hours a day, and every minute would be productive, which is why I had finished studying the required material and even inheritance, and today I will finally start working on the inheritance. It is a monumental challenge, far bigger than I had understood before. Only after studying the inheritances did I realize how big the challenge is in front of me. It scared me, but it also made me excited. I am more excited than I am scared. Let's begin, I said to my clones as I entered the library, and both of them closed their books and moved away from the inheritances they were studying and walked into the work area I had created. It is a huge area, and there all my inheritances are present, from the Lord stage to Grandmaster class. Now I will create the inheritance for the Grand Lord class, skipping the High Grandmaster class entirely, and my goal is to achieve the power of primary II through it. It might seem impossible, but it is very much possible, though achieving it would be very hard, not impossible. The library and the monastery had given me the hope that I would be able to do it. My clone and I looked at all inheritance before we began. The first thing we brought out were the notes of ideas we took. While studying, we looked at them before each of us chose one section and started. This time, all the formations are new. We are not upgrading the old formation for the new level, but creating the new ones, taking the old as only a reference. If I had been creating an inheritance of High Grandmaster class, I would have upgraded more than 50 of the formation. But no, I am skilling a level and creating an inheritance of complete class that will give me the strength above the limit, far above what the 8 Grims had. I need to be powerful enough to clash against the big Grim head-on. If not more, then I need strength equal to it. Time passed as we worked. Now and then, we would stop to think or take a reference from one of the library books before resuming to work again. This is the best thing about working here, which gives me the hope I can create the inheritance in the time I have. The library contains all the knowledge I need. I only have to understand it and use it the way I need in my inheritance, which made things easy but also difficult as I now have a very big ambition about my inheritance. I have found a large number of books and inheritance blueprints in the Hall of Inheritance, but the library contains 1,000 times more and better. Some of the inheritance blueprints I had seen in the library had blown my mind, and I have already decided to create an inheritance of standard equal to them. It is really a challenge. Soon, the day passed, and it was time for me to sleep. If I wanted, I could easily continue for weeks without sleeping, but it is not wise. Sleep is necessary not only to rest, but also to keep the mind calm. I will stick to this schedule till I am here. Once I am out, it will be hard to follow this strictly. I might not even be able to sleep or meditate for days when out. It is a cold, harsh world out there. Ashlyn and Nero have shown me how dangerous this ruin is. It had scared me shitless, but I also knew I would need to get out of this monastery at some point. I need to explore and test myself against the elements of this ruin. Only through that way would I be able to achieve my goal. Both of them had been out since the day they asked to send them out, exploring the different areas. They had come across dangerous, amazing things, many of which shocked me, excited me, and scared me enough to have nightmares. With the data they are providing, I have quite a comprehensive map of this ruin, but it is not complete. This ruin is huge and dangerous with all spatial rifts and time fluctuation. One could simply fly from one end to another, not to mention dangerous monsters. Some of them were so dangerous that even Ashlyn and Nero had to run away from them. I woke up exactly 3 hours later and did what I did yesterday and the day before that, and that day also passed. Before I knew it, a month had passed, and it was finally time to leave the monastery. I have achieved more than I thought I would, and I will return. After I explored and got what I wanted, I would return to the monastery. This is the best place to work, and I feel I will make a couple of visits to this place till I am in this ruin, and even after that, if I had survived. I took one last look at all the statues and bowed to them with all the gratefulness I had toward them before walking out of the hall. I appeared in the first hall directly, and instead of walking toward the exit, I walked toward the black door leading to the second half and pushed it open before entering inside. There is something I have to check before I leave this place. As I entered the second hall, thick divine energy washed over me. It would have been wonderful if I could take divine energy, but I could not. Still, I am not sad, as I got the second best thing. I appeared beside the tree, and a smile couldn't help but appear on my face seeing the progress. The flowers are nearly matured, some did, and they have already started making and storing the divine nectar in their petals. I had already harvested the first batch of flowers, with nectar filling their petals to the brim. I extracted it, and the product I got was far better than I had imagined. I am already sure it will provide with tremendous benefits during my breakthrough and even after that. If I had time, I would have got out and shared them with others, but I did not. I looked at flowers before turning into slightly over 500 plants which had just started budding through the pots. I had not only harvested the nectar from flowers, but also the seed, some of which I had planted. Without growth energy, it will take years to reach the level I want them to be. If I survive, then I will have a powerful resource in a huge amount. I stayed in the second hall for a few more minutes before finally walking out. It was time for adventure. Click, I watched the door of the monastery close behind me before looking ahead into an area filled with dense energy, making each breath I took lacerating. But there is no single line of pain on my face, instead a smile. I am feeling quite excited for things to come. I had spent 4 months in silence and meditation, and now I want some action. I am sure I will find a lot of it on my way to my destination. I have already selected a place I want to go to. It will take days to reach there, but it will be worth it. I looked for a few seconds before walking toward the south. Ashlyn and Nero were around me, scouting for any danger. Like before, my strings are out, and I would harvest any resources I have come across. This place is filled with it. Not many are compatible with me, but it is always great to have resources, especially of this level. Around half an hour passed by before the monster had discovered me and now coming toward me. It worked, I said with a smile. I had spent quite a lot of time. I was in a monastery working on my stealth method and even incorporated a lot of things I had learned from the way these monsters sensed me. The method is obviously working, as this time I was able to get quite close to the monster before it discovered me. It took a few seconds for the monster to appear in front of me. It was a lion monster with a regal black mane and white body. Its eyes attacked me. The most one eye was black, while the other was white. Roar. It looked at me for a couple of seconds before roaring and leaping at me with such speed that my expression turned serious. I swung my sword, using every bit of strength I have with the fear and excitement I had. CLANNNG. My sword clashed against its sharp, powerful claws, and I began to take a step back rapidly while gulping down the blood that came to my mouth. The monster was the strongest I had faced, and it seemed like I had dealt with the first attack better than I had thought I would after not fighting for 4 months. Roar. It roared, seeing me defending against its attack, and came at me much faster, and its claws were covered in black-white energy. CLANNNG. Once again I had defended against the attack, but this time I spurted out blood while taking a step back, with each step helping me deposit the physical force in the ground while at the same time dealing with a unique energy attack. The black and white energies were separate, but when they touched my armor, they clashed, creating a powerful blast. It was a good thing my armor had absorbed nearly 80 of them before they clashed, or the consequences would have been catastrophic. I immediately made a change in working on my armor this time. I had been lucky, and next time I won't be. I will not give the monster a chance to blast me. CLNG. The moment I finished with the changes, the lion monster came at me again, clashing its claws at me, but this time it was not all it did. It had sent a blast of powerful energy at me. BANNNG. The blast of energy had clashed against the 7 shields that had materialized. I always have my shields around me whenever I have strings to spare, and while this monster is extremely powerful, it does not take all my strings. ROAR. It roared loudly in anger before attacking me again, even faster. CLANNNG, CLANNNG, CLANNG. The attack came, and when I defended against it, it launched another and then another. It is attacking me at a very fast speed, not giving me even a moment of rest. This style is not unique to this monster, but nearly all the monsters of this ruin fight in such a way. All of them fight with nearly all their power in a fast way, always going for the weakness. If I am not wrong, then it is likely because of the high density of monsters in this ruin. They want to finish their prey as soon as possible, and take it away with them before other monsters come and snatch it away. I have observed it, not only through my battle but through Ashlyn and Nero. This ruin is dangerous, and I want to know everything there is to know about this ruin. Only through this way, I will have a maximum chance of survival. If possible, then I don't ever want to die in the teeth of a dump monster. I will take any intelligent being, humans, even Grimms or those belonging to any other race, rather than dumb monsters. These monsters may be dumb, but they are powerful. The lion had made me bleed in the first attack, and it cracked several of my bones. As I had said, this is the most powerful monster I had dealt with in this ruin. It is quite strong, though not as strong as those faced by Ashlyn and Nero. Like before, I could not face them without burning my blood. ROAR. A minute passed by, and the monster got really angry. It was not holding back at all. It had become challenging to stay rooted on the ground, as every attack of it was trying to throw me off the ground. Enough, I said finally to the leaping monster. An alarm flashed across its eyes as my strings tightened around it. The new weave is working better, I said to myself as I fended off its attacks. I had experimented with different weaves powered for formation to bind the monsters. This one is good, better than the one I had used last time. It also put less pressure on the strings, reducing their chance to snap quite a lot. I could make it even better if I was able to do it to a sufficient degree. Then I might really think about facing those truly powerful monsters that Ashlyn and Nero fight. 4 days have passed since I walked out of the monastery, and I am close to reaching my destination. It took longer, but not surprising considering the number of monsters I had to fight. On the first day, I fought monsters in my violation, but from the second, I focused on getting to my destination, but monsters would attack, and even with an upgraded stealth method, it was not easy to evade them. Now I am quite close to my destination, and I am quite excited about it as it had looked quite great through Ashlyn's eyes. I took a short left turn and avoided the monster that was not far away from me. I have come to know the limit of my stealth method and thus would move according to it. It also helps Ashlyn and Nero tell me where the monsters are, which makes avoiding them even easier. With their help, I have avoided truly powerful monsters ones even they could not defeat. I had sensed its aura, and it was powerful that it would have slaughtered the 8 Grims within a matter of seconds. If I'm right, then that one was very close to the primary II state. Earlier, I was not willing to believe that there might be true primary II class monsters here, but now I am. Ashlyn and Nero had shown me some things that had forced me to believe it, especially seeing those zones, which are filled with energy, matching those in the sky. Even with all their guts, they did not dare to venture into that area. It was too dangerous, even for them. A little more than an hour passed, and I had killed another monster it had sensed me and attacked. It took me 4 minutes to finish the battle, which is quite long in the area, where I usually finished it within 3 minutes. 1 minute to bind and 2 to kill. It was powerful and injured me so much that some of those injuries are still healing. A few more minutes passed, and I stopped as I reached my destination, which was a lake. It looked like a normal lake, but if one looked at it carefully, one would see faint runes floating in it. This is a doorway to someplace I don't know where it leads, but it will be, without a doubt, a very dangerous place. Ashlyn had dropped a monster here, and the lake had annihilated it in less than a second. One is only safe when they touch the entrance or any other place, and this lake will destroy without leaving even a single proof. If it had, then a mountain worth of bones had been here. I looked at the lake for a few seconds before jumping into it. I had worked on the formation for more than weeks, using a few hours each day to solve this formation till I had finally solved it. Thump. A thumping sound rang out, and horror appeared on my face thinking I had failed. I tried to leave, but the water gripped me like a rope. I struggled for a fraction of a second before the formation on which I had jumped flashed, and immediately I stopped all my struggles and took a sigh of relief. For a moment I had thought I had failed. That would have been very bad. My ending bad. Buzz. The formation buzzed, and I disappeared, and a moment later I appeared in a bright place. Hun. It took my formation a fraction of a second to adjust before everything before clear, and what I saw couldn't help but shock me. The hell? I cursed. I looked at things around me. Everything is ruined, the walls collapse, the floor cracks, and the pillars into pieces, while stray formations fly around. The first thing I did was turn back and check the exit, and I was relieved to see it being present and in perfect condition, unlike the things around me. It was truly unexpected. The entrance was fine without any problem, even better than a monastery before. Inside, it had turned out of complete ruin, that I wanted to return immediately, but I decided to stay. I will look around for an hour, and if I find something interesting, then I will stay or I will get out of this place. Once again, checking the flow of time, I moved forward cautiously. It is important that I always check the flow of time. There are some spots here where the flow of time is nearly the same as the world. I don't want to be stuck in those places, even for a minute. I will waste time there at more than 20 times the speed, which I could not afford. I had walked a couple of steps when I suddenly stopped, and my strings have picked up a piece of blue-colored marble. I don't know what it is, but my soul sense behaved strangely when it passed through it. So I picked it, Sue. I looked at it for a couple of seconds before suddenly my eyes went wide, and I sucked a sharp breath. Spatial soil, I muttered in shock. It is definitely a spatial soul. I do not know what of it, and it is mixed with other things, but it did not matter. This thing is extremely useful to me from the things I could see in it. It could be used in planting spatial types of plants, but more importantly, it could be used in strengthening my core, especially the world aspect of it. I had been searching for a spatial soul for years, and I found some treasuries of organization, but their level was low. At most, they have Grand Lord class spatial soil, and it is in a very tiny amount. I needed the one above the limit for the eventual breakthrough I might be able to make if I survived the Big Grim, a breakthrough that will take me above the limit. Now I am most focused on making my next breakthrough, which will help me save my world, but I am still happy finding if I survive. Then I will have one of the most important resources I need to make an above-the-limit breakthrough. There were tens of pieces of it lying around, if not hundreds, and my strings moved cautiously through the floor to pick them up, careful not to touch any straying formation. Soon over hundreds of such tiles went into my storage, and collecting them with every step and checked other things. It will be a challenge for me to extract pure spatial soil from the tile, but if I survive, then I will have years to do that in a world without any grim. I think the time will be more than enough for me to find 10 extraction methods than simply one. A few minutes passed and I had collected all the pieces of marble and now looked at the broken pillar, which had some interesting texts carved on it. Thankfully, they are in the universal language and seem to be a ballad. I would love to read one and take it from Marina. She liked these things, and it is her guilty pleasure. Unfortunately, I couldn't. The rest of the pillar is in a broken formation, whose light obscures the texts. I did not dare to use my abilities on it, lest it triggers them. You can never know with the broken formations. I moved around the pillars, picking things that caught my interest, and some did, which I put in my storage, but their importance to me was much less than the spatial soil. Half an hour passed by, and I walked through the way made through the broken wall, and the first thing that I came across against me couldn't help but surprise me. It is a head, a beast head of some kind, belonging to one of the broken statues. Not statues, golems. I corrected myself a few seconds later and immediately became even more careful. Thankfully, aside from the two that are cracked, every golem here is torn into pieces, some even turned to dust. It couldn't make me feel relieved. These bastards are the trickiest. They activate and chase like a hound, and unless you destroy them, they will keep chasing you. While there did not seem to be any danger here, I did not want to be in a tricky place like this and begin to take a step back. Suddenly I stopped when I noticed something, a bright red thing near the cracked golem. It is a piece of energy crystal, and when my soul sense touched it, I sensed tremendous energies from it, more than any energy crystal that Reek and other grim grandlords have in their storage. I thought for a moment before made my mind. My string went toward the crystal and carefully wrapped around it with a sealing formation appearing and pulled it. A second later the thing was my hand, and I was looking at it grinningly when suddenly I sensed something. My expression froze, and I slowly looked ahead, and what I froze me for a second. Damn, I cursed loudly as the cracked golden with burning yellow yes took a step toward me. I am such a greedy bastard. I cursed myself as I prepared, slowly taking a step back behind a broken formation while activating all my boosts. Same time, Ashlyn and Nero appeared to my left and right and looked at the golem with excitement, which I was not feeling, as things are going to get very ugly for me soon. All trespassers must die came out through the golem as I positioned myself behind the broken formation, where there was sufficient space before turning to the golems. It is moving slowly, but with each step it is getting faster and firmer. I wanted to attack it immediately, but I did not think it would be wise, so I had focused on the different things. I looked at it carefully, especially its crack-filled body. There were cracks everywhere on it, the biggest one on its neck, taking a third of it, but seeing the material, it would be very hard for me to damage it, but I will have to try. The golem is bad enough, but it is not the biggest danger. The biggest danger is the place itself, which I had been laden in broken formation. Some might be harmless, as not all the formations are broken formations, but there will be some which have enough power to vaporize me on the spot. So not only do I have to deal with the golem, but I also need to watch I do not step on something I do not need to, which is very hard, considering every enemy I had fought in this place had the power to send me back. It seemed like there was no choice, I said with a sigh, and did the thing I had so far resisted doing in this ruin. Fourth burst. I activated the fourth burst, which is not the only thing I did. I have also activated the formation, which I had only perfected a few days ago. Buzz, as the formation activated, its energy came out and mixed with my burning essence. This energy is made of life source from the necrotic plant and divine nectar I had got not long ago, and a few other things. As both energies merged, my power swelled. If I had this formation when I was fighting against the 8 Grims, I wouldn't have been as desperate as I had been, and so are others. It had reached halfway with deliberate steps before suddenly turning into a blur and appearing directly in front of me, avoiding broken formation. Die, it shouted, and a great sword came toward me at a blurring speed that startled me but did not stop my sword from moving, which was already in position. I am very glad that I have improved the visual formations in the battle against the Grims. I was not able to see their weapons when they used their full power and only fought with their instincts. I don't know whether it would have worked against the golem or not. I am just glad I did not have to find out. CLNNG, its great sword clashed against mine, and I shook, nearly taking a step back. The sheer physical force was too much. It had rolled my internals, but not enough to be injured. Though if I had not been burning my blood, I would have been sent back crashing with injuries all over my body. The golem did not waste any time and attacked again, with more power than before it, too burned even more essential for the greater power and formation inside my core, shone brighter to match the increased energy needs. CLNNG, CLNNG, CLNNG. I had defended against its attacks, and it launched another and then another without wasting even a fraction second, with each of its attacks being more powerful than the previous. It is not just attacks that are powerful, its skills are also great. It is far more skillful than the Grimms. It is as skillful as old Grand Lords, and if I am not seeing it being a golem, I would have thought I was fighting some sentient being. Hun. Suddenly, when its sword was midway, it had disappeared, and I sensed it behind me and immediately moved my sword behind. I was quite surprised when I saw the weapon coming at me was no longer a great sword but a spear that was coming for my head. I moved my wrist a little. If I had continued in the same way, it would have been able to avoid my sword with the skills it had and pierced my body. CLANNNG. The spear tried to move around my sword like a snake, but I acted quickly and stopped it before it reached me. As I did, it once again disappeared, appearing directly above me, bringing that spear to like a drill at my head. I reacted and moved my sword up. This is quite a difficult maneuver for both parties. Only those confident of their abilities or those foolish use them as one simple mistake, and the enemy's blade will be on you. CLANNNG. Our weapons clashed and it appeared to my left, attacking me once with its ranging spear. Attacks after attacks came, and while I defended, my expression couldn't help but become worse. Even after thousands of years, the golem still held incredible power, and as it fought me, I noticed there was no fluctuation of power. Everything was running smoothly, and those cracks were also stable, not a single one widened by even a centimeter. Still, its power is increasing. I don't know how much power it could use even after all these years, but I will need to have it in my grasp before it uses the power that I cannot handle. Hun. Once again, it appeared in front of me and attacked, and I immediately looked wide, shocked. The formation inside me roared to its full speed at the same time. I had burned my essence to the highest. It immediately filled my body with power, which I had never experienced before, but even this power did not give me the confidence to face what was coming. The increase in its power is too sudden till now. It had been increasing its strength at a constant amount, but now it has multiplied it many times. CLANNNG. I stopped the invisible spear coming toward me, but as I did, my expression changed drastically before a mouthful of blood flew out of my mouth, and I began to take steps back rapidly. I activated all the formations that could stop this momentum. I did not care whether it broke my bones or split my skin, but I had to stop, or I would step into the broken formation. For all I know, it could vaporize me the moment I stepped inside it. Finally, I had stopped right at the edge of the broken formation. Seeing that, I couldn't take a sigh of relief, which I had even finished taking, when I felt its spear coming toward me with greater power than before. Goddammit, I cursed loudly and moved my sword to defend myself while harnessing as much power as I could from burning the essence. I had been doing that since a second ago and was able to harness quite a lot of it, but still, I would have liked to have more. As I am standing on a cliff, a single step back and I will fall to my death, and I don't want to die in the hands of the golem, no matter how smart it is. CLANNNG, its spear clashed against my sword, shaking from top to down, nearly sending me into the broken formation. I survived after throwing a mouthful of blood, but it did not end. It had caught me, and now it was going to use every bit of the strength it had to push me into the formation, and there was nothing I could do to get away, as I did not have the strength to do it. What I have now is barely enough to defend against it, and this coming attack is more powerful than the last, forcing me to continue burning my essence at ever greater length. CLANNNG, CLANNNG, CLANNNG. The spear came at me again, and I had defended, but once again, it shook me so much that I nearly fell in the formation. That was just the starting as its attack came, one after another, and they were extremely powerful that I was hanging on the edge. I wanted to use my shields, but I could not due to their size. Even if I reduced them to the side, it wouldn't be enough to form a sphere without clashing with the boundaries of the broken formations. Using fewer shields will be useless given the power of the attack. It will break through them unless I use the full sphere. It is another thing for me to think about. Seconds passed, and it continued its intense assault, continually forcing me to burn my essence to its max. I have to give it to whoever designed the code of this bastard. It is really good, capable of thinking on its own to kill the enemy most efficiently. Not only that, but it is also learning very fast. It is studying me and making use of what it has learned. It had raised all the hair on my body and made me cautious of its every attack, as it was extremely close to killing me. The only thing it had to is continually to increase its power and evade my sword. Succeeding even once will end me. 1 minute and 44 seconds passed when a smile appeared on my sweaty face. It was hard considering the powerful investigating formation around, which made it very hard to bind it, but I did. Slow, I said as it once again moved its spear to attack me. As my command, my strings appeared, covering every part of its body with a very complicated weave which is being reinforced with the formation and powered by my burning essence. Despite that, it was not enough to stop it. It only slowed it down. I knew it, which is why I used slow instead of stop. As the strings appeared around it, they showed it down, but to my surprise, not as much as I liked, but enough. I finally dared to move away from the broken formation as I moved my sword to defend. CLANNNG. I defended, and for the first time since I had started fighting it, I did not shake from top to down. Still, I did not dare to let my guard down. This was a dangerous enemy, and underestimating will be my end. I had just thought that when it attacked again using more than double the power than the last attack, at the same time, its faded brownish body began to turn blue, and seeing that I became even more careful and activated a few more formations. Soon, its whole body turned blue, emanating such heat that would meld any metal. Even with fire and strong elemental defenses, I am feeling very hot inside my armor, like I am being cooked. It is nothing compared to what my strings are feeling. They are nearly edge of splitting before they started to absorb the energy and use it to strengthen as I begin to make the second weave around the first. CLANNNG. I defended much more easily, but another of its attack came even with the dire straits. It was not willing to stop, not only in attack but also defending itself as the heat continued to get stronger. Thankfully, I have devised a mechanism that my strings could absorb and refine all kinds of energy to make themselves stronger. Another minute passed as 3 weaves of strings covered the golem, with the formation of each reinforcing the other and sharing the burden, and even with it, it was not enough to stop it. It is constantly increasing its power, and even now, it is powerful enough that it would be able to finish me off easily without the power of my burning essence. I have more weaves, and I begin to make them over it, wanting to slow it down further before stopping it. As only then I could start thinking about turning it off. I had also asked my clone to find a way to turn it off. It had found some, but those could not be used in the current state. The way of the sword wouldn't work. The material the clone is made of it is very powerful. My strings tried, but they could not pierce the material, and according to the tests I have done, even if I used the full power of my enchantment and swung the sword with all my strength at its weakest part, I wouldn't be much other than faint scratch. 3 minutes passed, and I had finished with the 7th weave, and it only slowed it down by 20, which is not enough, but I will continue. A few more seconds passed when my clone picked up another book. This might work, I said to myself as I saw what the book had. My clone began to flip the pages, reading them rapidly and reading everything they contained, and soon a formation came. I looked at the formation, and the strings began to move, form themselves into the runes, and soon an extremely complicated formation appeared across its body. Buzz, the formation activated, and to my utter shock, a second later, the golem had slowed down. I had not thought it would work. There are nearly 30 formations to fry its control system in the book, and I have only used the first, and it was enough to slow it down. Seeing that, I poured more energy into the formation, and even added a lot of rule-bending power, which seemed to do the trick in bypassing its defense and turning it off. It began to fall down at a sudden stop as it was mid-attack, but I waved my hand, and it went to a standing position while I just wanted to crouch down and turn off the burning of my essence and start the recovery. But now, I first have to dispose of it. I could leave it here. It is a powerful tool. If I got control over it, it would help a lot, but first I have to store it, and thankfully, the old snake has just a thing about it. Thud. A huge metallic rectangular box appeared. It was big enough to store it, and powerful enough that even the golem wouldn't be able to do anything. Even if it blasts itself to pieces, it won't do much other than dent it into a few places. Mount Zarisar, I said, grinningly as I breathed in, and a large amount of fire energy came inside my body before being immediately absorbed by my cosmic elemental core. Just outside the volcano, the energy is so thick she couldn't imagine the type of dense fire energy would be inside the volcano. It had taken her 2.5 months to reach this place, and during the journey, she nearly died more times than she could remember, but everything would be worth it if this dense fiery energy were anything to go by. It had nearly 9 months since she had come to this ruin, first time away from her twin for so long, but she had to. A big grim monster is coming for her and her world, and she needs the strength to defeat it, and this place will give it to her. She's going to be here for the next 8 months and will try her hardest to achieve the breakthrough into the Grandmaster class. I hope you have what I need, she said with a laugh and walked toward the mountain, walking on the lava that could turn any most grand lord into ashes, but her, it is providing the energy. She hadn't even activated her armor as she walked through this place. She did not need to. This place may be hell to others, but to her, it is heaven. Every breath she took, it energizes her. Every part of her body absorbs the fire energy around, from her toes to her hair. It is really hard to find fire energy of this level. The Grimms have really explored a lot of places, and this one is one of theirs. Usually, such places are too dangerous to explore. Only the Grand Lords at the end of their lives do it, and if there weren't a danger of being wiped out by the big Grimm monsters, she wouldn't have come here this early. She had been nearly killed almost daily. One had even crushed her chest, and was hair-breadth away from destroying her core when she had killed it. There are many such instances she had faced in the last 9 months. Sigh. She sighed those memories away and activated her armor. She was being daredevil for not using it for a few minutes, but necessary in this dangerous place, where nearly everything had the power to kill her. She did not like her armor, nor her sister. They did not tell anyone, but it felt restricted. Whenever she activated, she felt confined, but it was the only thing that kept her and her sister alive. Still, she sometimes wished she had the inheritance that could fully harness the power of her cosmic elemental core. This inheritance was not even able to harness a quarter of its power. If they had the inheritance that could fully harness the power of her core, then Big Grimm's would have its ashes floating somewhere else. There is nothing she can do about her condition. She is lucky to be alive, and she should learn to appreciate that. She suddenly sensed something, and immediately her sword became a blur, cutting through the thing that had just attacked her. She looked at two pieces of a tiny snake. It is small as her palm, but had the power of the Grand Lord, and one with considerably powerful sensory abilities. Her stealth method helps her meld into the environment. The method is nothing special. What is special is her core, which makes her nearly invisible in an area with fire energy. The denser the fire energy is, the greater invisibility she will wield. Not long ago, a monster that could have her breakfast passed her. It was barely 100 meters away, and even then, it could not sense her, but this freaker did. There are always exceptions, and she needs to be careful of them. She removed the core and stored the body in her storage before closing her eyes, and soon, an immense amount of pure fiery energy began to enter inside her. It is slightly painful as monster cores are a little harder to absorb, as they might be fire elemental monsters, but their core contains many other things, which are a little painful when absorbing. Once they entered her core, everything else turned to ashes, and only fire elemental energy got absorbed into the core, making it stronger. Though not her, she had reached the limit of the power she could wield through this inheritance, but her core still needed a massive amount of energy. It took little more than a minute to absorb the strong core of the Grand Lord monster, and it is less than a drop in the bucket. The energies she needs are colossal, and only a place like this could fulfill the need of her core. 3.5 hours passed as she climbed through the massive volcanic mountain, and the fiery energy became even denser. So much so that no Grand Lord, even that Rai, would be turned into ashes if he stood here, but to her it is the most comfortable thing ever, and in the place she is going, the energy is going to get much denser. Another 40 minutes passed. When she stopped, she looked at a huge door embedded in the mountain, with the numeric 17 written on it in a huge number. She moved left, seeing that her destination was door number 11, which is on the left side. Another hour passed, and she finally reached door number 11 and walked toward the huge door. From the records she found, this place used to be a huge city, a forge city, the greatest city in the world which it was part of. It was ruled by the 20 forge masters, each powerhouse powerful enough to shake the world, but also the greatest craftsmen, whose skills could only be matched by the other forge masters. She appeared by the door, which was nearly 50 meters tall, and took out the red key, which is big as her. There was very little information about the mouth in the Grimm's notes that Michael had provided. Even 2 Grimms who had come to this ruin had not dared to walk this mountain. This key she had got from the 11th Forge Masters abode those formation that abode nearly killed her, but it had given her the key and also the information about this place. Click, she flew near the keyhole and inserted the huge key before swinging it and immediately heard that clicking sound. Hearing that, she pushed the door, needing to use considerable force to just move it a little. Soon, the door opened at the finger length, and fire energy so pure that she had never sensed in her life came at her, and her body absorbed it all greedily. Feeling excited, she used all her strength to push open the door, and the more she pushed open, the more energy would come out. Soon it opened enough that she had gone inside, but stopped immediately as she sensed the danger. It is powerful enough to kill her in her current state, but the opportunity that lies inside is also too big to let it go. After thinking for a few seconds, she made up her mind and walked inside. Monster integration, careful, careful. I am saying this mantra over and over as my string carefully wrapped around the white peach. I am in an extremely dangerous place. There is a monster sleeping closer to the tree, and if it had sensed me, it will be the end of it, as I don't think the 3 miles distance would affect it much. I wouldn't have taken such a huge risk if it were not for the tree in the middle of the huge lake of corruption. Those white peaches are extremely useful resources that will aid me tremendously if I consume them before the breakthrough. It is important enough that I am willing to take the risk against the monster, whom even Ashlyn and Nero couldn't match. There are hundreds of peaches on the tree, but I am only targeting 3, 1 for each of us, but it is truly risky, but I really needed it for the success of my breakthrough. Slowly the fruit before completely enveloping in, seeing that a smile helped but appear on my face. As it did, the strings wrapped around all 3 cut it from the branch without making the slightest sound. As peaches are plucked, they disappeared. They have not disappeared but are enveloped in invisibility, and in their place different peaches appear, who look the same and also possess the same aura. Even if I am dealing with a monster, I want to be thorough. The monsters are quite smart about these things. I slowly begin to bring the plucked peaches toward me. If I pulled them at full speed, it wouldn't take long, more than a couple of seconds, to bring them toward me, but the monster might discover it, so I have to be slow. A few minutes passed and the peaches had covered half of the road and now only half had remained. Suddenly I stopped as a frown appeared on the face of a sleeping monster, and it sniffed for some reason while miles away I remained frozen, not daring even to twitch. A second later the expressions eased, but I remained frozen for a minute before pulling the peaches. A 6 minute passed, and finally, the peaches entered the formation where I was hiding, and I immediately took them in my hand. They are white as snow and radiate pureness that very few resources could. These are Mar Radiance peaches. They are similar to stainless lotuses, as they only grew up in corruption. I looked at them for a moment before turning to the second thing, a small blue bottle in front of me in which an invisible string was burrowed. This string is sucking the corruption out of the lake, the most power it could bear. Seeing the amount I had collected, a smile couldn't help but appear on my face. This is true primary II class corruption, very powerful, that only my strings could bring it out from the deeper part of the lake. I had used every bit of the corruption I had gotten from the old snake and wanted to find it, but it was not easy, especially at this level, where even this far, the power of the world was suppressing it. My strings or the bottle both are capable of hiding it from the world. I could not let it detect it, as the slightest change in the environment would immediately be detected by the sleeping monster. This corruption would help me a lot, and if I am able to harvest the big grim, this corruption will help me grow a lot of stainless lotuses. If I did not get that chance, this lake would provide them to me. I had thrown 12 seeds of stainless blood soul lotuses in the lake. They are the highest grade seeds I have, and I am sure at least half would grow, though they take a lot of time without growth energy. I began to pull back the string, and barely a second had passed when suddenly, the black salamander opened its eyes. Roarrrrrrr. It opened its mouth and roared loudly. Its aura was filled with such power that I felt my soul shaking. I froze, fearing it had discovered me, as it began to sniff before it moved, and it moved with such a speed that I could not follow before stopping, and now, under its claws, the rat monster. Seeing that, I couldn't help but sigh of relief. The monster had not discovered Nero or me, who was a little ahead of me and provided me with a visual. I wouldn't have asked Nero to take such a risk if I did not know his abilities. If he remained frozen and used his natural stealth ability, then not even a monster of this caliber would discover him, even if he was a few meters away from him. I have seen it happen many times with some monster more powerful than this lizard. Putch. The salamander pierced its claws inside the rat monster effortlessly. The rat was powerful enough that even I would be no match for it, even after burning my blood, but this salamander effortlessly killed it. As it did, it began to gorge on it. It took barely a minute to gorge out the rodent, leaving behind barely anything, before it started to sniff around again, and it did for a few minutes but did not seem to find anything. It seemed to have relieved it as it went to the old spot and laid on the stone, closing its eyes not long after. I did not make any movements for 10 minutes, and only when I became sure it was truly sleeping did I begin to slowly pull back the string. Nearly 10 minutes later, the string entered inside, and it had birthed a fingernail-sized purple-black crystal. It is more powerful than the liquid corruption I had in a collection, and its grade is also higher. There are even more powerful corruption crystals inside the lake, but my strings are not powerful enough to bring them out securely. Even under the isolation of strings, some aura might leak away, and it will be a death of me. Even after bringing 2 strings out, I did not move and instead sat comfortably in my hidden spot. I will only move when the monster moves, for the hunt Nero has observed it for a few days, and it will move in a day or two. That will be my chance to leave. With time in my hand, I sat crossed-legged, sealed my power even more tightly, and closed my eyes before entering inside my core. There I checked the corruption and fruits for a few minutes before entering the library and started working on my inheritance with my core. A year had passed since I came to this ruin, and I have faced many dangers, many of which nearly killed me, that seemed to happen almost daily when I was out. I have survived while always working on my inheritance. I have made huge progress, but is not as much as I would like to, but I have a year, and I think I might be able to accomplish it if I am continued working as I have been in the past year. 6 hours had passed since I was waiting for the monster to wake up and leave, but the bastard was still sleeping. I am not having any problem, but I don't like to stay in a place where the monster might discover me at any time. The formation is perfect, with the power Varus stones, but still, I like to be somewhere safe. I looked at the visual appearing in front of me before I once again focused on the hundreds of things in front of me. I am experimenting on my rule power. The rule of mortality had many uses, from healing to stealth. It is a rule power had the power of life and death, which means I could use these elements in stealth by melding into a place where both elements exist. This ruin is filled with life energy, and the place I am are with death. I am finding a way to incorporate it into my stealth method, but till now, I have not found it anyway, though I have leads on which I am working. Hours passed, and I continued working on it while taking the reference from the books from the library, which told me it was very possible to do it. It's just that I could not use those ways because them being too advanced, and I could require the aid of resources, which I do not have. So I have to find my way, using the knowledge in the books. 9 hours had passed when I closed the books and put away items. I have used my research time, and it is, once again, time to focus back on the inheritance. RORRR. 2 hours passed when I suddenly monster opened its eyes and roared loudly before staring at the north, where it was sensing something. It started for a couple of seconds before turning to blur as it disappeared. A minute passed, and it disappeared even from Nero's eyes, though Nero could feel its sense locked on the tree. This is the reason why I had not tried to take all the fruits, because the bastard had always had its eyes on them. Even when it's hunting, just yesterday, it slaughtered a group of monsters that had tried to go for the fruits while it was away on the hunt. It treasures those fruits, and if I had been in its place, I would have done the same. They are too precious. A few more minutes passed, and when Nero spoke the words I had been waiting to hear. "Father, you can leave now, it is quite far away," he said, and just as I heard, I opened my eyes and waved my hand, taking formation inside my storage before running away as much as speed as possible to do safely. Ashlyn flew ahead of me, scouting the way while Nero remained on the watch. A couple of minutes passed, and I have crossed 5 miles before slowing down as I once again entered the monster-dense area. I will only be safe when I reach my safe spot, which would take me 2 to 3 days to reach. A year ago, it would have taken me 10 to 15 days, with the sheer number of monsters I had to fight, not to mention the snail-like speed I had to maintain to move, but a year later, things changed. Repeatedly getting caught by monsters had forced me to improve my method every month. There would be an advancement in stealth, and even now, I am focusing on improving it. It is the only way I could cover the large area of this ruin without spending too much time following. There are a huge number of places Ashlyn and Nero had found here. I want to visit them, as they not only provide the resources but also knowledge. If I had stayed in one place and focused on my inheritance, I wouldn't have made such progress. While the progress is not satisfactory to me, it is tremendous what I have accomplished. I am only unsatisfied I have only because of the time I have. If I had a year more, I would be 100% confident about creating the inheritance, but I only had 2 years, and one is already over. Time passed as I crossed through the territory of one monster after another. Ashlyn had killed many monsters residing in these places. It took a few days for another monster to take over it. This place is jammed-packed with monsters, despite a huge number dying every day. The monster here is always fighting for territory, mates, and other things, but despite that, barely any change occurs in their populations. This place is hell for the Grand Lords. Even someone at the level of Matron Mavis and Reek would become desperate here. It had become desperate, which is it ran away within a week, despite the huge greed it had for the resources for this ruin. It had come for those resources and to find a chance to make a breakthrough above the limit, and the bastard had even found hints of it, but it had become so dangerous for it that it could not stay further. It had promised to come back after its art was above its limit, but it had not. It is a good thing it had not. If it had happened, then it would have already wiped us away years ago. Sigh. Little more than 2 hours passed when I took a sigh of relief. Nero had finally left, and I thought he would try for the peaches. I didn't say anything about it to him in the past year. I had learned to let them make their own decision. Now, I barely voice my objection to anything, and even when I do it like a suggestion rather than an order. It took half an hour for Nero to reach me, and I increased my speed even further as I have got the 2 scouts. With this speed, I would reach my permanent safe house even sooner. A few hours passed, and barely any monster had sensed. Those who sensed got killed by Ashlyn and Nero. I am not the only one who has improved in the past year. They, too, have improved tremendously, even more than me. Now, they took only a second or two to kill most monsters. Only the powerful took more time. Soon a day passed in the day, and I had only fought one monster. I usually fought only 1 or 2 monsters a day, which I think is enough. BANNG. A few more hours passed, and I reached quite close to my permanent safe hour. 2-3 hours more, and I would be there where I would finally be able to let my guard down. A little more than an hour passed when I sensed the monster coming toward me, specifically toward me. It had sensed me. Monster integration, let it come, I said to them as I stopped. I had not wanted to fight any monster, but this one was different. It had sensed me despite there being a huge distance between us. With the current level of progress in my stealth method, it is very hard for them to sense me from such a long distance. All the monsters had sensed me before had been within 500 meters of distance, but this one was little more than a mile away, and it had still sensed me. It couldn't help but fascinate me. Growl. It stopped in front of me and growled while I looked at it, slightly confused, as it looked wolf and also a dog. It is gray fur with red strips across its body. One of the red strips goes between its eyes, giving it a quite menacing look, which is also the element that confuses the hell out of me. It might be a hybrid between them, as there are dogs in these ruins, and I had fought against a few of them. It did not matter what it was. What mattered is this wolf-dog monster was powerful. Very powerful that I wouldn't have been able to fight against it a year ago without burning my blood. Come, little doggy, I said to the wolf-dog looking at me. Growl. It growled and jumped at me at the same time. I have moved my sword toward its razor-sharp claws. Cln, they clashed against my sword, shaking me from up to down, forcing me to take a step back. It had even injured me enough that blood had come out of my mouth, but it had become so normal in the battle against these monsters in the past year I stopped worrying about such things. Cln. Like all the monsters, it reacted immediately, appearing to my left and swiping its claws at me, but I had been expecting it. It attacked again and then again, but I have defended. I have gotten so used to such attacks that I could even defend against them with my eyes closed, but of course I would not take such a risk. Soon, 20 seconds passed, and a smile appeared on my face, and surprise and horror appeared in its eyes. You are quite smart, I said, seeing it trying to retreat, but it had become slow enough that I appeared directly in front of it and attacked. I have developed a method to wrap the strings around the monster's bodies faster, and this weave is very tight and already powerful. As I put more layers on it, it slowed it down further till it couldn't move anymore. 1.5 minutes passed, and I was finally able to freeze it then. It was a matter of a few seconds for me to kill it before depositing its body inside my core. With the monster dead, I resumed my journey toward my safe house. Soon, 1.5 hours passed, and I have once again reached the gates of the monastery, my safe house. Buzz. I waved my hand and formation came out of it. It had stuck to the door before it buzzed, and a few seconds later, I heard the clicking sound and pushed the door open. You guys, take care, I said to Ashlyn and Nero. Both of them have no interest in coming inside, rather, they would enjoy the freedom outside. I entered inside, and the door closed behind me while I walked toward the black door. It had been the longest I had been away from the monastery as usual. I returned within a month and stayed at least a week before coming out, but this time, it had been nearly 2 months since I had come back. I have achieved a lot in the 2 months I have been out, and now, I am going to stay inside for at least a month, working on my inheritance and meditating. I loved it in the monastery, and if I did not have to go out to collect data and test my methods and other things, I would have stayed inside and worked on my inheritance, which obviously would have taken quite a long to create the inheritance. I opened the black door and walked through it the moment I entered the other side. Powerful divine energy hit me. I smiled, seeing that before turning into the plants, 2,030 plants. Every 2 months I would collect the flowers and use some of the seeds to plant them till I had planted over 2,000 plants, and aside from a few who died, every plant was growing exuberantly. Soon I reached it and looked at thousands of flowers before beginning to harvest them. Like all the trees, this tree is also growing with the divine energy that is primary II. So at each harvest, they would grow a little more powerful, and with it, the flowers. It means the flowers of each harvest would be faintly higher grade than the ones harvested before. I had harvested them 10 days before leaving, and now all the flowers are matured. I could not see even a single flower that was not filled to the brim with the amazing nectar. I have a big plan for this nectar, and I would need as much as possible because if I succeed in achieving what I am doing, then I will have a great thing in my hand. If I fail, then not only am I going to lose a lot of nectar, even my life will be in danger. Soon, I finished harvesting all the flowers. I will soon need to extract all its nectar and hand it to Ashlyn. Tomorrow she will take it to the place she had taken in the past 2 times. I did not immediately leave. Instead, I looked at the first batch, which had reached the Lord class finally, and now the buds had started to form. The flowers will grow, and within a month, I will have night-grade flowers. I will harvest half of them and plan to do that at each level, as it will be tremendously useful in the growing next generation of powerhouses in the Academy. The Academy had become powerful, but it still paled compared to the Supreme. If we are able to defeat the big Grimms, I will wipe all the Grimms. Ramona Hawthorne was not able to do that, with them hiding in their artifact, even after gaining the power above the limit, but I will. With my abilities, it is not a big deal for me, and I have prepared for it. Only a big Grimm needs to die, and within a week, I will wipe out all the Grimms inside that bloody artifact. Once the Grimms disappear, and after the power dynamics in the world will change, and I want the Academy to survive in those dynamics, and for it we need to be strong. It is not a big thing for me. Nothing is except for a big Grimm. Once I defeat it, everything will be easy. A laugh couldn't escape from my mouth even now. There was a 99 chance that Big Grimm would bury us all dead, and unless we killed it, there was no need to think about the future. As with it, there isn't any. Boom, boom, boom. I dodged one attack barely by inches, some even grazed by me, before blasting craters on the ground. I had been running away for more than an hour from this bastard, which was hell-bent on killing me. I had only taken a single plant from its collection, but it had made the bastard so angry as chasing me like mad. Even Grimm's had not pressured me this much, as this monster was doing one of the most powerful monsters in this ruin, king of one of 7 regions, a true primary II class monster. It is an amethyst-scale dino bird, but with a huge horn on its head, from which it is shooting powerful amethyst blasts at me. I shouldn't have gone for that plant, but I had no choice, it had it, and I needed it. If I had searched in ruin, I would have taken months to find it, and even if I did, I wouldn't have found it in the grade I needed. It needed to be at primary II, and it was, and the moment I put it in the egg, all its runes lit up. For more than a year, I have been practicing the method, focusing on it with my all, as it is the optimum method that will give me all power I need to defeat the big grim monsters. All the preparations had been finished, I had practiced all the minor 7 methods and finally created the egg, which took my strength to barely edge away from the primary II class. With every preparation made, I just need to find a quiet, safe spot and practice the method, and that is what I had planned to do when the bastard returned and began to chase me like mad. "You bastard, just stop, I only took 1 plant, the horde of it had still remained in your nest," I shouted. If I knew the bastard would chase me like mad, I should have taken all the hoard of treasure. It was really huge and I wanted to take it, but control myself, with the thought of returning and beating this monster, then taking its treasures fairly. Now I don't know whether it will happen or not, it is close to me, and the moment it caught or one of its blasts hit me, it would be game over. I will have to deal with the monster, but it is too powerful, but strength is not the only way. There is guile, and it is where I am taking it. If I am successful, then I will be able to get rid of the monster. I had already covered most of the distance that would have taken me days. It only took an hour, and I would need to keep running for 10 more minutes before reaching it. Sup, sup, sup. Another blast of energy came at me, and I flapped my wings, flashing around at a very fast speed to avoid them, but still faintly sang through it, and its energy entered inside me and began to tear me apart. It is very hard to do it. Michael had said I have a very strong body. It was strong as 8 Grimms, who were half level above me, and that was before I broke the 2 seals containing the mutation, which had strengthened me rapidly. Michael did a very good job managing the mutation, but side effects had remained, but 7 minor levels of the method had wiped it all out. When the method reaches level 1 and the egg hatches, all the side effects of mutation will vanish. Not even a faintest will remain, even those that remain internally, since I ate the miracle fruit of bloodline when I was a child. Michael had reduced it, but was never able to remove it, making me feel inhuman. Though the method will fix it, it will not turn me human again. I will become more inhuman, but will look like a complete human, which is more than enough for me. Time passed, and I finally saw the huge broke vestige. Seeing that, a smile finally appeared on his strained face, and I flew toward that spot. In seconds, I will know whether I will succeed or not. I hope to, as it is the only way I will be alive. Seconds passed, and the monster kept attacking me. I dodged the most, but some grazed me despite my efforts. One had taken a large chunk of my face, including my one eye, but I did not have time to care about it. I swooped in, and the monster followed. Seeing that, I couldn't help but take a sigh of relief. I had thought the monster's instinct would kick in, and it would sense something wrong, but it did not. Thap. I reached the broken circle and flew toward its end. It did not take it to reach the end, and the moment I did, I tapped on the stone block. Buzz. As I had expected, the broken circle lit up and immediately formed a dun, trapping the monster within. Even I was barely able to stop myself from getting caught inside. A few months ago, I had gotten trapped inside here. It would not keep the monster inside for long, just 9 days, and after that it would turn off automatically, which is more than enough for me. "Have fun here, little birdie," I said to the roaring monster, who was trying its all to break free by attacking it, but it will not. It stays trapped for 9 days before the formation will deactivate, and it will be out. It took me a little more than an hour for me to reach the safe spot before I took out the abode, a marble building, which I found in this ruin. It is very powerful, and the best quality about it is stealthy, even if I need to be very close and focus all my soul senses to discover it. I entered inside and simply lay on the bed to sleep after munching on powerful healing resources. Michael had said the mutation had made my healing abilities very strong and that I would be able to recover from it. It is time to test whether it is true or not. I woke up more than a day later, and the first thing I checked was my eye. There was no mangled flesh like before, but instead, new eyes just as before without any change, as I had never lost them. I checked for a few seconds and ate before finally sitting with my eyes closed in the training hall. A second later, an egg appeared in front of me, a white egg with runes on it. To be honest, it looked like a chicken egg. I have a dragon bloodline, but I have a chicken leg. If my love got to know about it, she would laugh till tears streamed down my face. Remembering her, a smile couldn't help but appear on my face. I missed her a lot, which is why I had to get strong enough to kill that grim bastard. I calmed my emotions and focused on the egg. There is only one last step had remained, feeling the mutation, and now I will just do that. I leased the lock on the rings enveloping the egg. It is mostly the third ring. I have already consumed the mutation in the 2 rings. Buzz, the third ring buzzed, and the powerful unstable mutation poured out, and the runes on the egg lit up, and it began to consume it. I watched with bated breath for any anomaly, as this mutation in the third ring is far stronger and very unstable. That Michael had created a seal that I couldn't open quickly. As for me, I needed to be ready to unseal it. It had unsealed because I was finally ready, but instead of directly merging with it, I was sending it to the egg. If the method worked as it should work, then I would get the power that mutation contained without side effects. It would even take all side effects from my body, as after it finishes absorbing the mutation from the ring, it will come for the one that is in my body. It will be an extremely painful and dangerous process. There is a high chance that I will do it, but if I succeed, I will gain the strength of primary II. Click, the door of the monastery closed behind me. It might be the last time I would see it. If I see it next time, then it will be only after I have defeated the Big Grim. 1 year and 11 months have passed since I have come to this ruin, and I have 44 to 52 days, with fluctuating time, and I have to make a breakthrough by that time. I don't think I will have a problem. These past 10 months have been insanely productive. I have made tremendous progress, and I am now barely a step away from finishing my inheritance, which I will do in a week, 10 days at most. Till then, I have a couple of things to do. First is to harvest the resources I have invested huge resources in before going for the place where I will make a breakthrough. I first thought about making a breakthrough into the monastery, but it is not a perfect place. It is sealed from outside energy, and I plan to use it other than worldly energy. The energy of this ruin will be extremely useful in my breakthrough. It is a higher grade than any energy back in the world, not to mention it is infused with spatial and temporal energy. For others to use it in their breakthrough would be like poison, but to me, it is nectar. The commonplace will not do. I would need a safe place that could protect me against the monster, and at the same, give me unaided access to energy, and thankfully I have found such a place. It was by total mistake, but it is very good. If it were not for that, I would have used the monastery. Keeping my emotions under control, I begin to move. My destination is quite far, that it would have taken me more than a month to reach there when I first arrived. Now, 2 to 3 days would be more than enough. I moved with my stealth method active while Ashlyn and Nero scouted for me, so I would avoid any monster coming toward me. I have fought against so many monsters in the time I have here that I do not want anyone, nor do I need to. I have got everything I have wanted, and now, I just want to collect the things before moving toward my breakthrough spot. Before I knew it, 6 hours had passed, and I had not fought even a single monster while covering a large swath area, crossing the territories of hundreds of monsters. Some of them were dangerous enough to kill me in a single swipe. Thankfully, it didn't happen. I have constantly been working on every aspect of my power, especially the stealth method, which has improved tremendously. There is nothing greater than fear of death that bred ingenuity. I have worked really hard in every part of my inheritance, and what I have created has really made me proud. I wouldn't have been able to do it without a library. It is the sole reason I have reached so close to creating the inheritance. If it not for it, I don't think I would have been able to create the inheritance, even if I had 5 years in this ruin. It would have needed me at least 10 years to create, and it wouldn't have been as good as what I am about to create. Another 6 hours passed, and I have fought against the monster. There was no choice, as it came running toward me very fast, chasing a different prey, but when it sensed me up close, it forgot that prey and came at me. It was a battle I had finished within a minute without attracting any monsters. I still remember a battle a few months ago while the monster I fought was normal. Once it had attracted, is very dangerous at that moment, and I killed it. I took out my stealthy formation and hid inside it with Ashlyn and Nero. It was powerful enough that even Ashlyn and Nero would have dealt with it, and it had been extremely close, but formation had saved us. In the past few months, I have perfected that formation even further, and I will be counting on it to save me before it is absolute mayhem when my work gets discovered. I will try my hardest for monsters to discover what I did and sneakily slip away after what I had got, but if they discover it, then I want to be ready for the mayhem that will appear. As this time there will not be a single monster like when Ashlyn and Nero stole these peaches, but a huge group of them. Yes, Ashlyn and Nero stole more than half of the peaches 2 weeks after I entered mayhem. They did it after I slept, so I would not discover what they had done. When I woke up the next morning, they had a lot of peaches, and every angry monster, which was very angry, had killed a lot of monsters, till another monster of equal power came and fought it. Now that salamander guards its peaches even more zealously. It even looks at new plants that appeared on the corrupted lake with the same eyes. All the stainless lotus seeds I had thrown in the lake had budded and grown, and with such a concentrated curse, they had even reached emperor grade and growing even faster. In 2 to 3 years, they would break the limit and reach primary II class. Even if I died, some human will might find them, and it will help them tremendously against the Grims. They are not the only plants. I have planted hundreds of them in a suitable environment. If I had time, I would have planted more, but unfortunately, I did not. Soon, 2.5 days passed, and I reached my destination. I have reached it, but I am still moving toward it. I would like to be as close as possible, but not too close, which is why I had stopped when I reached the 5 mile of radius. I had reached the hidden spot that Nero and Ashlyn found long ago. It is a very hidden place. They don't come. It Baron and those monsters like Baron. For extra stealth, I activated the formation before sitting center of it with Ashlyn on my shoulder. Nero will be out, while Ashlyn will be with me. With preparations done, I closed my eyes, and a string came out of me and moved out of the formation toward the destination. It didn't take long for it to reach the destination, a giant freaking honeycomb with thousands of bees, which are big as my leg. There are worker bees. The protected bees are even bigger than others, and I saw them kill the monsters with deadly accuracy. As I am going to do here, it is obvious I am going to steal honey, which I had spent an insane number of resources to make. For 16 months, I have been feeding these bees the nectar. I have fed 90 of the divine nectar I had harvested from the tree. It is not just divine nectar I had fed them, but also the nectar of the other flowers and even life source from the necrotic tree, which I had not thought these bees would like, but they did. Now it is time to cash in my investment. I hope the investment turns out to be as I am expecting it. If it is just honey of yellow gray's bees, then I will literally cry. The honey of these bees is extremely good. I have harvested it before, but this batch will be different because of the resources I used to craft it. There are many beehives in the area I have explored, more than 10 of them, of which I have harvested honey from 7, and of these 7, the honey of these bees is the best. I even created a badge of mead from it when I was feeling stumped, and it is really delicious that Ashlyn and Nero cleaned 1 bottle each in record time, and I had to lock the rest, fearing they might drink it when I was not looking. The string moved carefully as it reached the honeycomb the queen bee was guarding and was very powerful, just a step away from primary II class. I had just thought when suddenly my string had stopped, and shock appeared on my face. My string had reached close enough to the honeycomb that I could sense the aura of bees inside the honeycomb, especially of the queen bee, and since the last time I had checked, it had grown considerably more powerful. 16 months ago, it had been a step away from primary II class, and now it is a hairbreadth away from it. It had made tremendous improvement, and I felt like the resources I had provided had helped it a lot. While the resources I had provided were not the most powerful from their ruins standard, their grade was. Each one of them helped in the breakthrough. I just hoped it hadn't consumed all the honey it had made from my resources. It had become riskier, with the queen bee becoming even more powerful, but I had invested too much to back down. I would have backed down if it had reached primary II, but it did not, so I will try to get what I deserve. My string had touched the honeycomb before slowly entering it very carefully. The honeycomb is huge, but the sense of a queen bee always envelops it. It will notice the slightest change. I have studied the soul sense of these bees and made changes that will make discovering my strings harder. Getting discovered is not the only challenge I have. The biggest would be taking the honey from the honeycomb. It is far more difficult than the last time, as this time, the queen and other bees are even more powerful. The string had entered inside, and slowly its soul sense, heavy with rule-bending power, spread across the honeycomb, and when I saw it was not discovered, a smile couldn't help but fill my face. Soon my expression turned calm, and I once again saw the amazing process of honeymaking. It is a 3-part process. First, worker bees collect the nectar, which they then would give to house bees, which would take inside them and mix it with enzymes that are special to their species. Then they would add it to the hexagonal cells, where it would turn into honey. As for the queen, its only job is to produce more bees and keep an eye on everything. I have seen it correcting the bee immediately when it made a mistake. My string slowly dipped into one of the cells, and a few seconds later, a big smile bloomed across my face. The honey had all quality I had hoped it would have. It was even better than I had imagined it would be. It couldn't help but turn me ecstatic that I wanted to start sucking the honey immediately. I did not. Instead, I calmed myself. The first thing I did was split the string immediately. The string split into, from honeycomb to me. The ends of 2 strings dipped into the bottle in front of me. The blue bottle was filled with a special liquid I had made for this purpose, and the second transparent one was empty. As it happened, their ends at the honeycomb began to split again and begin to dip into the hexagonal cells. They split into thousands of parts. Each cell would have 2 strings dipped into it. One is connected to the empty bottle, while the other is connected to the filled bottle. I simply cannot take honey. The queen bee will notice. So just like I had done with the peaches, I will add something in honey same time I suck it. It is a special solution, which will look like honey and be honey when sensed, but it is not true honey. It will also disappear within time, so dilution or loss will occur to honey, but it will surely make the queen mad. With all the preparations made, I waited. There is 3.5 hour rest period when the queen rests, in that it will be less alert. I will finish my job at that time. So there was nothing more to do other than wait. I closed my eyes and began working on the inheritance. I have to finish it within 2 weeks and check it after for mistakes before making a breakthrough, which is not a lot of time, but I will have to accomplish it, which is why I could not waste even a minute. 7 hours passed, and I opened my eyes with a smile on my face, which turned serious a moment later. Let's begin. It had been 15 minutes since the queen began resting. I had waited for it to fall into sleep more deeply, and now that it did, it was time I begin the harvest. Buzz. The formation across the strings had lit up, and the string connected to the bottle acted. The string begins to suck the solution, and when it reaches the end of the string, the other string starts. It begins to suck the honey while the other strings release an equal amount of solution. I am taking the honey from the bottom of the cells and depositing the solution at the bottom as well. As I noticed, when the bees drink honey, they mostly drink from the tip, only the queen drinks from deeper. Currently, the queen is resting, and it is not going to wake up for at least 3 hours, while I will be finished in less than 1 and will leave immediately. I wanted to be out and far away by the time the queen noticed what had happened. Its fury would going to be wild, and I did not want to get caught in it, despite my confidence in the formation. I did the same last time, and the thing is, the queen did not even notice. I did not take more than a few bottles. This time I am taking more, so the chances of getting discovered are also higher. Half an hour passed, and I had got most of what I wanted. 10 more minutes, and I would take all the honey I needed. I looked at the transparent bottle, which was filled with honey. It may seem small, but the storage inside was larger than it looked. The same with strings. They are thinner than the hair, but the space inside them is spatially enlarged so that they can transfer far more honey than it looks. Everything is going according to plan. It couldn't make me happy, and also pity the guards. The queen is going to be very mad when it discovers what has happened. It would increase the guards at honeycomb when it is resting, and currently there are quite a lot of guard bees, but not a single one of them was able to discover what is happening. 8 more minutes passed, and the smile on my face became even bigger when suddenly my smile froze. The queen bee had opened all its eyes and had a fury in them, the same one that salamander had when it had started a massacre in search of the thief of its precious peaches. Damn, I couldn't help but curse loudly and immediately started on plans which I had prepared in case this happened. The queen let out a loud, sharp sound. It immediately woke up all the bees from worker to guard bees. All of them turned alert in an instant, and their eyes turned red, while their soul sense exploded as they began a frenzied search for the bees. While I stopped taking honey and narrowed the soul sense just enough to get a look at things at honeycomb and not look at them clearly. I did not move the strings. It was too dangerous. My strings are not easily discoverable. I should worry more about myself. Seeing within a few seconds, 3 bees went over my hiding spot. If I get discovered, thousands of bees will come at me, and it will be game over me for me, considering each and every bee is above Grand Lord's class. I may survive a few, but not hundreds, forget thousands. I was doing everything I could and could do nothing further, so I stopped worrying and closed my eyes, and went to my core while Ashlyn kept eyes on my surrounding. Hours passed, but the bees kept searching for the thief in a frenzy. They were far more angry than I had thought. They had spread far and wide in search of the thief, invading and killing lots of monsters. I couldn't help but feel a little guilty about it, as they were innocent but fell prey to the fury of the bees. Even some bees had died when they attacked a monster that was far more powerful than them. It took more than a day for their frenzy to slow but not stop. It took another day for their frenzy to stop, but it all acted to draw out the thief. The monsters may be dumb, but they are smarter in some way. It was 3.5 days when everything turned calm, and the queen had truly slept this time. It was not acting. So I finally acted and began to pull out my strings slowly. I had very much wanted to take more honey, but I controlled my greed. I have taken more than enough, and it is time I should take back my strings and leave this place. It took me 8 minutes to pull back my strings, and as I did it, I waited, and within a few minutes I got the go-ahead immediately. I waved my hand, storing the stealth formation in my storage, before getting up and moving through the way Nero had scouted. Ashlyn also flew out of my shoulder and began to help me move through the maze of bees. While the bees have stopped their frenzied search, they are still vigilant and spread wide due to the monsters they have killed. Now they are occupying their territory, killing any monster that got too close. I do not want to get caught by them even now. When they find the monster in their territory, they call the whole ground and descend on it. Even if they are weaker, they make up with their large numbers and poisonous sting, which incapacitate any monster within a second to minutes, depending on their power. Most monsters do not want to mess with these bees and stayed away. Little more than half an hour passed when finally a smile couldn't help but appear on my face. I have got out. There is a large number of bees, but I have got out with the help of Ashlyn and Nero. I did not stop. I kept moving. I was not safe. Nothing here was safe unless I found something like a monastery, which is unbreakable by any monster here. Then I am not truly safe. If I survive the big grim, I will definitely return here. This place is a treasure trove, everywhere are resources, and this is the safest part of the ruin. There are some areas that Ashlyn and Nero had found which is filled with powerful monsters. Every monster there is a step away from the primary II stage, and some are even at it. Ashlyn and Nero saw them, they were terrifying. Now that I have acquired the honey, I could go to the place where I will make a breakthrough, but before that, I have to pick one thing from a place. I will not help me in any way, at least before I defeat the big grim, but I would like to collect it if it is ready. It is amazing, and I like to see if all that energy was enough to heal its damage. It is the most amazing thing I have found in the Reek's storage, and with the information I have found in the library, I was able to find a way to fix it. It was not difficult when one thinks about it, I just needed to feed it a shitload of energy. Far more than what Reek me and all the Grimm's storage had combined. Thankfully, with the help of Nero, I had found a source of great energy. It is immense, and I am kind of excited to see it. As it will help me take the academy where I need to take it. Choo-choo. 3 more hours passed when Ashlyn suddenly chirped, and fear appeared on my face. Immediately I looked around and saw the boulder. Stealth, I immediately behind me, and formation came out. I did not even wave my hand, and formation activated without me doing anything. I had designed it in such a way for a thing like this. A very powerful monster came toward me quickly, something I could not evade. I have to hide. It has happened several times in the past few months. Sometimes you cannot avoid them. Till now, this way has not failed, and it will not fail this time too. It better not fail, or forget even Ashlyn and Nero would struggle to kill it. So it is wise as say my life depends on it for it not to discover me. As I entered the circle, I didn't wait for the monster. I began to make preparations for the worse. The monster is coming to a worse place. We are very close to the territory of the 2 powerful monsters. So even if we dealt with it, it would attract the attention of other monsters, which would spell our doom. The thing that could happen is not discovering us, because it did, then it will turn very risky, and thus the preparations. A second had passed, and the monster had come. It would appear close to me before I even finished taking place. Finally, it had appeared, and it was just a few meters away from me, and I didn't know what kind of monster it was. All I could see was a blur, and it made me happy as it was moving away. A smile had just appeared when the monster stopped, and the smile froze on my face as I saw it sniffing the ground while a powerful soul scent spread around it. I did not dare to make any movement as I watched the black wolf, but prepared for the worst as, given its power, I would barely get a fraction of a second. If I made a mistake, then I would pay for it with my life. Buzz, I was watching with bated breath when I saw the monster stopping and turning toward me, and it disappeared from its spot and immediately activated and powered poured inside. BANNNG. The next instant, a loud bang rang out, and it shook me from head to toe. The shock was so powerful that it had not only made me vomit blood, but also several bones of my body and made my skin split. Still, my shields held on. You will have to try harder than that, little monster. I said to the black world is no larger than a common wolf monster, but have the power to tear apart the world. Growl. It growled at me and disappeared, and I readied myself, as the next blow was going to be harder than the previous. BANNNG. As I thought that, I felt the wolf crash to the left, and it made me nearly fall on my knee, but there was a smile on my face, seeing the confusion on the dumb monster's face. It had likely wanted to attack me from behind, but it moved left to come behind me, and it found itself crashing against the shields. The second attack made the shields fully visible, and to its shock, the black wolf had found itself trapped. As I have not covered myself in the shield but trapped it inside, it is a risky strategy, but I have no other choice. Before, if I defended myself with shields, it would attract the attention of the powerful monsters of the surroundings, and that will be bad. So it is better that I trap the monster in my shields this way. Not the slightest sound and bit of aura will come to seep out, but it will create another problem, which is killing the monster. It is no common monster, but one that is very close to the primary II, extremely powerful that even if I attacked it with my sword in full power, it would not do anything to it. There is only one option, and I truly hope it will work or I will die. Growl. BANNNG. The black wolf growled and began to crash against the shield to get out, and every second I poured more power to stop it. In the past 23 months, I have worked hard to improve every aspect of myself that include my strings. I could not improve them directly due to the limit, so I created the formation and used the resources to do it. I am strengthening my strings through it, and it is the reason why my shields were able to hold on against it. Without it, the power generated from my burning essence wouldn't have been enough. Still, in front of this massive power, my strings are just a step away from snapping because this bastard may look like a shadow element monster, but it is a purely physical one. If it had been an energy-type monster, any energy type, I would have been able to use it to strengthen my shields, but I do not have that luck. So I'm off to use the conventional way to deal with it. I just wish that this bastard would give me the time before each crash of it takes a huge chunk of my energy, and I want to finish it before it finishes me off. Soon a minute had passed, and it had drained away half of the essence. It is insane considering it was not a regular essence, but one that is strengthened with the formation in my core. Till now, no monster had been able to burn it this fast, including the Grims, but this one, and now, if it continued crashing against my shield at this pace, then I have less than a minute to deal with it. Seconds passed, and 21 seconds passed by when a small smile cracked across my face. Now, I want to see how fast you could hit my shields, I said to the monster as strings revealed themselves around its body. It's not just that. These strings are connected by finger-thick ropes which are connected to each shield, so it could be said it is bound by all shields, with its movements restricted from all angles. Growl. It growls in anger as it tries to break the ropes but is unsuccessful, so it tried to bite them, and I got worried for a moment, seeing the force of its teeth, but it soon calmed down. The rope is made of thousands of strings, and a very powerful formation attached to it. It is not easy to break. Bang. Seeing it couldn't break through my shields, it once again crashed against my shields, but the force it could use much less, not to mention my strings were using its massive physical power against it, making its blows even weaker. In a matter of seconds, the pressure on me had reduced a lot, but the job was far from over. Try hard, little wolf, I teased, and it glared at me with death, but trying to break through my shields again. Each of its attempts would give me greater data against it, which I would use to tighten it further, making it crash slower and slower till I am barely feeling any kick whenever it crashed against my shields. Another minute passed, and it had grown very angry, harnessing more power than before, but more than 70 of it getting absorbed and used against it, making its blows useless against me and my shields. Still, it did not solve the problem that I could not kill it. I did not have enough power to do it. Thankfully, there is someone else who could do this job for me. Ashlyn, will you? I said to her, and she flew immediately into the sphere of shield, and it did impede her. She just passed through the strings to the shock of the monster. Rip, rip, rip. Ashlyn's wings ripped through the monster's hide. Unlike my blade, she was not having a problem, but the thing is, the monster is healing too fast. Even when Ashlyn attacked it with fire in her wings, it still healed at visible speed, but its speed of healing was slowing down. In just half a minute, it had been reduced by the 20. This is huge that only Ashlyn could achieve it. In half a minute, she had slashed it thousands of times. Her speed was immense that even I could not follow her. She is ripping through it, weakening its healing power and defending, and soon, the time will come when it dies. I was watching when suddenly Nero showed me the vision of a monster a few seconds later. It died in Nero's stomach as he simply swallowed it. It was a second monster that had come our way since we had started fighting. Nero had killed them both. It is why I had kept Nero out despite knowing that I would be able to kill the wolf quickly if I sent both of them inside. I would need him outside to deal with anything that came our way. As sure as hell, I can't do it. PACHACK. Another minute passed when finally, Ashlyn's wing tore through the neck of the wolf, decapitating it in a single attack. Immediately, all the remains disappeared, and so are the shields, leaving behind no proof of the battle. Even the blood I vomited vaporized the moment it came out of my mouth. I had specially designed a formation for that a long time ago. Let's go, I said, and immediately began to move without wasting even a second. I am burning my blood here and need to find a safe spot. If I stop it now, I will not have the energy to even run, much less use the stealth method and fight against any monster that appears. Thankfully, one of our old safe spot is near. In 2 to 3 hours. We will be able to reach sooner if we are lucky. I could hold on till that if no monster had appeared, and just as I thought that it had appeared, but a few seconds later, Ashlyn's wing tore through it, slicing it into 2 parts. An hour passed, and we came across another monster, but Nero dealt with it. It was quite powerful and Nero needed nearly 4 seconds to kill it. I was quite impressed by his speed, as that monster was not weakling, but Nero had been able to kill it at an extremely fast speed. Another half an hour passed, and no monster had come. We have also reached our hiding spot. It was just as I had left it, and not the faintest monster presence could be felt it or around it, which couldn't help but make me feel relieved. I immediately went to it, and instead of directly taking out the abode, I took the formation and activated it. Only after checking it was working as I was expecting it to, I have taken out the abode and entered inside, and removed the clothes in the living room before summoning the tub of healing solution. Buzz. As I entered inside the yellow-green solution, the formation activated on its own and spread around my body while I slept. I hadn't slept for more than 4 days, and after a tiring battle, I let go of everything and slept. Buzz. My mind buzzed and I woke up 42 hours later, fully recovered from the burning of the essence. Even I was surprised by it, as I thought it would take me 2 days, given the amount of essence I had burned. It is a record for me, and I have to thank my clones for it. They did a little tinkering, changed the formation a little, and added a few more resources, including the new honey that I had harvested. I am fully recovered, but not feeling refreshed, as that feeling currently being overwhelmed by hunger. So I asked my clone to cook something for me while I went to the shower. By the time I came out of my room wearing the new set of cloth, the dinner had been ready, and I just needed to wave my hand and it had appeared on the table. I did, and dinner appeared on the table, and I began to shovel it into my mouth. I would have liked it if Ashlyn and Nero ate with me, but I had gotten used to it. As both of them have been staying outside, they have never entered any safe spot with me, loving the freedom they have got in this ruin. BANNG. Soon, I finished eating and cleaned the dishes before walking out of the safe abode. I did not plan to rest actually till I had collected what I had left long ago, but conditions have forced me. Now I have rested and recovered. There is no need to waste any time anymore. Now I will only rest when I reach my breakthrough point, or the conditions force me like they did 2 days ago. Soon, I walked out of my abode and collected it in formation before resuming my journey. It is a night without any light, which is fine by me. I have reached high enough power that night and day die not to make any difference to me. An hour passed and then another, and we have come across 3 monsters, but Ashlyn and Nero finished them quietly, and we continued moving as time passed before we finally reached the spot. Nero, go bring it out, I said as I hid in the stealth formation. Gasp. Nero nodded with his little head and went inside the ground, and a couple of seconds later, a shock couldn't help but appear on my face, and a gasp came out when I saw the state of the underground. The more distance Nero covered, the bigger shock would become on my face. About a year ago, there used to be a huge energy crystal mine in this place. They were very powerful crystals, albeit unpurified, but the deposit was huge, the biggest I have come across in this ruin, and now it is completely disappeared. I only saw bare few crystals here and there, but nothing else. It had truly shocked me to my core. Soon Nero had found it, and around it, not a single speck of crystal. Not only around, but even in the air there was no extremely dense energy. It was the same as I felt outside. Nero picked the thing up, and a little more than a minute later, he dropped it in my hand. I looked at the spherical object. It is the same object with fractals on it, which I had found in the Reek's storage. It was extremely damaged, and understanding what it was, Reek had tried to heal the damage, but as I had said, it required a huge amount of energy that even the whole Grim race did not have. Thank God they did not, because this thing would have made a huge difference. I looked at it for a few more seconds before putting it inside my core. I only needed to defeat the big Grim, then I would be free to use it without any problem. It wouldn't be easy, but I dare to dream. Putting it in my storage, I resumed my journey toward my breakthrough spot. I should be able to reach it within 1.5 days, and I hope I do not come across the monsters I had 2 days ago. It had taken me 2 days to recover, a lot of precious time wasted, and while my clones continued working on the inheritance, I could have joined them by now instead of still continuing with my journey. Buzz. A few minutes passed when I suddenly stopped and took out the stealth formation and activated it. 10 minutes later, I resumed my journey again. A bird monster had come from above. These bastards are extremely dangerous, most dangerous among all. As they flew higher, where the density of the energy was highest, thus making them more powerful than most monsters. If I had survived, I would truly like to experience those swirling clouds above. The density of energy there is amazing, but it is also extremely powerful. With my current strength, I couldn't remain there even for a second. But if I level up, I think I will be powerful enough to stay in the clouds, at least for a minute. Currently, the place I am running through has quite a high energy density. So much that if I had appeared here in this place, I would have started screaming in pain immediately, as this energy had started to tear me apart. It took me months to develop a way to survive in this dense energy, and due to it, I am able to move easily here. Hours passed, and with every step I began to get closer and closer to my destination. Before I knew it, a day had passed, and now I was just half a day away from reaching the breakthrough point. A few more minutes later, I looked to my left, where more than 500 kilometers away was a honeycomb of primary II grade. It is one of the most dangerous things Nero and Ashlyn had come across in this ruin. They were never able to reach close to it, nor they dared to, but they had sensed the power of guard bees, and they all were at primary II. The queen bee would be even more powerful than them. I want to go there one day, not just because of honey, but also to collect resources. The whole 200 square miles of the area is the territory of bees, and it is filled with resources, especially the ones which grow through the pollen. They were in the primary class, and Nero and Ashlyn were able to bring some of them to me, nearly risking their lives. One of the resources they brought from there was life-saving, as it was one of the resources I used in strengthening the formation of my strings. It is just one place. This whole ruin is filled with such places. I only need to be stronger, and all of it will be at my fingertips. If I had survived, then it would definitely be. A few more hours passed, and now I had reached close to my breakthrough spot. 2 hours more, and I will be able to reach it. It couldn't help but make me smile. Once I reach the spot, I will hide in my closest hiding spot and will not come out till I am ready to make a breakthrough. Choo-choo. I was just thinking that when Ashlyn chirped in my mind, scenery appeared in front of my eyes. Just one looked at it, and the color drained from my face. Last danger. I was able to survive. If I am caught in this one, then I could forget about surviving. As this is not a lone monster that is coming toward me, but a huge group of them, and half of them are as powerful as the wolf I had fought. A band of bison monsters is coming toward me at a really fast speed at most. I have a minute before they come close enough to discover me. Nero, I said with my heart beating faster than ever before. Looking, father, he replied while I looked around through my own methods. Time is of the essence here. I could not get discovered by the bisons or those who are hunting them. Found it. Nero said 20 seconds later, and I moved toward it, using every bit of speed I had, and 4 seconds later I reached beside him, who had just bored a hole through the small hill, revealing the entrance. You are a lifesaver, I said, and sped through the hole he had blasted while he moved to close it. I was quite surprised by how deep the hole was, and went over 200 meters before I reached the end of the cavity. There is nothing here, only one entrance to come and go out usually. I avoid single entrance exit spaces, but I have no choice right now. It is already my luck that I even found a place to hide. Buzz, just as I had reached the end, I took out the formation and activated it before taking out my sword and creating the trap. Seeing how powerful monsters are, this will be barely any use if a group of them attacked, but I have to be ready. I would not go down without any fight if they came at me. Thud, thud, thud. Seconds passed by slowly when I started feeling the shake of the ground, and every second, this shake would get stronger and stronger, till I could feel the hill I was in begin to shake like the earthquake. The bison monsters and their hunters had appeared, and seeing them, I did not dare even to breathe. I watched those powerful monsters running at blurring speed, with faces scared. I would be too if I had a pride of powerful lions chasing me. As I watched those graceful monsters leaping at huge bison and crushing their necks, a strange inspiration couldn't help but strike me. I remained frozen, forgetting the fear of being discovered or even the monsters themselves, getting lost in the strange inspiration. I did not come out even when the monsters left, just stayed frozen as minutes passed by. It was at the 43rd minute that I came to myself and was quite surprised by my state. It took me a minute to collect myself and the sudden inspiration that I had got hit with. I think I might do it, I said in a voice that was barely audible to myself before collecting the formation and walking out of the hole. It was a grave mistake to divert my focus here, but I couldn't seem to help it. No matter how much I tried to focus on reaching the destination, I would focus on the inspiration a moment later. Only through death rebirth will occur, I said as I looked at the bubbling lake of blood red. I am planning on dying as only through it will I achieve rebirth. If Mother knew what I was going to do, she would stop me without question. Even Michael, who is known to take a huge risk, wouldn't dare to do something like it. I am planning on killing myself to achieve a breakthrough, a dangerous process that will kill me permanently from the face of the earth if I make even the faintest mistake. Mother would have told me to use a simple way, but the simple way would not give me the strength I want. It would not make my bloodline reach the purity I need. For the blessing of Death Phoenix, I will have to die and make a rebirth through it. I did not think about it further. The bloodline armor disappeared from my body, and my clothes turned to ashes, and I moved my feet to step into this pool. This ruin was dangerous for me, but it was also very beneficial. I had achieved something I did not have complete confidence in achieving. I have now reached the stage where I could make a breakthrough into the Grandmaster class, and it would be successful, but as I had said, it will not provide me with the peak power I could achieve in the Tyrant stage. This is the only way to achieve that. If the circumstances were different, she would have chosen the safer route without a doubt, but there is no option for that right now. The enemy we are facing is too powerful, and if I want to kill it, then I will have to harness all the power that my bloodline can provide me. Only with this power would I be able to fight against the primary II and kill it. Dip. My field dipped into the pool, and I felt its corrosive energies burning me. The pain was so great that it had instantly made me grit my teeth in pain, but despite that, I did not stop and dipped my other foot into the pool. The pain increased further, but I did not stop and kept taking one step after another into the pool while reciting the hymn of the Death Phoenix in my mind. It is the only thing I have to do while dying. No matter how much the pain increases, I do not have to stop reciting it. One step after another, I entered the pool till the corrosive blood-red liquid reached my neck, and even then I did not step and continued moving till my whole body drowned in it. The pain was immense, something I had never felt in my life, but I did not scream or even open my mouth. The only thing I did was continue reciting the hymn faster and faster. It was the only way I was dealing with this soul-tearing pain. The pool contains very powerful corrosive energies. It is formed from the blood of some monster that bled here and after thousands of years has turned into this. The energies are extremely powerful, and my healing power is no match for it. It is tearing through it, my skin, my bone, and even though my soul, leaving nothing behind. Seeing that, I wanted to leave the pool immediately. I could right now, and while it would take me a long while, I would heal. Even if I did not work on my own, Michael would heal me. I have confidence in his abilities. I crushed those thoughts and focused on reciting the hymn. I had made my decision, and I would not back down when I stepped into the pool. I was ready to die, and not staying thoughts will stop me. A minute passed, and I was not just a second away from dying. My skin had mostly disappeared. My bones had corroded so much that holes had formed in them, and my soul had been damaged so much that even Michael wouldn't be to heal me from it. The only part of me, which still holding on to its basic shape, is my heart. It is still beating wildly, but the corrosive energies are building on it. I could feel my bloodline being drained, and my heart had been hollowed by fighting this corrosive pool. It won't be long before my heart and core surrendered it. A few seconds passed when the corrosive energies began to flood my heart, and through it my core. My heartbeat is slowing down every second, and all the resistance of my core disappears, while my thoughts begin to slow down as death begins to take me in its embrace. The reciting of the hymn became hard that I wanted to stop and embrace death for what it is. The death is tantalizing, telling me to accept its embrace as there will be no more worry and pain, but I resisted and continued reciting the hymn, even when I could not. Finally, the last word of the hymn came out, and I found myself being embraced by death. There is no resisting, no escaping it. It will come no matter how much one runs away from it. Hun. Death is void. There are no thoughts, no emotion, just endless silence, and I floated in it for a time that is unaccountable when suddenly I saw the wings it lighted, brightening the endless void in an instant. Cry ye. I heard the cry. It was not loud, but it had awoken me from death, and I found myself back in the pool. The scenes I saw shocked me to my core. I saw an immense amount of corrosive energies rushing into me this time. It was not corroding me, but feeding my bloodline core, which was getting stronger at that impossible speed. I found myself completely healed with skin so vibrant that I had never seen on anyone, even on Ellen, who seemed to incarnate of everything holy. I have succeeded, I said to myself, seeing the rushing energy and source above. The gamble was huge, but I succeeded, and now I am gaining the power that will help me fight the big grim, and with little luck, this power will help me kill it. I reached it, I said as I stopped and looked at the ruins of a once sprawling city. Everything had turned to dust except a large disc in front of me, in a dusty state. Looks can be decisive, as this dick is completely fine, even if everything in this ruin turned to dust. It is even older than this ruin, considering this ruin is part of the world, which is at primary III. This disc could even be used in breaking through primary III into a higher stage if the information about it in the library is to be believed. I am extremely happy seeing the disc. It is the best thing I could hope for my breakthrough, as it will not only aid me in the breakthrough, but will also provide protection during it. When I found it, I stimulated the conditions of the breakthrough. The moment I had started the breakthrough, it had formed an energy dome around it, strong enough that no monster of this ruin would be able to break it, which is not even the best thing about it. The best thing about it is that it will not interfere with energies. They will be easily able to pass through it. Only living things and attacks of them wouldn't be able to pass through it. I looked at the beautiful disc before resuming my journey toward the safe spot not far from this place. That is where I will stay till I am finished with my inheritance, which will take some time, but I will try to be quick as possible. I am feeling hurry in my heart. I know I should quickly make a breakthrough and go back, as once the Grim arrived. It wouldn't take long for it to destroy our world if it is hell-bent on doing that. There were several monsters on the way. I had to fight one, while Ashlyn and Nero finished 3 before I reached the hiding spot. It is one of the best hiding spots. It is inside one of the most intact rooms in the palace. I don't know how it survived for long, but it did. All I had to do was break the formation that never changed and walk inside. Buzz. The formation broke, and I went inside. While its protection is not great as the disc, it keeps me hidden and masks my aura fully, no matter what I do here. Once I had stayed here for 13 days straight, and not a single monster came close to this room, much less attack it. As I entered inside, I took out my abode and walked inside. I did not immediately start working. Instead, I freshened up, and at the food my clone had cooked in the core before laying on the couch. A second later, I was in the core at the door of the library. I walked inside, as I usually did, and began working on an inheritance without wasting any time. I am very close. In a week or less, I will be finished with it, and there is nothing that will stop me, as the things that remained were difficult, just time-consuming, which is why I had left them for the last. Time passed, and soon 18 days had passed inside my core, and I had finally finished with the inheritance. Seeing that, a smile couldn't help but appear on my face. It was truly hard, and the only reason I was even able to accomplish it was because of the inexhaustible knowledge I had gotten from the library. Without it, it would have taken years for me to create an inheritance, and it wouldn't have been as good as I had made it. Still, the work is not finished. I need to revise it, refine some resources, and create the breakthrough formation that will connect with the disc. The disc is more than capable of helping me break through, but it is not a normal fraction. Breakthrough fractious levels are formed at the limit stage of the work, while the disc is for the big breakthroughs. Not to mention, I am taking some risks for greater strength, which needs a different formation. So my breakthrough formation above the disc could help me a lot and minimize the risk I would face. I left the revision to my clone and began to work on refining materials and changing my old breakthrough formation. These tasks are not big but a little lengthy, especially refining the resources. I do not need the skills akin to Jim to do that. The skills I have is more than enough to do it. Still, if I survived, I would study alchemy. With the resources I could plant in my core, it would be very beneficial to me if I learned alchemy. This way I wouldn't be dependent on someone for alchemical products like potions and ink. I entered the Hall of Alchemy and brought out the resources and began. What I am doing is basic refining. If I had a greater skill, I would have gone above that. Even this is at the limit of my skill, considering the resources I am dealing with my normal resources. They are delicate, and the slightest mishandling could spoil the whole process. I would have not let it happen. Days passed as I refined one resource after another that by the time a month and a half had passed inside the core, I had finished refining all the resources. The sheer amount of them is huge, but I will need it all, considering it is no simple breakthrough for me, but one that will take me to Grand Lord class, directly bypassing the High Grandmaster class. I would need an immense amount of resources, and I had processed extra, so even if I had calculated wrong, I would have the resources to make up for it. More than 50 resources I am using in the breakthrough are at the primary II stage. I had already designed the breakthrough formation in the past 2 years. All I had to do was incorporate it in my old breakthrough formation, which had been completely crystallized during my breakthrough to Grandmaster class. I could have made it new, but I had spent quite a lot of resources in creating this, and a huge change occurred in it in my last breakthrough. Using it will be more beneficial to me than using the new one, so despite it taking more time, I began to change it, and 2 days and lots of resources later, I had finished with it. As I did, I immediately joined my clones with inheritance. They were not finished with the work, and time was approaching. We will need to finish it before the timeline. I had decided I had already cut one revision, and I decided to revise it only 2 times before starting the breakthrough. I do not like it, but I do not have any choice if possible. I like to return back to the world before the deadline, at least a day before. This is quite a task considering 1 day there equals over 20 days here. I bit into the radiant peach and chewed on it before swallowing and taking another bite of it. The juice floated down my throat before transforming into energy and spreading through my whole body, giving me a comfortable feeling that I had felt only a few times before. Each bite is heavenly. Before I knew it, the peach had disappeared, and it was time for me to initiate the breakthrough. I am sitting on the disc, defenseless, as Ashlyn and Nero had entered inside me. There are monsters nearby, but by the time they realize what is happening, I will be very well protected. The disc is magnificent, but so is my breakthrough formation, in the center of which I am sitting. I have worked on it for 2 years and it is showing. It is a complex spherical formation with thousands of white crystalline runes. They were blue before, but after the changes I made, they turned white. I am sure by the time I finished my breakthrough, their color would change again. Seeing everything was perfect, I closed my eyes and initiated the breakthrough and opened my eyes. Buzz. The buzz rang through the disc, and the formation covering me and both of them lit up, especially the disc. All the dust and the stones have vaporized, and it becomes good as new. Last time I had cleaned the disc thoroughly, I had not needed to do that, as the disc is more than capable of doing that on its own. As the disc and formation had lit up, they began working. The resources began to seep in slowly, while the disc has formed the protective dome, which made relief. Though I knew this would happen, seeing it happening couldn't help but make me relieved. I was watching that when something surprising had happened. I saw the disc taking control of the spherical breakthrough formation. As it did that, the essences of thousands of resources, whether it is plants or ores or something else, began to fill the runes of spherical formation rapidly. They mixed and merged with each other, and some remained alone as I had planned. By the end of the minute, runic chains formed and came at me, and soon they touched and began to cover my body till every part of my body was covered in runes, while runic chains were connecting the formation and me. Through this connection, the resources begin to pour into my body, and my core, which has already turned into a blob, begins to spin and absorb these resources. At first my core was spinning. It was spinning so slowly that one could see it spin unless they really looked at it, but as resources began to pour in it, its speed increased, and with it, the number of resources it began to pull. I have designed the breakthrough formation in such a way the resources that will come at me will be dependent on my core. The faster it spins, the more resources will be able to pull. By the time the minute ended, I had begun to feel uncomfortable, given the sheer number of essences coming at me, not to mention half of this essence had the power of primary II, which is the main reason I am feeling so uncomfortable. If it had not been for the breakthrough, I wouldn't have dared to take such a drastic step. Every second, a huge amount of powerful essences came at me, but even with increasing speed, it will take time. I would need an immense amount of resources for the breakthrough, and thank God, Ashlyn and Nero helped me collect a lot of primary II resources, because if not, then I would have used half primary II resources, which would have taken a lot of time. Even a day, not to mention the sheer amount of time I would have wasted to refine them to the essence. Half an hour passed, and resources were still coming at me. It had increased the pressure on me so much that my body had reddened. The pressure is huge and dangerous, but not life-threateningly dangerous. It is level below that. The flow of resources had stabilized as my core wouldn't suck faster than it would start breaking my body, and my core wouldn't want that. Even when it pushed me, it always stopped right before it became life-threatening. Still, it is extremely unconformable, and I wish it would be finished soon, but that is wishful thinking. I had gone slow with the breakthrough. I could make the process faster, but that would have lessened my chances of a successful breakthrough. It was already dangerous for me due to skipping a level, and I didn't want to make it even more dangerous by rushing it. Even if the breakthrough takes 2 days, I will still be able to reach back home a day before the deadline. A few more minutes passed when the first guest appeared, a monkey monster. It did not sense the breakthrough. The disc isolates all energies and fluctuation. It was passing by when it noticed the phenomenon and stopped. It started at it for a couple of seconds before it came and attacked. Even with all the strength of the monkey monster, it was not even able to create a ripple across the energy dome. Inside, I did not hear even the slightest sound. I smiled at the monkey, but it seemed to make it even angrier, and it started to hit the dome harder and harder before finally stopping. It had stopped but did not leave and seemed to have started screaming, and a minute later, a group of around 20 gray monkeys had appeared, and all of them began to attack. I couldn't help but smile at the folly of the monsters. They could not break it. Even if the group of primary II had come, they wouldn't be able to break it. I am safe here till I make a breakthrough. After that, I would need to fight a shitload of monsters. As when I finish with resources and start with energy, it will start attracting the real monsters. I have no doubt that even primary II will appear, and after energy protection disappears, I will have to fight them. So it is important that I succeed, not only succeed, but also be powerful enough to face the army of monsters. More than 2 hours passed when finally, my core started to reduce the pull for the resources while I just looked at it. Intentionally, I had processed double the number of resources, and once again I had been wrong in my calculations, as my core had consumed nearly all the resources, leaving behind barely 11 of them. It is an enormous number of resources, considering the resources I had used were not normal. Aside from primary II class, there were some extremely rare and powerful resources, like the honey of divine elements, divine nectar, and stainless lotuses. All of them might not be in primary II class officially, but they have the power of it and are one of the reasons why I am feeling confident about succeeding, despite the odds. A minute passed, and by the end of it, core stopped accepting the resources. For more than a minute, there was complete silence that I feared that my breakthrough was my failure when my core picked the speed, and I felt the energies begin to move around. In a couple of seconds, a funnel is created above the dome before the energies begin to come inside. They did not directly come at me, as the disc had absorbed them before releasing them into my breakthrough formation. So when the energy had reached me through the runic chains, I couldn't help but be surprised. I knew the disc purified the energy according to the capacity of my body, but what it did was even better than I had imagined. The one thing that impressed me the most is that it did not purify the spatial and temporal energies as I had thought it would, and instead just mellowed it like the rest of the energy, which made it easier to absorb. Not to mention, it had removed the dangerous element which would have threatened to spoil my breakthrough. Like the resources, my core began to take more and more energy inside me every second as the pull became greater, which made the funnel above the dome even bigger. At first, there were only monkeys, but within seconds of me absorbing the energy, a group of wolves appeared through the trees. They looked at the dome and the tunnel cautiously before turning to monkeys, and they began to fight. The fight only lasted for a few seconds, to my regret, before both of the groups had stopped and separated as other monsters appeared. The bear monster, a pride of lions, likely the ones I had seen a few weeks ago hunting the bisons, and some strange monster, which looked like a hybrid between bear and hippo. There were many such monsters in this ruin. By the time 10 minutes had passed, hundreds of monsters gathered around the den. Some were alone, some in groups, and strangely they did not attack each other. There was some growling and other stuff, but no action. Suddenly the expressions of all the monsters have changed, and they felt silent and even separated, leaving open a single line. It had surprised me, but I soon came to know why it did, as it had appeared. It is a deer monster with crystalline antlers. It looks small and delicate, but without a doubt, a primary II monster. I was just looking at myself when it disappeared from its spot, and I saw it crashing against the shield with powerful force, that sense group of monsters nearly flying, but all it could do against the dome was make a tiny ripple. That, too, had disappeared instantly, which did not seem to affect it as it continued to ram against the dome at a very fast speed that I could not even see. I know it is attacking because of a ripple forming and disappearing across the dome. I looked at it for a few seconds before looking up, the funnel above the dome becoming bigger and taller. The higher it reaches, the more powerful the energy brings, which makes me slightly unconformable, but it is just a starting. The pull from the core is getting stronger by the second, which continues to increase the size of the funnel and bring out the stronger energies, which are all being absorbed by the core. Absorbing the energies will take time and will be painful at later stages, but not dangerous. These processes are safe. The dangerous step will be during the consolidation, in which my fate will be decided. If I had not been skipping the level, I wouldn't have worried about the consolidation. I would have been confident about my ability to make the breakthrough, but the skipping makes things difficult. My core would feel immense pressure during that, which will either sweep through or crack. I pushed those thoughts away and focused on other things, like the appearance of two new monsters, who are likely primary II, given how the other monsters separated. Some had even run away. While the deer had stopped attacking, seeing it was futile, these two began while the deer and the other monsters watched. Half an hour passed, and a few more primary II monsters have appeared, scaring the hell out of me. My breakthrough not only needed to succeed, but I also needed to gain power. I predicted otherwise. Dealing with ever-increasing primary II monsters would be quite troublesome. Another half an hour passed, and it had started to become quite painful even after such time. My core kept increasing the pull, which was bringing more and more powerful energy. If this goes on them, then the funnel might touch the swirling cloud above me, and that is very dangerous. I don't think I would be able to use it, even with the disc purifying it and mellowing it. I turned to the monsters. Many of them were leaving as more powerful ones were arriving just a few minutes ago. 3 wolves arrived, all primary class, and they had killed a group of fiery goats. They massacred the whole group in seconds and devoured it all, leaving barely any proof of their existence. A little more than an hour passed, and I gritted my teeth harder. The funnel had finally reached the clouds, and the energy came in so pure that I hardly could believe it, but it was not what made me grit my teeth. It is spatial and temporal energies that, despite being mellow, make me feel like they're tearing my soul apart. I was feeling immense pain when a surprising thing happened. I saw the moon around my core, shining faintly. As it did, a line separated from the energy coming from the core and went to the moon. It is about 30 of what my core is absorbing, and it couldn't surprise me, but it also made me happy. The moon has saved my life, and if it wants to absorb the energy to make itself stronger, there will be no one who will be happier than me. 20-some minutes passed by, and it became even more painful that I am on the verge of screaming when I noticed the flow of energy had stabilized. Seeing that, I couldn't help but take a sigh of relief. If it had continued increasing, I would scream. Even I have a limit in bearing the pain. Temporal flow is changing, she said to herself as she looked outside of her tower. He should have understood that gathering a huge amount of energy would affect the temporal flow of the ruin, but it seemed like he had forgotten such a simple thing. It will be a lesson for him. She looked for a few seconds before focusing on the 2 monsters on the being's lap. She had seen enough to know they were not monsters. One was not from the beginning, and the bird looked like a monster but was not. She had seen what the sensors of her tower had shown her, and it couldn't horrify her. The bird is like her but far more powerful than she could imagine. It is time, I said as the formation died down. The clocking is finished now. Even if the world focused all its power on me, it wouldn't be able to discover me. I once reminded myself not to use too much power. I could not afford to damage the world. I need its core to power the gate. It is the only thing that could power it, and if I damage it further, it will take centuries or even millennia to heal the damage. I do not have that much. I need to get out of here as soon as possible, and it won't be a problem as long as I control myself. I got up and felt my legs shake. It had been a millennium since I walked. The injuries have made that impossible. The chair disappeared inside storage. It is my most precious artifact. Without it, I wouldn't have been able to heal fully. Taking one more look around the hall, I began to walk toward the door, with each step becoming more confident than previous that by the time I reached the gate, I had gained complete control over his body. KRRR. I pushed open the gate and walked out, and stopped immediately to see old weakling Kin shakingly kneeling. "MMY Lord," he said shakingly, but I did not even acknowledge and walked toward the realm gate. They might be from my tribe, but they are ants, and I would kill them all after I finished activating the gate. It would be much better than dying in a dying world. It is a place worse than hell. I had seen it with my own eyes, and felt its withering air that seemed to suck the life out of anyone alive. Even with my protection, I wasn't able to stop myself completely from it burning my life. I reached the realm-breaking gate, which is active, and stepped inside. Soon I was in the tunnel, which began to shake. Seeing that, I immediately controlled my energies, and it stabilized. Nearly a minute passed when I stepped out of the gate and immediately felt the world. It is a small work with a labored pulse. The world is damaged. Though the damage is not huge, the constant conflict wouldn't let it heal fully. I focused on the core, and a smile appeared on my face. It was strong enough to power the gate, and if I wished to, I would be able to take quite a few people with me, but all those I could take died, and these quivering ants don't deserve it. My lord, the humans have killed our powerhouses. Please wipe them out, said the common werewolf. I did not even look at it as the body turned to ashes. How dare the ant even talk to me? I feel some restraint if these ants are from my tribe. Anything else deserves to die. A few seconds later, I walked out and immediately felt the world at even greater clarity, and a surprise couldn't help but appear on my face. A growing world, I said. This is no normal world, but a growing world. It has not yet completely matured to its limit. If we had not invaded it, it would have reached primary II in 100,000 years, and if it still had the potential left, then primary III in 1,000,000 years. Such words are very rare that I almost felt regret that I am going to destroy it to power the gate. I moved my sense from the core and spread it around the world, and a moment later, a smile appeared on my face. Found you, I said, and was quite surprised they were not hiding instead. They were waiting for it. I disappeared, and the next moment appeared on the small island of black stone and got surprised to feel the suppression, though it is not powerful enough to suppress me in the slightest. I looked at the bronze pyramid before turning to little humans coming toward me as I focused on them. My eyes couldn't help but widen up. No wonder those 8 had died, I said. Each one of the humans is at the limit of primary I, but has the strength of primary II. A smile couldn't help but appear on my face, seeing their confident face, as if this much would be enough to do anything to me. I would have been a little worried if they were actually at primary II, but at this level, they are no threat to me, though I am excited, as these ants would resist a little before getting crushed. Grim, said the little human woman with a frosty aura. Aired would do, I said with grim, and could see them becoming alert as if I was going to attack them, which I would not, at least till I had my fun. It had been millennia since I had fought, and I wanted to fight, even if it was against these ants. Come, what are you all ants waiting for, I said, seeing them still standing. Sup, sup, sup. Since you want to die soon, we will grant you the wish, she said, and tens of thousands of frosty glass lances materialized around her and came at me. As they came, I felt the mist covering me, and at the same time, mirror shackles bound me from all the angels. I hate grand arts. I had tried to practice them, but was not suitable for any of them. So I kill those who could practice them and take great joy in doing that. The lances took time, appeared in front of me, and I did not move. The simple defensive layer was more than enough to deal with them, and even summoning my bloodline armor would be too much against these ants. Bang, bang, bang. Lances crashed against me, and as I had expected, exploded into the dust the moment they touched me. They had not even sent a ripple across defensive skin. You all come at me and attack me with your strongest, because once I move, you all will die, I said, looking directly into their little eyes. The mist of grand art is not powerful enough to impede my vision. You bastard, screamed a male human and came at me with his spear. It had appeared in front of me and attacked with the flaming spear covered in draconic hell flames. The human has a dragon bloodline. I had fought a few with a dragon bloodline. They were quite strong, but I killed quite a lot of them. They were quite delicious, and I am planning to eat this one and all the other humans. It might not satiate me, but it will do enough to pause the immense hunger I am feeling, which could only be satiated after I returned hope. Crack, crack, crack. I moved my hand, destroying the mirror bindings, before flicking my finger at the fiery lance. Bang! My finger clashed against the spear, and I could see alarm appearing in human eyes before it began to take a step back rapidly. A surprise couldn't help but appear on my face seeing that. I thought it would shoot back with broken and bleeding, but it only took steps back. It seemed like I had underestimated them, which is good, as now this battle wouldn't be as boring as I had thought. It was over 7 hours before the core satisfied with the energies. It had shocked me, really shocked me. The sheer amount of energy my core had consumed was really shocking. If they were energies around the dome, I wouldn't be surprised and wanted to consume those energies for my breakthrough. These energies came from the swirling clouds. Though the energies were only from the surface, they were extremely powerful, that gave enough pain that I had nearly screamed. Now the important part of the breakthrough: consolidation. I have kept the breakthrough simple as possible. I did not want to make it overly complex and have a complication. It is already dangerous enough, and I don't want to make it even more dangerous. As the core stopped absorbing the energies, it slowly began to reduce its speed of spinning till it had stopped. It is currently a multicolored blob, but as it consolidates, it will become like the world again. The process has already started. It is not just visible because it is happening very slowly. It will take time, and even if it is faster than the other two processes, it wouldn't be complete before an hour. This is the process over which I have no control. I could not stop even if I wanted, or aid it if something went wrong, which made me kind of more relaxed than tense, as one might expect. Relinquishing control is liberating in its way. Time passed, and it was 15 minutes before I spotted any change. An extremely thin layer of solid began to appear on the core. Like thin ice appeared on the water, and it is spreading across it. I am watching it with rapt attention, how the surface is slowly solidifying. It took more than 6 minutes for a thin layer of solid form across the core, and it faintly begins to look like the world, but only a cheap copy. The real thing will appear when the whole core is consolidated. 20 more minutes passed, and it started to look even more like the core, but the process was far from finished. I am happy seeing the progress, as I did not see the slightest problem. There is no cracking, no instability. It truly made me relieved, though not fully, which I will not till my core is completely consolidated. I watched for a few minutes before opening my eyes. I wanted to continue watching, but seeing my thoughts spiraling in the direction I didn't want to. I decided to focus on something else for a while. There is only one thing for me to focus on: the monsters. They are waiting for me to come so that they can feast on me. There are over 10 primary II monsters I could see, each powerful enough to level the whole world. Thankfully, they are above the level and, unlike intelligent beings, cannot cloak their power to enter the world. Even if they could, they will not. While the world might be bigger, the energy density there is piss poor, not to mention the prey there is also weak enough to taste bland. No monster would go to a place like that. They have gathered, and even after the energy fluctuation around the dome has disappeared, they have not. They are waiting and watching and will not leave till they finish. I will finish them. It is my only choice, and it will be difficult, but I am confident that I will be able to do it. I looked at each of the monsters as it looked at me. All the monsters of this ruin are small, but each one packs the power to destroy the world. As I looked at them, I couldn't help but think about the first day I had appeared here, how I had laughed at the thought of primary II monsters existing in this ruin, not truly believing what Reek had suspected. It didn't take me long to suspect the same before finding the proof of it, and now 17 are around me. A few more minutes passed, and I got bored staring at the monsters and turned back to my core, where the thin layer covering it had become thicker. An hour passed, and about 40 of the core had been solidified. I thought it would go faster than that, seeing how the first 2 parts of the breakthrough went faster than I had anticipated. I do not mind being slow. I have more than enough time. The only thing I want is for it to be safe. Another hour passed, and the progress had reached 70. It truly began to look like the world now, more beautiful than my core before, and it is not even complete. I can't imagine how it would look when it is fully consolidated. Time passed, and the consolidation of my core made steady progress, reaching 80, 90, and 95 without any problems. I had thought there would be great pressure on my core during the consolidation due to it skipping a level. It is not easy, but it seems like it is sailing through it, and in less than half an hour, it will be finished, and I will be a grand lord. The consolidation had reached 99. There were only a few minutes before the most dangerous process of the breakthrough was completed, and I couldn't be happier. I was on the 8th cloud, reaching for the 9th when ominous happened. It was swift and sudden compared to the slow progress of the consolidation. Crack, crack, crack. The consolidation stopped, and the core shook before the cracks began to appear on it. Sheer horror couldn't help but appear on my face. My core was cracking, and if it continued, then it wouldn't take more than a minute for it split apart and for me to die. I will die, there is no question about it. The core is my life, and if it cracks into pieces, it will take me with it, and the worst thing is, I couldn't do anything. I am powerless. I want my end to happen swiftly. Soon more than half of it cracked, and in a couple of seconds it would crack fully. I was watching it all in mirthless horror when I saw the light, literally a light. The moon revolving around my core began to shine gently and released the light on my core. I watched in hope, but as seconds passed, no change occurred, and that hope soon turned into dread. The dread had just filled my heart when suddenly, the hope returned. All of a sudden, the cracking had stopped and began to heal fast as cracks had appeared, and in a matter of seconds, I saw every crack on my core filling up before the consolidation began. A small smile couldn't help but appear on my sweaty face. I did not dare to smile brightly or let myself be truly happy. I have experienced how things could change within a few seconds, so until consolidation is truly finished, I will not feel relieved. It took 1.5 minutes for the core to consolidate, and when it happened, I smiled ear to ear as I promised myself. Monster integration, so beautiful, I said as I looked at my core. It was the same size as before and looked around the same, but it had even more vibrant and looked a little more like the real world. Every breakthrough of mine will bring me closer to becoming a complete world sometimes. I can't help but think about it will be when it becomes a world, a real work. Buzz. The core buzzed, and in the next second, thousands and thousands of runic scripts came out and spread through my body, reaching deeper than they had ever gone before, covering every part of me. The runes looked beautiful, and each of them was filled with immense power, but that was the most impressive thing about them. The most impressive thing about is what they could do. I've worked really hard on the inheritance and created something that is on par with the best primary inheritance in the library, better than any inheritance I have found in the Hall of Inheritance in that thing. I'm very proud of it, especially when I think about how quickly I could do it. The only reason I am even able to do it is the library. I have said many times, and I will say more, without the amazing library, I wouldn't have been able to achieve something this amazing. Buzz. It took only a couple of seconds for the runes to reach every corner of me before the core buzzed again, and the energies I was waiting for flooded through the runes into me. The energy thicker than the honey and more powerful than 8 grims have provided flooded me. I was powerful beyond my imagination, and my body hungrily sucked it, but even with all its hunger, it could not take the energy fast enough. It couldn't help but surprise me a little. Since I had gone through the nirvana, no energy, with the one with continuous flow, remained steady in my body before it was completely absorbed. But now, it is my body that is losing the energy, and I am not feeling sad at all. It is going to be mine eventually. It did not matter to me whether my body accepted it slowly or fast. What matters is it gets me the strength I need. I need great strength. Without it, I wouldn't be able to defeat the Grim, which is coming to attack my world. The energy seemed endless. It kept pouring in. No matter how much my body absorbed it, it would continue coming. It couldn't help but make me happy, as I could feel how fast my strength was rising. In a matter of seconds, I have achieved strength. I would get burning my blood before, and by the end of the minute, I think I have crossed the limit and got the strength of primary II. Only a minute had passed, and there was still a colossal amount of energy that remained to be absorbed. 10 minutes passed, and the energy kept coming. Even now, there seemed to be no end. It made me excited that to calm myself, I focused micro part of my energy, seeing my body and soul absorb it and strengthen itself. I know it and have done great research on it since before I had created my first inheritance. Still seeing it, I felt like I had learned something new. Time passed and energy continued to flow before finally stopping after 23 minutes, taking a total of over half an hour. It was less than what it took during my last breakthrough, but this time, the quality of energy was so great that even my body struggled to absorb it. As the energy stopped, the aura of the Grand Lord flooded through my body. I had become a Grand Lord, and the power I had achieved seemed to be greater than I had imagined. Now, I wanted to test it against these monsters. In a minute, the energy dome will disappear, and the first thing I will do is deal with them before finding a safe spot to create the third clone and practice the strengthening method. I want to leave this ruin completely ready. I had just thought that when suddenly a shock appeared on my face, and with it came to fear. My clone looked at the clock, which showed I had crossed the deadline, which shouldn't be possible. There are at least 24 to 20 days here before I cross the deadline. My first thought was a malfunction, but this formation is something I had created but taken from the library. Still, I checked for any malfunctions, but there weren't any. My breakthrough did not take 25 days, it was barely a day, but it was the reality that 25 days had passed, and it was only too dumb-brained few seconds to understand the reason behind it. I am freaking stupid, I cursed myself. I am a really stupid bastard. I had thought of everything, except for when I did not think about what would happen when I pulled a huge amount of energy around. It will affect the time dilation around me. To be honest, it is not my mistake either. I truly did not think I would be able to take the energy from the swirling cloud, which is the thing that affected it. If it had been energy around the disk, it wouldn't have happened. Even if it had, I would have lost a few hours at most, not over 20 days. Still, it is my mistake to consider this might happen, considering strange things always happen during my breakthrough. I took a deep breath to calm myself. Cursing and crying wouldn't help. I needed to think rationally, and the first thing I should do was get the hell out of this ruin. The deadline for return had passed, and I needed to return to the world as soon as possible. As for the third clone and practicing the strengthening method, I will do it at the home, as Grim might not have arrived yet. The wise thing to do would be to practice both methods here, as it would take a fraction of time here compared to what it would take in the world, but I don't want to wait. I looked at the dome surrounding me, and the monsters out the dome would open on its own in 40 seconds, but I wish I could open it now and kill these monsters before getting out of this world. I calmed my emotions and planned the best way to kill these monsters soon as possible. By the time I had decided, there were only 5 seconds till the dome disappeared. Seeing that, I waved my hand and took the breakthrough formation inside. Like I had expected, it had changed. The white crystalline runes have turned multicolored, with an aura of primary II. I want to see whether the world would suppress it, or it would be invisible with the power of rule bending. I don't know, but it will be interesting to see the results. Finally, the dome disappeared. Roar, roar, roar. The moment it did, the monsters with world-shaking auras roared and came at me with death in their eyes. Even with the power of God in my veins, I felt scared. Roar, roar, roar. I controlled my fear of so many Grims and summoned my sword before slashing it toward them. Sup, long sharp energy slashed and moved toward the monsters, bearing the power of enchantments. This is just delaying the attack for me to power the truly powerful attack, as these bastards wouldn't be stopped by this attack. I had just thought that when I had received my greatest shock. I saw the long sword arc reaching the monsters, and they moved their claws to crush it as they did not sense any threat from it. But the moment their claws touched the arc, their expressions changed. Pachek, pachek, pachek. From gloating, it had turned to horror as the arc smoothly began to cut through their claws before cutting through their bodies. They tried to stop it, but the arc seemed too fast for them, as it cut through their whole body before they could do anything, and before they knew it, they saw themselves separating into two pieces and falling. I watched it all in shock. The attack was a simple attack I had used to buy time, but it had slaughtered them. These were no common monsters, but the most powerful ones, the primary II class, and my simple sword arc had cut through them. It took me a little while to understand the reality, and when I did, a grinning smile couldn't help but appear on my face, and I turned to the lone primary II monster that hadn't attacked me. "Come," I said to the frozen monster, and it shuddered before suddenly turning and running away. Its speed should have shocked me. It is so fast that it would have been invisible to me, but now it is slow as a snail, and I haven't even activated any of my special ocular abilities and only general ones which work passively. Putch, a small bolt of energy formed in my finger before flying toward the boar. A moment later, I heard a faint sound, and the fiery horned boar fell down dead. I looked at it for a moment before waving my hand, and all the bodies of monsters disappeared inside my storage. They all are at the primary stage for others. I did not even want to attack them, seeing how they quivered with one look from me. After storing the monster, I took out the beacon and activated it at the same time. An invisible sphere formed around me, instantly stabilizing the space, which was always vibrating. It put pressure on realm-breaking gates. Earlier, I wanted to find a safe place to activate it, as I did not think it would be powerful enough to stabilize the vibrating space with my power, not to mention the danger of the monsters. Now, there is no such fear in my heart, I know. With the power I have, there are very few things in this ruin that will be able to do anything to me. For a few seconds, there was no reaction from the beacon before it lit white, seeing that a small smile appeared on my face. The realm-breaking gate in the pyramid had got my coordinates, and now it will form the spatial tunnel between me and it. I hope it will do soon as possible. My heart is beating fast, and I worry something has happened. I really hope I am not too late, or I will not be able to forgive myself. Seconds passed and turned into a minute, but the light had not changed, and I began to get worried when finally, it turned green, and a moment later, I felt the power of realm-breaking gate envelop me. I did not resist and let it envelop me, and it did. A moment later, I am in the spatial tunnel. I stayed frozen in the tunnel with my power sealed. This long spatial tunnel is very delicate, especially for someone of my power. The slightest leak could have a big consequence. The spatial seat between the ruin and the world is extremely dangerous, but something I could handle with my current strength. But I do not want to fall into it, as it will take me quite a time to find my way to the world. The time I do not have. A minute passed and another minute more, and I would be back in the world. I would have to be very careful there. For someone of my strength, it is very fragile. Too much power, and I would cause huge destruction that I could not control. As I understood this, I became more worried about the world. The Grim is extremely powerful, so much that, if it wished, it would easily be able to destroy the world. Same for my friends if they had made their breakthroughs. Hun. Few seconds passed when I saw the state of the tunnel ahead. It cracked, and if I passed through it, it would definitely explode. I did not waste any time and immediately loosened my seal, and stabilizing force rushed through me toward the cracked spatial tunnel ahead. The tunnel began to heal, but it did not make me happy as the state tunnel became worse and worse with more distance. I crossed, making me send even more stabilizing force. I have studied the spatial tunnels enough to know that this is not natural. Some foreign factor had caused this, and it couldn't help, but it makes me worried. It is not easy to create such power of instability, especially from outside. The more I think about it, the graver my expressions would become. That now, I want to reach the pyramid as soon as possible. If I had been confident that I could reach there faster with my method, I would have jumped out of the tunnel. I would likely travel faster than tunnel with my methods, but I have not tested them, and I don't want to take the risk of them not working and wasting any more time. So I had stayed. Seconds passed excruciatingly slowly, and the tunnel became more unstable with every inch I traveled, but I kept stabilizing it artificially before I reached the end, where the tunnel seemed to have exploded. So with the help of a beacon, I had formed the tunnel with my energy, reaching closer to the end before stepping out of it. Step L. Lord Zared had arrived, said the technician as I stepped out of the formation, and immediately I sent my soul sense out. It would not have worked before. Even now I felt the resistance from the pyramid before it had passed through its walls. Immediately I saw the scene outside, and my expression changed instantly, and burning rage appeared on my face. Silver, green, and red threads appeared out of my body and formed the armor around me, taking a fraction of a second. It is beautiful, and I would have admired my creation like a narcissist if not for the scene I am seeing. So the moment armor appeared on my body, I took a step and disappeared, appearing outside. The moment I did, my blood began to boil, and I promised that I would kill the grim bastard in the most horrible way. I saw the scene with my eyes that my soul sense had shown me a moment ago. The Blackstone Island, which had barely shown any cracks when we fought against the 8 Grims, is now broken into thousands of pieces floating in the sea, and on these pieces are bodies of humans. There are spatial cracks everywhere, tearing everything in their way, but they are contained on the island. There is a ring covering the island that is stopping any kind of fluctuation or spatial tear from getting out. Hun. The ring is strange. It is not from the Grim, I am sure of that. The energy of Grims is vastly different. It made me extremely curious, but I did even look at it, instead focused on the people. From my mother to Rai, everybody was lying there, nearly dead. Even the professor was there for some reason. It made me feel relieved to see they were alive, barely, but alive and bound in chains made of Grimm's energy. These chains are binding not only them from the outside, but also inside. The chains are protecting them against the spatial tears, but they would also crush them to death if Grimm desired. Not all humans have been defeated too, are still fighting against it. Ellen and Jill, but they are on their last leg, burning nearly all their vitality till only the drop of it remains. Seeing that, I moved as they wouldn't last more than a few seconds with what had remained in them. I have to say, you have put up quite a fight, satiating some of my desires to fight, I said to the small humans. I am shocked, truly shocked, by the power they have exploded with. If I had fought them before I had fully recovered, I would have been in serious trouble against them. You have no won't yet, Grim, said the one with an abyssal aura burning across its body. I have little human, and you know it as well, I said with a smile before I became serious. Tap, tap. I think it is time I finished you all and had you all for a meal before I harvest the core of your world. I added and tapped my finger in the air twice, sending crushing that will send them near death like others. I do not want to kill them, I like to eat them, covered in sauces, which are in my storage. The crushing force moved toward them, and they moved their weapons to defend themselves, but it was not something they could defend with the little power they had. Still, despite that, there was no horror on their faces. I have come across very few enemies who could face death as they are right now. Hun. The force reached them in an instant and was about to crush them when it began to weaken rapidly till it had completely disappeared. It couldn't help but shock me. It also shocked the 2 humans, but soon a relieved smile appeared on their faces, and they put down their weapons at the same time. You have finally arrived, said the one with a holy aura, and I became alert, and the armor appeared on me instantly, and at the same time I sensed it. It had appeared so close without me sensing it, it couldn't help but shock him. My apologies, I should have come sooner, said the voice before the human became visible. My eyes couldn't help but sharpen, sensing its aura. It was weak, weaker than even the 2 in front of me. I thought it would be a primary eye to be able to sneak so close to me, but it is at primary eye. It is fine, what matters is that you have arrived, said Jill, and I could see how weak she was. My seed had already entered inside them, replenishing their vital energy rapidly, but given the amount they have a lot, it will take time. Giving control of the seeds to my clones, I turned to the Grim in front of me, who was staring at me sharply. It is a golden fire werewolf, a little thinner than normal and very powerful. It looked quite young, but it was not, though my rule, I could see it was quite old. It is at the elderly stage of its life. We should go above fighting here, will destroy the world, I said to it, and a mocking smile appeared on its face. You think you are powerful enough to make me listen to you? It asked mockingly, and I did not say anything and just swung my sword at it, which instant filled its eyes with alarm and before they became cautious. A saber appeared in its hand, and it moved, but our weapons did not clash as its saber, and my sword stopped it hairbreadth away. You guys rest, I will handle this one, I said, and they disappeared from the very eyes of the Grim without leaving even the slightest fluctuations. It looked surprised, but soon its eyes suddenly turned murderous, and I could see the chains around humans reacting. A moment later, a shock appeared on the face of the Grims as its chains had reacted at all, and instead they dissolved and disappeared, while all of them disappeared from their places like Ellen and Jill. I would be an idiot if I left those chains on my mother and others. The moment I saw them, I dealt with them. Czar, right. You are really something, it said with killing intent that I had never felt in anyone. It is vast as the sea and extremely dense. Just tasting that killing intent, I felt like I am standing in a world of blood. Hun, I smiled at its question and flew up a moment later. It also followed behind, with surprise appearing on the faces of both of us, as the ring around the island began to fly up with us. Quite an artifact you have. It had helped contain the energies of the battle, or it would have damaged the core of the world, which would have been quite a regret, it said. I did not say anything, nor could I, as even I don't know anything about it either. Though it is wrong about one thing, it is no artifact. It is the energy created by someone who is extremely powerful, far above me, and that did not make me feel any good. Though I did not plan to do anything, it did not do anything other than save the world. I will investigate it after killing this Grim. Soon, we crossed the first boundary of the world and reached high above that. We could see a huge sphere down below. With this high, even if we use all our power, our destructive energies will not reach it, especially with the ring surrounding us, which had become even bigger than before. I stopped and turned toward the Grim. "You are not part of Grims of our world," I said, to which it simply shook its head. "The weaklings are not powerful enough to produce a prime like me," it replied haughtily. "Then how do you reach our world?" I asked, as if it could come, then others could come too, and I have to know it. It seemed to understand what I was thinking as it grinned. "Don't worry, human, I am alone and more than capable of wiping you all out from the face of the universe," it said, and attacked at a lightning-fast speed. Clang! I moved my sword, seeing its attack coming toward me. Its attack was fast, but not fast enough. My sword quickly reached its saber, and they clashed. The shockwave released by the clash crushed the space as it moved, but nobody even glanced at it. Our expressions have only changed slightly when the ring absorbed the shockwave as it reached it, leaving the space outside unscathed. "You are truly a primary eye," it said in muted shock. To that I smiled. "I had been primary eye, you wouldn't have been standing right now," I said, and hearing that, his expression turned murderous. "The humans below had the same confidence, but not a single of them made me use even 20 of power, and you will also be no different," it said. "We will see," I said, and moved to attack. The Grims also reacted at the same time, swinging its saber toward me. Clang, clang, clang. Our weapons clashed, but that was just the beginning as we attacked again and again, with each of my attacks being stronger than the previous, but the werewolf had countered each of them without any problem. It is skilled, more skilled than anyone I had ever seen. Even Matron Mavis and Reek couldn't hold a candle in front of it. It is also using a saber instead of claws as a weapon, as most werewolves, no matter the tribe, use claws. I have fought against very few of those who used weapons, and now I am adding it to my list. It is projecting the colossal intent at me while, at the same time, it is fighting without a rush. Usually, when the enemy projects such killing intent, it is clear that they want to kill you quickly in the bloodiest way, but it does not seem like it is planning to do that, the way he is fighting, which made me very alert, as very few foes could cloak their intentions so well in the battle. I might not predict what kind of moves my enemy would make, but I could tell the direction the battle would go with it. Everything was black, and it was scaring me a little, making me more cautious. It is why I did not hurry, and also such fights suit me well. The longer my enemies will fight with me, the greater my chance will be of defeating them. A minute passed, and then another, and we continued fighting without saying any word, slowly increasing the power of the attack, making the battle look like it is some kind of exhibition match, then the battle of life and death, on the result of which the fate of both races will be determined. It was little more than 4 minutes when a change occurred. I felt the threat from behind, despite the saber coming at me from the front. Afterimage, I muttered and swung my sword back toward the saber that was coming me with the intention to cut me into two. Normal afterimage couldn't fool me. The one in front of me was very good. It had an aura, and one would even feel like it, but it was undoubtedly a clever illusion made by speed and power. It was harmless. On the other hand, the attack coming from my behind is very harmful. A slight miss, and I will say goodbye to the world. Clang! I defended against the attack before turning to face the Grim. "Nice afterimage," I said, as it is still active and would fool even of the same level. "A minor trick, but many people get fooled by it," it said with a smile. I could clearly see why, I said, and attacked. My attack was straightforward as it could get. I did not use any tricks, at least those which couldn't be seen. Clang, clang, clang. It defended, but I moved with a different attack, but it had defended it smoothly before attacking me, which I defended before attacking again. I am learning a lot about it from its attacks, and I am sure it is learning a lot about me too, and with its power and experience, seeing a lot more than I could. Such enemies should be dealt with cautiously, especially when I do not know anything about it. I could not guess its power as it is cloaked, or if it had any powerful artifacts that could destroy me and the world. My clones are watching the recording of its battle with others, and what I had guessed was right. Before I came, it was fighting against them without using any weapon. It did not even summon its bloodline armor, and was still able to thrash Rai, who had an extremely powerful body. Clang, clang, clang. A few more minutes passed in silence before it suddenly increased the power and the speed of its attacks, and they had rapidly begun to rise in power and speed till they had crossed the power it had used against the humans. A small smile couldn't help but appear on my face seeing its attacks getting stronger fast. I have gotten a little bored with the measured pace of the battle. I want to use the power that is flowing inside me. It wanted to be used and urged me every second, but I controlled my feelings. I could tell the breakthrough had released some demons in my heart. These demons are the emotions I suppress, and the breakthrough has given them a chance to come out. It was a great thing I had spent time in the monastery, which helped me a lot in controlling my emotions. Without it, I have no doubt they would have been able to influence me. You are good humans and quite skilled. Too, if you had been a Grim, I would have definitely taken you with me, even if you had belonged to a different tribe, it said as it attacked. Aren't we humans also part of Grims, just strayed from the great path according to your propaganda? I asked with a smile and could see anger flashing in its eyes before it laughed. A dirty race like yours can never be part of our noble race, it said while not stopping even for a moment while attacking. Hearing his words, an even bigger smile appeared on my face. You seemed quite proud by the fact of being created from the lowest beasts by the abominations, I said, and I felt the killing intent like never before while its eyes blazed in a rage hot enough to turn the world asunder. You filthy human, I will kill you so painfully that you will beg for death, but it will not come, it said, and a powerful golden fiery aura shot through its body. The aura is powerful enough to crash the space around us into the smithers, spreading far and wide till it reaches the dick of energy, which stops it on its track. Though I knew the disc would be able to stop it, I couldn't help but become surprised seeing it, given the power of the aura, which is alone more than enough to kill every being down below. Die! It shouted loudly and attacked me with its aura, covering its saber. The attack was so powerful and fast that it cut through the space like butter. Seeing the attack, my eyes burned in excitement, and a silver aura shot out of my body. Unlike its aura, mine did not crush the space. It had just flowed in it, like not being strong enough to affect the space. My sword moved with the same power and speed as its saber, but with much less skill than it. It seemed to know its advantage as it tried to move its saber around my sword and directly come for me, but I was not going to let that happen. It might be far more skilled than me, but I have a habit of fighting the more skilled enemies, and second, it's a giant freaking saber. It might have been able to avoid my sword if it had been a normal saber, but with this size, it will never reach closer to me. Clang. My sword clashed against its saber, and I felt its power, not only the physical power but the energy, which made my eyes go wide. The moment it came at me, I had sensed it was something else. It was just a tiny amount but held the power of a mountain, but just as it crashed against my armor to tear it apart, it got swallowed immediately. I could see the small surprise appearing in the eyes of the Grimms. Before it moved its sword for the second attack, I responded immediately, while my clone studied the energy my armor was processing. Even in a very small amount, it is extremely destructive when it comes in real quantity. It would be an absolute horror. So I needed to make the changes to suit this energy. My armor had already begun, and my clone had also started making the changes to the things it had observed from the energy. Clang, clang, clang. In a matter of seconds, we have clashed thousands of times, creating such destructive shockwaves that would have crushed whole continents into the dust. Thankfully, we are far above the world here. The bastard would be able to use all its power and still wouldn't be able to harm the world. As for the suppression, it will be able to bear it with its power. I am waiting for that suppression of the world, as currently its power is cloaked under a very sophisticated combination of method and formation, but it could not cloak all its power. If that had been the case, it wouldn't have waited for so long to come to our world. It would come to the moment it had realized we had killed the 8 Grimms. I have to say, you have surprised me with this strength. While being a primary eye, it is quite hard to gain such strength at this level, it praised. You have only seen the fractions. You will see the whole of it when I bury my sword in your chest, I said grinningly, and the spark of anger lit up in its golden eyes. Quite confident, hun, it said with a laugh, and its power instantly tripped in mid-attack, but I had been prepared for such, as my power increased instantly to match its. I could not predict its strength, but I could feel it is immense, with it using only a fraction of it. I don't know whether that would be enough to defend against it, much less kill it, but it did not matter as I would have to do it, even if I needed to burn every ounce of the essence in my body. Only after it dies will my world would be safe, and for it, even if I had to sacrifice my life, I will do it. Clang, clang, clang. 10 more minutes passed, and I shifted my style to even more defensive as it began to become more aggressive. I do not mind it. These are the type of moves. Let me learn more about the enemy and help me kill when the times comes. Hun. A few more seconds passed when it changed its moves again. The golden fire covered its saber and attack, with its attack being much stronger than the previous attack. I was ready and reacted instantly. More power coursed through my veins while the silvery fire had covered my blade. This breakthrough had made silver fire unusually stronger, likely because of Ashlyn. Some things had happened in the ruin, including her eating that miracle fruit that strengthened her fire. When her fire is strength, mine gets strengthened, even though our fires have been diverging for quite a while. Clang. The fiery blades crashed, and the look that appeared on its face was truly priceless when it saw my silver fire was contending against the golden fire without losing. Its eyes became so wide that it had become comical. Of all things that had happened till now, this one seemed to have hit it the most. You are not a primary eye, it said with a matter-of-fact tone, and I grinned as my weak aura began to rise fast. It soon broke the boundary and reached primary eye 2 till it became strong as its aura. Yes, this is your real power, it said, looking at me intensely, but soon its expression changed as the power of my aura popped like a balloon and returned to its previous state. It is my real aura. As for the one that climbed to primary eye, it was fake, which I had made studying its aura. So what do you think about my level? I asked teasingly, and instantly its eyes became red, and a powerful aura shot off its body. It spread so fast that it had covered the whole area inside the ring like domain. If it were not for the ring restricting its aura, it would have spread even wider. I will kill you. It roared with rage and swung down its fiery saber that burned the space it cut through as it came at me. Clang, our swords clashed while our auras pressed against each other, and it made the Grims even angry as my weak aura was contending against its extremely powerful aura without losing even an inch. Though I have to say, the clash of golden and silver aura looked good, especially when they crushed the space between them as they clashed against each other. Try harder, I said, and its eyes blazed further as it moved its saber back and attacked me with even greater power. Clang, clang, clang. Our weapons clashed repeatedly. I remained defensive, trying to learn as much as possible about it, as it won't be long before it will start to use its true power, and at that time I will need to think more about defending than learning. I am making both my clones for that, and if it were not for the debacle, I would have had the third clone and much greater strength with my art, but what happened had happened. There is no need to waste time crying over it. Its attacks got stronger and stronger. I defended them calmly, without letting myself in the bubbling battle spirit I was feeling in my heart. At the 4th minute, it had suddenly stopped and looked at me seriously, with eyes devoid of any anger and hate. It seemed like I won't be able to defeat you without using some of my true strength, it said, to which I smiled. You won't be able to defeat me even if you use all your strength, I said with a grin. It did not get angry at all as I had expected it to, and instead smiled, which was devoid of any mirth. We will see about that, it said, and change occurred. The change was no explosive, but it had exploded the space around us, as its aura turned thick as honey, holding power to ground even space to dust. It is doing just that. Die. I was watching when it attacked with a speed that was barely visible to me before it became clear instantly. First burst. The power of the first released from me. It came from everywhere and filled me with strength in an instant. It did not just fill my body with power, but also amplified my senses, turning everything normal again. Its saber had reached halfway to me when I had reacted. My sword moved, not in attack, but in defense, that by the time its saber reached it, it was ready to defend against it. Clang. Its saber clashed against my tiny sword, and a shockwave swept from it, just vaporizing the space in an instant, but like always, a new one came and filled its space. It looked at me in shock as its thick aura clashed again mine, and like before, it was not backing out even an inch. Unlike its aura, mine did not thicken. Instead, it became grainier from powdery, and as it clashed with its Grimm's aura, it weakened it before swallowing it. It is happening very slowly, but not slowly enough for it to not notice. As I had told you, it will have to bring truly destructive power to do anything against me, I said, and its eyes flared for a moment before it attacked with its huge saber. Hee, I laughed as I moved my sword to defend myself. It is really angry, as the attack is more than 3 times stronger than the last attack, but I do not fear it. As I had said to it, it will need to bring out truly destructive power to harm me, and this power is not enough. Clang. Our weapons begin to clash, with each attack being at least 3 times stronger than the previous. It wants to destroy me with sheer power. Well, it is not going to happen, at least not with this power, and the more we fought, the more energy it would require to defeat me. As my clones studied it, Clone 2 had even bought an unpurified sample of its energy inside the core, and now testing against various samples of energies that I had created. At the same time, Clone 1 was making changes in my armor, making it more efficient in processing this energy while I fought and studied it. More than 10 minutes passed, and we exchanged thousands of moves in the short exchange, but it was not able to make me move even an inch from my place. At the time, I noticed one thing: its cloak, which it uses to remain undetected from the world, is reaching its limit. It could only hide till it used a certain amount of power. After it had crossed that, the cloak would break. I am waiting for that, not because the world will crush it after it has been discovered, which will not happen as we are powerful enough, but because it will cover it with its presence, and I need that to happen. It did not plan to stop and continue to attack me, using more and more power with each strike, till what I was waiting for had happened. Boom. A muffled boom rang out as it stopped, and instead of getting angry, it grinned while the pressure of the world gathered around it, but it did not seem worried even a bit. Finally, I am free, it said, while I looked at it in confusion, not understanding what it had said. There would have been a backlash if I had broken the cloak in one swing. I had to do it slowly, and now that I did it, I could use all my power in an instant if I want to, it said. And you think you can defeat me using your full strength? I asked with a smile while processing what it had said. If I had known it would receive backlash, I wouldn't attack it with my full power and would have even slower. I had learned a lot in the time we had fought, and I would not trade it for a backlash, which I have no doubt it would have been able to suppress till it killed me. Now, I have quite a lot of knowledge about it, and devised my strategy according to it. I wouldn't even need my full strength, it said back, and its aura became a thinker in an instant as it came at me with the strength to break the world. Second burst. The power of the second burst filled my body, and I moved my sword to defend against it. The real battle starts now, and it could end within a minute or in an hour. One thing is certain. I will use every drop of strength I have and even my life to kill the bastard, which is going to be a very difficult task. As the clock had disappeared, I sensed the true depth of its power, and it kind of scared me. If I had a choice, I wouldn't have fought it, but I did not. So not only do I have to fight it, but also kill it, and I will do it. Clnng, its saber fell down on my sword, and for the first time I shook. It was faint, but I did. The power was really immense, not just physical, but also energy. It had come in like the flood, and my armor being ready absorbed it like a sponge, leaving not a drop of it, and immediately beginning processing. Despite that, I couldn't help but feel hot all over due to it. This is the power I was waiting for, I said with a grin. Don't be so happy, this is just the beginning. It grinned back and attacked with the speed and power that surpassed its previous attack, but I had been ready for it and responded immediately. Clnng, Clnng, Clnng. It came at me like a tornado, clashing its saber against my tiny sword, but unlike last time, there was no shaking from me, which made its eyes flash in anger and attacked me with even greater power. I responded, increasing the power of my defense to match its, while my clones did theirs to aid me in every way. Time passed, and we continued without stopping till I reached the maximum power I could harness through the second boost. The power we are using is immense, so much that we could crush the world in a matter of seconds. In front of it, it is as fragile as paper, and which is why I couldn't let the Grims win. A few seconds passed, and I was about to activate the third boost when it suddenly stopped and looked at me with all seriousness in its eyes. Even in my wildest dreams, I had never truly thought this world would be able to produce someone of your power, it said while the space around us built. If you had come a few hours later, you would have found a lot more people with far greater power than I have right now, I replied. Which is about right, and that is why I kill you and every human in the world, even those you sent to hide, it said while projecting its vast killing intent. I am not surprised it knows about them. Any person with enough intelligence could guess that. Ha 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 ha. You will not be able to because I will kill you, I said, and it laughed loudly that it took more than a minute to calm himself down. It seemed like our clash till now had given you the wrong impression about my strength. Let me correct how you are, it said, and a golden aura, so thick that it felt solid, came out of it. Unlike before, it did not spread and instead gathered above it, forming a giant bloodline phantom. The phantom seemed to have riled up the world even more as more of its power began to press against it, but it was more than strong enough to bear it without losing even an ounce of its strength. Seeing it, my expression too turned serious as I knew it would now use its most powerful attacks. Flames of Erat, it said, and dense golden flames covered its whole body and saber, which swung toward me. Third burst. The power of the third burst filled my body so much that it started to leak till it was absorbed by my armor, but even with such power, I had no confidence in killing it. My sword moved to defend against it, while the silver flames spin against its blade at a very fast speed. These are no simple silver flames, but a very powerful move I had named Crushing Flames. I had created it to deal with such attacks. Clnng. Finally, our weapons clashed, and I nearly took a step back while all the flames on its body came at me. But to its shock, more than half of those flames were swept in revolving flames, while 40 came at me. It instantly covered my body, but just as it did, it immediately got absorbed into my armor, which had faintly shone for a moment before turning to normal. As it happened, it came at me with another attack. Clnng, Clnng, Clnng. Another attack right after that, and then another. The flames on them were stronger and stronger. I also poured more and more power into my defense. Holding anything back will have a great cost, so I did not. A minute passed, and we had clashed thousands of times, creating such destruction that would make anyone's soul shudder, but I did not even glance at it, focusing my all on the battle while hoping the ring would contain all. Even if the rings had not been present, the attacks would not have harmed the world directly, but indirectly they would have caused huge damage. There are hundreds of runes floating around very close to us. They are low-level runes, and they would have been destroyed by our attacks. Every ruin is important, especially the low-level ones that are close to the world. Our lowest-level practitioners trained there. Without them, it would be hard for them to gain resources and advance. They could not just go to the higher-level ruins. The energy, the pressure, not to mention monsters and others' danger, would kill them within a few minutes of taking the steps into the ruin. It is just one danger that ruin is preventing, not to mention unstable space, which would affect the teleportation inside and raw energies of attacks that would come at the world every few years and ravage large swaths of land in an instant. Golden destruction. It shouted suddenly, and the fire around it blazed with such an aura that made my eyes go wide. That immediately, I began to harness as much of the power I could from my bursts as I moved my sword to defend against it. Clnng, I defended, but the very next moment, I shook and began to take a step back while vomiting the mouthful of my blood, which vaporized in an instant, with shining golden flames covering me. It had finally shown its power, making the real battle for the survival of my world begin. Die, you bastard! I did not even stabilize myself, even if it had appeared in front of me like a phantom and attacked. This time, I had a chance to harness the immense power coursing through my body, and I did, using every bit I had to defend against the attack. CLANNNG. Its huge saber clashed, and to my shock, I felt myself shuddering before taking a step back while vomiting against another bout of blood, which once again vaporized by new sound shiny fiery energy covering me. Despite using all my power, I had been pushed back, and it is not like it had used its full power. No, it did not. It is still not using its power, and that did not make me feel good, giving me a feeling of defeat, but I crushed those thoughts and prepared myself for it. I have come across many such conditions where the enemy was ready to kill, but I have not only survived those situations but also killed the energy, and this time too, I will do the same. Hun, now you understand the difference between us. It asked with a grin and came at me again, but suddenly stopped midway before a frown appeared on its face. The frown stayed there for a moment before it eased while it moved its one claw against its chest, and when it reached it, it had gripped something invisible and pulled. For a moment, nothing could be seen before a group of green strings finer than the hair became visible, and great surprise couldn't help but appear on its face while I watched with wide eyes. Strings, it said before it had turned to me. Reek had said that you used the strings, and they are the sole reason you were able to kill so many of them. I didn't think they would be able to affect me, and they couldn't, but reaching me and wrapping themselves around me is still a feat that I don't think anyone of this could achieve, it added with an amazement apparent in its voice while staring at the strings. It continued to stare at them for a couple of seconds before pulling hard, but a moment later, a surprise on its face when it saw the strings did not break, instead just stretched. Seeing that, the fire covering its body began to move into the strings, and a couple of seconds later, the surprise on its face became even bigger. Fascinating, it said when the strings didn't burn by the shining golden fire. A smile appeared on its face, and the shining fire started to become thicker and blazed more brightly. It was only after 20 seconds a change appeared on the strings. They reddened, and 14 more seconds later they finally burned, but Grim was not satisfied as the fire in its hand spread around its body, and in a couple of seconds, burned away all the strings to the ashes. The strings are really amazing. Even a sufficiently powerful primary II bound by it would be powerless against those strings, it said as it turned to me. But you burned them, I said through gritted teeth. Yes, I did, it replied grinningly. You should understand humans in front of me. Aeons of Purple Palace, you are just an ant. You haven't killed me yet, Grim, I said while wiping away the blood off my lips. Aren't I? It asked back, and I found it in front of me in its saber, crossing more than halfway distance to me. CLANNNG. I was barely able to move my sword in position to defend, and it nearly threw me off my place before I started to take the steps back rapidly while vomiting a mouthful of blood. Give up, human, there is no other way than die, so you just give up and let me give you a peaceful death, it said and attacked me with an even more powerful attack, but I already had my sword moving, and I let my guide when its saber came toward me. CLANNNG. Its saber came at me, and many formations lit up inside me. They were ones my clones were able to create after studying its power. They are not much, but they are keeping me in a place. You are really something. Someone of your power should have exploded into pieces or burned to ashes by my fire, but you are still standing, it said, looking at me intently. I will be standing even when you turn to dust, I said back. Good, you have some spine, and I would very love to break it, it said and attacked again, this time with even greater power. CLANNNG. I defended with everything I had, every trick I had, but its raw power had broken through all, and I shot back with blood dripping from my mouth. Didn't I say, it said and flashed in front of me, and the only thing was to move my sword with all the strength I had to defend against it. CLANNNG, CLANNNG, CLANNNG. It attacked again and again without wasting even a second. Its speed was incredible, and the power was horrifying enough to destroy the world. If not for the ring surrounding us, I would have truly been worried about the future of my world. I defended against the attacks, which were getting stronger, as it was the only thing I could do against this colossal enemy. It would become a little easy if I burned my blood, but it is not the choice I have. I need to know where its limit lies. Until then, I will not burn my blood or any method of importance. It is an extremely risky gamble, considering it only needs a single attack to finish me off. But what choice do I have? Revealing my cards prematurely will waste them, which I couldn't do as they were the only things that could help me defeat them. You are one of the most difficult enemies I have killed, a literal cockroach. Even those stronger than you would have died by now, but you are still surviving, it said and attacked me again. The grinning smile on its face had disappeared, and now only irritation had remained, which made its attacks stronger and faster. It had bad for me, but I am also feeling hopeful the more power it uses, the clearer I will know its limit, and time isn't long. As I have constantly been collecting data, and which gives giving a clearer picture of its limits with every move it uses, but its powerful moves are also taking me to the limit of my instincts. They too have a limit, and I won't be able to use them with data. I have to accurately predict its attacks, and when I don't, it will be my end, as it will only need a single attack to finish me off. CLANNNG. A few more seconds passed, and another attack landed on my sword, and once again I sent back faster, but this time there was a smile on my face along with horror. I was able to find a limit to its power, and it horrified me, but it also gave me relief, as now I could make my last move. As for whether I succeeded or not, I don't know, but I sure as hell gave my all for it. Monster Integration, 4th Burst. I activated without hesitation, and immediately change appeared. My essence burned like a supernova while my armor thickened with the leaked power it absorbed. The power coming from burning my essence was immense, and I could not control it. On top of that, the formation inside me had activated, releasing energy and merging with the burning essence, making it stronger and even harder to control. My inheritance is very good, one of the best in the whole library, but it could have been even better if I had the time. One of the things I would have done is make different moves, not just make the same move differently, which I did with this current advancement, which may feel exactly the same as the old. It is not the same, just looks the same. Still, if I had time, it wouldn't even look the same. I had a grand vision still, have it if I survive by my luckiest stars. I will use the time of decades and even centuries to create what I have in my mind. It was really something, but I could not waste more time thinking about it anymore, as the Grim had appeared in front of me. CLANNNG. It once attacked me with greater power, but this time surprise flashed in its eyes as my sword moved, and when it clashed, the surprise became even bigger. It shook the first time since our battle had begun. Good, I was hoping when you would burn your essence, and now you did, it said with a laugh. Now show me the power you have gotten by burning your essence. So I tell you how futile your resistance is, it challenged, but I did not move, I only looked at it. Domain. I spoke, and power the domain burst out of me and spread far and wide, and looking at it, it couldn't help but become surprised. There was no elemental power or suppression, but it had instantly made its expression serious. The domain did not have much, and Eve did not look like it. It looked more like a collage of memories that relatives play at the funeral of their loved ones. The domain I summoned is doing that. Around me are projections of different things, plants, beasts, and even people. It shows them from the moment they were born to the day they died. It is mortality. This is my domain of mortality. High Rule Domain. It said and turned toward me. Since you have shown me your domain, it is only fair that I reciprocate, it said, and immediately a golden sun materialized over our head. As it did, the golden flames began to spew out of it, turning the whole into that fire. It is a majestic domain, and I would expected no less from the such enemy. It seemed to consider my domain a major enemy than me, as instead of targeting me, it targeted my domain, trying to burn the pictures, which burned as the fire touched them before appearing new. They follow the rule of mortality, which they are made of, and it is not making the Grim any happy. It seemed like I had enough played around. It is time for you to die. It said somberly, and a fiery aura released out of its body like a wave before going up and forming the bloodline phantom, which looked far clearer than before. Now die. It said the moment the phantom merged with me and attacked me with such power that it scared me, but the fear did not stop me from reacting. This time I am prepared too. CLANNNG. Our weapons clashed and created shockwaves to destroy even the world, but they did not much shake us. It was surprising seeing me, not even shaking, but that did not stop it from immediately attacking me. It knows I am burning my essence for power, and the best way to deal with it is by making me spend it, and it is doing just that. I am fighting, but there is a great surprise in my heart that despite burning my essence, I was not even able to force it to take a step back. The most I did was shake it, and now, not even that is happening. CLANNNG, CLANNNG, CLANNNG. Attack after attack came, and I defended. I could go on the offense since both of us now nearly had the same power, but the burning of my essence did not burn away my brain. I know my weakness well. My experience and technique are much weaker than mine, so it is better I stuck to defenses, but defense alone will not help me survive, much less kill it. Thankfully, the defense is not the only thing I am doing. There are many things going around in the background, and in a minute, all will be revealed. Till then I had to continue and pat myself for a great domain I had created. It might not look much, but it is doing good, better than I had imagined it to be. The Grim really has a reason to be scared. If I had been in its place, I would use every bit of power against me. I would even burn my blood to kill the enemy with the such domain. These things could do many things, and with the power of rule bending merged into it, then the sky is the limit. Seconds passed and I continued to fight against it, defending against each one of its attacks, no matter how powerful it was. It should. If my plan worked, then it didn't have much time before it died, and if it didn't, then I would be another weakling it would crush before destroying the world. Slow, I said as it launched another attack like it had done thousands before that, but just as I muttered the word, an alarm flashed in its eyes, and it slowed immediately before stopping. I looked at its hand before at its body, everything that was wrapped in the strings, with the deep shock in its eyes. These strings so sneaky, it said, and immediately extremely powerful fire, the most powerful I had ever sensed, came out of it and ranged into the strings. For the first few minutes nothing had happened, but soon they turned red, and even faint steam began to appear from the strings, seeing that a grin couldn't help but appear on its face. I have to say, your strings were sneaky, but like the old ones they will burn to the ashes, it said, wicked grin. Are they? I asked, and the grin froze and it looked at the strings. Soon a frown appeared on its face before a surprise, and then a shock when it realized my strings were not burning, and instead, they were consuming its fiery energy and making themselves stronger. Its fire was strong enough that my strings couldn't consume it such easily, but with precious time, it had given me to find a way. I had changed the formation of the strings, strengthening the formation inside my core, and also added resources that could help my string neutralize the power of the fire and consume it. I am spending resources like water, but I do not care. Killing it is important, and I will spend every single resource I have to do that. Good, very good, but if you think this would be enough, then you are far too much overestimating your strings, it said with rage, and an aura burst out of its body, more powerful than anything I had seen before. The aura formed the phantom above its head. It was bigger than past bloodline phantoms and looked much clearer, almost real, and when it merged back with Grimm, its power had broken all boundaries. For a moment, I had thought the power had broken the realm of primary II and entered primary III. Did not seem like the case, but I do not know, seeing I have never seen a primary III, just read about it. It did not matter to me what stage its power had reached. What matters is that I had to kill it, no matter the price I needed to pay. Now let me show you how I crushed these strings of yours, it said, and golden fire seeped out of its body. It did not feel like fire at all, but lava gave how thick it was, and now all of it is moving to burn my strings. I did not move, but my clone inside my core was throwing the resources inside the formation without care about the rare and precious they were. The fire that is thicker than the water entered inside the strings and set them on fire, while more strengthening energy merged with my burning blood essence to strengthen the strings further. The strings wouldn't burn once they did. It was game over for me. I would not be able to do anything other than die under its blade. Seconds passed in silence as nobody moved even an inch from their places. We did not even dare to blink as we watched the invisible clash of fire and strings, and my strings were surviving, albeit barely. It is not making Grimm any happy. I could see every second that fire was unable to burn the strings, and the rage in its eyes would increase. A minute had passed, and the Grimm seemed to have snapped as quickly moved its hand and tried to pick the strings it had done last time, but to its great surprise, it couldn't. It begins to use its abilities, but even with them, it couldn't just pick the strings. Earlier, it was able to sense my strings because I had revealed them to it, and it is for the same reason it was able to pick them and burn them to ashes. It was intentional. The strings are my signature, and Reek might have mentioned it. So if I did not show it, it would already be guarded against them, even if it would not consider them a true threat. Now I have revealed my strings will fully power, and they are not easy to deal with, especially with the aid from my core. It had tried for a full half-minute before it turned to me with its eyes filling with unending rage. I will kill you, it said lowly and came at me, even with strings wrapping every part of it. Its speed is fast, with immense power coursing through the veins. BNNNG, it had just moved when it sensed something and brought down its saber, and immediately my shields were revealed. All 24 of them are completely round with green and silver color, with a picture of the world at their center. All of them are around it, caging it in a spherical formation. It is not easy to kill me, Grimm, I said as it looked around the shields, and I thought it would shout something angrily, but it did not and instead turned toward me with a smile on its face. Nice shields you have, but how long will they be able to stop me? It asked and saw its saber covering the thick fire before it attacked. BANNNG, BANNNG, BANNNG. It began to attack my shields, and each of its attacks would send a ripple across them, and a few cracks would appear, which would heal immediately before appearing again with the next attack. Bastard, I cursed it as I stabilized myself and gulped down the blood that came to my throat. The bastard is very smart. It knows I am burning my blood, and now it is attacking wildly to make me spend more of my essence. The quicker it will expand my essence, the sooner it will be able to kill me. Its plan is working, and I am losing my essence fast, and my internal injuries are becoming bigger and bigger, but I am also extremely close to achieving my goal in a few seconds. I will make the final move. It might seem like I am just caging it, but I am doing far more. This is no common grim that I could just pull inside me. No, I couldn't do that. It will resist, and once I fail, I will not get a second chance, so I need it to be perfect. I need to take inside me without giving it the slightest chance to resist, and I am throwing everything I have for that. Seconds passed, and it continued to attack, rapidly draining my burning essence. It is a great thing that I have the strengthening formation. Without it, I wouldn't have been able to hold it in my cage. Suddenly my eyes widened as I noticed the faint changes in it, and immediately acted with everything I had. I had needed around 10 more seconds, but the bastard was moving to burn its blood, and I couldn't let it happen. Once it happened, nothing would be able to stop it. I used everything the moment I sensed it was trying to burn its blood. I burned every drop of essence inside me, simply lit the spark on the whole essence, not caring about the damage it would cause to my soul and body. Buzz. At the same time, the formation in my soul lighted up with full power and sent so much energy that my body could not handle it, but I did not care as I only had fractions of seconds before the power of essence flowed through its veins. As it happened, I stopped hiding my domain and revealed its whole power, concentrating on it, which immediately made its eyes widen in shock. I concentrated the whole domain of mortality on it, and it began to decrease its strength rapidly. It is not suppressing it, decreasing it, which is what made the rule so powerful. It is why the Grim had acted when it noticed my rule power, but it failed to notice I was only using 20 outside. I truly used it when I summoned my shields, and if it had not turned to burn the essence, I would have been able to make the domain even more powerful and decrease its strength faster. It would have been great if I had a few more seconds, but the bastard seemed to have sensed the danger to life. Otherwise, it wouldn't have acted such swiftly. Pull! I shouted and tried to pull the Grims inside my core. It immediately sensed it, and an aura exploded around it as it resisted. You will not succeed. It said, and its aura flared, and I felt my grip on it rapidly losing its resistance, and the essence burn was not far. The moment it happened, I would finish. A horror appeared in my heart, and I used everything, pushing even further, not caring about the consequences of what will happen later, but my grip kept loosening till the time came when a spark finally lit across its blood. Terror filled me, but I still kept trying, but I knew all hope was lost. The dread consumed me as the power of burning essence began to fill its veins, and it moved its weapon to crush me when suddenly a surprise appeared on my face as the familiar power filled my strings. Father pulled it inside, said Nero, and I did not hesitate to try again. As I did, alarm flashed into the eyes of the Grims, and it resisted full power that a bloody bloodline phantom appeared behind it, but with aid of Nero and every bit of my strength pulled. I screamed loudly as I felt its resistance was collapsing and pressed even further. Finally, the last layer of resistance collapsed, and terror appeared on golden fire werewolves' faces as it disappeared. As it did, I let go of everything as I did not have any energy and began to fall down toward the world while I felt my consciousness slipping away. I resisted as there was so much to do, but I was so tired that I could not. I was barely able to ask Nero and Ashlyn to take care of Golden Fire Werewolf in the core before I fell into consciousness. I don't know how long I was unconscious, but I was woken up by a splitting headache. Through my half-opened eye, I found myself on the bank of a stream with ice-cold crystalline water. The scenery around me is beautiful, and would have been even more if there were not been bodies of a few monsters and Grims lying around. There's also Ashlyn and a couple of humans watching me from a safe distance. Your Excellency, have you killed the Grim? Asked High Grandmaster Stanley finally, and I wished I could reply, but I could not, as opening my mouth felt like a great struggle. So I did not and focused on the important thing. My core is shaking like never before as the Golden Fire Werewolf is resisting, as the runes harvest it. Many Grims have resisted, but before runes enveloped them after harvest began, it was the struggle of their bloodlines and runes. Core barely shook that time, but now it is shaking madly. It is the edge. If Grim had a little more power, it would have been able to damage my core. It is happening while the runes are harvesting, and Nero is enveloping the spatial domain. Through this, one could imagine how powerful the Grim is, also its bloodline, that even after 10 minutes since the harvest had begun, they were able to harvest a line of bloodline essence. Czar, let me go. If you didn't, then a signal would be released, and an even more powerful force of Grims would descend on your world. Let me go, and I will leave your world and never return to it in my life. It threatened and begged the clone. When looking at it, it did not respond, no matter how many times Grim begged and threatened. Even if what it says is true, letting it go would be a grave mistake. I was lucky and had Nero, that I was able to defeat it. Next time I won't be lucky, even if I am a little more powerful. It knew all my moves now and would finish me within a second, and it had the power to do it, especially after it had burned in its beg. Please, let me go. I am willing to swear a life oath. It begged. It had stopped threatening a minute ago, and now is just begging. Even if it growls, I will not change my mind. I looked at it through my clone's eyes before making it turn to my meta scan, and as I had expected, my condition was bad, very bad. The only reason I am even awake is one of the emergency formations. It won't be able to keep me awake for much longer, and in a few seconds, I will fall into unconscious again. It is not an exaggeration when I say my condition is extremely bad as it had never been. I had nearly used every drop of the essence. Such burn would kill others in an instant, and even if they survived, it would damage their foundation. With my abilities, I won't suffer the foundational damage as I will be able to heal it, but recovering fully soon is going to be a challenge for me. A few more seconds have passed, and I fell into unconsciousness again. When I woke up once again, I had a cool feeling all over my body and the same time, a blading headache. Managing the pain, I flutter my eyes open fully last time. Only one of my eyes was opened and not fully, but now I have got some energy. I open them both and turn toward the humans, whose numbers have quadrupled. The Grim is dead, I said finally, and saw the pure joy appearing on their face that I had never seen on anyone. Some were so happy that they collapsed due to it. Finally, said High Grandmaster Stanley, and collapsed on her knees while tears began to flow out her eyes. I entered inside my core with the little energy I had gotten, appeared beside the ashes of the golden fire werewolf. I picked up those ashes in my fist and looked at them. It wasn't long ago it had filled my heart with terror, and even now I feel it when I think about it, but it is dead, and with it all Grims would be. It won't be long before the greatest dream of my race will be fulfilled. We will kill each and every Grim. It does not matter where they are hiding. We will hunt them down and kill them. I released the dust from my hand and picked up the essence rose of the Grim. It was beautiful. A shining golden-colored essence rose. It seemed like it was carved out of the solid fire. It is dangerous as it is beautiful. I looked at it for a few seconds before throwing it toward the necrotic tree with some unwillingness. I would have liked to keep it with myself as a mark of my victory, but it had greater uses. Consuming it, the necrotic tree will give me the life essence of the primary II level, and that is very important right now, given the injuries everyone has suffered. The essence rose landed on the formation, and immediately the tree began to consume it. I turned to the whole island and, seeing what was happening, couldn't help but put a smile on my face. Seeing the trouble I had in planting and harvesting when the growth energy came, I have developed something very comprehensive. I looked at my clones, who are operating a complex formation that will plant and harvest the resources. Their control is spread over the whole hand. Every plant is planted and harvested under their control. With it, there is not the slightest waste of time and growth energy, and every inch of space is managed to the greatest efficiency. Like the last time, all the buildings have disappeared, and now on every inch there is a plant, most of them with their ecosystem and supporting fertilizers, which will lessen the strain on growth energy and make use of it in maximum efficiency. It is not just in my core that something amazing is happening, but also in my body and soul. The strengthening essence is even thicker and more powerful than the energy of my breakthrough, and my body and soul are consuming like a hungry beast without any lag despite the power of energy. It seemed like its bad state had woken up the hunger that was consuming it all. I watched everything with a small smile on my face that told me I did not need to worry about anything, and I did not. As for the threat that Grim left before dying, it might be true or a lie, but one thing is clear, that threat will not appear soon. They will not appear in day, month, or year. It will take more than that. If they ever come, then we will be ready even if I were not present at that time. I would leave the contingencies behind, so my word would be safe. Nearly an hour passed, and once again I thanked Ashlyn and Nero. Without them, I wouldn't have been alive. It was Nero who helped me in capturing Golden Fire Werewolf and saved the core from the attacks of the Grims, while Ashlyn saved me from falling and killed all the threats that came after. If not for her, those weaklings would kill me. I was weak enough to be killed by them at that time. Thanking them, I got out of my core and stood up before turning to wait for High Grandmaster and Grandmasters. What is the status of Grims? I asked. We have locked the space around their supreme fortress the moment we sense the presence of Big Grim disappear. It won't last long, 6 days before the energy drained from the pyramid, while Grims begin to run away to ruins as they did after the last epic war, she replied. It was the same thing they did after Her Excellency Roosevelt, and Ramona Hawthorne defeated them. While Supreme Fortress is unbreakable, the Grims are not the ones who keep all their eggs in one basket. So after a few hundred years, when they came back, those who came from the ruins were the strongest Grims. Those bastards could hide so well that even Her Excellency and Ramona Hawthorne were not able to find them. While we were able to stop them, some of them already in ruins with Ashlyn and Nero, I will find them and kill them, even if I scour every inch of every ruin, and as for those hiding in the unbreakable fortress, they will die too. Scour the world. I want you to kill every Grim hiding, but don't go to the realms and ruins yet. We will start cleaning them after everyone has returned, I said, and they bowed. What about those hiding in the Supreme Fortress? Asked High Grandmaster Stanley clearly. She was worried the same thing was happening as in the past. We will kill every Grim hiding there, I said with a grin, and could see some of them had some questions, but they did not dare to ask them. I did not stay further and disappeared the next second. I appeared in the med bay where I had sent them. All of them are unconscious, including my mother, and their state is very bad. A few minutes passed when the first tub came out of my storage, and I put my mother in the purple liquid. A few seconds later, the dense formation had covered her whole body, and she began to heal. Another 2 minutes passed, and I put the professor inside it before I placed Alina, then the professor. One by one, I took out the healing tubs and placed them inside till all of them were inside, including matron Mavis. I had created a special healing pool for her a few months ago in the ruin. It will heal her, not fully, but enough that she will gain consciousness in a week or two. Only after that, the process of true healing will begin. It might take a year or more, but I am confident that I will be able to heal the old woman thoroughly. Seeing them, I wanted to rest in the healing pool too, as I might look healthy as a stallion, but I am not. My injuries were extremely deep, and while 90 of them were healed by the strengthening essence, the rest will heal very slowly. It will take months before I will be able to return to my 100, and I am not worried. I have more than enough time to heal slowly, as the greatest danger our world has ever faced has gone. We will only need to kill a few vermin who have remained, but those won't be a problem when these people woke, and those we sent away have returned. Can you really open it? Asked Ellen, a big white round thing made of metal which is dented in many places. The ship, Supreme Fortress of Grimm's, across history, there had been extremely few humans have reached so close to this thing. Because it is a death sentence coming to this clone, even Grand Lords wouldn't survive coming this close. Just watch it, I said to her, and we flew toward it, and when there was only 100-meter distance between us and it, a gate materialized in front of us. I passed through it without stopping and immediately appeared on the other side with Golden Fire Werewolf, a foxman, and Bearman waiting on another side. The Golden Fire Werewolf is a Grand Lord. The bastards were hiding one, thankfully. The seed I had left let me manipulate the Grand Lord for a few seconds, which was enough for me to bring it out yesterday, and control it with an even more powerful seed from which it could never recover. You have them in your control, said Rai from behind, seeing the blank look in their eyes. What we did in the next 20 hours did not make me proud, and if it is not necessary, I will not discuss them in my life. Nobody would. The slaughter we did had shuddered our souls till now. We have not killed 0.01 of Grimm's as we did in just a few hours. Even though I know each of them deserves it and is necessary for our world, it still shook my heart. This place contained all tribes and their important people. I even saw the Grimm tribes, which we thought were extinct. We killed them too, wiped them all out from the face of the world. Not all of them were killed directly. I took hundreds of thousands of them in my storage and harvested them for the resources. Those resources wouldn't be of any use to me, but they will be extremely useful to the Academy, as some of them are truly rare that they couldn't be found in ruins, and now I have them. Good, we now have complete access to the Grimm's fortress, said Supreme Commander from the other side. It was surprisingly easy to get control over the Grimm's fortress. I did not know a thing it would be this easy considering it was a Grimm-made ship, but it was. Congratulations, everyone. You have achieved what every person of the human race dreamed for thousands of years, said Supreme Commander before turning to me. Especially you, Lord Tsar, the whole race is indebted to you, she added. I did not say anything other than smile. With the pyramid getting control over it, thousands of people begin to come from the next minute, taking control over everything. We have not decided what we do about it yet, but I am sure we will be able to find a few useful ways for it. Before we do that, we will have to wipe all the vermin away from our world in the runes. It had been 3 days since I had killed the big Grimms, and since then I had focused on healing and hunting Grimms. Today was the day, Supreme Commander, and everyone woke up, and she had begun calling our people who had gone into hiding. By the end of the day, they will come, and we will begin the proper cleanup. There are ruins and realms to search, not to mention there are enough hiding places in the world, and we will need to scour through all. It will take time to kill all Grimms hiding in the holes, months or even years, but we have time, and we will not rest till we have killed every one of the Grimms. I can't believe we have gotten control of the Supreme Fortress. Even Ramona Hawthorne wasn't able to accomplish that, said Alina, and everyone turned to me again. Everybody had their strengths. I am a little good at this, I said. So humble, Ellen mocked, and everybody laughed. It feels good to be among friends again. Even Kevin's presence seemed bearable now that we have erased the greatest threat of our world. We have stayed there for a few more hours till Lord Whitmore came and took control over it. It is really frustrating that we are healing so slowly. I want to go to the ruins and kill those vermin, said Alina as she dipped into the healing pool. We all have overexerted ourselves. It will take some time before we heal, I said with a small smile as I made an adjustment to their healing tubs. I had not woken up all of them. My mother, Professor, and a few others are still healing, though I will need to wake up my mother soon, as my sister and father will be returning in half an hour. I made the adjustment to all of their pools before finally going to my mother. Mom, I said gently as I woke her. What happened? Did we win? She asked as her eyes flew open. Yes, we did, I replied gently, and I could see her tense body relaxing visibly. You have killed it, she asked with surety as if she knew I was the one who did the deed. Yes, I affirmed, and her expression became serious with pain filling her eyes. It must have been very difficult, she asked softly. Yes, it was, I said. It was all my fault. If I had been stronger, you wouldn't have to go through all these difficulties, she said as she caressed my cheeks. It is because of you I had the strength to go through these things, I said, and a smile appeared on her face. I am proud of you, she said, and I smiled. You should get ready, father and Rose are returning soon, I said, and that instantly widened her eyes, and she immediately appeared out of the tub a minute later. She went to clean up while I went to my room. There are thousands of things I have to do, but like my mother, I also want to welcome my family with her. The other things could be done later. I also showered and wore a new set of clothes before walking out of the room a few minutes later. My mother, too, also returned from her room. She looks good, except for little paleness that is not noticeable unless one focuses on her. Other than that, she looks completely healthy. She has barely recovered 35 of her power, but it is fine. She could rest and recover her family. Let's go, I said after I received the message, and both of us disappeared and appeared in the hall. The rune-breaking gate was active, and people were coming out, and we only needed to wait for a couple of seconds before I saw my father coming out with my sister by his shoulder. He froze when he saw us, especially my mother. It made Rose turn toward us, and her eyes went wide. Mommy. She shouted, and immediately Mom appeared beside her and took her in her hands. My precious girl, said Mom, and began to kiss her cheeks as tears fell from her eyes. For 11,600 years we have fought against the Grimms, billions died, but today everything ended. As the Supreme Commander of humans, I declare the war is over, said Supreme Commander to millions of people gathered in front of us, who cheered as they heard those words. It had been 3 months since I killed the big Grimm, and since then we have been hunting all over the world in the ruins, realms, and vestiges. They were hiding everywhere but reached them and killed the bastards. I am sure we have not finished killing all of them. Only an idiot would be sure of that, but I know we have killed more than 95 of them. The rest will be killed, too, as we might have officially said. The war is over, but hunting teams are still searching for them, and they will keep searching for years till every Grimm is dead. The cheers of millions of humans have lasted for minutes before they finally calmed down. As the sign of our victory, we will plant a seed where the most powerful Grimm fell. This seed will grow into the tree and be a sign of our victory, ages to come, she said and asked me to move ahead. I flew ahead, holding a seed in the clay plate. While millions of eyes looked at me, I could feel their gazes, and the weight they contained, it couldn't help but make me shake. We were hiding and lying about many things, like this place being where the big Grimm fell, but not all. The pyramid had decided to be truthful about who killed the biggest Grimms, and I accepted the glory, not for me but also for my family, Marina, and most importantly, the Academy. I landed on the ground gently and crouched down before parting the soul from my hands gently. It is all choreographed. There is a huge formation laid inside, covering over 100 miles. All the people who had come for the victory speech are covered in it, and they will help the seed grow. When enough earth is moved, I place the seed inside the earth, exactly at the center of the formation, which is hidden from most, and cover it back with the earth. As I finished, a shining crystalline stream of water appeared from above and fell on the earth. The seed is not only a symbol of victory, but also our faith in each other. It is due to this faith we have survived thousands of years against the Grimm before defeating them for good, I said slowly, but my sound could be heard miles away. So I want you all to pray for this seed, that it will grow and become a mighty tree that will help our world heal, I said loudly, and I could see all the humans praying, and a sliver of faith created from it is gathered by the formation and fed to the seed. This seed is the seed of the world tree, one of 3 which had been found by old man Gatlin. He had given one to me, which I had planted in my core. This one is second. I have to tell him what it is exchanged. And now, that old man had asked me to help plant one in his organizations as well. The seeds of the world tree are rare. It is a miracle that old man found them because the benefit they could provide is immense. We have staged this event here and even released some info about the seed we are going to plant, as we plan to make it a faith tree. The seed of the world tree could become anything, but the faith tree will be best for our world. It will grow through the faith of the people of this world. Such trees help in mending the world, and we need it desperately. Our world is damaged, and this tree will be extremely useful in healing it if we are able to grow it. There was an easy way. I could have used Grimms to grow it in my core and then plant it outside, but then it would not have been a faith tree but something else. It is a great risk, but one everyone agreed to take. The old man also chose the risky way. He wanted the tree suitable for his organization. I couldn't help but admire him for it, as I don't think I would have dared to take such a risk. I wish he had the extra seed. I would have loved to plant one in the academy. I could have used this seed, but the world is more important than the organization. I stayed looking for more than a minute before a smile appeared on my face. I sensed the change. It was small, but I sensed it. The faith had clicked with the seed. It will increase. The chances of it growing successfully would increase tremendously. I waved and flew back to the stage amidst the grand lords. What are the chances of it germinating? Professor asked, and she was not the only one who asked the question. 70, I replied to her and everyone else who asked. A few hours passed, and the speeches continued. Every Grand Lord had given a speech. It is an honor of a lifetime that the generation will cherish. So it is important that every Grand Lord participate, and it is not just Grand Lords, but High Grandmasters and Grandmasters, along with exceptional tyrant and lower powerhouses who made great contributions, had also been invited on the stage. Those who sacrificed themselves had also been honored. We have erected tens of thousands of pillars in the place, and on them, carved the name of billions who had died. There is no single name we have left behind. It was not just people who died in this war, but in all wars and the fight against the Grimms. They have sacrificed their lives for the world and deserve to be remembered for ages. It is not over for a whole month. There will be programs here and in every part of the world, as this will be the last time the world will be so united. We are naive to think we will be unified. Forever there will be peace till this generation, but the conflict will start after, as it did after Ramona Hawthorne and Her Excellency had sent the Grimms to their fortress. From tomorrow, the negotiations will begin, as more than half of the territory of the world had been in the hands of the Grimms, and now they are dead. It was time to divide it. Though this place will be neutral, I had asked for a vow and written guarantee about its neutrality. No matter what happens in the future, this place will never be attacked. There is a huge seal with that promise, with a signature from all the organizations. From King to Supremes, every organization had signed it. Are you returning to the academy? Asked Ellen as I was walking through the memorial, invisible to people around me. Yes, it is time I returned to it permanently, I replied, to which she nodded before her expression became serious. Good, I have something to tell me, more like they asked me to tell you, she said with complicated expressions. Clearly, she was uncomfortable with what she was about to say, and I could already guess what is about. Who they? I asked despite knowing who, and she knew it, which is why she glared at me. They hope that you will not increase the number of powerhouses too much, and will keep the numbers in balance with other Supremes, she said, and the smile on my face became even bigger before it became serious. Don't worry, the numbers of Academy's powerhouses will remain in balance. I will not create the army to dominate the world, I said without hiding my voice from those who were listening, and could feel them taking a sigh of relief. Currently, I am powerful enough to create an army for world domination, and they will not be able to stop me, but as I had said, I have no intention of doing that. Though I will not leave the Academy at the mercy of Supremes, that is the only mistake my predecessor made. I know too well that glory fades, and it did not take long for it to happen. So when I leave, the Academy would be strong enough to contend against any Supreme, but it wouldn't be a Supreme. It is opposite to the ethos of which it had been founded, and why Her Excellency did not make it supreme, even when she had the power to do it, like Ramona Hawthorne. A few hours passed, and I returned to the pyramid where the authority of the Supreme Commander downgraded, that now she is a leader of the pyramid and nothing more. This whole council, including Lady Hera, is planning to resign within a year after the important work to be done. It might seem like the work is done, but it is not. The hidden Grimms need to be killed, territories need to be divided, and the brainwashed humans need to be rehabilitated along with other colonies of humans in the Grimms land. It will be a tough job, and even now we are not sure whether we are not sure the way we are doing that. I will visit you in a month. By then, you would recover more, I said to an old woman in a wheelchair. She is still weak and unable to use her power. It will her a year or more before she can do that. It is the least I could do for all the sacrifices you have made for the world, I said to her before turning to my friends. Take care of your teacher, and if something happens, contact me immediately, I said to Jill. I said goodbye to my friends and also my parents, who were going to stay here for a few days. They haven't decided on what they will do, though I had said the door of the academy will always open to them. I don't think they will come there. Tell me when you decide, I said to them. We will, said Mom. I hugged them before disappearing. A second later, I appeared in the academy in front of Marina's office, my office, as I am headmaster. Everyone is here as I had asked them. Ellen, Professor, Marina, and all the council members who had survived the war, including old woman Marla, and all of them are staring at the gray sphere floating in front of them. You have kept us waiting for an hour, headmaster, said the old woman. Her demeanor did not change, even after I gained this power and became headmaster. There are some things that came up, I said. More important than this, said the old woman, pointing at the floating gray sphere. I only smiled before turning to the professor. Bring out everyone, I said to her, to which she nodded. Attention, every member of the academy, students, staff, and every other, appear in front of the administration building within half an hour, she said through her badge, and immediately the whole academy stirred. We have become visible to the masses as they appear one after another. I have also sensed the powerful presence. They did not hide their presence, they just remained invisible to the masses. Only those at the professor and Alina's level could sense them. Soon, half an hour passed, and all the academy members had gathered in front of us. Seeing them, my eyes couldn't help but become emotional. Like every other organization, we have lost people. More than half of our members have died in the war. I cleared my emotions and turned to them. Today, I will give you all the gifts, something that will make every member of the Academy proud as till it stands, I said and placed my hands on the floating spear. Its gray color turned green and slowly went down till it merged in the earth. For a minute, nothing had happened before finally, energy burst out of far corners of the Academy and enveloped it fully in an energy layer that even Grand Lords would have a hard time breaching. Shake, shake, shake. People were staring at the giant spherical energy cover enveloping the Academy when the earth began to shake. While the earth shook, not a single wall collapsed due to it. The Academy is moving, shouted someone, and people began to look, but they did not see it. Moving confusion appeared on most of their faces before they understood what was happening. The Academy is not moving sideways, but it is moving up. It took more than a minute for a huge steely round bowl containing the Academy to reveal itself. It finally reached above the ground and finally picked up the speed to fly up as people began to gasp visibly. This artifact that Reek had been trying to fix, I did it with mine full of crystal. This artifact is the same level as Pyramid, but unlike Pyramid, which is a fortress-class artifact, this is a city-class. It did not contain immense space in small size and was not as defensive as it was, but it was big and capable of doing many things that Pyramid could not. It is perfect to house the Academy. For 3 months, we have been working hard to give it access to all Academy buildings. There are some really powerful formations that were left behind, not to mention the legacy buildings. There were many things we had to do before we were able to merge it with this artifact, but it was all worth it seeing the Academy flying up. Soon, it reached the clouds and pierced through them. The sun became glaring above, but the energy screen changed, making the inside sunny as before while giving the breathtaking view as the artifact finally stopped. It's beautiful, said Marina as she looked at the clouds. It is, repeated the professor. It feels like we are flying over a sea of clouds sometimes. The clouds would part and would give a look below. I looked at the scenery before turning to the interface which had appeared in front of me. We have only brought the Academy up, but there are still many things I have to do. The first thing I chose is to create the gate. Not everyone could be able to fly this high, and it will be forbidden to most people other than the tyrants and those with special privileges to fly directly into the Academy. I tapped the icon on the interface, and a giant white marble gate came out of the floor. It is huge, so huge that several Grimms would have been able to walk and fly through it. It appeared out of the ground before flying up and soon passed through the energy sphere covering the Academy and descended toward the ground. Boom! A few seconds later, a muffled boom rang out as the gate filled itself on the edge of the hole that formed when the Academy flew up. The runes on it activated immediately, and a few seconds later, a group of Lord flew toward it. When they passed through it, they appeared on the platform, not far away from us, which the group of tyrant guards was guarding. How many gates do you say we could deploy? Asked Alina, near 1,000. We could deploy them at any part of the world, I replied. The pyramid had its strength, while the flying globe had its. There are many things that pyramid could do that it cannot, while some things it could that pyramid cannot. I tapped on the interface several times before turning to the people who were flying around, looking at everything. There is not much change in the Academy. We have decided to keep it just as it is. Everyone, please stay at your place for a minute. I said. Everybody stopped in their places, whether they were on the ground or in the air. They had just stopped. For a few seconds, nothing had happened before things began to come out of the ground. Everywhere these were batches that looked like the Academy batches they were wearing, but were capable of doing much more. They could be said to be similar to pyramid batches, though they will be connected to the Academy no matter where they are. With these batches on them, we will be able to pull them from anywhere in the world as long as they are in a safe place. Though that function will be used carefully, it cannot be a go-to-rescue function whenever one is in trouble. Now zones, I said to myself and tapped. As I did, invisible energy boundaries have created, stronger than any boundaries that the Academy had been before, and in some boundaries, the mist began to come out of the ground. Even around us, the mist begins to come out, and rapidly the energy begins to get denser, but it did not get too dense like some areas. This is the common area. The density of energy couldn't be high as the places which are exclusive to the tyrants, which will kill them. Pyramid accepts a connection. I said through my pyramid badge and sent out the connection, which was immediately accepted, and a few seconds later, a projection of Lady Hera and all council members appeared in front of us. The connection is of level 4 privileges, which means through their connection of the pyramid, they could send their projection here and also connect to the Academy's interface in a limited capacity. Congratulations, Headmaster. You have given your organization a gift of ages, said Lady Hera. Certainly, I replied. Such artifacts are extremely rare, but I am sure some of them might have some in their treasuries. I would be surprised if they didn't have at least one, given their history of thousands of years. I'm glad to hear that, she replied. There will be a celebration in the Academy in a week. I hope you all will grace it with your presence, I invited. "Since you have invited us so kindly, we will definitely come," said Lady Hera. I talked to them for a few minutes before they left. Many of them had envy in their eyes when they left, and I couldn't blame them. I turned to the crowd. Everyone had now got their badges. I could see it in the interface. Those who were out would get them badges after they returned. From today, a new era for the Academy will begin, and it is my greatest hope that each of you will keep the values of the Academy in your heart and fight for it, I said, and they cheered. I waited till the cheers stopped before continuing again. I wanted to finish short, but I had to lay out the vision, and there was no better time to do it. The speed lasted for more than 10 minutes, and when it finished, there was raucous cheering. "Good speech," said the old woman as she took my place. The speeches lasted for half an hour more before it was over, and we went to my office, where we began to make changes in the Academy through the interface. While most of the changes were invisible, some were visible, like bringing the statue of Her Excellency and Ramona Hawthorne near the entrance, like it was before when the Academy was on the ground. There are many suggestions, but we have decided that, like before, people should see the statues when they first enter the Academy. I still remember the first time I had entered the Academy and saw those statues. They have enamored me, and I can still remember the feeling of seeing those statues. After we did that, we began to expand the spaces. The Academy will get bigger, and while we decided not to change it, we need space, and thus we expanded the space within. The artifact could do that. It needs a lot of energy, and it has the energy, and I will deposit even more energy crystal in it so that it will be able to run without problem for thousands of years. It was nearly an evening before we have decided to take a break for the day. "Finally, we are alone," said Marina as she got up from her seat and came to me before sitting on my lap and bringing her lips to mine for a gentle kiss. "It feels good to kiss you without any worry," I said as we broke the kiss. "We now will have all the time in the world for kisses and other things," she said seductively, and immediately my body reacted. "You know, I always wanted to take you in this room." I said. "This is her office, which has now become mine." "What is stopping you from doing that?" she challenged, and I reacted instantly, without a care in the world. For the next 3 hours, there was nothing, but our moans rang out through the office. We have marked every inch with our love, and there is not a single place where we have not done it. "How are the negotiations?" I asked the professor as she appeared. She and the old women were the representatives of the Academy. "Bad. The organizations are fighting for every little inch," she complained. "You shouldn't be surprised. It is something we had expected," I told her. "Yes, it is not surprising, but I still couldn't help but wonder how they are refusing to give each other an inch," she said. To that, I just smiled. "Well, at least they have agreed to stay away and not to influence minor continents heavily," I said. To that, she nodded. "The focus on the minor continents has increased tremendously, not only because the Minor Interference Treaty had expired after the war, but also because of the powerhouses it had generated in this generation. Ellen, Jill, Kevin, the twins, me, and a few others are from minor continents, and we are the strongest in the world." One Grand Lord had straight up said that they should be divided by the Supremes. The funniest thing is half of them have agreed to it, but we had vehemently opposed it even when they offered us the 2 continents. Not only us, but Ellen, Sarah, Kevin, and others also protested against it. So they finally agreed to continue with a minimal interference treaty. The minor continents would have independence. Though it will not be complete, it is far more than they could have with their power, seeing most of the people there are knights. "Any other progress?" I asked. "Yes, we had agreed on 4 more neutral zones," she said. "We need more, or people will have a conflict for every parcel of land in the future," I said. We stayed silent for a few seconds before Professor turned to what I was doing. "You should be present there with your real body, not with projection," she said angrily. "It is boring," I said. "This one is fun," she said, looking at my hundreds of hands doing hundreds of things. "Yes, it is. I want everyone to have a taste of a lifetime," I said. "I am a giant hall controlling hundreds of hands which are cooking for hundreds of thousands of people. I am cooking for knights to Grand Lord, and it is quite challenging to do it all at the same time. Managing the sheer amount of energy in each huge pot and pan is really a task that is making me sweat, and I am enjoying it. Do whatever you want, just appear in person when important guests begin to arrive," she said with a wave of her hand and disappeared, and I turned to cooking. I'm not blindly cooking with 100 hands. I am following a specific method I have read in the library, and I have to say, it is quite efficient. Without it, I wouldn't have been able to cook these thousands of dishes without compromising their taste in some way. I am not the only one who is cooking, but also my clones inside the core had giant cooking formations with hundreds of pots and pans on the heat. I would have liked to do it myself, but I had to take the help given the sheer number of guests that are coming. I want them to have a memorable experience, and they will have it. The important guests will start arriving in 4 hours, so I should be finished here in 3.5. I don't think it will be a problem. Clearing my thoughts, I focused on cooking. The dishes I am most focused on are the ones I am cooking for the Grand Lords. Those dishes are especially the ones being made from primary II material. I had to erect the special field to make them, or the world would have destroyed them. These dishes are most special, and even among the Grand Lords, only powerful ones like Ellen and Lady Hera would be able to eat them. Normal Grand Lords are incapable of eating them, no matter how much I mellowed them. Time passed, and at about 3, I finished the last dish, a dessert, a very delicious one that I couldn't stop myself from eating more than I should for the taste. I looked at all and turned to a Grandmaster. She was waiting respectfully. Team of Grandmasters and Masters. Grandmaster Lee, every dish needs to be served perfectly. If served wrong, then a person might die, I said to her. Don't worry, Headmaster. There will be no mistake. Academy's honor depends on it, she said. I hope, I said, and disappeared. I appeared in my room in a small house on the lake. I have been requested to change the residence. It did not suit me as the leader of the academy, but I declined. I like this house, the calm and the privacy it provides me. As I appeared, I immediately went to the bathroom and showered before coming out and wore the suit that Marina had placed on the bed. Click, I was adjusting it when the door opened, and Marina walked in wearing a red velvet slitted dress. The dress complemented her scales and made them look even more prominent. You look beautiful, I said as I appeared beside her. We can't do it right now, we have to go and welcome the guests, she said weakly, seeing the look in my eyes. It won't take long, I said to her and took her lips. She resisted at first before melding her lips into mine, and for the next 40 minutes only moans rang out through the room. Didn't I tell you? Marina said angrily as she wore her clothes and fixed her makeup. You enjoyed it, I said, to which she glared even more intensely. Soon we were ready, and I took her hands into mine and disappeared, appearing at the gates where we received by angry eyes of Alina. Where were you guys? She hissed. Ask your mother, she takes ages to be ready, I said, and immediately got a glare from both mother and daughter. She was angry at first with our relationship, but as time passed she got used to it, but even now, whenever we display affection in front of her, she glares. She had opened her mouth to say something when our first guest appeared. We talked to them for a minute before they went inside, and I welcomed another guest that appeared within an hour. All guests arrived, and the programs began. Hours passed, and speeches were held before it was time for the banquet. My words drew a laugh, but soon their expressions turned to hunger when aromatic trays rolled in giant halls by the golems and the people. The food and the wine appeared, and when they started eating, they instantly got enamored by it. Welcome to the Silverstone Academy, Lord Tsar, said the familiar man as I appeared in front of Grand Palatial Building. Have you selected the location? I asked directly. Yes, please follow us, said Lord Whitmore, and they led me toward the place while I watched the Academy, one of the 9 Supremes. It is your first time coming to the Silverstone Academy, right? He asked. Yes, I always wanted to visit it, but never got the chance, I replied. The Silverstone Academy is really at different level, from the quality of talent to sheer numbers. My academy could not compare to it, but it won't take much longer for it to become equal to that of Silverstone Academy and other Supremes. It would have already made a huge progress if I had used the shortcut, like I had in Project, to rapidly advance our powerhouses. I'm not doing that to the Academy. I want to raise its level comprehensively, so this generation of powerhouses will help to raise the next generation. I will not be here forever, and if I did not want to Academy collapsed after I am gone, then the people of the Academy will have to work hard. Raising the level artificially is quite easy for me with the knowledge I have from experiments and from the library. Even producing Grand Lords with enough time is not a big deal for me. But these artificially raised Grand Lords will barely have any knowledge and experience of reaching the level that next generation will need. So, with Marina, I had developed a comprehensive plan in which I will help, but only a little. The rest of work will be done by them. It will take at least a decade and even more, but it will be worth it, as even when I am gone and current powerhouses crumble to dust, the Academy will stand in its place with base so strong that even the Supremes will not be able to shake it. How do you like the Silverstone Academy? Asked the old man Gatlin as we walked through it, invisible to most people. Only those at Grandmaster and above could see it, and they would stop and greet. I have worked on some of them and talked a few words as I walked. It is really amazing, your heritage shows in everything, I said, and look of the pride couldn't help but appear on the face of the old man. Countless generations for thousands of years worked tirelessly to make the Academy reach these heights, he said, with pride apparent in his voice. And today, if succeed in what we are doing today, the Academy will take another big leap, he added with excitement palpable in his voice, which understandable, considering what I have come here to do. Half an hour passed and we appeared in front of big stone gates. They looked normal, but they are extremely powerful. Even Grand Lord would need to attack for 1,000 of times to break through this door. Quite powerful artifact you have, I said as we stopped in front of the door. It is one of the things founders had left behind, informed the Lord Whitmore, pushing the door. Very few people who were not part of the Silverstone Academy had able to enter the place we are going. Lord Tsar, the last non-member who entered through this gate, was none other than your predecessor, said the old man. He's not meaning Marina, but Her Excellency Roosevelt from the records. I know that leader of that age and Her Excellency were quite good friends. Soon the door opened and we walked inside. Only 6 people have entered, while those below the Grand Lord stayed behind, looking at things behind with the great yearning. Welcome to the Silver Grove, Lord Tsar, said the old man as we walked inside, and a surprise couldn't help but appeared on my face. It is really true, you guys do have a great garden abode, I said, to which all Grand Lords just smiled. Supremes are supremes, not because of their power, but also because each have something else that makes them supreme. The Wisdom Tower have the broken library, while the Crystal Domination has the glass pillar, and the Silverstone Academy has Silver Grove. I looked at Silver Earth, one of the most fertile earths I have ever come across. Each speck of it contained an immense energy, and these energies would be absorbed by thousands of rare trees across the garden. My soul sense quickly spread around the garden, and I couldn't help but become even more surprised. It is really huge, with trees producing all kinds of resources, which golems would collect and store. The garden is amazing, but not everyone could enter. The Silver Earth is harmless to plant, but very harmful to humans. Those below Grand Lords would be ravaged by its energies. If Lord Whitmore hadn't broken through the Grand Lord class few days ago, he wouldn't been standing here. This is the greatest treasure of our academy, instrumental in survival of our organization, said the old man, and I couldn't help but nod and also took the inspiration from it for what I am working on for some time. It is really great. I hope you will provide me with seeds of some of these trees, I said, to which the old man nodded. For the favor you are doing us, Lord Tsar, it is the least we could do, said the old man as walked through the garden. 15 minutes later, we have stopped at empty place. It is center of the garden, with large open area. There used to be a center tree here before he found the garden, and he tried to plant many trees in the center, but the power is too much for any seed or trees to bear. Any plant or seed would get destroyed by it. Even the thousands of plants and seeds I had planted had been destroyed, said the old man Gatlin with a sigh. I nodded and crouched down and sending my soul sense inside, and in few minutes a surprise couldn't help but appear on my face. It needs a mother tree, a powerful one at that, I said as I opened my eyes. No wonder all they have planted had been destroyed. So what do you think? Will the seed of the world tree will be able to bear it? He asked, to which I smiled. World tree is the greatest mother tree in the whole universe. There is no better seed to plant as mother tree than its seed, I said, and could see the old man taking a sigh of relief. Though it will come with its own risks, as the seeds you have got are not at the best condition, I added. I had already given this warning to old man and repeated again. Yes, it is a risk, but if we succeed, then it will be akin to getting a flying fortress that you have, or even better than it, said the old man, and he is right. If the tree grew, the benefits it will provide, better than Academy flying in the sky. The seed of world tree is no simple thing, and here it will be acting as mother tree, which will multiply its effects. If they are able to grow it, then they will never be wanting for high-level resources, and might even be able to produce few that go over the limit. Since that is what you want, we will do it, I said, and took out the things. An old man handed me the last seed of the world tree. I really envy the old man for this seed. For what I am planning for the academy, this seed would have been perfect, but can't everything we want. With seed in my hand, I started the planting process, using resources that even made old man's eyes go wide. It did not take long, and in few minutes the seed is in ground, and now we have to wait for months or years. The seed of world tree could sprout in a day or even take a year. The one we planted in Memorial hadn't sprouted yet, despite getting the constant supply of faith from the billions of people on the world. It is the least could do. If another invading force of Grimms came, then Silverstone Academy will be one of the first pillars that will stand against them, I said. The Silverstone Academy had established for that purpose. We will not stop till every Grimm is dead, and if another wave returns, then we will be the first to fight them, said old man, thumping his chest. 5 months and 6 days, I said as I got out of the healing pool. It took 5 months and 6 days for me to heal fully. The last one took more than 1 month to heal, but now that it did, I could finally create my third clone, which I had been waiting for a long time. I need it. Seeing the Grimms dead, one might think, I do not have much need for the clones, but they would be dead wrong. There is more need for them now than it was before, as the challenge is far bigger. My clones had been working on the primary II inheritance the week I had killed the Grimm. The task is mountainous. There is immense material to study, which will take years, and creating the inheritance will take even more time. Having 3 clones working on it will help me tremendously. As I got out of the pool, I cleaned myself and sat down before upgrading the defenses of the practice room, that now aside from Marina, the professor, and Alina, nobody could come inside, not even members of the council, including old women. I informed 3 of them of what I was doing before closing my eyes. I appeared in my core, where 2 of my clones were sitting in a pool made of soul crystals, and inside the pool was a solution made of precious resources. I had prepared everything a few hours ago when I knew today would be the day I would make my third clone. I once again checked every preparation despite knowing everything was perfect. Still, I wasted a few minutes double-checking, and as I had expected, everything was perfect. Seeing that, I felt relieved and sat down opposite my clones, and a moment later, the stainless lotus of primary II grade appeared in my hand. I had created 9 of these lotuses with the energy from the big grim. I have planted more, but there is no need for it to waste precious energy on it when I have already planted some in the ruins. They are going perfectly, and when I return to the ruin, I am going to plant a few more. That corruption pool will continuously provide me with stainless lotuses and radiant peaches, and this time, even that bloody monster will not going to stop me from harvesting them. I looked at the lotus and began immediately. A second later, the runes begin to come out of my head. There are tiny, but thousands in number, and all of them begin to merge in the stainless lotus. The last level of the first stage is quite hard to comprehend, but thankfully I had my clones, which made things quite easier. Though I had also played a part in comprehending, the help of clones in it was invaluable. 10 minutes passed and the stream of runes kept coming till it had finally stopped, and I couldn't help but take a sigh of relief. 82, I thought. There is no way I could have created the third clone if I had been in the High Grandmaster class. The soul energy needed is immense. If not for advancing after consuming the Big Grim, the expenditure would have been over 90. Buzz. The buzzed as the runes have covered every inch of it and floated out of my hand into the pool, where it had begun to absorb the energies. I did not do anything other than watch as the lotus consumed a horrifying amount of energy, not from resources from the pool but from the pool itself. It is consuming the soul crystal it is made of. Time passed, and finally, the lotus stopped when it consumed nearly 95 of resources in the pool and pool itself and began to float up. When it reached my chest height, it moved toward it before it began to seep inside, and soon the lotus was completely inside me, making me feel cool all over. Buzz, I was feeling this cool feeling when the lotus inside me buzzed, and I felt unconscious for a moment. It was not a moment, but 17 minutes, and in these 17 minutes the process was finished. I opened my eyes and saw the clones, which looked like they were carved out of the purest white marble. "Hello, clones," I said to them. "Hello, Michael," they replied. By creating these 3 clones, I have practiced the first level of clone art. It made me excited, not only because of the 3 clones, but the thing they will be able to do now. To the library I said them, and immediately we appeared at the gates of the library and walked inside. Soon, we reached our study station, and I turned to 3 clones. "Merge," I said to them, and immediately all 3 of them glowed and began to come closer and closer to each other before beginning to merge, and a couple of seconds later, only 1 clone remained. It had changed completely from pure white. It had turned to a glossy black color. "Read it," I said, and forwarded the tome toward the clone. "This tome is really hard. Some of the concepts there took days and weeks to understand, but once done, the benefits would be tremendous." A few minutes passed, and a surprise couldn't help but appear on my face. It is really understanding them quicker than the clones would be far, which made me quite happy, but also a little sad, as I am not going to use this too often. I know the value of using my brain. Even if these clones are part of me, it is not wise to depend on them too much. I will need to continue using my brain so that it will always remain sharper, which will benefit the clones, but if I depend on them too much, the I will regress, and with me, they will regress. So the merge is only for emergencies. "Separate," I said, and they did, and a moment later, they began working on their respective tasks while I got out of the core. "It is finished," I said suddenly. Marina, who was lying beside me, looked at me with excitement in her eyes. "Show me," she said excitedly. I nodded and raised my hand, and immediately the badge came flying from my shirt onto the floor. As it appeared in my hand, I transferred the blueprint my clones had created inside Inheritance. Buzz. The badge buzzed lightly, and soon a huge round projection appeared in the room. The duvet covering Marina slid down as she sat up, giving me the full view of her delicious breasts, the one faint red bite mark that is rapidly healing. It hadn't been a minute since we had stopped, and we only planned to rest for a few minutes before we started again. My one hand moved toward her breast and began to play with it, while I sucked on another as she studied the blueprint I had created after months of study. It will be a legacy that I will leave behind. It will make the academy self-sufficient. It is quite comprehensive, she said while I just hummed, enjoying her breasts too much to reply to her properly. For these things I had fought the damn war and killed the Grim, and I will enjoy them to my heart's content. Even Marina did not stop me. She knew much I loved them. It will really be amazing if you are able to do it, though it will be quite difficult, she said softly, but I heard the challenge in her voice. Yes, it will be difficult, but your love will do it, I said and flipped her up, taking her top of me, right above my member. We should sleep early today. Your parents are coming to visit tomorrow, she said as she slowly descended. We will see, I said and sheathed myself into her, drawing out a moan from her wonderful lips. The moans in the next few minutes got louder and louder as she rode me with wild abandon. We did it the whole night and only slept at dawn before waking 3 hours later to be ready for my parents. Days passed in bliss, and before I knew it, it had been 6 months since I defeated the Grim. Today is special. I have nearly finished with all the social occasions and responsibilities, and will be starting my tour of the ruins. The first is the swirling ocean, and I am taking Marina with me and also the professor, unwillingly. You know, Professor, you don't have to be the third wheel. You can explore the ruin on your own, I said to the professor. It was supposed to be Marina and me, but the professor is tagging along, despite me saying no to her. You have been hogging my sister for months. I want to spend some time with her, she said as she circled her arms with Marina. You are always welcome, Josie, Marina said while looking at me guiltily. I shook my head and walked through the hallway with them, and soon we appeared in front of the huge blue metallic gates, which I pushed it open and walked inside. I couldn't help but feel awe whenever I see this thing, said Professor as she looked at the huge teleportation gate. Unlike Pyramid, which could only do teleportation in the world on its and needed separate ruin-breaking gates, our artifact teleportation gates could break through the ruins. It is far safer than traveling through any of the ruin-breaking gates and also more efficient on energy. It also eliminates the need for the technician. We will only need to add the coordinates, and it will send us there. Buzz, I had already uploaded the coordinates and only needed to select one before the teleportation formed the connection. As it did, it buzzed loudly. Let's go, I said as I took Marina's hand and walked inside. A moment later, we were in the space tunnel, which is very hard to break, and we were moving extremely faster. 7 seconds later, we breached the ruin boundary and stepped on it. I immediately looked up and saw dense energy clouds swirling over us. What a dangerous energy, said Professor as she appeared. She looked at her sister and felt relieved. I did not cover Marina with my energy. She is a high grandmaster now, and with her abilities, bearing this energy is no challenge for her. It is even better for her growth if she stays in such a high energy environment. Seeing how her body absorbs this thick, dangerous energy without any problem, there is not even a hint of discomfort on her face. So where is the special place where you were talking about? She asked. Near, I replied as I began to walk. If I wanted, I could have just taken her there. It would have only taken me a few seconds, but I wanted to enjoy the walk with her. If one forgets the danger of energy and spatial tier, this ruin is quite beautiful. It really a wonderful ruin, said Marina and moved to kiss me while the professor just looked. She did not even look ahead and instead stared to make me, wanting to make me feel uncomfortable, but I am not made of such thin skin. I instead deepened the kiss and squeezed Marina's ass tightly, making her let out a soft moan. Please get a room, said Professor, while Marina broke the kiss and glared at me. I smiled and took her hand into mine and resumed the journey. About an hour later, we reached our destination. What is this? Asked the professor, seeing the building. You will know soon, I said and waved my hand. The runes came out and moved toward the door. Buzz. The door buzzed and I pushed it open soon while, like always, Ashlyn and Nero flew out of me. They had no interest in coming inside. We have entered the familiar hall of the monastery, with the stone door at the center. I took them toward it before opening it and walking inside. Whoa, said Professor with shock as we appeared in front of the huge statue, radiating powerful divine energy. The divine energy seemed to have gotten a lot stronger, likely because of my level. The stronger you are, the more it will affect you. It did not matter, it would only take me a few minutes more to reach the gates at its feet. As for Professor and Marina, they both have a strong enough will to pass this challenge. Are those divine element flowers? Asked Marina. Yes, I planted them when I was here last time, I replied as I looked at mature divine flowers. All of them had reached primary II grade. While it may seem like I had only left them for 6 months, it had been more than 12 years here, and in such thick divine energy, the over 1,000 plants I had planted had grown to primary II. Let's go, I said, and we walked toward the statue under its powerful divinity. A smile couldn't help but appear on my face as I walked toward the statue. For 6 months, there was no challenge. I hadn't even sparred with anyone aside from teaching. Now this divine is pressing against me from all sides, trying to stop me, but it will not succeed. Divine trees, I said as we reached them, wonderful flowers that covered the whole trees and were filled with the thick divine energy that anyone could absorb. Help me in harvesting them, I said to them as I began to use my hands and as well as my strings. I could not use too many of my strings as flowers are quite delicate and the slightest mistake will spoil them, not to mention the suppression, which makes controlling the strings hard. You have planted a lot of these trees, said Professor as she picked the flowers, and I am going to plant even more of them, I said with a smile. My clones had already started making preparations. They were taking the seeds from the flowers and planting them in big pots. The herbal divine essence of these flowers would be very useful, from healing to advancements, said Marina. Yes, it had many uses, I said, remembering a very naughty use I had read in the library. For that I will need to convert it into honey, which I am planning to do after I extract the essence from this flower. The honey earlier helped me tremendously, and this time I am going to target the bees that are at primary II. The divine honey will be produced by them will be even more amazing. I have many uses for that honey, including creating a mead according to one of the recipes I have. Thud, thud, thud. It took some time before we had harvested all the flowers from the divine trees, and I waved my hand, bringing out thousands of pots. You never come unprepared, are you? Said Professor. Never, I replied, and we continued our journey toward the feet of the statues. It took some time, but we reached the gates with our bodies drenched in sweat. Marina looked especially hot with her cloth sticking to her body, and if the professor hadn't been here, I would have taken her here and now. She seemed to understand what I am thinking as her eyes flashed in a warning. I smiled and pushed open the door before walking inside, and a moment later, I appeared in a serene place. Knowing what I had to do, I quickly removed my clothes and took out water from the well before taking a bath. As I finished, I wore simple clothes and stepped inside the gate that had appeared. Once again, I appeared amidst the statues, each representing different emotions and desires. This place had helped me tremendously. If it were not for it, I wouldn't have been able to create the inheritance on time. Even if I had, it wouldn't have been of the level I had. I was looking at the statues when Professor walked through the gates, and a moment later, Marina. Don't look at the statues directly, only do that when you meditate in front of them, I said. I had told them about it when we were walking through the divinity of the statue, but decided to warn them again. Are you leaving? Ask Marina. Yes, I have already meditated here for months, so there is no use in me staying here. You guys stay and meditate. The benefits it will provide them will be tremendous. I said to them and took Marina in my arms and began kissing her this time. She melded into my kiss without any resistance or care for her sister. We finally broke away after a few minutes. Take care and don't take too many risks, she said. Don't worry, I will be fine, I said and walked out of the door. I was a little angry at the professor earlier, but now I am glad Marina will have her sister as company. This place may be beneficial, but it is lonely if one is alone with the professor. She won't be alone. I appeared back in the first hall before walking out of the monastery. There are many places I have to go. The last time I was here, I was only able to explore the tiny part of this ruin, and now I will be able to explore the whole. There are many things I have to collect from here for my legacy. I already have a few spots in mind, and I am sure I will find a few more. Nero and Ashlyn had already gone toward those last time. They did not get to explore these ruins whole this time. They planned to do that, and they started with flying inside the swirling clouds. I couldn't help but shudder to see that. Even when my strength increased so much, I couldn't fly in a swirling cloud. I will be able to bear the energy, but temporal and spatial energies inside would tear me apart. I pushed those thoughts of regret and moved ahead. My first goal was to find the bees, and while I have found a few of them before, with one being at primary II, I want to find the stronger bees. The stronger they are, the better honey they will produce, but before I go there, I have to visit one place. Roar. A few minutes later, I reached that place, and immediately I heard the roar from the monster, which came at me with all its strength as it saw me eyeing its treasures. Quite lizard, I said to the monster, and it froze as my strings wrapped around it. This monster used to scare the hell out of me a few months ago, but now it is so weak that I could kill it in an instant, but I did not. It is a great guard. Not many monsters dare to attack it. I turned to the lake of corruption, and 31 stainless lotuses floating on top of it. I had only left 9 seeds, but it had 31 in a little more than a decade. I harvested them and added more seeds to the lake. It was a good decision not to grow too many of these lotuses with the growing energy when I get them from this ruin every few months. I have added a few more types of seeds in the lake that grows on corruption and harvested radiant peaches. I only left 3 for the scared monster and 1 stainless lotus. If I take it all, the monster might run away, so I kept some for it. After looking around the whole place and collecting some more powerful corruption from the bottom of the pool, I left the place. Half an hour later, I entered the area here. I became a little careful. There were powerful monsters in these ruins that posed some threat to me. Ashlyn had just fought one, and that bird was quite powerful. Those monsters who travel through the clouds are the strongest. They are mostly birds, but some ground monsters also travel through them. Soon, 2.5 days passed, and I found the powerful bees I wanted. Their base was on the tall green mountain where the energy was densest. The reason I chose these bees to give the divine herbal nectar is that there is a special group here, which will travel into the cloud and gather some of that swirling energy and use it to make the honey. I gave these bees the divine nectar, and after I stole 75 of their honey, they were really mad that they had killed every monster in hundreds of miles around their mountain. It was really scary to watch. Clang, clang, clang. My sword clashed against the claws of the flying monster. It is a monster with a red scale in the face of a hog, with large wings with a size matching that of a lion monster. I am fighting a flying pig. It is one of the most powerful monsters in this ruin, bearing the strength equal to mine when I had leveled to Grand Lord's class. If it had come during that time, it would have taken quite a lot of effort out of me to kill. Now with me fully recovered and advanced with bloodline, the essence of the big grim, it is no challenge. Still, I am fighting against it for more than an hour. In these past 42 days, it is one of few that could fight against me and is quite experienced, not to mention aggressive. I had appeared beside it when it was feeding its piglets. Sup sup sup. Another barrage of dense fiery bolts came. Every single one of them could burn me to ashes, but I avoided them before appearing beside the monster and hitting it with the flat of my sword, sending it flying for several hundred meters. It stabilized itself within a second before coming at me with its horn blazing, while I watched with a smile. I think it is enough, I said as I stopped it when it was just a meter away from me. I could see the alarm in its eyes as it froze and struggled to move, but it could not even twitch. You are lucky to have children, I said, looking at small piglets which are not even a year old before disappearing from its view. A few seconds later, the flying pig go freed and begins looking for me, but it did not after a few minutes of looking. It roared in frustration before flying toward the tiny piglets, which moved their small wings to meet it. I watched it for a few seconds before leaving for the monastery. I have been out for nearly 1.5 months, not only to find a challenge but for the resources, which is the reason I have come to this ruin. I had scoured through the complete ruin, finding innumerable resources. The ruin had a huge number of resources. They fill every inch, and me taking some did not affect it all. I had not just collected the plants, but everything, from loads of energy crystals to soil and ores. I took everything I will need for my progress and the legacy I plan to create. I have not reached my limit yet. While the big Grim was powerful, its energies were not enough to take me to the limit. I will need to progress like everyone else to reach the limit. Sometimes I kind of feel regret thinking most Grims dying. They made progressing quite easy. Now it will not be easy. I will need to take one tiny step after another. It will be years before I reach the limit, but I have time. I am sure I will reach the limit first before I create the inheritance. The inheritance I am trying to create is going to take a lot of time. This time there is no hurry, no impending doom. So I want to take my sweet, use every bit of knowledge that the library has and every preposterous idea. I have to create an inheritance that will take top place among all inheritances of my level, even surpass them. I'm working every second for it. My 2 clones will always work on it non-stop, and even the 3rd clone work on it the majority of the time, and is only steps away when I need help with something important. I suddenly stopped and looked at the broken abode not far away from me. I have found quite good things in it and also nearly died in there. There are still some dangers in these ruins that could kill me. Half an hour passed, and I passed by another beehive I had looted. I had collected honey from nearly every beehive in this ruin, much honey that could be used in all kinds of things. There are a couple of things I had to try with Marina. Just thinking about it makes my mouth water up. Thud, a few more hours passed, and I landed on the ground, before waving my hand and releasing the runes toward the monastery's door. Buzz, the runes buzzed, and a moment later I pushed open the door, before walking inside. Soon I appeared in the divine hall and saw the plants growing nicely. Those matured to primary II had flowers all over them. They had yet to mature. It will take them around 2 weeks before that happened. A few minutes passed. I reached the 3rd hall where I bathed before stepping into the 4th hall, which I found empty. I know they have not left. They would have left the sign if they had. I looked around, and soon a smile appeared on my face. 2 doors are shining, doors of anger and joy. I am sure both sisters are in them. I did not walk toward the door, instead chose the statue of regret and meditate in front of it. Hours passed, and when I finally looked back and saw the professor walking out of the door with joy, she nodded at me and walked toward the quarters. I resumed mediation again, and more than 1.5 hours passed when I felt Marina and turned back, only to see her walking out of the door of an anger. I got up and walked toward her. I wish I could just appear beside her, but all our powers are sealed. I needed a few minutes to reach her. I did not speak and simply hugged her before walking toward the quarters in silence. Soon, we reached it and walked inside, and to my surprise, there were 2 extra rooms. They were not here before, but now they are. Likely the number of doors increases according to the people. I have made the meal, said the professor softly and handed me the meal, which I and Marina took and ate in silence. Within a few minutes we finished, and the professor went to sleep while we went to one of 2 new rooms. When have you arrived? Asked Marina as she closed the door. Just a few hours ago, I replied and took her lips for a gentle kiss. Let's sleep, I said, and she nodded, and we slept. We woke up 6 hours later, sleeping more than we usually do. After freshening up and showering, we walked into the hall, where the meal was already ready, but no professor. We ate in silence before walking out of the quarters, and without saying anything we walked toward the statue of lust. When we reached its door, I pushed it open and we walked inside. I wanted to bring you here the moment I saw this hall, I said to her, and her cheeks reddened. You also have a tail. It will make things quite amazing, I teased, and she blushed even harder. The lady in the mural has a tail. With it, we will perform all the positions. A few minutes later, we begin, trying one position after another shown in the mural, and received such physical pleasure that satisfied our souls. You are doing good, dear, said Marina as she advised a young girl of around 9. Rose had come to us for a few days and see what I was doing. She wanted to help. Marina had been teaching her. I could have done that, but I let Marina do it, given how Rose used to hate her when they first met. It was a child's jealousy. Rose thought Marina was going to take her brother away. It had been 3 years since they had first met, and now Rose knows that her brother is not going anywhere. It had been a little over 3 years since the death of the Grimm, and so much had changed. The world had become vibrant. There is barely any conflict. Most of the friction that happened between the lower powerhouses, and it is solved amicably with the systems that we put in place. The negotiations finished a few months ago, taking nearly 3 hours, but the result was good and nearly everybody is happy. The territory of the Academy had increased by 6-fold. We have got no part of a territory that Grimms held but expanded around the ancestral territory. We have made deals with our neighboring organization. They give us their territories to us. We will give them the bigger ones from the land that had been occupied by the Grimms, which they are more than happy to agree. Many members of the Academy thought, we have lost a lot in the negotiations. If we had demanded, we would have gotten territories equal to that of the Supreme. They are right, but we do not need territories equal to that of Supremes. We are not surprised, and with our artifact, our Academy does not need to be equal to Supremes. A small territory is enough for us to get the talent we need, and as for resources, I am leaving a legacy, which will be enough for the Academy to remain self-sufficient for thousands of years. Not to mention, our artifact can send us to any ruin. Our future members will need to be strong enough to get those resources. The same thing will happen with legacy. I am going to leave it behind. They will need to earn. I will not leave it open for them to become lazy idiots. If I do that, then it will not take the Academy even 1,000 years to fall. Good, now place the seed inside, said Marina when Rose had removed enough earth with the garden trowel. As Marina said it, Rose took out the seed from the bowl and placed it inside the small hope, before covering it with the soil and watering. Good girl, if you keep planting like this, it won't be long before you leave behind your brother in gardening, said Marina, and the young girl's cheeks reddened. Marina is right, it won't take long if you keep working hard like this, I said, and her cheeks reddened further. Brother, she glared as got embarrassed. I just smiled and turned to the formation in front of me. It is quite complicated. It is a formation that will arrange hundreds of ecosystems of plants, take care of them by watering them regularly and providing them with nutrients, and even harvesting them after the resources matured. It is a vast formation, but far from complete. I am working on slowly, connecting each new ecosystem with it, in which I had planted the plants. My plan is to create a vast garden covering the whole artifacts. It will be completely automated, with no interference. The formation will plant, care, and harvest, and will even make its fertilizer. The only outside things that will handle it are the golems. Professor had found a huge number of golems in one ruin. I went there to bring them out. Those over 3,000 golems would be perfect for this legacy of mine. I am not just etching the formation on the ground, but the very core of the artifact that only I could override. Even the future headmaster will have a lower authority than me. They will be able to break it when they surpass me in strength. 2 hours passed, and the sun had finally gone down when I finally stopped. I will resume tomorrow. I have nothing more to do for more than 2 years. I have been planting and visiting ruins with Mer. Now and then, I would visit friends or attend some private functions like birthdays. Marina and I have completely disappeared from the public eye. The last time we showed ourselves was at an anniversary function of the Academy. In a few years, I plan to hand over the reins of the Academy to someone capable. I have an eye on a couple of people. As long as they satisfy me, I will hand over the Academy to them. I had asked both Professor and Alina, but both have no interest in it. Both of them focused on their progress and spending quality time with loved ones, as we are not going to be here forever. A decade, 2 at most, before everyone leaves, including me and Marina. We walked toward the house, invisible to the rest. Unless we want to, nobody could see us. Soon we reached the house. The lake inside, which is my house, we did not fly over it. Instead sat on a small but beautiful wooden boat that Marina had carved herself and roved in silence. Even Rose, who was talking nonstop, had quieted down. What do you want to eat? I asked as we got off the boat. I want to eat dessert today. The cake you had baked when you and Marin come to visit us, and also. She started to give me the list of things she wants to eat. The germs will eat your teeth away if you eat so much dessert, said Marina after hearing her long list. No, they will not, she said back. This threat used to scare her before, but now it does not. Go freshen up, the dinner will be at the usual time, I said, and she went to her room while Marin and I went to ours. Click, the moment the door clicked closed, I pressed Marina against the door and kissed her passionately. Even after years of being together, our love did not diminish. Instead, it became even stronger. I love you, I said as I released my load inside her in the shower nearly an hour later. I love you too, she said and kissed me. A few minutes later, we walked out of the shower, changed into new clothes, and stepped out of the room. Rose was in the living room, talking to her friends through projection. Marina and I entered the kitchen and cooked together. I did not use my strings, just my hands. While we cook, we talked about things, mundane things, but they bring me immense joy. This makes all the pains I took worth it. What are you thinking about? Marina asked. Our lives, the joy this simple life is bringing, I said, and she smiled. She opened her mouth to say something but stopped, seeing sudden changes in my expression. What happened? She asked, seeing the smile appear on my face, but it was not a smile that many people like to see. Found him, I said, and her expression also became serious, as she did not need to ask who I am talking about. A middle-aged man was sitting in a diner, having a meal. He looked like any other man, with an average forgettable face and with the level lower night. In front of him is a woman about the same age, pretty, talking animatedly. That fountain is really great. I heard it was made from the Battle of Kings. I think we should go see it, Jackson, said the woman. Sure, we will leave for it tomorrow, I replied with a smile despite not being interested. If I willed it, I could create 1,000 of them in an instant. I am a mighty tyrant, a master, just a step away from being a grandmaster, but despite such power, I am hiding in a minor continent, with most of my power sealed so tightly that even I will need months to unseal it all. It is not just an aura, but also changed my whole body with an artifact. It is the only reason I had not have been discovered yet. I am the most wanted person in the world. Riverfield Academy wants me. Michael Czar wants me, offering rewards like making any powerhouse a tyrant. If a tyrant found me, then he had promised to make them grandmaster, and if grandmaster found me, then promising to make them high grandmaster. He had even promised to increase the chances of any high grandmaster to grand lord class. The only thing they have to do is find me. It was a good thing I got out in time. If he had stayed in the organization, then the moment war ended, Czar would have had me. Every day I cursed those two bastards. They were my students, but I wished I had never met them. If it is not for them, my life wouldn't have been in such a state where I need to hide like a rat. My family had said it was only for a few years after Czar leave. He wouldn't need to hide this intensely, and in 100 years I might be able to come out openly. The days were painful, and the next years would be even more painful, but I had to bear it. 100 years is huge, but I will survive it, and after I broke through to Grandmaster, I will live the rest of my days like a king. The sealing of my power is bad, but it is also helping me progress, as the sealing method is not normal. It is profound with many benefits. It will take decades for me to practice the method, but once he finished, I will become a grandmaster. Then, even my organization will be forced to predict it. Good, since you agreed, I will let you have a good time today, said the woman suggestively, and I brought excitement into my eyes, despite not having any interest in her. She is a tool, helping him meld in perfectly so no one will find me. It is important because once someone guessed his intensity, it will be game over for me. Even the woman in front of me will notify Czar if she comes to know my identity. A few months ago, a rumor about his appearance on his island had spread, and hundreds of thousands of people rushed toward it. The woman also wanted to go like any people of a minor continent. She too desired to reach above the height. That is possible with her measly talent. We can't do too much. We will have to wake up. The teleportation for Garis Fall only remains active for an hour, I said to the women. Don't worry, I will be all your the entire week, she said, giving me another suggestive look, and I was about to reply to her. When her expressions changed suddenly, a great shock appeared in her eyes. I felt the whole diner fall into silence, and with a shock appearing on all their faces and with them looking behind me, I slowly looked behind and saw a huge hand coming toward me. Seeing that, terror couldn't help but appear on my face. I got up from my seat and tried to run, but it was futile, and even I knew it. It did not take even a second for a huge white hand made of energy to capture me. As it did, a spatial rift opened, and a hand moved toward it. My apologies for this disturbance. I hope this humble meal would be enough for you to forget this minor disturbance, said the voice, and I saw plates of food bearing meals so delicious that even in terror I felt my mouth watering. A moment later, I was inside the rift and rift close in front of it, and I knew I won't be alive for longer. Czar had finally found me, and he won't be merciful enough to forgive me. You have been quite difficult to find, Samson, I said to the man. I have been searching for years. To be honest, I had not thought it would be so difficult to find it. With my current strength, in one moment even thought it might have committed suicide, but I know bastard enough to truly consider that. Yes, you did. Now kill me and done with it, said the man defiantly, but I could see the sheer terror in his eyes, hiding behind the thin wall of defiance. Oh, I will, I said matter of fact. I looked at him and saw how he was able to hide the artifact he is using is powerful, and the method he is practicing seemed quite mysterious too. Oh, he screamed loudly as I ripped the artifact from him. It is not just an artifact, but I took every valuable thing he had on him. I will kill you the same way you had tried to kill me, and I promise you, if you survive somehow, I will not come at you, I said, and could see hope building in terror as I threw him into the spatial sea with a thin cover of energy surrounding. That thin cover would only last for a minute, and after that he would be on his own. How are you feeling? Asked Marina. Same, I said, and kissed her gently on the lips before resuming the cooking. Revenge does not make one feel better, or at least it did not to me, but they needed to be punished for what they did to me. A minute and 10 seconds passed and he died, while I contacted Sky Saber with a list of people who aided in his escaping and hiding. I want them punished. I stated clearly if they did not punish them, then I will take matters into my hand. A little more than an hour passed and we finished cooking. Rose dear, the dinner is ready, said Marina to Rose, who was still talking to her friend. Coming, she said, and made a quick goodbye before washing her hands and coming to the table. You have only baked cake, she said, clearly angry that I did not cook everything she had asked me to. Yes, Mom had said 1 dessert a day is enough for you, I said, and she glared while muttering something under her breath before taking a bite from the slice of cake and closing her eyes in ecstasy. Good, keep it up, said Grandmaster Salvador as I was doing the most straining thing. In front of me is a blob of essences, which is being surrounded by 9 fires of distinct temperatures. I need to constantly change the temperature of all 7 fireballs, hundreds of times per second. I have already added 73 essences into thee and have to add 84 more. I had failed 7 times already, and this was my 8th attempt. I don't want to fail, but it is damn hard. I had to manage and merge the essence that would burn each other contact while keep the heat on them, which is healing them from all sides. My head is sweating and so is my back, and I haven't finished even half the work yet. As the energies balanced, I added another essence into the mix, and once again it had come on the verge of explosion, which I again thwarted with 9 fires. It would have been much easier if I could use my soul sense, but that will defeat the entire purpose. It had been 2 years since I had to learn alchemy from Grandmaster Salvador, and I have to say it is hard. If I did not have my core and my clones where I practice, my skills would be where they are now. Still, I am going much slower than I had liked to be. I had thought I would make significant progress in time, but as I had said, the alchemy was not easy as it looked. I now have a huge respect for alchemists in my heart. A little more than a minute passed, and I had added another drop of the essence and things became even more dangerous, but I once again handled it. Time passed, and before I know it, I had added 150-second drop. I had failed at this moment last time, and even now I am on verge of failing, but I am trying my all to succeed. A few seconds passed, and I took a sigh of relief as the energies stabilized, but work is far from over. There are 5 drops of essences to merge, and it will become harder with each drop, as it has been happening since the 2nd drop. There are high chances that I will fail, but I will continue to try till I succeed. I added drop after drop, till I added the last 157th drops. I spin the fire around the blob and adjust the temperature at a speed that anyone could do, even if they have my level. Controlling the rampaging energies of the blob is hard, but it is not the only thing I have to do. I also have to smoothen the energy. Finally, after over 20 minutes, I succeed, and in front of me is a floating ball of purple-black. It is small as a thumbnail and smooth as a diamond. It is also precious, not only because it is made of Grand Lord-class resources, but also because this thing is extremely useful to the Grand Lords. Congratulations, Mitchell. You have created the first-level Pill of Azer. It is a milestone many alchemists dream to achieve, said Grandmaster Salvador. Till now I had brewed over 100 wines. Some I brewed myself. For some I took their help, and while some I delegated to them as I have no skills. The wine we are crafting tomorrow is quite precious and requires skills that only a few have. It is also being crafted with material above the limit, with key ingredients in primary II. It is going to be a challenge, not only for me but also for these people. Let's continue, I said, and was about to start again as one time is not enough, when my expression changed suddenly, not only mine but also of the old man beside me. It is not just that sensed it, but every person in the world. Finally, I said with a smile, and formation appeared under us, and a moment later, we disappeared and appeared in the memorial. As we appeared, others also began to teleport around us. Lady Hera, Matron Mavis, Ellen, Kevin, Jim, and many other Grand Lords, with High Grandmasters and even Grandmasters. Within a second, hundreds have gathered, and all of us looking at a single thing. A minute passed and then another, and we continued watching in silence. As such, 7 minutes passed when a small sapling came out from the earth. It took 5 years for this seed to germinate, said Matron Mavis, looking at the sapling of the world tree. The divine energy is so strong and pure in it, and will heal the world through it, said Grandmaster Salvador. The reason every person in the world had sensed its germinating before we felt forming the connection with the world's core. With our power, we could sense it is converting the faith of billions into divine energy and feeding to the core, which will slowly heal the core. The core is also not taking the energies for free, but also providing it with some of its energy to the tree. They have formed a direct relationship that benefits both and also the humans of the world, because our world is not a normal world. It is a growing world. It will grow to be more powerful. Once the core healed, it will move toward advancing. I don't think it will take more than 1,000 years for it to break through the limit with the help of world sapling. Then the limit of the world would be primary II instead of primary I if we are lucky. Then the world could break through and reach the limit, a primary III. But that is extremely hard for a world like ours, but with a sapling there is a chance. It is quite regretful that any of us wouldn't be here when they happen. We will either be far away or merged into the soil. I hope the seed in our garden will also germinate, said the old man Gatlin. It will, I said. Though I don't know whether it will germinate or not, to be sure. About the same time passed. The seed in Silver Grove is showing no sign of germinating. It might germinate the next day or next decade, or never. Nothing to be said properly about the tree. A few minutes passed, and I appeared in front of cameras, addressing the entire world. Our faith in our world bore fruit. We had succeeded in germinating the seed of the world tree, I stated to the whole world. I spoke for a minute more, before others took over. It is really a joyous occasion. This seed will turn things around for our world, and there is some work for me to do. Currently, the protective formation is strong that even grand lords will have to struggle to break it, but I plan to make it even stronger so that even they wouldn't be able to break it. I got up from the table in the library and walked toward the huge shelf filled with books. I browsed through a couple of them before taking out two and sitting back in my chair. I am studying, while 3 of my clones work on the inheritance. It had been 7 years since I had to begin, and my work was far from being over. I don't like to admit it, but I have not even finished 50 of it. Others are making tremendous progress. It won't be long before they make the breakthrough and leave soon after. I'm not in a hurry to leave, but I would like to finish my inheritance. But even with the 3 clones, it is going to take time, a lot of time. I studied for more than 3 hours before joining my clones in working on the inheritance. It is exciting, but sometimes it could turn quite frustrating, especially with those sky-high standards I had set up for my inheritance. 4 more hours passed. When I opened my eyes, I got off the couch and went to the kitchen and cooked dinner. I was making it when Marina walked inside, appearing beside me and giving me a kiss. It was a long kiss. She was out for 2 days, and I missed her a lot. How's Alina? I asked. She's great, happy, Marina replied. She had gone to her daughter, who spent half the time with her boyfriend at Blazing Sphere. Marina went back to our room and returned 15 minutes later looking fresh. That I wanted to take her immediately, but I had controlled myself and focused on the dinner I am making. Soon I finished and made the table before we started to eat. I can't control it anymore, I said the moment we finished cleaning the dishes, and pushed her against the kitchen cabinet before taking her lips. A minute later, the moans began to ring out from the kitchen counter. After that, we did it on the couch and patio under the night sky. It was a well past midnight before we finished and went back to our rooms. The next morning we woke up early as we had to leave for the ruin. Ready? I asked as I took her hand, and a moment later, we stepped into a huge teleportation gate. Thud, we entered the tunnel, and a few seconds later we were in the ruin, which had dense spatial and temporal energies that only a very few grand lords could bear. Marina is one of them. This is a greystone ruin. One of the most dangerous ruins in the world. Half of it is barren, while the other half of it is green with powerful monsters, but we are not here for them. Let's go, she said, and we begin to move toward our destination, dodging the spatial rifts and mini-temporal storms which form instantly and could kill even me if I get caught in them for long. We moved, and a little more than 1 hour later, we reached the greener area, where she covered us with her stealth method. Her stealth method is one of the best in the world, the best when it comes to traveling through the greenery. She could mask presence so well that even a monster 100 meters away couldn't sense us. Another hour passed, and we finally reached our destination, where the spatial and temporal energies were stable. She placed her hand on the common rock, and a moment later, a formation revealed itself, and we walked inside. The moment we did, the entrance disappeared with the formation. We walked through the tunnel, which was covered under the formation, and soon we reached the cavern, which is even more heavily protected under the formation than any place here. The formation was created by me and used to store precious goods. The wine I have been crafting for years, I have been storing it in this specially created place. I had spent a fortune to create it, but it is worth it, considering I have stored over 100,000 bottles here, of more than 100 kinds of wines I have brewed. I have only 1 bottle of Venar left. Ellie said she wanted a few more bottles if she stated the requirement of her daughter and sister, to which I couldn't help but rolled my eyes. To that, she glared at me. You know, the professor came here 4 days ago and raided over 300 bottles, I said. No, she did not, Marina refuted, and I tapped on the control formation, and soon footage of the professor appeared. She came smiling and giddily took 1 bottle after another, without a hint of remorse on her face. It is not the first time she raided this place. I many times wanted to ban her from this place, but that wouldn't be wise, seeing how protective Marina is of her little sister. Well, she provided a lot of resources to you to craft these wines, said Marina with bright cheeks, and went to the room where the Venar wine is stored. I activated all my defenses, entered behind, and instantly dense energy hit. I had chosen this place, not only because of the stable time acceleration of 31 times, but also because there is a source of very pure energy underneath this cavern. For magical wines to become more powerful, times aren't enough, they also need tremendous energy, and this place is to provide that to them. The energy in this room is dense and extremely poisonous that this wine releases, which is nectar to the Yes, she moaned as she deactivated her armor, and this poisonous energy rushed into her, making her scales glitter like gems. Within a minute, she absorbed all the poisonous energy, leaving only pure behind, before she started picking up the bottles of wine, which I had made for her, and only she could drink it. Grandmaster Salvador nearly died crafting this wine. It was a good thing. I had my strings inside him in the process, and I dealt with poison, which was not easy considering it was primary II wine. That incident ended up helping the old man, as he finally made his mind, and a week later, he leveled up into the Grand Lord class. Marina took 50 bottles before we walked out. They will last her for a few months. She drinks this wine, not for hobby or pleasure, but for practice. The poison is necessary for her to advance. It benefits both of her bloodlines. After taking the bottles, I stocked the 25,000 bottles of wine I have crafted in the past 2 weeks, making the number over 200,000. My target is 1,000,000, and I will brew them as my level in alchemy increases. Ready to leave, I asked after taking a bottle for myself and my family and a few friends. She's not the only one who has the people. Yes, she said, and we got out of the place. I will return in the month to stock more bottles and take a few. Soon we returned to the academy, where less than an hour had passed. Tell her the best of luck from me, said Marina when I was to leave. I will, I said, and gave her a long kiss. Return soon, she said as we separated. Don't worry, I will be home by night, I said, and kissed her temple before disappearing. Today is an extremely important day. For the first time in thousands of years, someone is going to make a breakthrough into primary II, not just gain its power of it. She had it. Jill was making a breakthrough into primary II, and she had asked me to be present there as her protector. It is a great honor. I will have to do the same thing for Ellen, who is making the breakthrough 5 days later in a different ruin. They are making a breakthrough, but I am far from finished creating my inheritance. I have also not reached the limit, though I am close. It is hard for people like me, who do not have access to source energies like those with powerful inheritances and bloodlines, which makes them advance fast. I walked out of my house and disappeared. A second later, I have appeared in front of a small but beautiful manor. It is no favor, Lord Chalice. Jill is a friend, I said, to which he smiled. We have already made all the preparations. With your appearance, we can now leave for the ruin. He took me inside where there are already 5 Grand Lords waiting, 3 aside from Jill and Matron Mavis. There is also her family. I greeted them, before shaking hands with William, Jill's brother, whose eyes are filled with desire as he looked at the Grand Lords around him. Once upon a time, it was fortunate to have 1 Grand Lord among them. Now each Supreme has at least 7 of them, and the Hawthorn Sea has 10. Officially, it is only 7. Have you adjusted it? I asked Jill. Yes, she said, and turned to Matron Mavis. Let's go, said the old woman, and the formation appeared under our feet, and we disappeared, appearing in front of the ruin-breaking formation, which is already ready. Jill's family is not coming. They are not strong enough to survive even for a second if something went wrong. Seal your powers, said Lord Sylvian to all Grand Lords as we walked toward the ruin-breaking formations. We stepped into the ruin-breaking formation and entered the delicate tunnel, which was as fragile as paper. We could easily tear it apart if we are not careful. It had been years since we have stepped into a fragile spatial tunnel, which is not only weak but also slow. Our artifact's ruin-breaking gate is amazing. The tunnel is strong enough that even Grand Lords will have to attack with all their power. Thud, a little more than a minute later, we stepped into the ruin and familiar spatial and temporal energies hit me. They are common in these types of ruins. They are on the edge of the world, where the world could not do much to suppress these things, which is good for us. It gives us accelerated time and a lot of resources. Though few people dare to come here, as this type of place could easily kill the Grand Lords. This is why these places were only visited a few times across centuries, and only by those in dire need or at death's door. This is Karg's ruin, very important to our organization, informed Matron Mavis, while the energy of Jill covered the Grand Lord more densely, and she activated her stealth method as we moved. It is on my list, and I am going to visit this year. I have nearly visited 90 of the ruins. The rest is 10 I plan to visit this year. I have a goal to visit all these temporal ruins with Marina before we leave. As we move through it, I looked around. The spatial rifts and temporal energy are common, but aside from that, the ruin is different. It had a far denser amount of water and earth energies than other ruins. Marches are everywhere and so are dangerous monsters to most of them. We are invisible, but still sensed us, and Jill finished them off. The 3 Grand Lords watched everything in awe with their power. They could never dare to step into his ruin. Matron and Sylvian Chalice are powerful, but not as much as Jill. Though they have the ability to take the step that Jill is going to take today, they will be ready in an around decade. 3 hours passed when I sensed a different kind of energy. I thought this ruin was not suitable for Jill to break through, but now sensing it, I am taking my words back. Have you sensed it? Asked Jill, to which I nodded, while the 3 strained their senses to sense it. It is a place found by my predecessor. It is also where she made the breakthrough, she informed, referring to Ramona Hawthorne. A few seconds later, we stopped at the mouth of the hole. Mitchell, will you protect them? Asked Jill. It's no problem, I said, and strings came out of my hand and formed a secondary armor around 3 Grand Lords and Lord Sylvian. Lord Sylvian is strong, but it is the abyssal fire we are dealing with, and since he does not practice it like Matron Mavis and Jill, he will need to be protected as things are going to get dangerous. Which is why Ashlyn and Nero appeared on my shoulder for extra security. Seeing them protected, Jill jumped into the hole, followed by Matron Mavis and then us. As we jumped into the hope, immediately I felt dense abyssal energy, and the deeper we go, the denser it would become and also wider. We have fallen for a minute before I was able to see the abyssal flames below aside from Jill who keeping falling toward the flames. We all changed our direction. Those flames are dangerous. Getting caught in them will have dangerous consequences. Thud, thud, thud. A few seconds later, we landed one after another in a very dangerous place. The energy from the flames is so dense here that if I let go of the cover, the 3 will burst into flames. Thankfully, there were no monsters. There are a few closes that have developed resistance, but not in the place where we are. It is threatening even to them. All clear, I said to Jill, who looked at me from the center of the flames. With me giving the signal, she walked through the abyssal flames and appeared on the open spot and took out a multicolored crystalline ball. Buzz, she activated, and a few seconds later, it became a floating sphere inside which she had entered. It is my breakthrough formation, which ruins what she had manipulated to accommodate hers. I had asked her to use it, and she agreed without hesitation. With her using it, it will become even stronger. I need to make as many breakthroughs through it as possible, and thankfully, I had already secured some promises. As she sat in the center of the formation, she waved her hand and huge resources appeared around her, which took their places in the formation. Some of these resources were provided by me, which she had exchanged with resources she had. I am not the only one who is exploring the ruins. Nearly everyone is harvesting resources for their and their organization's need. It is hard to get this level of resources, and the more they gather, the greater it will benefit future generations. I am starting, said Jill, and nobody said best of luck. If you need the best of luck at this stage, then there is no need to make the breakthrough. Buzz. The sphere buzzed and lit up as she started the breakthrough, and a few seconds later the resources began to move into the runes. They mixed and merged, and in a few minutes, they formed the chains and moved toward Jill's body. As they touched her, they began to flow across her body, and within a minute they have covered every inch of her. Now she is fully covered in runes, while 9 runic chains connected her to the spherical formation. Buzz. For a few seconds, nothing had happened before the sphere buzzed again and lit brighter as it began to send the resources into her body. Isn't it happening too quickly? Asked Matron Mavis, to which I smile. Yes, it is, but everything is going smoothly, I said, and Jill's metaphysical projection appeared, which only 2 of us could see. There's not the faintest strain on her, said the old woman, and I had just smiled. The formation may have turned into her own, but the runes are mine. I filled them with rule-bending power and many other things that make them an amazing tool to make a breakthrough. After Jill's breakthrough, it will become even better. As I had said before, I want the runes to be used in as many breakthroughs for primary II as possible. With each breakthrough will make them better and increase their efficiency. Just thinking about it is making me think twice about leaving this thing, which I will do, no matter how good it became, as I could always make another one, but my world will not have another one if I took it with me. The resources enter inside Jill, and every second their speed will increase, which Jill's core absorbs with no problem. It seemed to have an insatiable hunger for speed and efficiency through which it is consuming those resources. 10 minutes passed, then 20, and now 30 minutes are over, but Jill is still absorbing the resources. There are a lot of them, and she hasn't even consumed even a fourth of them. It will take a while for her core to consume what it needs. An hour passed, and her core was still consuming the resources, but its speed had increased tremendously, that now it begins to strain her body. Though it is manageable, Jill's body and soul are strong enough to bear this strain with no problem. Another 40 minutes passed when finally, the resources begin to slow down till they finally stopped. 96, far more than I had guessed, said the old woman beside me. We always guess, but most of the time our guess is wrong, I said, and the old woman nodded. For a minute, nothing happened before finally, the core begins to move again, and with it, the energies of the surrounding. At the same time, space rippled above her, and the source gate began to open. A minute passed, and the whole formation got covered in the abyssal flames. At the same time, the source gate opened and began to pour dense abyssal energies into the formation, which will be sent to her. The energies poured into her, and her body is absorbing it all. Even the fire surrounding her, entering her through the runes, is not doing anything to her. Seeing that, I couldn't help but take a sigh of relief. I thought, the fire might harm her at a dangerous moment, but it is clearly helping. I am also glad that the formation is easily able to handle the abyssal energy. There was some small doubt in my heart that it might not be able to. I think we should all take a step back. It will be going to get dangerous soon, I said to them, and we moved back a few hundred meters till we touched the wall for safety. I even summoned my shields, though they have remained invisible. An hour passed, and my warning held true. The resource energies became even denser and abyssal fire even more powerful and dense, despite Jill consuming it. There is abyssal fire far below, and Jill and the source above are dragging it out of the ground. Another hour passed, and then another, and soon 4 hours passed by, and my shields have become visible, as quite a lot of abyssal fire had come out of the ground, and my shield was the only thing that was stopping. I think it would be wise to get out of here now, said a middle-aged. Soon, Grandmaster Road, I replied. It is clear that we would need to go out if the fire kept increasing in such a way, and I want to see the limit of my shields and how powerful abyssal fire they could bear it. 1.5 hours passed, and the whole space became a land of abyssal fire. Even my shields have covered wholly in abyssal fire that we could not see it. The fire is dense and powerful, and I don't think and my shields are reaching the limit. Let's go, I said with a sigh. 5 minutes later, and the sphere of my shields began to move up, and soon we were out of the hole. There were quite a few monsters have gathered around her, but nobody moved at us. I had asked Ashlyn and Nero to anyone who dared to come closer to her. Handling the responsibility, I turned my focus to Jill. 2.5 hours when finally she stopped taking the energies, but by them she had filled the whole hole with an abyss so dense that even I would be burned to death, but she is fine. Consolidation had begun, I informed them, and everyone's eyes turned serious as they watched the hole. BOOM. A minute passed, then 2 before long. It was 10 minutes and then an hour. It was past 2 hours when a loud boom rang out, and a powerful pillar of abyssal fire shot out in the sky, turning the few monsters to ashes who were flying above. A few seconds later, the pillar disappeared, and in its place Jill appeared, wearing no armor in this dangerous environment. But one look at her, nobody would think she needs armor. Congratulations on becoming the first person to break through primary II in over 3,000 years, I congratulated. Do you have prepared the thing I had asked you to? Asked Jill, which I smiled, and a green glowing seed appeared on my finger before flying toward her. It will hide you for 6 months, I said, hearing that. Her smile became even brighter. It is far more than I had asked you to, she said, and let the seed deep inside her. A moment later, an invisible cloak appears around her. You are my friend, it is the least I could do, I said with a smile before my smile turned serious. Can you sense it? I asked her, and everyone's expressions became serious. They are level to know about this secret. It is just outside our world, as the records say, she said, and I took a sigh of relief. Good, I said. With this confirmed, I did not have to change my plans. The black color is now more prominent among all the multicolors. That is just a minor external change. The things that happened internally to it are more amazing. It had become much better. The next person breaking through it is going to have an even smoother breakthrough using it. Days passed, and it's been 6 months since Jill had broken through and she was leaving. She's not the only one who is leaving, for more are leaving with her. The same month she had broken through, many others had also broken through. Ellen, Kevin, twins, Sophia and Raina, and Madeline, Ellen's fiancé. Now all of them are leaving, and I have come to bid them goodbye. Take care, Mom, Dad, don't worry about me. It won't be long before I find a way to bring you to me, said Ellen as she hugged her parents while tears dripped from her eyes. I watched them, but I am most focused on Madeline. She had been inconspicuous, never revealing more than she needed to, and had been nearly absent through the whole war, except for fighting a few battles. Now, a month ago, I heard she had broken through primary II and leaving with Ellen. It had shocked me and many others, as her information had said. She is a grandmaster and now is a primary II. It is quite hard to believe, especially when I had scanned her with my seed and even sneakily added one to her. She still had it inside her, and it is still sending me signals, showing all her data, which I think is all fake but has no way to prove. I had tried to ask Ellen about her, but she remained silent on most things. The hugs and kisses continued. Soon, it was time for them to leave. Goodbye, you all. I hope we will meet on the other side soon enough, said Sophia to the nearly 100 people who came to see them off. After giving one last hug to their parents and brother, Sophia and Raina entered the gate, which is invisible to us. Only those who reached primary II could see it. It is present as the moment they stepped inside, they disappeared, without leaving even the slightest fluctuations. After them it was Kevin, then Jill, and last were Madeline and her fiancé. They left, and in a few years we will leave too, said Lady Hera. To that I smiled. Yes, within a few years we will leave, and just thought of that made me sit, but it is an inevitable truth. The world had become too small for us, and while the other side was dangerous, there was no option but to go. Let's go, said Matron Mavis, and enveloped people of her organization and disappearing. Lady Hera and Vivian did the same, and so had Patriarch Bradford. All of them left one after another till only Marina and I left behind. I wish we could stay here till we die, she said softly, before smiling mirthlessly at her words. Don't worry, we will have a forever home. It is not just this, I said to her as I looked at the wonderful blue globe where I was born and grew up and will be leaving in a few years. Let's go, we have to be prepared for tomorrow, said Marina and took a step forward, and we disappeared and a few seconds later appeared at the academy, where the preparations for tomorrow are being made. Soon we went back to our small house and spent a day in each other's company, while my clones work on inheritance. I have reached a limit a few days ago. It took longer than I had imagined, but I was able to do it. Now I only need to create the inheritance, and I will be ready to make a breakthrough into primary II. It will take a few years for that. It is not easy to create the inheritance of the level I want. Soon, the next day came, and now I am standing in front of thousands of members of the Academy 40, of which belong to Supremes and other organizations, like before the Academy is taking the members of other organizations. Before it was used to be waiting members who were not completely qualified to be in the Supreme, and only after reaching King, they would get admitted to the Supreme. Now it is different. Those here from Supremes are complete members. Born and bred there, they will be in the Academy till they became emperors before leaving for their respective organizations. Of 40 non-members, only 20 are from the Supreme, and the other 20 are from the lower organization. I hope in centuries to come, these people of different organizations will foster bonds and will keep the conflict to a minimum. Headmaster, it is time, said the old woman, and I nodded and took the step forward, facing hundreds of thousands of students and faculty of the Academy. It was the greatest honor of my life to serve you, but the time had come to pass the mantle to someone more capable, I said to the crowd, and a woman appeared beside me. From today, the new headmaster of Riverfield Academy would be Lisa Walters. She will take the academy further than I had ever could, I said and stepped aside, letting the woman with ocean blue hair take the stage. The woman looked in her mid-20s, but was only 3 years older than me, the youngest of all candidates I had shortlisted to replace me. She is a high grandmaster, which is now a prerequisite to become the headmaster. She had been a member of the academy since she was born. Her parents were the staff and fought distinguishingly in the war. Her talent is mediocre, but she has a drive that very few have, which to me is far greater than talent. She's also a master in ruins, another requisite for being a headmaster. This condition had been there since the inception of the academy. Strength is not enough. You need a magic expert. Marina was a healer, and so am I, along with a rune grandmaster and now an alchemy master. I can never fill the giant shoes you're leaving behind, Headmaster Czar, but I will try my har, she said as she started the speech. The program lasted for a few hours, and there was a banquet after in which I had once again cooked for over hundreds of thousands of people. It is the last time I will do that. After today, I will truly be disappeared from the eyes of the world. I want to spend the rest of my time with my loved ones, work on my inheritance, and finish my legacy. How are you feeling? Asked Marina as we returned to our house. Relieved, I said. Even though I did not look at the day-to-day functions of the academy, there was still responsibility and I had to make appearances, but now there are no more. I am completely free to do what I want with no obligation. She is good. You have chosen the right successor, said Marina. She knows me too well. While I may be saying I am relieved, I am still worried about the academy and will always be. Though I have done everything I could, what happens after I leave will depend on the future generations. Buzz finished, I said as the last formation slid into the core of the artifact, and the whole formation controlling the Grand Garden activated. As I focused on it, I saw the garden spread across the whole academy. 70 of it is restricted, but 30 is open and thousands of students could be seen roaming through it, sitting in the shade of its trees. Seeing the vast garden, filled with trees that are from Knight to primary II grade, couldn't help but make me feel proud. This will be my legacy. You have really created something amazing, love, said Marina as she sat under the shade of 2 tall trees. One of them looked like it was translucent, while the other was brimming with vitality. I have not found another seed of the word tree despite my many tries, but I have found something just as amazing. These 2 trees are a lover harmony tree. They are also said to be descended from the world tree. As one could sense, one represents the soul, while the other body and these 2 form the core. It was quite a challenge to bring them here from the ruin I had found, not to mention they were in primary II class. I did it, and to hide from the world I had encased them in a very powerful formation, with rule-bending power. It will hide its presence from the world till the world broke through the limit. I wish I could stay for a century, watch till all the trees I planted grow, but there is no time. I will leave in 3 months. Today is the day I will make the breakthrough. This whole month, a lot of people are going to make a breakthrough. Marina, Elena, Jim, Lady Hera, and others. We plan to leave together to make the world thrive without our shadows. Let's go, we have preparations to make, I said, and we disappeared and appeared in our hope. Buzz, the evening has arrived, and I am waiting for my family. I had just thought that when the formation buzzed and 3 people arrived. Mom, Dad, Rose, I greeted the 3 of them. Are you confident, brother? You could always wait, asked my sister. I am confident, kiddo, I said, and her cheeks reddened while she glared at me. Since she had grown, she did not like me to call her that, but to me, she is always a little girl who demanded desserts from her older brother. Sometimes I could not believe it. She had truly grown up. She is a woman over 30 now, and Grand Lord, she will break through primary II in a few days and will become the youngest one to do it. It couldn't help but make me proud. Since everyone had appeared, let's go, I said, and we disappeared, appearing in front of the giant ruin-breaking gate. This thing is really great. I wish we had it, said Rai. Keep dreaming, said the professor. One by one, we stepped into the formation, and soon, we went into the tunnel, and 7 seconds later, we appeared in the ruin. Thud, thud, thud. We stepped into the swirling ocean. It is where I had made the breakthrough into the Grand Lord class, and now I will make a breakthrough into primary II. Let's go, I said, and we begin to move through the ruin. We moved fast, and within a few minutes, we have passed through the monastery that everyone visited, including my parents. My cheeks couldn't help but redden thinking about how my mother thanked me after returning from the monastery with my father. 40 minutes later, we have reached the place where I am going to make a breakthrough. It is at the peak of the tallest mountain, whose peak is touching the swirling clouds. It will be dangerous, but it is the best place for me to level up. Thud. I landed at the peak of the mountain, in a cloud of swirling energy, which I could barely resist with my armor, but that is going to disappear soon. I look at the clouds before taking out my breakthrough formation. It had changed a lot in the past 2 decades since the Grimm died. It had gone through many breakthroughs of Grand Lords, including my sisters, and also 8 of primary II. After me, it will go through tens of primary II breakthroughs. There is a long line in it. In the coming month, it is going to be used almost daily. I looked at the colorful sphere where some colors seemed more prominent before throwing it. As I did, it expanded its size, becoming as big as a small house. I admired my beautiful creation for a second, before appearing inside it in the center and deactivating my armor. There is no danger. The sphere had effectively isolated all the energies inside. As I sat in the center, I waved my hand gently, and immediately, a massive number of resources appeared around me before he went toward their place. Over 95 of the resources here are alchemical processes. They are processed by me. I am quite proud of it, seeing all of them are in primary II class, few were even above that. I took the radiant peach in my hand and ate it. Last time its juices turned to energy and spread through my body, making it fully ready for the breakthrough. Buzz. With everything ready, I entered inside my core and started the breakthrough, and immediately the breakthrough formation lit up. I sat in silence while my core and breakthrough formation begin. There is no worry in my heart about this breakthrough, as I know I will succeed. I had spent 20 years on it, more than I had spent on my breakthroughs together. I know I will succeed. There is no question about it, even when I am making the breakthrough in this dangerous place with dangerous energy. As the breakthrough formation activated, the resources moved. They mixed and merged, while some operated solo, and within a few minutes they filled the runes. These runes, in the form of chains, moved toward me. They moved around my body, and soon every part of my body was covered in them from head to toe. Buzz, the breakthrough formation buzzed as my core began to spin, and resources began to come at me through the 12 runic chains. The resources entered my body, and my core began to consume them. The more it consumes, the faster it will spin, drawing out more and more resources from the formation. I watched it all as my core consumed the resources I needed 2 decades to collect. It had huge storage, and while it had used most of the resources inside, there were some that it had not used, which were suitable to me. The true primary III resources are the only ones that I did not dare to process. Those were too precious to risk that for a little efficiency. Of all the resources, one is the greatest of them all. I have used it in my breakthroughs many times, but my core had never accepted it. This time, it did, the 9-color matter. It took my core a little more than 2 hours to absorb all the resources. The speed is quite shocking, considering I had absorbed 89 of the resources I had prepared. My core had not only accepted the resources I had placed, but also the resources it had in it. Many people had broken through and did not use all the resources, and these resources had remained here. My core had taken some of them, the ones it found suitable for it. This is the best thing about this breakthrough formation. It will take all the leftover resources, and when the person is breaking through, it will provide all the suitable resources, whether they are ones placed on it or stored inside it. Buzz, I was looking at the resources I took when my core begins to move again. The formation buzzed as the surrounding energies begin to gather. There is a humongous number of energies around me. It only took a few seconds for a vast cloud of energy to gather around the formation, before it started to get absorbed by the formation. A second later, the energy begins to come inside me. It was a small stream, but very heavy and laced with thick spatial and temporal energies. It entered inside me and began to get absorbed by my core greedily. My core is not only absorbing the multicolor energies from the cloud, but also the other energies, in a small amount. The abyssal energy left behind by Jill, elemental energies left behind by twins, dark energy by Kevin, and angel energies from Jim and others. They are stored in massive amounts inside the formation, and I am taking a small amount of them, just like I did with the resources. It is why I had said this is a perfect breakthrough formation. It will provide you with everything and help me make the most perfect breakthrough. Seconds passed and the amount of energy I am taking inside became bigger and bigger. 10 minutes later, I am gritting my teeth in pain, as the amount of energy coming increased so much that I felt millions of blades cutting across my body and soul. Soon, it was half an hour, and I was barely stopping myself from screaming in pain. I have taken a huge part of swirling clouds, a part that had stretched for miles, and now, this part is sending a huge amount of energy at me, and they are so pure and filled with temporal and spatial power that it became torturous. I had said that the breakthrough would be smooth, but I did not say it would be painless. I had guessed it might turn torturous. If I had wanted to, I would have chosen another place, but this is perfect, especially with thick spatial and temporal energies, which have been considerably mellowed by the constant spinning clouds. Other places did not have these mellowed spatial and temporal energies, which are necessary for me given the type of core I have. The 9-color matter and these 2 energies will benefit my core tremendously and help me take it to its true potential. So for it, I bore this torturous pain. An hour passed and it had even become even more painful. The only consoling thing about it is that energy had stabilized and will not increase any further, means there will be no pain. 13 hours passed since I had started absorbing the energy and I am still doing that. I did not think I would continue for this long. I thought 6 hours will be more than enough given the quality of energy, but more than double the time had passed. I could do nothing about it than watch and hope Marina and others wouldn't be too worried. Thankfully, I had already told them that it might take a day at max for me to make a breakthrough. A little more than an hour passed and finally, I saw my core slowing down and begin, and a minute later it had stopped and I couldn't help but take a sigh of relief. That pain had become too much, only I know how I bore it. Nearly 2 minutes later, the consolidation had begun. It is a slow process that only after 10 minutes I saw the faint solid layer appearing on my core, and an hour after that the core semi-solidified. It took another 1.5 hours before my core buzzed and revealed itself in its full glory. It looked amazing, like the real world. It is a real world, and with this breakthrough it had become even more real, so much that nobody could doubt it. With consolidation over, I couldn't help but take a sigh of relief. While I was confident of my breakthrough, given my thorough preparation, there was still a slight worry, and now it too had disappeared. I was staring at the beautiful thing when the core buzzed and chains of runes came out. They are in huge numbers, more than 7 times of last. The inheritance is bigger, much bigger than the last time, and it is showing through these runic formations that are spreading into every inch of me. They are dense and they are entering deeper like never. They have entered the areas that even I had barely seen, and this is the body I am talking about. It took the runes barely a minute to spread through every part of me before they finally stopped. Buzz. A second later, the core buzzed again, and energies thicker than honey and more powerful than I had ever experienced came down from the runes and entered my body and soul. Aha. A loud moan couldn't help but escape my mouth as the power I had never felt before had entered my body and soul. Every drop of this energy had the power to destroy the world, and it was coming to me like a flood. There is an endless amount of it that my body is having a hard time absorbing. Still, like a greedy beast, it is trying everything and slowly absorbing the energy. The more my body absorbs, the stronger I would feel. It is an amazing feeling. It took nearly an hour for me to absorb the energy to its last drop, and when I am finished, I felt the power in my vein like never before. I am confident I could destroy the world in a single attack. I could even push this ruin out of the orbit of the world, which is harder than one thinks, considering these ruins are part of powerful worlds. Gasp. It took me a few minutes to get control over my emotions, and when I did, I immediately entered my core, and a gasp of shock couldn't help but come out of my mouth. I had seen the changes through my clones, but seeing through my own eyes gives a different feeling. The space inside the island had expanded. It had now been twice the size of before. Not only that, the energy inside is much thicker, but one thing that made me most happy is the flow of time. It had increased to 4 times that of the outside. It will bring me tremendous benefits. It is the first time she congratulated me on anything, other than when I passed the tests at the library. I looked around for a few minutes before walking out of my core. I wanted to stay further, but my family is waiting for me. Roar! The phantom of the poisoned dragon roared as it had materialized, while the phantom of the lady of the forest remained serene, but its power was no weaker than the poisoned dragon roaring beside it. Seeing them materializing, a smile couldn't help but appear on my face. Marina had succeeded in breaking through. I have no doubt she would. She had worked hard to reach here, without taking much help from me. The phantom stayed there for a few seconds before they merged into Marina's body. As it did, her aura began to rise rapidly. We all watched from the distance, not because it will disturb her breakthrough, but because it was dangerous. She is making a breakthrough in a very dangerous place. It is extremely poisonous. Pia pedi an hachek letter 1 d0 f nuriota, so cute m. If that poison hit me, it will burn my vitality while I could resist it. I like to stay far away as possible from it. An hour passed and the aura had stopped rising. Marina was sitting under the shade of an enormous tree and finally opened her eyes, and immediately I noticed great joy in her eyes, but also sadness. It stayed in her eyes for a couple of seconds before her expression cleared and she got up, before appearing directly in front of us. "Congratulations, love," I said to Marina as I look at her. The breakthrough had brought a change in her, making her more inhuman and beautiful. The scales on her body had become even more glittering and her eyes are radiating with even more power, and now making love with her is going to be even more dangerous. She's not a simple woman. A single kiss from her could kill a primary II. "Congratulations, Mom," said Alina, glaring at me. She still did not like me showing public affection to her mother, which is why I like to tease her more. Others congratulated her, and a few minutes later we returned to the academy where I threw a party, inviting my friends and family. The party had lasted until late evening before all the guests left, leaving us alone in our house. "What happened?" I asked as the last guest left. I did not forget the expressions she had after she finished with the breakthrough. The light smile on her face turned serious and she sat couch. I sat beside her before taking her hand. I had never seen her this serious and it couldn't help but make me feel worried. Though I did not pressure her, it must be something to make her this serious. So I waited. "I am pregnant," she said after more than 10 minutes of silence. It would be a great understatement if I say this did not shock me. It is the last thing I had expected her to say, but I looked at beautiful twin-colored eyes, which were looking at me with a myriad of emotions, from fear to joy to sadness and many more. "Then we will be great parents," I said and kissed her cheek lightly. I did not question her words, despite not seeing any sign of pregnancy in her body. Even now, when my clones are looking at her meta scan, they could not see it. The upgraded cloaking seed will give us 3 years. In that time, I have confidence that I could upgrade it further to give us more time in the world, I added, but instead of turning happy, she became sad. "The pregnancy is different from human pregnancy. It will take decades and will be extremely risky in the environment of our world," she said and did something inside her. That immediately hidden thing became visible. It lasted for a second, but I have got everything I needed to see. She is truly pregnant. I thought and joy I had never felt before erupted from my heart. We had talked about the children, but they are far in our future, not to mention the chances of it happening were extremely low because of Marina's biology. She's not fully human anymore. The 2 bloodlines have made great changes to her very DNA. It is due to it. The chances of us having a baby were extremely low, and the reason we did not use protection. Unconsciously, we were trying for a baby and unexpectedly succeeded. "I am happy that you are pregnant with my child, more than I had thought I would be," I said gently. "What are we going to do about the baby? We can't have the baby born here and the world through the gate is too dangerous," she asked with eyes filled with worry. She is not the only one who is worried. I am worried too. The baby is mine too, and in just a couple of seconds. The news made me feel the weakest I had ever been in my life. "We will think of something," I said, and she smiled weakly. "Even though we are gods in the world, we do not have a choice. We will have to raise our child in a dangerous environment, whether or not we wanted. I have seen what Marina had shown me, and just looking at a few things, I understood many things. The baby couldn't be born in the world. It is not a human baby, and thus the environment of the world is unsuitable for it to grow. Seeing it floating in a dense magical energy, and how it is not enough for it, I know we will have to leave, the sooner the better. So there is no question about extending the deadline, which I was thinking of. I am worried, Michael," she said, with tears welling up in her eyes. "I know, love, but being worried will not do anything," I said and hugged her. We stayed on the couch for more than an hour in silence before we went back to our room where we slept hugging each other. The next day we began working. We wanted to know everything about our child. While her bloodlines had hidden it very carefully, that even Marina hadn't got to know about it till she made the breakthrough. Even I wasn't able to do it with my all-powerful seed. Within a few days, we got enough data that we made some changes. Marina's diet had changed, and so is her lifestyle. She would only eat high-energy food. All the food she ate would be in primary II. She is also beginning to sleep more, at least 6 hours a day. These changes have made a difference. We have seen the changes. I am doing everything I could, but I wish I could do more. I am restricted to the world we are in, and that is making me look forward to the day when we pass through the gate, even knowing how terribly I am going to miss the world. Day after day passed. Every few days, someone would make a breakthrough. Most people did it on their own, including my sister, of which I am very proud, but some, like council members of the academy, needed help. There are quite many few people are leaving, which I think is a wise step, despite it weakening the world. The world had changed with the Grimms, gone, and now it needs new leadership without the shadows of the past. It will weaken the world temporarily, but in the long term, it will make it stronger. "Today we will leave," said Marina as I opened my eyes. "Yes, it is time to leave today," I replied with sadness and excitement in my heart. Sad because I will leave the world in which I had born, and excited because I will see and do things about which I had only read. There is also an equal amount of fear for my child and its mother. Let's get ready, I said, after giving Marina a kiss on the cheek. In a few minutes, we freshened up and showered before walking into the kitchen. I cooked the breakfast and we both ate before we stepped out of the house. Today, we don't have to go anywhere. We have sorted out all our business and now want to spend a day in a calm before leaving at the midnight. We have already decided what we will do today. We will be roaming the academy that both of us so much love, and we did just that. We visited every place, be it small or big. We visited everything before stopping at the last spot. It is one of the most restricted areas in the academy, where one of the most precious things is placed. In the breakthrough formation, the multicolored sphere is sitting center of the huge marble. It had been very powerful and had every kind of energy resource in it. It will be used in the breakthroughs of Grand Lords and Primary II, and someday might even be used in the breakthrough of Primary III. It can be taken out of the academy, but right out of the breakthrough, it will appear here. There will be very few chances that someone could steal it or even destroy it. I stared at the wonderful creation for a few minutes before sitting under the shade of lover trees with Marina. Before we know it, it was 5, and we returned home within a few minutes. My parents have arrived with my sister and also Professor and Alina. To great future, I said, and everybody clinked their glasses before drinking the wine and eating. The only person who did not drink is Marina, and everybody here knows the reason for that. After we finished the meal, we all sat on the patio and talked. Not hard stuff, just a little thing. The time went by so fast that it was midnight before we knew it. It is time, said my father, and the smiles on everyone's faces turned serious. I nodded, and a moment later, we disappeared and appeared beside the gate, where Lady Vivian and others were already waiting. I'm going to miss this world, said Grandmaster Salvador. Me too, said Mary, with tears dripping from her eyes. Will we reach the same place, brother? Asked my sister. This question had been asked too many times and I don't know the answer to it. I don't know, kiddo, I said. We might end up in the same place or at a totally different place, nothing is certain. Even with all the books, the library did not have the answer to this question. I looked at the gate as we wait for a few people. It is a simple blue marble gate. There is carving or any type of embellishment, just smooth stone, but it is enormous, that even 100 people could pass through it. A few minutes passed and everybody had arrived, not only those who were going but also those dropping off. Most of them are Grand Lords, and they are hundreds in number. I had once declared that our world will have 100 Grand Lords one day, and now we have more than that. Take care of the academy, I said to Lisa. I will, she replied, and I smiled. She's a Grand Lord now. I had offered to help her make a breakthrough to the Primary II, but she had refused. She wanted to take the long route, and I couldn't help but feel proud about that. I am sure in a decade or two she will break through this level and walk through this gate we're about to walk into. Since everyone had arrived, it is time we leave, said Matron Mavis. Immediately, everyone quiet down and turned to the gate. Marina appeared beside me, and I held her hand while my other hand was held by my sister. I don't know whether doing this will take us to the same place, but it is worth the try. Let's enter, I said, and we moved toward the gate, holding hands while everyone watched. Soon I stepped through the gate, and I felt a faint cold and found myself in some kind of spatial tunnel, so strong that even if I use all my strength, I will not be able to create a ripple in it. I am also alone and moving at extremely high speed, hundreds of thousands of times, millions of times faster than I had ever moved in the fastest tunnel. It is an exciting moment, but I am feeling sad. I am alone. There is nobody besides me, not a single soul. I knew this would happen, but I still did not want to believe it. I don't know how long it will take me to find Marina and my family. Whether I would be able to witness the birth of my child, I really hope I do. I want to be there with Marina. I did not let myself wallow in the sadness and focused on my current situation. The place I am going to is dangerous, and I will not be the strongest person there, as I had been in my world. I have to be ready to face any kind of danger that came at me. I checked everything and found it perfect. My 4 clones are also doing great work. There is always work, especially when the next challenge is so big. I will need to finish it off as soon as possible, as greater strength will help me find my family faster. Soon, 17 hours passed in a tunnel, and there seemed to be no end to it. It also kind of shocked me, given the immense distance I am crossing by second and how far my world is, and the distance is increasing every second. I would need to be very strong if I ever wanted to return to my world, which would not happen sooner. Another 2 hours passed when I saw the light. I approached it too fast. It had blinded me, and a moment later I came under immense suppression. D-Hub, I was reeling with the suppression when I hit something so hard that it had broken the bones of my body. A moment later, when my eyes fluttered open, and I come to my senses. I realized I had not hit the solid, but something liquid, water to be exact. I am inside the water in such dangerous suppression, seeing that I begin to move my hands and legs, despite the immense pain they are causing me. There might be some powerful monster here, and I don't want to fight it in my current condition. That would be terrible, as there is a high chance that the monster would be stronger than me. Ha, I took a big breath as I came out of the water and saw the world as it was, and what I saw couldn't help but shock me. I saw the clear blue sky with 4 giant moons that could be seen in the morning light. I am in the water. Everywhere I see, I could only see the water. For a moment I thought I am in a sea, but the water is too still for a sea. I wish I could see further, but I could not. The natural suppression of the world is far too strong. It is suppressing everything. Still, it couldn't help but make me excited. Despite the suppression, I could feel the powerful energy, which is far stronger than anything I had felt, but it is not giving me a godlike power as one might expect. Instead, it is slowly entering my body, expelling the old energy and refilling it with itself. If I had such energy in my world, I would have easily been able to make a breakthrough in primary III and even go above that, but here, it is a common energy, which will give me a strength equal to a knight. According to the information I have about the gates, I am in one of the prime worlds. There are thousands of them, and the first level that people start here is primary I, tyrant as we know it. There are no knight stages or kings or emperors. The levels here start with tyrant and end with even I don't have any idea about. Thankfully, I had designed the inheritance with the prime worlds in mind, and the moment I had entered it, it adjusted itself according to it, though I will need to calibrate it, as I have done it with the data I had read in books and not from the one I had collected. I will do that later. The first thing I have to do is heal. The injuries are serious, but in my world I would have needed a minute or two to heal from them, but here, seeing the speed, it would take me hours. Buzz. Seeing that, I immediately activated the healing formation inside me, which had a single primary III healing herb. It is the only one I had kept for myself while distributing the rest to others. As I did, I received another shock. It is not just me which had got suppressed, but also my core, which normally remains unaffected by it. The time acceleration of my core had been reduced. From 4 times to normal time, it had come down to barely twice. Though all the plants inside my core are sucking the energy greedily, I could feel the change appearing in the plants rapidly and also the change happening in the energy of my core, which is becoming denser by the second. Even with the healing formation, it will take at least 2 to 3 hours to heal my injuries instead of seconds that would have happened in the world. I wish I could heal in peace. It will be quicker, but that is not an option I have. I could feel the danger around me, and it will be better if I leave this body of water quickly as possible. Thankfully, I had collected enough energy that I could use some of my methods. I activated them and swam through the water, while being as quiet as possible, both physically and through the energy. Half an hour passed, and I am seeing no end to this water, but I kept swimming. My speed is now a little faster because of the recovery from some of my injuries. A few more minutes passed, and I noticed a dot in the sky. It is rapidly approaching my direction. I don't know what it is, but I know I shouldn't be discovered by it. Anything unfamiliar is dangerous, and unless I got a stock of everything and know I would be safe, I should hide. I did just that and dipped into the water, but a few seconds later, I came out with a mirthless smile on my face. I felt a soul sense locked on me. The soul sense is so strong that I froze in sheer fear, and I needed great willpower to break the hold of fear and move my body to come out from the water. As I came out, the dot became a huge disc and there were people on it. 5 people, and among them, only one is human, and they are directly in front of me, watching me with smiles on their faces. The smiles I did not like. Esdefis hers baraf jarm gatravar, said the leading voice, and all of them laughed as they looked at me, while I remained calm with a poker face. The leading being turns to me. He is a man with purple skin and at least a foot taller than me, with dark blue eyes that seem to radiate the light and nails that are red as blood. They seem painted. You are a good human. Most crashers take at least 10 seconds to break the hold of soul sense from their minds. You took only 3, he said in an accented universal language. This one is polite too, he said, while the others behind him laughed. Most crashers act like kings that they have been of their little worlds, said the women behind him. She is of a different race. She had green skin with vine-like blue hair. She is also quite pretty, but the emotions in her eyes are not. She is looking at me like I am some kind of thing. She is not even considering me even a person. I hope it is pure enough. The last few crashers had been bad enough, said the leading man, and a moment later, I felt an immense force gripping my body and saw myself getting pulled out and landing on the silver disc they were on. Buzz. The moment I landed on the disc, an extremely elaborate blue formation became visible, and I felt it releasing a powerful scanning wave. I felt alarmed by it, but too weak to do anything against it. It is too powerful. Primary I, Purity 67, 6 elemental constitutions, and a fire core, he said with a hint of disappointment. At least he is better than any finds of the past month, especially considering the last 3 who had the legacy inheritances, said another green-skinned man, but this one had red vine-like hair and bit taller than a woman. You are right, he is better than all the shits we were getting, said the leader with a smile and turned to the only human middle-aged man on disc. Jerome, who do you think will pay for him the most? Asked the leader, and I felt my world crashing. I already had an inkling of being treated like good by their words, but hearing that I became sure. Still, I did not plead or beg. These guys are professional in trading people like me. It is better I remain silent and observe everything. Sart, he will be best suited for his mine, and if you negotiate well, boss, we might be able to pay all our debts to Sart with him, said Jerome, bringing a huge smile to purple-skinned man's face. Now that's the news I had been waiting to hear, he said, and a moment later, the disc shot into the air at a very fast speed. We are moving at an extremely fast speed, so much so that all I could see is the blur. In a matter of a day, my whole life had changed. A day ago, I had been the strongest person in the world, and now I am being sold and I am powerless to do anything against it. Earlier, they seemed to have talked intentionally in the universal language, as now they are talking in an unfamiliar language again. I sit quietly, saying nothing, even when they talked about selling me. Trying to see and sense everything around me, I gathered little in 10 minutes I have been on the disc. From what I could tell, all 5 people are extremely strong. If I am right, then they are above the primary III class, as their power feels unassailable. I am relieved that even with scanning formation, the cloak that I had infused in my body had worked. I have made myself above average during the breakthrough, cloaking the very cells of me with the forbidden power. This is what the rule-bending power is known here, and I could not reveal it under any conditions. I gathered that much when I read the hints from the world, and I became sure when the library spirit warned me after I had broken through primary II. A few more minutes passed when the scenery changed suddenly. From blue to it turned lush green. The change had also occurred in the energy. The water elemental lessen, while the green elemental increases. The energy protection around the disc stopped the wind but did not stop the energy. A few more minutes passed and I saw a vast blur. If I was not wrong, then it is a city. A vast city that I wish I could look at clearly, but I could not. The disc is moving too fast and I am not strong enough to see through it. Soon the city disappeared and the disc continued to speed away. Now and then I would see small and big blurs which I think were villages and towns. Other than that, I saw only forests. I was watching everything when suddenly I felt the disc stopping in front of a 5-story building, and right in front of it is a huge entrance to the mine, with all kinds of people lining up. I instantly noticed a collar on the neck of all people and couldn't help but shudder. "Ah, my most favorite crasher hunters, and this time you have brought the thing for me," said the man who have a brown stone skin which is moving like flesh. He also had 3 stone eyes. The eyes in his temple looked especially terrifying, that I did not dare to look at them. "We have brought you the goods, Sart, and according to Jerome, it is perfect for your mind," said the purple-skinned man. "I will be the judge of that rock," said the stone-skinned man, and the ring on its finger flashed and I found myself covered in formation. The formation only lasted on my body for a second before it disappeared, and the stone-skinned man turned to rocks. "You are right. This human is good for my mind," he said before his eyes became serious. "How much you want for him?" he asked. To that a wide smile appeared on the purple face of Rocks. "I want our debts forgiven," said Rocks. "You must be joking. He is not even half of the value of the debt you owe me," said the stone Sart in outrage. "I will not negotiate with you, Sart. Either you take him and forgive our debts, or I will take him to another mine," said Rocks, and he seemed serious about it. "Fine, you bastard. I will take him. You can consider all your debts forgiven," he said finally and sigh. "It's always doing pleasure with you, Sart," he said, and the stone man handed him a scroll which he took and opened before putting it away. "Rocks, don't forget me. If you find anyone suitable for my mine, bring them to me," said Sart. "You can count on that, Sart," said Rocks as he jumped on his disc, and a moment later, it shot in the air. "Lem!" shouted Stone-Skinned Man, and a couple of seconds later, a green-skinned old man with blue vine hair appeared beside the Stone-Skinned Man. "Take him to the mine and collar him," said Sart and walked away, while the old man turned toward me with a kindly smile on his face. But the smile did not reach its eyes, making it extremely creepy. "Human, you should understand the condition you are in. You are in the prime world and not a king of your little world," said the old man, and a blue metallic collar appeared in his hand, and before I could do anything, it appeared around my neck. Click, I heard a clicking sound and energy washed over me to my surprise. It expelled all the artifacts on my body, including my storage rings, one of which was hidden in my skin. "You are lucky. You have been sold to Master Sart here. You have a chance to earn your freedom. The only thing you will have to do is mine a ton of Darrow's crystal or work on mine for 50 years, and you will be free," stated the old man. "Many people have earned their freedom through it, and the Master Sart had released them with generous severance pay," he added and began walking toward the entrance of the mine. Though note that Master Sart did not tolerate laziness. "You will at least need to fulfill your daily quota, or you will be punished and go hungry. Do that for an entire week, and you would wish that you have worked harder," he said and looked at me with a clear threat in his eyes. I opened my mouth but found I couldn't speak a word because of his energy clamping it down. "I don't want to hear anything, your talents or your inheritance to anything. We have everything better in this world. Save it for when you gain the freedom and needed to earn a wage," he said. I nodded, which it allowed. Soon we reached the mouth of the mine and walked inside, and to my surprise I saw there is a whole village there with hundreds of buildings and thousands of people, and not all of them are wearing collars. I looked around and paused when I saw the gruesome scene. There I saw 7 people of different races, chained to a pole, and they are bleeding from head to toe. They have whip marks all over their bodies. I could clearly tell it, as one stone-skinned man is clearly whipping the frail-looking woman, while she screams loudly. Master Sart will tolerate anything, except disobedience, and greatest disobedience is trying to escape. If you ever try to do that, remember this will be your punishment, and let me tell you, it is more painful than it looked, said the old man with a kindly smile on his face. Zagar, I have brought you another miner, said Lem as we entered the compound, which has lines of 3-story buildings. The stone-skinned woman turned toward us. She is the same race as the stone-skinned man named Sart, but taller and fitter. Though she is weaker, despite being on the same level, Sart is stronger than her or Lem, and even rocks. Good, but one would not be enough if Sart wants to increase the output. I would need at least 50 collared or at least 200 employed, said the stone-skinned woman as she looked at me. Your cousin knows it, and he had posted a request in the city. I am sure some people will accept it, said Lem. Snort. The woman snorted with the kind of pay he is offering. Only desperate ones will accept the job. Tell him to find more crashers, said the woman Zagar, and I felt her pulling me toward her. I could feel the faint killing intent leaking from the Lem, and the women sensed it and smiled at him in a challenge, but he looked away. I will tell him that, he said gruffly and walked out of the compound while the women's 3 eyes turned to me. I am sure Lem had already explained the rules to you, so I will not do it, but remember, if you broke even a single rule, you would wish you hadn't, she threatened. I understand, I replied. Good, I like humble ones like you. Most crashers take time to understand the reality they are in, she said, and I did not say, choosing to remain silent. She looked at me before 2 things appeared in her hand. One hand had 2 books and the other had a ring. Practice the first method. You have until tomorrow morning. The storage, have the tools you will need to do the job, lose them and you will receive the punishment, she said and took me inside the compound. We stopped at the 7th 3-story building and entered inside. The building seemed empty, but I did not know why. Soon we reached the top floor and she opened the 3rd door. From now on, this will be your home till you earn your freedom. Every day, you will mine the require a quota of Darrow's crystals. The more you mine, the sooner you will earn your freedom, she said, though I did not fail to notice the spark of mirth that appeared in her eyes when she spoke the last sentence. She gave me one last look and walked out of the hall while I looked at the small room, which had 3 bunk beds for 6 people to sleep. I walked toward the one which had been unmarked. The moment I touched it, it turned green like rest, like the storage. It is connected to the collar, as the storage the women gave me. Everything here is connected to the collar. I noticed how it sends and receives the signals from the hundreds of artifacts. With such tight security, it will be hard to escape here. Though I will do it, as I do not see any other option for my freedom. I am not an idiot not to see the hints. There is no freedom, and even if what they said is true, one wouldn't be alive to enjoy it. Because what they are mining is not a simple thing, but a toxic crystal in its unpure state. The moment they had said the word, my clones had scoured through the library and found all information about the Darrow's crystal. I became even more sure after I opened the first book and looked at the method they have asked me to practice. It is a method of detection for Darrow's crystal. After practicing the method, I will be able to send the waves to find the Darrow's crystals, and it is extremely dangerous. Seeing the waves will enter back in the body with the response, and with them, they will bring toxic energy to the Darrow's crystal. From what I had read, toxic energy is extremely dangerous and sticky in nature. The second method she had given me will remove that. Unlike the first method, the second method is hard to understand, much less practice, but if one did it, then one will survive for at least a decade. If practiced perfectly, then it will be able to not only completely expel the toxic energy, but also use it to strengthen one's body. I looked through both methods and handed my clones to study, while I look at the storage. It only contains the mining tools, but also a few books which had the rules of the mine, as well as thorough detail about the crystals. There is even a book which has complete detail and ways of earning freedom. The quickest way is to find the highest grade of Dora's crystals. I would only need a thumbnail worth of it, and I will gain freedom. I do not believe that, even for a second if I find it, the bastards will find some way to keep me in mine and more crystals of the same quality. There is only one way to get freedom, and that is to escape, but it will be extremely difficult, as there is not only their collar which tells them about my every position, but also the powerful guards. Still, no matter how difficult it is, I will escape. Click, I was reading the book when I heard the door clicking open and 2 people, in dusty clothes, walked in. A new mate. I was wondering how long it will take them to replace Dom, said the man. At first glance, he looked like a human, but he is not when you look at the light black scales on his temple. He looked to be in his early 30s. The one beside him was a human, and he seemed to be in his mid-20s. Both of them are wearing collars like me. The human is on the same level as me, but the man with a black scale on his temple is primary III. His energy is in line with the primary stage. He is not level of Lem, and others it is a grade higher. Hello, I am Michael. I introduced myself. I am Rim, and this is Jax, said Rim with scales. I assume both of you are not from the Prime world, I asked, to which they shook their head. No, we are also minor worlds, had the luck to crash into this Prime world, said the human Jax. Click, knowledge is not free. You will have to give us something in exchange if you want to know about that, said Rim, and I was about to reply to him, when the door opened, and what I saw couldn't help but make my eyes widen. Two people had come in, bringing the women in their arms. The woman on the left had blue skin and a tail, while the man on the right looked mostly human with gray skin, but had a red crystal on his forehead. It is the woman in the middle that attracted my attention the most. She is bloodied from head to toe. She is the same woman I saw getting whipped when I entered the mine earlier. Rania, they screamed in unison and helped in bringing the girl, who turned out to be my bunkmate. The bed below mine belongs to her. I had told her many times, not even think about the escape, but she did, said Rim as they placed her bloodied, unconscious body. Des had said if she did not work tomorrow, all of us will receive 10 whips each, said the man with red crystal on his forehead. The expressions of everybody had changed, but they did not seem surprised by it. Ready yourself, rookie. Tomorrow you will have a very painful day, said the Rim, but I ignored him and climbed down from my bed and appeared beside the women. I placed my finger on the undamaged part of the girl's head and closed my eyes, sensing the soul sense inside her. She is primary III and thus has resistance, but I was able to bypass it due to her injuries. My soul sense had spread across her body, and the more I looked, the graver my expressions would become. The whip marks have something that makes them extremely painful, but other than they do nothing. The real danger is her body, which had been poisoned by toxins, thus making her heal extremely slowly. Are you a healer or something? Asked the woman with obvious mirth. Yes, I replied as I opened my eyes and could see the surprised appearance on their faces. Wow, I had never thought I would be happy knowing Dom dead, said Rim, but I ignored him and turned to them. I'm not strong enough to heal her. Do you have any medicine or potion I could use on her? I asked them. Des had handed me this, but it is barely useful, said the woman with a tail and handed me a round ceramic bottle which had a white gel in it. I opened its transparent cap and my eyes couldn't help but wide. It might seem unbelievably powerful by our world's standard, but here it is the lowest grade medicine, said Jax. He is right, but it is all I have, as this medicine is even better than the one I have in my core. A little privacy, please, I said, and the woman with the tail acted, forming an energy layer around us, while the men took a step back but did not leave the bed. I did not waste any time and begin. I took the gel in my fingers and began to apply it over her body expertly. I did not remove her clothes, as they have mostly turned into rags, and I did not need to. It will work as long as the gel had covered all her injuries. Within a few minutes, I finished applying the gel to every part of her body. As I finished with that, I placed both of my hands on her and took control of the healing energies of the gel. Healing energies are extremely powerful, and if I had been in my world, I would have had a hard time controlling it with the energy I had. Here my energy is changing, and with it, I had gathered this energy and begun to take it to her wounds. It is not difficult, but not hard either, though it would have been easier if all the energy in my body had been changed with this world. I will have to make do with what I have, and this is what I am doing. I focused everything on moving the healing energy across her wounds, blocking everything else. This is a very delicate process. One wrong step, and I would worsen her injuries instead of making them better. Over 40 minutes passed when I opened my eyes and wiped away the sweat that had piled up on my forehead. My God, you are really a healer, said the woman with as she removed the energy screen she had cast. The moment everyone saw it, their eyes also couldn't widen in surprise. Her injuries have healed more than half, said Rim as he looked, before turning to me. She will wake up soon. It will be better if we wrap her in bandages. It will stop her injuries from worsening when she made the movements, I said and looked at them. We do not have bandages. Do clothes will work, said Jax, and I nodded. A moment later, each one of them offered some clothes. Thinking about him, worries about my family and friends couldn't help but flood in. I have so far avoided thinking about them, but now the dam of it had broken through and I couldn't stop thinking about them. Do all the people who entered the gate crash on Prime Worlds? I said to them. Some of them laughed while some shook their heads. No, only those who do not have the legacy inheritance or bloodlines. Those lucky people directly go to the closest beacon of the source, said Jax. Beacon as if the world of that inheritance or bloodline where its source lies, or strong powerhouses with that inheritance or bloodline, he added, seeing my confused expressions. Hearing that, I couldn't help but feel relieved. Everyone who had entered through the gates has what they describe as the legacy inheritance, including my sister. Marina, Elena, and the professor had the bloodlines. I am a little worried about Marina since she had 2 bloodlines. Has someone else had entered the gate with you? Asked the woman, to which I nodded. If they had legacy inheritance or bloodline, they will be fine, but legacy inheritance and bloodlines are not common. Coming across even a single one in our lower world is a great fortune, said the woman. Brother, have you to save me, brother, said the injured woman frantically, and Rim and others sighed. Your brother has not come to save you, Rania. We and our new roommate had saved you, said Jax loudly, and a moment later her eyes became clear with tears dropping from her eyes. She is not young in a mortal sense. She's about 41 years old in human years, but seeing her race that age slower, she could be said to be a young woman and she looks like one. You should thank Michael here the most. He is the one who healed you, said Jax, and the women's eyes focused on me. There are still quite a lot of healing injuries remaining in her wounds, which are slowly healing her. Still, she would need to remain lying for at least an hour. Rania, you shouldn't have tried to escape. You know it is impossible to do it in this place, said the one with a tail. There is no admonishment in her voice, just defeat. I can't remain here and wait for death. I will not accept this fate, said the young woman. Despite being this injured, there is still a fight burning in her eyes. My sister, too, had sported a similar fire in her eyes. Rose had suffered a lot due to me from when she was little. They had compared her to me at every step. It is why she had rebelled and even joined a different organization from what Mother and I were leading. She worked hard and visited more ruin than even me, risking her life thousands of times. I had offered to help her many times, but rejected the offer every time, wanting to do everything on her own. She did it, and the only help she ever accepted was the breakthrough formation and the resources I had processed for her. She had declined even that, and if not for her mother forcing her, she wouldn't have accepted it. I am damn proud of her. She's the best sister that anyone could hope to have, and I am missing her a lot. This time you had survived. The next time you won't. They will kill you, said a man with a red gem, bringing me back to reality. I will not accept it, said the young woman, making everyone sigh. There was silence for a minute before the eyes turned to me. Michael, I will advise you to comprehend the searching method. As soon as possible, it will be the only thing that will save you from the punishment, advised Rim, and walked toward his own bed. The person dropped the yellow gooey substance on my plate, and I moved on and sat in the place where my roommates were sitting. This is early morning, and we are having an early lunch. After it, we are going to be sent too deep into the mine. I haven't slept properly all night. Thinking and worrying did not give me more than a few minutes of shut-eye. No matter how many times I ate it, I still felt like vomiting at every bite, said Jax, and others nodded, including me. This is really bad. The yellow substance is bad, and so is the bread. It felt like the cook isn't even trying to cook the meal. He just threw away everything in the pot and keep it on the heat till it is completely cooked. There are nutritious energies inside it if manipulated well. They could provide 10 times more benefits than they are providing now. Thankfully, today wouldn't be bad, since most of Ranya's injuries had been here, said Karta, the woman with a tail. We could thank Michael for that, said Rip. I smiled and continued to eat the disgusting meal. Rania recovered nearly whole through the night, though she still had bandages covering her whole body. Rim had said to keep them. If she had seen recovered, it might irk some people, and I couldn't agree more. The young woman did not speak much, and I wouldn't be if I had suffered what she had. Still, I couldn't help but be fascinated by her, as she is an elf. I had read so much about her face. It is a mythical to us. We quickly finished our lunch and walked out of the cafeteria and directly went to the reporting station. You are quite early, said the stone-skinned man in front of the huge formation. I had noticed most of the people in the leading position here are from the stone-skinned race. Jack said they all belong to the same family. The Lobar family not only owns mines, but also in the refinement business. We had to, boss. Yesterday, some of us had barely been able to finish our quota, said Rim. Good, work hard and you might earn your freedom before time, said the rock-skinned man with obvious mirth in his eyes. The formation below our feet had lit at his command and we disappeared. A moment later, I found myself alone deep underground with 5 people from my room. Jack seemed to have gone to someone else, but nobody seemed surprised. The mine stretched for tens of miles underground. The deeper you go, the more dangerous it will become, but also have more doors crystal. I could feel the toxicity in the very air, and it is making very uncomfortable. I controlled my emotions and turned to another stone-skinned person sitting behind a small rock table in front of me. It was a woman, and she seemed quite old and bored. You 5 will go to your usual spots, while you newbie will go to section 32, she said, and immediately, expressions of everybody changed, while a map is projected in front of me from the collar. It is showing my current location and the destination I have to reach. What are you all waiting for? Go, she shouted, seeing us not moving. Hearing her shout, we scurried away. We had just moved when another batch of people appeared on the formation. Be careful. Section 32 is very dangerous. A lot of people have died there, warned Rania. It is the first time she spoke without me speaking to her first. I will be careful, I said. I am worried. They had told me the dangers this place had, from high toxins to monsters to doors burst. Any of these things could kill me without a doubt. A minute later, Karta took the turn to move to her section, and then Rim and the Gak, the man with the red gem on his forehead. The last one to leave me was Rania. She waved as she walked toward her mine. I waved back and walked toward my destination. It is a little farther, and I could hear the sounds of hitting now, and then some people had come before us, and some might have stayed the night. There are no restrictions on staying the night, but the next day when one returns, one will need to produce the 2 days' worth of quota. About 40 minutes later, I reached section 32, and immediately, a surprise couldn't help but appear on my face. The toxic energy here is more than double than normal. Usually such places have more Dora's crystals, but people avoid them like a plague. Using the detection method, this dense toxicity is entered inside one, and nobody wants to happen, even for more crystals. The toxic energy is dangerous. The more it entered inside you, the more harmful to you it will be. The second method is useful, but unless you practice it to a very high degree, it will leave the toxins inside your body and weaken you slowly. I stopped and looked at the map of section 32. It is huge, like all sections, and I will be here till I kill or escape, as it is big enough that it will need a decade or even centuries to mine it all. I took a pickaxe from the storage and looked at it. The weapon is strong enough to be one of the most powerful artifacts of our world, but here it is a simple mining tool. I had also practiced both of the methods that come with the collection. The first one is called Gemin's detection. It is a method for Dora's crystals. The second method is Hiver's refinement. It is technically a body refinement method to use toxins to refine the body, though it only does that when one practices it with all 49 circulations, which also expels the toxins. I had to use the power clone to comprehend the method in a single night. If I hadn't, it would have taken me days. The first method was simple. I had only needed a few hours with the help of my second clone. Now I am going to use it. My armor appeared on me and I walked near the wall. As I did, I activated the detection method, and a few seconds later, a wave released from my body, made of my energy, soul, and vitality, and soon it came back with a response, and as I expected, it brought the toxins back, along with the response. I did not let the response come back to my body. I trapped it in my armor, along with the toxins I had brought. For others, it might be hard to read the response without it touching their psyche directly, but I have no problem reading it through my armor. As I had created a projection of my psyche in my armor with the help of my seed, I read the data and found nothing. No crystal. It disappointed me a little, but did not surprise me. If finding the Darrow's crystal had been easy, it wouldn't have been a struggle every day to finish the quota. I sent another wave through the method, this time even more powerful, going even deeper. A second later, it came back with the response in toxins. As I read it, I found there are no doors of crystal in 19 deep in 1 square meter area. Even with the method, the walls are hard to breach. I would need to use considerable power to send the method deeper. We'll also need to be mindful of whether I could even dig into the deeper part, even if I find the crystals. I sent another wave and then another, going deeper and deeper, till at 18 inches deep I finally found the crystal. Cling. I couldn't help but feel excited finding the small crystal, and immediately I hit the pickaxe against the wall. To my surprise, I could barely chip away a small rock. Though I did not use my energy, I still applied considerable physical force. It was not enough to break these tough walls. Seeing that, I inserted my energy into the artifact, and the runes on it had hit up, and I hit the wall. Cling, cling, cling. The axe went deeper, and a smile appeared on my face. I hit the axe and then again, using the perfect amount of force and energy. Here, conservation of the energy is extremely important. Because of toxic energy, one can't recharge here. If one uses too much of their energy in powering the artifact, they will drain themselves before could mine the quota. Cling. Finally, with the last hit, a fist-sized stone fell down, and inside it was a thumb-sized crystal. I took out a chisel to carve it out and took a grading disc to measure its grade, even though I could already guess it. P1, I muttered as I looked at the gray crystal. It is a P1, mostly used by primary eye. I would need to find over 500 of this size to finish today's quota or find better quality crystals. I would need 100 P2 for today's quota or 10 P3 if I find an S1. Then I will earn my freedom, but those are extremely rare, considering it is a middle P grade mine. Most crystals found here are of P2 grade. I put the crystal in the storage and immediately noticed the collar taking a stock of it. Since sleep eluded me last night, I had done other things, like investigating this collar, which is quite hard to break. It is tracking everything I sent in storage, and even sends an investigating wave across my body. Though it is not recording, which made me take a sigh of relief. Except for breaking the collar, I could deal with other things. Soon I will find a way to break the collar and escape from this damn place. Though it will not be easy, might take months or even years. A few hours passed and it was afternoon. I have mined 65 of my quota, which is 70 of P1 crystals, while 30 are P2. It is a slow process, and if I continued, I might not be able to mine the quota on time. Seeing that, I decided to take the risk. It is not a risk from the things I had observed so far, but if I somehow got caught, there will be a huge consequence. Even the library spirit had warned me about those consequences. I pushed those thousands of hesitating away and activated the detecting method, sending another wave, but this time the wave had a tiny bit of forbidden power had mixed in it. The wave returned sooner than I thought, and when I looked at the response, my eyes couldn't but wide. The wave had not only covered 3.5 times more area, but also went 7 times deeper, and the data it is provided also much clearer. It is like the wave did not face any resistance at all. It did not. I had changed the wave in such a way that it would be easily able to pass through the rocks here and discover the crystals. It did. There are 9 of them, with 7 P1 and 2 P2. I did not immediately dig and instead move away and sent a wave, and a few seconds later, move again and sent the wave. I continue to do that for 20 minutes till I have created a map of a large area around me. With this, I won't have to use the forbidden power for days. It will lessen the chances of discovering. If I continued using it, I might get caught, so it is better that I use it in once in a while. Cling, cling, cling. I chose one area and began to mine, and a few minutes later I stopped as a big stone fell down. I immediately took out the chisel and cleaned the rock, till only gray crystal had remained. It is dull and looks like a normal rock. One could not see it as crystal, but its nature is crystalline. When purified, it shed the rockiness and looks like a crystal. I chipped away a few small pieces and measured them into P1 and put them into the storage while taking the rest of the big crystal into my core. A second later, a sigh of relief couldn't help but escape from my mouth. There was no reaction from my collar. I knew it but still felt relieved. Since those bastards dared to capture me as a slave, I will make them pay. I will mine the shit out here so much that when I escape, I will be rich. I erased the signs of big crystals from the place I mine. I am nothing if not cautious. After erasing the signs, I begin to mine again while inside my core. My clones started on the job. They divided the crystal and started purification through different methods. It is an impure crystal. It needs to be refined before it could be used. The books in the library have many ways, but over 95 of them require supplementary materials. Those I do not have. So I will have to go with those methods I could use. These methods will be slow, but I don't mind. Time passed as I continue mining. I did not always mine the biggest crystal. I chose smaller ones too in between the grades. Most of those I mine would go to my core, while a small fraction into my storage. I have only found P1 and P2 grade crystals till now. As they have said, the P3 is rare, but I will find one eventually. Soon there is only an hour remained, and I have mined over 10 times, which is great. This place is huge, and even if I continue to mine, even at such intensity, I wouldn't be able to mine it all in a decade. The mine is active for over 1,000 years. Thousands of people mine here every day. So it could be said it is quite hard for them to discover me, but I remain careful, erasing all the signs. I do not want them to suspect me of anything until I escape from this damned place. Soon it was time to leave. There is no fixed time in which one could come and go to the mine, but everyone followed the time because of the many dangers. In the night, the monsters became active. Those who stay there at night are those who are truly desperate. I put everything in my storage and walked away. I have gotten a huge haul today, and the purification is also going great. In a few hours, I will have a purified P1 Darrow's crystal. Hun. A few minutes passed, and a frown appeared on my face when I saw 3 people waiting. These were uncollared. They were employees and had artifacts that protect them from the toxins. "Stop, slave," said the one in the middle. "He is a cat beastman." When I had seen them yesterday, I nearly screamed grim. They are not grims. There is a vast difference between them and the grims. First is their height. They are tall as normal humans, not giant like the grims. On top of that, they look much different from their animal features, and most importantly, there is not an aura of wrongness in them. "What do you want?" I asked the cat beastman with gray fur. He is a primary III with an invigorating aura without a hint of weakness that all collared have. "What we want is tax. Since you are new here, you will have to pay tax," said the beastman. "Take out all the Dora's crystals. You had mined humans," said the cat beastman on the left. "Freak off," I said directly and took a step forward. "It seemed like this little slave will not understand his place taking no beating," said the leader beastman and punched me. I stopped and watched the punch coming toward me. When it was just a few inches away from me, my hands moved and I stopped its punch squarely. It tried to pull his hand, but my iron grip won't release. "Bam, you really shouldn't have attacked me," I said with a smile and acted. I did it so fast, he only heard the sound when his whole body crashed against the wall. "You," said the 2 beastmen, and I looked at them. "What, do you want to come at me?" I asked slowly, and they hastily took a step back. "You slave, if you do anything to me, you will be punished," said the one on the left. I only looked at him before turning to one who was struggling to get up and took its clawed hand in hand. "Consider this a small price. The next time you try to block my way, and you will, you haven't done that," I said to him. He nodded before his eyes flashed in alarm and then anger at seeing what I had done. "Bastard, you will soon regret what you have done," he shouted from behind. I took a few things from his storage. I did not touch his Darrow's crystal, but took things like a healing balm and bandages. There were not many things in his storage. Even an employee couldn't bring it inside. Still, what I have got will help me in emergencies. "You shouldn't have done that," said Rania. They had appeared a second after I had crashed him against the wall. "It is fine," I said, to which Rim shook his head. "These bastards are part of the stronger gang. In a day or two, their leader will come for you," he said, faintly shuddering. "I will deal with them as I had dealt with him," I said, and both of them just sighed. "You might be able to deal with him, but what about in a few months or a year later, when your body became weak?" he asked. We'll think about it when that happens, I said, and we resumed walking while they just shook their head. Have you guys been able to mine your quota? I asked. Barely, said Rim, while Rania just nodded. Soon, a few minutes later, we saw Karta and Gak coming toward us. Seeing us, they stopped. How much do you need? Asked Rania to Gak without saying anything. He did not even need to say it. It is clear on his face that he was not able to mind his quota. Karta helped me with 4, but I still need 12, he said, and Ranya's expression turned grave. I could only give you 5, 6, said Rania, and moved her hand and crystals moved from her storage to his. It will help, but I will still need to take the punishment, said Gak with a sigh. You will not, I said, and Darrow's crystals from my storage moved into his, surprising all of them. It is hard for rookies to mine their quota on the first day, much less have a surplus, said Rim. I still remember how I had been punished for the first 4 days for not finishing up my quota, said Karta. I had been just lucky, I said, and they just smiled. Soon, we reached near the formation where there is a small line. We had also lined up, and after a few minutes reached the stone skin man, 100. Move, said the man Rania in front of me, and she stepped into the formation, while I appeared in front of the stone skin man. Without him saying anything, I touched my stone ring on his table and numbers appeared. 132. Good rookie keeps it up like this, and you will earn your freedom before you know it, said the stone skin man. The points appeared in front of me as he deposited them. Those who mine above the quota get points, as I had done. I have to say the one who designed the system is a genius. He had kept punishment and reward in balance, so the slaves here will work hard till they die without causing any huge revolt. Buzz, the formation lighted up, and we appeared above a reporting station before walking out. Michael, do you want to check out the point store before we go to our rooms? Asked Karta. Sure, I said. I wanted to check it out since I had heard about it yesterday, and it is as good a time as any. A few minutes later, we reached the point store. It is a huge building in a slave compound, bigger than even a cafeteria. I could not see it due to all these houses in front of it. It had nearly everything, from practice resources to healing potions that heal you in minutes, informed Gak. It is big and has quite a lot of stuff. It took me less than a minute to see. There are some resources here that could be used for purification. I could absolutely not take them unless I could use them for other valid things. I think I know, but currently I will not buy them. I don't have enough points to buy them all. Let's go, I said a few minutes later. You don't want to buy anything? Asked Rim. There are a few things that I want to buy, but those are too expensive, I said, and Rim nodded as if knowing what I am thinking. The practice resources are really too expensive, he said. I nodded with a smile as we walked out of the store. Click, I had just come from freshening up when the door opened, and Jax walked in with a painful expression on his face. How much? Asked Rim directly. 7, he said as he walked toward the bed. There is a round whip mark across his stomach, with blood dripping through it. Lie down gently, I said to him. He did it without saying anything, and I took out the healing cream from the storage and apply across the wounds, before closing my eyes and distributing the energy. The healing energy of the balm is stronger than yesterday's, but I am also handling it much easier. All my energy had been changed, which was making things quite easier. 5 minutes later, I opened my eyes and bandaged his wounds. Thankfully, I have to go with them, or I would have needed to tear more clothes apart to make the makeshift bandages that are covering Ranya's body. Her injuries have been healed, but she is keeping the bandages for a day or two, which is a wise choice. Soon I finished and went back to my bed and laid down, before closing my eyes and entering inside my core. It feels good, I said as I looked at the core. My 4 clones are working, 3 on inheritance, while 1 is on the Darrow's crystal. The 5 crystal placed in 5 formations, and they are slowly purifying it. 2 of them are faster than the other 3. It would have been faster if I had let the minute impurities stay, but I did not. I want a completely pure crystal, and for it I will wait a few hours extra. I checked the progress of the purification and entered the library and sat in my usual seat and studied. I had picked quite an endeavor, a very hard one that will not provide me with benefits quickly, but it is necessary. I am learning the ancient runes. There are 3 types of runes: the common runes, the ancient runes, and primordial runes. It is said that one should only touch the ancient runes after reaching the sovereign. Learning them so early, I might be overestimating my abilities. I am not. I am perfectly aware of my limitation, but I need to study them now, as only then I might use them after reaching the sovereign. It will take me decades, even centuries, to learn only the basics of it. It's dinner time, Rim announces unenthusiastically. A minute later, I opened my eyes, and we all went out of our rooms for that distasteful meal. An hour later, we returned. There was a hidden excitement on my face that I had to work very hard to hide. I lay on my bed and entered inside my core and looked at the second formation. It is less than 10 minutes away from completely purifying the Darrow's crystal. It is burning thousands of crystals by a minute, but I do not care. Darrow's crystal is more precious than them, despite being on the same level. They could not even be said at the same level. Primary, I have my native world, and primary, I have the prime world, had a vast difference, so I do not care, even if I burn all the energy crystals I have. Buzz. Finally, the formation buzzed, revealing a fingernail-sized Darrow's crystal. I was a gray and thumb size when I put it into the formation, and now it is light yellow and thumb size, but I could feel the thrumming power inside it. It is huge, despite being in P1 grade. I took it in my hand and felt slightly warm. It contains huge energies, which could be used in alchemy to artifact refinancing and even recharging. Buzz. I threw it into the small formation, and a moment later it activated, and I felt a stream of energies coming inside me. It filled me despite being a level lower. It is why the Darrow's crystals are so precious. They provided the energy that is far purer and more powerful than most energy crystals at their level. Those who have too much wealth used them in their breakthroughs. I stopped the formation and brought a tiny crystal in front of me before dividing it into several parts and sending them to different formations. Using Darrow's crystals to refine Darrow's crystals may seem like a waste, but I do not have any choice. I want to have them in good quantity for my uses and emergencies. I watched the formation for a few more seconds before turning to an important thing. I could not just mine and think of ways to escape. I also need to increase my strength. Currently, I may be seemed powerful enough to fight primary III, but I am pitifully weak. Those I have defeated are the worst of this world's stock. I need to be strong enough to fight even powerful primary III, and currently there is only one in front of me. To use the refining method they have so usefully provided, I have the toxin from the Darrow's crystals, and I had refined it further according to my needs, and now I am going to use it. Buzz. After checking the privacy barrier around me, I activated the formation. The moment I did, a stream of toxins came into my body. It is lacerating, and it will be even more painful when I circulate it. After taking a deep breath, I circulate it, and as I had expected, it is even more painful. I did not stop and continued circulating. The more I circulate, the greater pain it was giving me, but I bore it and continued. My pains bore the fruit, and I was able to finish the first circulation, but is just the beginning. If I want the results, I need to circulate them for the 49th round. Only after doing it will I get results. It reminded me of the Supreme Combat exercise. That was painful, and it is even now. I had created the 9th seal, but even after trying thousands of times, I have failed to create the 10th seal. Even Marina had stopped at the same juncture, as it was damn hard. I continued circulating until I couldn't. I stopped at the 7th round. My whole body had become sweaty, which I had vaporized and rested for a minute before trying again. I failed again, but that did not stop me. I continued trying, failing over and over again, but getting every time till I couldn't anymore. I circulated it till the 12th round, which is significant progress for the first day. I had asked around, and everyone had told me how difficult it is to practice this method. Until now, only the person here seemed to have done it. Looking at the data on Rania, I know she had succeeded. It had taken her more than a month. She only accomplished it 2 days ago. I think this is likely the reason that prompted her to escape. The silly girl should have waited at least till she had erased the weakness of toxins, but she was too impulsive, or rather, it became too much for her. It is difficult to adjust from the king of the world to a mining slave. Buzz, we disappeared, and a moment later appeared deep inside the mine. The stone skin woman looked at us but did not say anything. Be careful, Michael. Those people might try to take revenge against you for yesterday, warned Rim. I will be careful, I replied. A few minutes later we separated, and I am alone walking toward my section. I am alert, waiting for the attack to come, but even when I reached my section, the attack did not come. They might not even attack me, I said, and stopped worrying. If they dared to attack, I will handle them. Till then I stopped thinking about them. I pushed those thoughts and looked at the map I had created yesterday and begin mining. I have to mine more than yesterday. I have looked at the cost of refinement, and it is huge. The more Dora's crystals I have, the more I will refine. 4 hours passed, and in these 4 hours I had mined the crystals as yesterday, and there is quite a lot of time. So I continued, and a few more hours passed, till it was finally time to leave. I had mined 3 times a crystal than yesterday. If I continued mining at such speed, it won't take me long to mine the area I had mapped. I am not worried, it is a vast area, and that would take years to mine fully. Even if I went 10 times faster than I am right now, I did not immediately leave. I sat down and increased the flow of energy from Dora's crystals to my body. It is a risky thing, as I might fool the caller, but sufficiently powerful people like Sart will see through me if they looked. Still, it is a risk that I will take and prepared a few contingencies to deal with it. Soon I am full and walked out of my sections, but within a few minutes I needed to stop. As some guests were waiting for me, there were 7 of them, but one stood out the most. He is a bastard who had beaten me, brother, said the cat beastman, who I had beaten up yesterday. You shouldn't have done that, little human, said another cat beastman. This one is different from the other cat beastman. He is taller and has more muscles, and his aura is more powerful. I said the same thing to your brother and will say the same thing to you. Don't attack me, as I will not be merciful as I had been yesterday, I said, to which he laughed, showing his sharp canines. Good, I like to see what you do against me, he said, and came at me with an amazing speed. while his minions behind him created energy screens to block the energy fluctuations and sounds. Seeing how fast they have done it, they seemed quite used to these types of things. Die, he shouted as he appeared in front of me and attacked me with a large, sharp claw made of energy. A rapier appeared in my hand, and I wordlessly swung toward him. Clang, my sword clashed against its claw, and to its great surprise, stopped it in its tracks. It seemed like I had needlessly scolded my brother. You do have some strength, he said and attacked again, faster with an even denser and sharper claw. Clang, clang, clang. My sword clashed against, once again stopping his attack, but he attacked again and again and again. He continued doing that from all the angels while I only defended it without moving an inch. At first, it had a calm smile on his face, but as he launched more and more powerful attacks and I defended it easily, it frustrated him, which turned into the anger. On the other hand, I am having fun despite fighting against such an unskilled enemy. The Beastman is strong but did not have the skill to match his power. I easily read his moves and defended using minimal power and movements. If this is all you have, then I'm afraid I had got excited about nothing, I taunted, and his eyes bulged in anger, and a moment later, inheritance armor appeared on his body. My expression too turned serious, and my armor appeared on my body. As the armor covered my body, I moved, appearing right in front of him and moving my sword at him. He moved his claws to the counter, but I easily avoided them, which made his eyes harden, and he moved at me for mutual destruction. Seeing that, a smile couldn't help but appear on my face, and my other hand moved like a lightning, capturing his hand with sharp energy claws. His eyes widened in shock, and he understood what I was trying to do and reacted, but it was too late. Bang! I gripped his hand tightly and threw him against the wall, far harder than I had his brother. I had told you not to attack me, but you did, I said as I walked toward him. He looked at me with bloodied eyes and turned toward his people in anger. What are you bastard waiting for? Attack him, he growled. A look of hesitation appeared on their faces for a moment before they moved toward me. The beastman I was fighting had also got up and came at me. Seeing that, an excited smile appeared on my face and I moved like a storm, while the rapier in my hand transformed into the club. Bam, bam, bam. For the next few minutes I moved like a storm, clashing against each of them, before sending them flying with my club, till every one of them had crashed against the wall without having any energy to get up. I stopped and looked at the beastman lying on the floor, bloodied. Since you attacked me, pay, I said, and this time I looted everything they have in their storage without any hesitation. There will be a punishment if they have complained about me, but I will bear it. You won't always be a strong human, said the leading beastman. You are welcome to attack me a year later, I said and walked away. A few minutes later, I saw Rania and others waiting for me worriedly. Have you faced any trouble? Asked Rim. No, I replied with a smile. They heaved a sigh of relief, and we walked toward the exit, and soon we reached the stone skin man and get up on the line. A few minutes later, it was my turn, and I touched the disc with my ring, and immediately, the old man's eyes flashed in surprise. 960 of quota, he said and looked at me. Some people tried to rob me. I robbed them instead, I said directly. I could not take the crystals to my core, nor I could throw them, so I put them in my storage. The stone skin man just nodded, and a moment later, large points entered my collar. While at the same time, his vast soul sense moved into the tunnel sneakily, but I had sensed it. Buzz. It only remained active for a few seconds before it turned off. He looked at me even more carefully, before activating the formation, which made us disappear. Monster Integration, 46th, I thought painfully as I finished the circulation and started on the 47th. This is the furthest I had reached in my practice, and it is taking my all to continue, but I am doing it. It had been 3 weeks since I have come to the world and 20 nights since I was practicing, and even now I had not succeeded. For others, it is significant progress, but for me, it is not, especially with all the favorable things. So I pressed further, screaming in the privacy screen as I circulated further, not caring about the veins on my head popping up or my voice becoming hoarse. I kept circulating and finally circulated the 47th circulation and moved to the 48th. I only need to circulate it and I will succeed. The refinement would be within my reach. I did not stop and pressed ahead, even when the blood leaked from my eyes and every hole in my body. I continued, and for what seemed like forever, I finished the 48th circulation and moved to the 49th. As it happened, the change was immediate. The pain increased by a huge degree as toxins spread into my body, but they were not scattered. They moved in a specific way against every cell and particle of my soul. The toxins are refining me as burn themselves, and when they are finished, they would come out of my body like impurities. These impurities are not of the toxins alone, but also the impurities present in my body, which is a lot, so much that it shocked me. By my world's standard, I am pure with no impurities, but by this, even the things I considered pure are impurities. I will have to remove them all. Only then my body and soul would be pure. My body is filled with them, and if I can remove them, I will be even stronger, and this method is the best way I have. The impurities are coming out as I circulated the 49th circulation, Every second is a challenge here and I just want to stop. It is too much for me, but I could not stop. I channel the memories of collar and mining. I am a slave, and if I want to get out of here, then I will need to be stronger. This method will strengthen me, as well as purify my body and soul. For 22 minutes, I kept circulating before I could not and stopped. I am dead tired, but I vaporized impurities and burned the vomiting smell before getting out of my bed gently. Everyone is sleeping under the privacy of their energy barrier, except for Rania. She's practicing like me, and now I could understand why she gets out in the middle of the night, while we could vaporize the impurities and smell. The feeling of uncleanness did not go away till one cleaned themselves traditionally. In these 3 weeks, her state had improved tremendously. When she had tried to escape the first time, there were only 2 days she had practiced, but after 3 weeks, the result was clear. All the toxins have disappeared from her body, and she is removing the impurities every day while refining her body. A few minutes later, I returned to my bed, and after a few seconds, I fell asleep. I woke up in the early morning, freshened up, and showered before going to lunch with everyone else. As I walked out of the house, I looked like everybody else. My skin is becoming duller every day, and the aura is weaker, with acceptance of my condition in my eyes. Compared to me, Rania is shining radiantly. She is hiding it, but those with good methods could see it, and I am sure the sneaky bastard could also see it too. As we walked, I could see her looking everywhere. From the position of the guards to the placement of artifacts, if one looks at her long enough, one will easily be able to tell what the girl is trying to do. She had come from a far safer world than me. Her family controls the whole world, and when they break the limit, they would enter the gate and leave the world as she did, like her brother did, for whom she was still waiting. She did not have experience with such things and barely experienced any real conflict, other than one in the ruin. I am doing the same, but nobody could spot me, as I am not truly looking. Since the moment I have come to this ruin, I am recording everything. I know the movement of guards to the placement of artifacts. I might be able to bypass these things with great luck, but I could not bypass the soul sense. There is an extremely sneaky soul sense that is ever present. It is very faint, and I had needed a few to notice it. It noticed everything and remained especially focused on the escapees, like Rania and others. It always tracks them. I know with this soul sense and tight security, it is impossible to escape from above. So I will try what is impossible for most people, escaping from the down. I could do it, and today, after the tests, I will know for the sure. Soon we reached the cafeteria and picked up trays and loaded it with the most distasteful food I had ever eaten before sitting on the table. I know I will die in this mine, but before that happens, I truly want to eat something delicious, said Jax as he took a bite of his food. Is that why you were saving the points? Asked Gak. Yes, and I am very close to my target, Jax replied. Hearing that, I sighed internally, while grave expressions appeared on Ranya's face. These people have accepted their fate, and just as nearly all the slaves here. There are extremely few, like Rania, who are still thinking of escaping, and Sart is keeping a tight eye on them. With his vast soul and the sense that sovereign level gives him, he could easily catch them when they tried to escape, like he caught Rania. P alpha pa D alpha, in hatchek letter 1D0 F newer, SO acute M. The way he tracks them, I think it is a game for him. He never comes to mind, just watch them all through his soul sense. The moment anyone tried to escape, he alerts the guards, and punishment was baited on them within minutes. Soon we finished dinner and we walked out of the cafeteria. My eyes unintentionally moved toward the gate where 3 bloody dead bodies were hanging. The punishment for the first escape is 1,000 whips, and the second escape is death. Buzz. We reached the reporting ground, and a few seconds later, we disappeared and appeared inside the wine and walked out of the formation. Stone Skin Woman sneakily moved her soul sense into the body of Rania. It stayed there for a couple of seconds before moving to me and Carta for a fraction of a second before leaving. They did not even discover it scanning them, while to me it is clear as day. She is not as sneaky as the soul sense above. I had easily caught her, while my seed was able to fool her. I reached my section, and without wasting any seconds, I begin to mine as I do it daily. My movements are practiced, and my strikes are hitting the spots the way I want them. 2 hours passed, and I have amassed a huge amount of Darrow's crystals, and I am mining for more. In my storage, huge piles of Darrow's crystals are getting refined under the huge formations covering a large area, under the energy provided by the Darrow's crystals itself. A very inefficient method wasted a lot of Darrow's crystals, but I do not have a choice. I could not just buy the things from the point store and start purifying them efficiently. I am very sure some of the things have been kept there for the purpose to catch the people like me. The people running the mine are not idiots. They know very well that there are thousands of methods and artifacts that they could not detect, so they placed those things as a trap. I am planning on taking some of those things, but for valid reasons. They will know it when they spy on me. Another hour passed and I continue to mine, but my expression has turned serious, as I am planning on doing that I have not done before. It is a very risky thing, and I had waited 3 weeks for it before making up my mind. Now, Nero, I said while I had continued to mine. Nero moved through my arm before entering inside the wall. I have carefully investigated and know they did not move their soul sense more than an inch into the wall. The toxin is sticky, and even if their level is higher, they did not want to take a chance with it. Not to mention, even their soul sense wouldn't be able to go deeper than 20 inches. To go deeper than that, they will have to practice the detection method. My method is simple. I want Nero to investigate and create a small tunnel for me to escape. For more than a month inside, he practiced with stones. Now he can effortlessly float inside them. The prime world is really amazing, father, said Nero from the wall, with his voice being tinted with shock. It is also dangerous, so be careful, I cautioned, barely keeping the shock from my voice. As Nero went inside, he began to absorb the energies like crazy, and it is not the normal energies he is absorbing, but toxins. Thankfully, he is moving around, not staying in any place for more than a second. Did it, he will drain one area too much and might get discovered. He is smart and understood that without me telling him. He moved around while I mined. He would discover crystals and take them. It continued for over 15 minutes before, suddenly, the pickaxe in my suddenly stopped before hitting the wall. Nero comes across the crystal, not a crystal size of a finger or a hand, but one that is even bigger than me. A huge load, and what makes it even more shocking is its weight. It is not common P1, but P2. It is big enough to earn me my freedom. Nero looked at it, before opening his mouth and swallowing it whole and moving further below. Nero did not touch the crystals near me, but he is taking all of those away and I am ecstatic. With the speed, he is collecting crystals. I will have a massive amount of it within a day, and if I escaped safely, I wouldn't have worried about resources for quite a while. As these crystals will buy me every resource, I will need to progress at this level. Hours passed, and with every hour, Nero was harnessing so many resources, I had not harvested even in a week. P1, P2, P3, you name it. He is finding them and taking them. My eyes went red just thinking about the sheer amount of crystals he had accumulated so far and still doing it every minute. This continued, then in the matter of a few days, I would have so many Darrow's crystals that I had never thought I would have since coming here. Still, despite collecting such wealth, Nero's eyes focused on our target. It is to survey the ground and find the exit. No matter the crystals we accumulate, they will be useless if we do not escape from here. I am willing to sacrifice all the crystals and every resource in my storage to escape from here. Lost resources could be earned, but life is not. Once it is gone, it will be gone forever. Suddenly Nero stopped, but this time there was no crystal in front of him. He just stopped and closed his eyes. He kept them closed for a little over a minute before opening. Father, there is a life detection artifact buried deep inside here, informed Nero, and I am not one bit surprised about it. I had expected it. This mine is precious, and it wouldn't be without such protection, and I am glad it is there. Can we be able to fool it? I asked him worriedly. Definitely, Nero replied, and a smile couldn't help but appear on my face. A second later, he resumed exploration, going deeper and deeper inside the mine, finding more life detection artifacts. There seemed to be a whole web of them. It couldn't help but make me curious about how they have buried them deep. Maybe they have used some sovereign-level method, or maybe they have used some type of spatial method. I do not care what method they have used, it is good enough for me that I would be able to fool them. Currently, Nero is making a map of the whole underground. Even with his ability to float underground, it will take him a few days to map the whole underground. Then he will have to make the tunnel through which we will escape. It all seemed very easy, and it is, but also very difficult, as 100 things could go wrong with it. We will need to be very careful, and if everything went well, then it might not take even a month for us to escape. Nero is doing well at his end, and I will have to do well too. I will have to deal with the collar. It is very dangerous. If I go out of its range, it will explode, taking my head with it. I had made good progress on it. I had looked through most of its defenses and found a way to break them. There are only 3 remaining, and my clone and I are scouring the library for the safest way to break through them. A month will be more than enough for me to do it. P alpha p d alpha and letter 1d0 f newer so acute m. For the first time since I had come to this mine, I had found a way to escape, and now I can't wait to do it. There is a huge world for me to explore and grow, find my family and friends. I will make it happen, and the first step to accomplishing it all will be escaping the hell out of this mine. Cling, cling, cling. My pickaxe continued to hit the stones, while Nero floated underground, creating the map. It is the 4th day, and we will finish creating the map today. The mine is vast, and there is a shitload of life detection artifacts. Till now, Nero had found 17 of them, and I am sure by the end of the day there will be even more. In a matter of 4 days, Nero had found loads of crystal. Yesterday's, a single load was big as the 3-story house I am living in. It is now lying in my core like a centerpiece. I was mining when a soul sense came. I acted like I did not notice and continued mining. Every few days, the soul sense will come. It is from stone-skinned men and women who take the shift on this floor. They would use their soul sense to keep an eye on the miners. I am pretty careful with these people. I always need to be on the ground, not daring to let go even for a second. It remained on me for a few minutes before disappearing and came back a few minutes later for a second, before disappearing for good. Seeing that, I relaxed a little but did not stop what I was doing. Hours passed when suddenly I seconded something and reacted immediately with my pickaxe. Clang, my pickaxe clashed against the sharp gem-like claw, and my eyes came face to face with the reptile. It looked like a fusion between a lizard and a crocodile in shining scales. Its claws looked like they were carved out of amethyst and looked extremely sharp, sharp enough to slice through me easily. "Good that you have come. I have been feeling quite bored in here with nothing to fight," I said to the monster. Raya, it let out a guttural sound and came at me with the power of the primary I. I also moved toward it, with a fighting spirit blazing in my eyes. I might have feared it if it had been a few days ago, but now with the refining method and my impurities cleansing. My body is filled with power, and I will use it to fight the monster. P alpha pa D alpha, and hatchek letter 1D0F newer, SO acute M. It is also a great thing that these walls are good at absorbing energy and sounds, so unless Stone Skin was looking at me intentionally, they will not be able to sense the fighting. Clang. Once again, its claw clashed against mine, but this time the bastard moved fast and attacked me with a tail that was even faster than its claws. I had been expecting this, as it is not my first time seeing the monster. Nero had fought a couple of them, and I have also heard about them from my roomies, so I know how to fight these bastards. Clang, I defended, but the tail attack was powerful enough that it shook me from head to toe before attacking me with its claws. Clang, clang, clang. It attacked continuously, not wanting to give me even a single moment to relax. Seeing it fight like that, I couldn't help but become surprised. It is fighting much better than most monsters I have fought in my life, and even better than the people I have fought here. I shouldn't say that about the people. The ones I have fought here were on the lowest rung. The real practitioner of this world is much better, and I want to fight them, but first I will have to deal with this monster and escape. Clang, clang, clang. It continued attacking, testing me in every way to ascertain my weakness, but the monster did not find any. More than a minute passed when suddenly I spent a spike in the monster's power. It happened with barely any disturbance, but I sensed it and knew the monster is going to attack me with the greater power. Burst 20, I said, and a large malachite circle appeared behind me, with it being filled to 20. The burst activated, filling my body with amazing power. I filled my axe with it and swung against the powerful attack coming from the reptile. Clang, its tail clashed against my axe, and this time this was a reptile's turn to get shocked, as I had not only stopped its attack but also shaken it, that it had nearly taken a step back. "Try harder, little reptile," I teased, and its eyes flashed its anger and it attacked again with far greater power than before. 25, I muttered, and even more power filled my body and I swung my axe against its claws. Clang, my pickaxe clashed against its claws, and for a moment we froze before the shot back, stopping itself only a few meters before crashing against the wall. "Use all your power if you want to do anything against me," I said to it, and it somehow understood or did not see any other option as it's harnessed all its power. Rhea, it let out its strange roar filled with power and came at me with such speed that I needed to activate my abilities to see it. Clang, clang, clang. Its powerful claw brimming with energy attacked me, but I defended, and the tail came the next moment. I defended against it and felt a faint shake before moving my axe to deal against its claws. Monster have gone absolutely mad, and now, using every bit of power and trick it had to deal against me. Many tricks it had been using might have killed many people. These bastards are the cause of the biggest mortality here. They killed more than the toxins and punishment, and this lower level has an attacking rate. Just 2 days ago, Rania had been attacked by it and she was happy, as these monsters have a high price. Hundreds of its attacks clashed against mine within a minute, and it had used all its moves and its power also reached the limit. A faint disappointment couldn't help but cloud my eyes. Even when the monster had attacked me, it wasn't fully able to satiate. "I think it is time I kill you," I said, and its instincts seemed to have screamed what is going to happen as it had tried to retreat, but I had appeared directly in front of it and gently moved pickaxe toward its head. The moment the tip of the pickaxe touched its head, I activated the sharpness of enchantment that I haven't activated in our clash. Thud. As I did, the pickaxe pierced through its head, killing it in an instant before its body fell. I looked at the dead body of the monster and wish I could take it to my core, but it was too risky. The signs of battles are everywhere, and while I could erase them, I did not want to take the risk of a monster's body. I would have taken it if it was a hare or deer, but I would not take it for a lizard, no matter how precious it is. So I simply stored it in my storage and resumed mining again as if nothing happened. Nero is nearly finished. In a few minutes he passes through the last area, and a map covering the life detection artifacts will be complete. Even if I could avoid them, I needed the map before the places where their power overlaps are very hard to avoid detection, and once they detected you, they will focus on you. Now, in a couple of minutes, the map will be finished, and Nero could start working on the real escape measures. A few minutes passed when suddenly, Nero stopped, and seeing what he had found, I had stopped too. I had only stopped once this week, and that was yesterday when he found the house-size load of P1 crystals. What he found now is smaller than even a thumb, but the value of it, far bigger than the house-size load. My whole body shook as I looked at the S1 grade crystal. It is a sovereign grade. This tiny piece would be more than enough to earn my freedom, finance the resources till I level up, and more. I had heard there had been S1 crystals found in the mine before, but those instances could be counted with fingers. The last one that had been found more than a century ago. Nero looked at it before taking it into his mouth. He ate the crystal directly, as he did with other crystals. He ate it with a large rock surrounding it, the rock that is even bigger than me. It is the safest way, as the toxins present in the crystals are harmful even to Nero. With the rock, those toxins would be contained, till I became powerful enough to purify them. I am very excited about finding S1 grade Darrow's crystal. If I escape from here, it will help me tremendously. A few minutes later, Nero finished the map and immediately began the tunneling. Even with his abilities, it will take weeks. Till then, I will have to solve the collar problem. It is not easy as it looks, but I have confidence in my abilities that I will be able to do it before Nero finished the tunnel. When there were 40 minutes to return, Nero came back to me, and I continued mining for the 40 minutes. I stopped at the exact time as I had been in this month and put back the pickaxe into my storage before getting up and leaving. A few minutes passed when I had suddenly stopped seeing Rania kicking a horned man hard in the balls. He is not the only one on the ground. There are 4 more, all of them screaming in pain while holding their junk. It is clear she had done the same to the 4 people as she is doing to the 5th. What happened? I asked as I approached her. These bastards tried to molest me, she said with anger burning in her eyes, and she stomped and broke the leg of the man. Do you need any help? I asked her, with my eyes blazing with the same anger. No, I will deal with these bastards myself, she said, and began breaking their bones. It is a harsh truth that sexual assaults are common in the mines. The people here are caged and worked to death, with only death as a release. In such cases, they let their emotions run wild. Rania is a prime target. She is an extremely beautiful woman. Elves are famed for their beauty. Not only that, but to those who could see through her cloaks, she is a radiant pearl that anyone would want to possess, which leads to this. It is not the first time that it happened. I caught her punishing her men 3 times. I am sure there are many other times that I did not see. Please visit. If you ever try this again, I will punish you so bad that you will regret to ever being born in this world, warned Rania before she walked away. Soon we are joined by others, but nobody had mentioned what had happened. We just kept moving and reached the stone-skinned man of the later shift and got into the line. Everybody had got their quota today, so nobody needed to give away some of their crystals. Soon it was my turn, and I touched my ring to the disc. Immediately, a faint surprise couldn't help but appear in the eyes of the old man, and he turned to me, scanning me sneakily, and saw what I wanted him to see. 132 of the quota and primary III monster in perfect condition, said the stone-skinned man, and points got deposited into my collar. You have killed a monster, and there is barely any scratch on you, said Rim as I appeared in the formation. I dodged all its attacks and was lucky that my only attack that was able to hit it had killed it immediately, I replied. The points will help you a lot, said Rim with a faint jealousy in his eyes, which is natural. Rania and I in our rooms had collected the greatest points. Rania especially, after she successfully started practicing the method. The detected method also became powerful, that now every day she would mine at least 50 of the quota. Most of the time she would mine double of quota and buy the resources from the point store. Buzz, the teleportation formation buzzed and we disappeared. A moment later we appeared above. I am going to the point store. Is anyone coming? I asked. No, I had gone there a week ago, said Carta. I still need some points to get things I want, said Gak and shook his head. I am short on a few points. I hope you guys will give me some, said Rim. No problem, Rania, and I said in unison. 3 of us went to the point store and began picking what we want. When I saw the point store the first time, I wanted to buy the cooking material, but I changed my mind. After knowing many crashers here are trained alchemists and many create their own potions after buying raw materials. Through potions and medicine, they could create are the most basic ones because of the unavailability of tools. They are much better than those sold here. They are insanely expensive. Most of the things I chose could be used in potion, and also in the processing of the Dora's crystals. I stayed away from the most obvious ones and picked up the obscurity. Even these people might not have an idea that some could be used to process the Dora's crystals. Not all have a library with immense knowledge. Soon, we picked up the thing we needed and walked into our room, where we quickly freshened up and erected the privacy screens across our bed before beginning to process the resources into the potion. After a few minutes after starting, the sneaky soul sense came, watching everything that was happening. I smiled internally and continued. I had been fooling him for days, as I had used half of the resources I am buying to process the crystals, while the other half to practice. Monster integration, today is the day. It is the first thought as I opened my eyes. For 51 days I and Nero worked for it, and today we will escape. Everything is ready. Nero had dug up nearly all of the tunnel, while I had finished up with the collar. I only need one command, and I will freeze up its working without alerting any artifact. I took a deep breath and brought out a cylindrical alchemical pill from the storage. I had cashed in all my points yesterday and created many different potions and pills. I would need them, as the world outside the tunnel is extremely dangerous. Nero had gone out, and I have seen the dangerous monsters roam the forest around the mine. I would need to be very careful, not only of the monsters but also of the people. They are the most dangerous. I don't want to be caught again by the slavers and sold to another mine or brought back here. It is dangerous without a doubt, but another option is working till die in this mine as a slave, which I will not accept. I look at the pill in my hand. It is blue and red and a little bit. Twice the size of my thumbnail. I stared at it before putting it in my mouth. Gulp. It was a little difficult to swallow the pill, but I did, and the moment of I did. The pill had transformed into two sets of energy. One is refreshing, while the other is metallic and hard to control. Buzz. Thankfully, the formation inside my core activated, and it began to pull the metallic energies toward it. Only one set of energies is for me and the other is for the refining formation. I have till now refined enough crystals that I won't be able to worry about money if I can reach any town or city. I have not even refined one of the crystals I have. I have a massive amount of them, so much so that I am begun to consider myself rich. I don't truly know whether I am rich, as I don't have a knowledge of the economics of this world. All the people I am in contact with are crashers. Those who are employed lived separately. I many times wanted to talk to them about it, but did not, thinking it will draw their attention. A few minutes passed, and all the metallic energy had disappeared, and only refreshing energy had remained. The refinement method is excellent, but had obvious side effects. It is harsh and ideally should be practiced every other day, but since I am practicing it daily, I need to deal with those side effects. This pill I brewed is very good at that. 12 more minutes passed, and I had digested all the energy. Seeing that, I woke up. Except for Carta, everybody is sleeping. Rania had woken up, but like always, she is practicing her method, and what a method it is. Her whole body is bathing in the light, making her look otherworldly. I did not look at her for more than a second and went to freshen up and shower. When I had returned, everybody had woken and readied themselves for the day. A few minutes passed, and it was time to leave for the cafeteria and to the mine after that. "Let's go," said Rim, and we leave the room one after another. I was the last one to leave, and before closing the door, an invisible energy shot from my hand and divided into the 5 parts, which went toward their beds. I am leaving alone, but these people have become my friends. I will not leave them without hope. If their luck is good, then they will be able to leave a few weeks after me. Please visit. Soon we were in the cafeteria, eating the despicable meal. Rim and Carta complained as usual, but their voice was within the private sphere. Just a few days ago, one person got their bones broken by the head cook. He might cook a shit, but he did not like people talking shit about the food he was making. Soon we finished the meal and walked toward the reporting station. I am behaving naturally as always, but Rania had been on edge. I am sure she is planning to escape, and that is within a few days. It is so clear that Rim and others had warned her about it. Buzz. Soon, we reached the reporting station and a few seconds later, teleported inside the mine. The stone-skinned women were waiting there, and as always, her soul sense moved into Rania, before into her for a fraction of a second. I hope it will be the last time I see the face of the woman. You seemed quite happy today, asked Rim as we walked into the mine. The cleansing method I had been practicing had reached the first accomplishment. Cleansing a trace amount of toxins, I said with a bright smile. Lucky you. The cleansing method I had brought from my world is useless against these toxins, he said inside. Don't worry, in a few months you will practice the refining method. I know you are trying hard, I said, to which he smiled. I hope so. I have reached 45th circulation. I plan to reach 49th in a month, he said and looked at Rania. You will, she said. A few minutes later, we begin to walk toward our sections, and soon I am alone. I watched Raina's silhouette disappear before resuming walking toward my own section. Soon I reached there and, like always, begin mining. A few minutes later, Nero sneakily travels through my arms into the walls and started the last of the preparations, while I continued to mine as I had been doing for nearly 2 months. We have been ready for 3 days. We have waited till now. The stone skin women had a pattern. It is not a simple one, but I could easily see through it. Today is optimal. She does not use the soul sense today nor the stone skin, who changes the shift with her. Today is a perfect day, and nothing will stop me from escaping. Father, everything is ready, said Nero 2 hours later. Come then, I said to him, and sent a pulse of energy into the collar. It easily broke through it and entered its central command, freezing it in an instant. Nero came a second later and, without saying anything, turned to the cloud of white energy and enveloped me. A moment later, I found myself moving and seeping into the wall. Nero cannot do this for more than 25 seconds, but it is enough for what we are trying to accomplish. Seeing myself seeping through the wall, a big smile couldn't help but appear on my face. I am escaping, truly escaping, and now there is no turning back, and nor do I want to turn back. Though I will come back for my revenge, how can I let these people live? They have dared to enslave me. They will pay for it one day. 19 seconds later, a cloud of Nero disappeared and he entered my core tired. This action may seem small, but it had tired him out. It was necessary. I could not leave proof of how I escaped, at least for a few weeks. This place is hell for those who are claustrophobic. Buzz, I took a deep breath and a moment later, a green ring appeared on my finger and activated it immediately. As it did, the green runes came out of it and spread around my body. This is a cloaking ring. It will give me the signature of the monsters that life detection formation will avoid. Till a month ago, I had been planning to use the rule-bending power, but as I thought about it, I realized the flaws of my plan. If I somehow got discovered, while under the cloak of rule-bending power, I will be freaked. I am under no circumstances could reveal the forbidden power. The librarian had warned me, it will not be discovered unless I am caught using it. I could make excuses for the tunnel and other thing. It will not matter if they think I am lying, but I could not be caught using the rule-bending power. It is an absolute no-no for me, which is why I had created the ring from the core of the monster. It took some serious ingenuity and great help from Nero to dissect the waves of those artifacts released to create this ring. I had not used even a shred of rule-bending power in creating it. Soon the formation spread across my body, covering every inch of me. Seeing that I moved, or rather crawl. The ring has an obvious flaw. I could not use my energy, so I will have to crawl with my physical power. Thankfully, with the refining method, I am far stronger than I had been a month ago. I crawled quickly, covering a large area within an hour, but the mine was vast, and Nero had to create a long tunnel for safety. The tunnel avoided most of the life detection artifacts, and those ranges it passed through are quite away, and their power is weak at such a distance. So it could be said that unless something unexpected happened, I will escape safely. Another 3 hours passed, and I couldn't help but wonder whether they have discovered me yet. They shouldn't be unless they scan my place with the soul sense. The likely time they discover me would be when my roommates lined up and the stone skin man did not see me. I had seen him investigate such cases. It did not matter, even if they discover me now. They cannot find me. In these months, I have found that even Sovereign's soul sense cannot seep over 200 meters into the walls. The tunnel is 400 meters away. They will not be able to discover it. I had prepared thoroughly for this escape. Every point is well thought out and the solution is found. Without such preparations, I wouldn't have dared to make an escape. I only have one chance and I wouldn't waste it with subpar efforts. A few minutes passed and I have come across the wave from the life detection artifact. I did not stop and continued moving, and the wave just passed through me without stopping at me even for a second. Soon, I walked out of the rages of the artifact and continued crawling before stopping 1.5 hours later. As I had stopped, I got up. I stopped at the underground hole. It is quite big, bigger than even the room I used to live in with 6 people. Please visit. I'm planning on living in such a room. I am not leaving this place immediately. I am not an idiot. They will be searching for me, and my safest bet is to stay here for at least a week. 2 if I could. I stayed in the cave for a few minutes and stretched my legs before resuming my journey through the very narrow tunnel. An hour later, I come under the range of another life detection artifact and continued. Soon, I passed through another hole. I did not stay there for more than 5 minutes. Time passed and the time had arrived. It is now where I usually leave. Within a few minutes, they might come to know that I had escaped and will search for me. I just hope that they do not blame my roommates. Sometimes they do and sometimes they don't. I wish I could take them with me, but the risk is too big. For my own safety and theirs, I have left behind a way for them to escape, and it is quite good. With a little luck in the things I had left behind on the way, they will be able to escape. SHOOK. Another hour passed when suddenly, the whole underground shook madly. A horror couldn't help but appear on my face. It is no earthquake, but someone had shaken the whole mine and level 1 sovereign couldn't do it. I was thinking that when an aura felt vast as the sea with the weight of the mountain touched me, as spread through the hole. I know it is not an aura of sovereign. I have seen an aura of sovereign, and it is not. It is at least an earth sovereign or maybe a sky sovereign, I don't know. I am completely frozen by this aura. I could not move even an inch, while my mind is racing. As far as I know, the Lovell family does not have an earth sovereign. Its leader is at the high level of the sovereign stage, not even a peak sovereign, which the Lord of Can City from the Lovell family is. Did they have to come today just when I am escaping? I hope whoever it is does not take any interest in me or destroy this mine, or I will be destroyed by it. I could survive collapse by the earthquake, but no direct attack from a high-level powerhouse. They could melt the whole mine and me with it. I was fretting over it when the powerful energy around me gathered on me, and I felt my world going blank. Before even my eyes became clear, I heard the painful screams. They were so painful that they have reminded me of the Grims when they got harvested in my core. I turned toward the screams, and when my eyes became clear a moment later, I saw a scene I had not expected to see. I saw stone-skinned men, guards, cooks, and other people on a pole made of light, with thorns of light enveloping their whole bodies. The vapors of blood could be seen coming out of their bodies as the light burned them, while they screamed mournfully. It took me a while to register their faces, and I saw Sart and other familiar faces. There were some that are unknown to me. Around me, thousands of people gathered, all minors collared and uncollared. In front of me is a group of people, floating in the air, watching expressionlessly. Only one person had an expression. She was crying while hugging a handsome young man. She is Rania. Monster integration, her brother had come, I thought, as I looked at her hugging a young man. One does not need much to make the connection. I looked at them. There are 4 of them. The one that Rania is hugging seemed to be in his early 20s and an elf like her. One could clearly tell they were siblings, looking at their features. Besides, the young man is a woman and a man of the same age as him. They looked human, but had wings made of light. The last one is a middle-aged man. He is clearly the most powerful and the leader of the group, seeing the way he is standing. He is human. He had a thick blonde gain and a strange white eye that seemed to be radiating the light. I can't sense his aura, but I know he is powerful to easily punish Sart and others. I stared at them for a moment before turning to Sart and the others. The punishment was heavy, but they deserved every bit of it for committing slavery. The screams continued for more than half an hour before they began to stop one by one. Nobody said any words. To collared ones, they deserved it. To uncollared, the people who are carrying out the punishment are too powerful. If they said anything, they might be punished too. They are more worried about their survival rather than the fate of those being punished. So am I don't know what these people would do. While Rania is a friend, they might take offense and I was running away alone. It would be quite bad if they decided to punish me. I am nothing compared to them. They could kill me without even moving. Their aura would be enough to turn me into a puddle. Finally, the first person died. It was a cook who liked to beat the people who critique his food. He was a peak primary III, a lot weaker than the leadership, who were all sovereigns. A few seconds after the cook, the guard died and then another. One by one, all the people of the primary stage began to die, till only a sovereign had remained. It took another 15 minutes for the first sovereign to die. It was the steward Lem who had brought me into the mine. After it was some unknown stone-skin man that I had never seen, and then the stone-skin woman Zagar. The last one to die was Sart. They seemed to hate the bastard the most, as while others fell unconscious in pain, the thorns covering him did not let him do that. He kept screaming in pain till he took the last breath. The slavers are dead. You all are free, said the young man whom Rania is hugging. Immediately, the collars we were wearing melted away, but they did not feel hot as the melted liquid slid down our skin and fell on the ground. The smile on the face of the collared was priceless. All of them had dreamed of this happening, but never thought the thing would happen. But now it had happened. Their greatest dream has been fulfilled. Now what will happen? I questioned as I looked at shiny people floating above like the gods. I had just thought that when I found myself in a completely different place. I have found myself above a vast city, and I am not alone. All 4 of them are here, including Rania. There are also 6 of us. I am not the only one they have brought. They have brought Rim, Karta, and all of Rania's roommates. City Lord appears once, said the middle-aged man who is leading the group. He had said softly, but his voice had spread through the city. As all the small people looked above from the ground, who dares to speak so loudly in my city, came a roar, and an old-looking man with scaly hands and a tiny horn came out of the biggest building in the city. Those thunderous expressions remained on his face, only for a moment before fear appeared as he looked above. He stared for a moment before flying toward us fast. My lords, he bowed as he appeared in front of us. Bring out the members of the Lovell family, said the middle-aged man. It surprised him, but immediately he bowed. As you wish, my lord, said the old man and flew toward the sound, before landing at a huge compound. For a minute he disappeared before appearing out with 9 people of the stone-skin race, all of their sovereigns. My lord, I have brought the members of the Lovell family, said City Lord, bowing again, while members Lovell family looked with fear in their eyes. Do you know what your crime is? Asked the middle-aged man to the members of the Lovell family. We are members of your organization. I am sure whatever mistake we have committed could be solved amicably, said the oldest and most powerful member of the stone-skin tribe. The old man had either made a very smart choice or was very dumb, by revealing his organization. Raina's brother just smiled, and horror appeared on the face of a stone-skin old man, and he opened his mouth. When he found himself on a pillar made of light, with light thorns covering every part of his body, it is not just him, but also all the members of the family who found themselves hanging on the pillars with thorns covering them. You have dared to enslave who you shouldn't, said the middle-aged, and immediately the light thorns dug into their bodies. Ah! They started screaming mournfully, loudly as Sart and others did, while the city lord watched with horror. That turned into terror when the middle-aged man looked at him. The Accords clearly state that slavery is forbidden in the world, but you let it happen in your city, said the middle-aged man and increased further in his eyes. He opened his mouth to say something, but only a scream came out of it as he found himself on the pillar, with a light thorn digging into his flesh. As it happened, I saw the compound of the Lovell family collapsing, and so is the magnificent manor from which the city lord had come out. It is not just 2 buildings, but many buildings across the city collapsed. Within a minute, the quarter of this huge city collapsed, and the most shocking is, I did not even sense how he did it. I am not surprised. The difference in power between us is so huge that even if he had used power, I am powerful enough to sense it. Half an hour passed, and the first person died much faster than in the cave. In the next 7 minutes, all the others died, including the city lord. All of them died before turning to ashes, while Raina's brother turned toward me and others. Since you have helped my sister, I will help you and drop you to one of our affiliate organizations. Do any of you have a problem with that? He asked, and immediately the heads shook. Why would they have a problem? Their eyes lit up the moment he uttered those words. This is a godsend opportunity, and I am being an idiot to decline it, but I don't want to commit to any organization without knowing about it. It is a lifelong bond, and even if it is beneficial, I don't want to commit to it. Michael, Rim hissed telekinetically. Michael, think about it. The world is dangerous. Joining an organization would be much safer, said Raina, and I could sense her kind intentions. I made my decision, I said with a smile. She still seemed unwilling to accept as she opened her mouth, but was stopped by her brother. Your friend had made his choice, Rania, said her brother, and a moment later, we disappear again, and for a couple of seconds, everything was blank before it became clear again. I have found myself at the base of the small hill, with even denser energy than I have felt in a mine or above the city. There is a small city a few miles away from here, said the Rania brother, and a purple metallic medallion appeared in his hand and he threw it at me. When I had looked up, I saw them gone. Not a single one had remained. I would have liked to say goodbye to them properly, I said to myself. Well, it is not like I am not going to meet them again. I am sure our paths will cross again. I looked at the purple medallion in hand and immediately became surprised, as I had thought it to be metallic, but it had turned out to be crystalline. There is no text on it, but a simple design of 3 globes, similar to the 3 moons hanging in the sky. I stared at it for a moment, before you sent out my vitality, soul energy, and inheritance energy inside it, and immediately felt it imprinting it. I did not get a memory packet from it, it had just imprinted my energies. When I investigated a little, I felt it was impossible to remove my signature from it, and that couldn't help but make me relieved. It wouldn't have been a reliable id if a person of my power could wipe the signature from it. Buzz, I inserted my energies again, and this time a change occurred. It buzzed and the projection of 3 moons appeared above it. The moons looked like the moons in the sky. I looked at them for a few seconds before stopping the energy and projection to disappear. Putting the id in my storage, I flew up, and soon I flew above the hill and immediately saw a huge city, 50 miles away. He had said the city is small, but it is huge, bigger than the one I had been to a few minutes ago. I flew toward it, and within a few seconds I noticed quite a lot of people going toward the city or coming from it. I did not fly too fast, nor I could. The energy is so dense that it feels viscous. I could not fly too fast here. Only the sovereign could fly faster. Those below it will have to go slow. Thud. It took a few minutes before I slowed down and landed a mile away from the giant city gates, through which a couple of Grims could easily walk in with their hand in their air. I would have flown above the gates if I could, but it seemed like primary stage practitioners couldn't fly over the city. Some are doing it, but it is obvious they have a special privilege. Soon, I reached near the gates and saw thousands of people coming and going out of it. There is no checking, but now and then I would see guards asking any random people for their IDs. I did not stop seeing that and continued, with my gait being confident, and my face did not have a hint of nervousness as I walked through the gate. Id, said the guard to me, and I couldn't help but curse at my luck, but on the outside my expression remained unchanged. I stopped and turned to Single Eyes guard and flashed out a purple medallion. Immediately, a surprise appeared on his face. It had taken him a while to collect himself from the surprise. Buzz, is it yours or have stolen it from someone? He asked with a sharp voice. My expression did not change, but I had poured all 3 of my energies inside, and immediately, the projection of 3 moons appeared for a moment. He shook as a shock appeared on its face. Even the guards beside him had a shock in their eyes. My apologies for stopping you, guest. With the purple id, you have the privilege of flying over the city, said the guard, with his tone turning to be mellowed from hard. I just nodded and walked inside the city of Clahan. It is not just the guard who is surprised. It had surprised me too. I knew this id must be good since Raina's brother had given it to me, but not expected it to be this good. It is a good and bad thing, as it will let me go to the places where I couldn't, but will also make me noticed, and I don't want that. Currently, I am too weak to handle unnecessary attention. I need to understand this world first, its rules and ways, and grow in power. This world is dangerous, far more than our world, which had Grims in it. Within a minute of arriving in this world, the slavers captured me and sold me into slavery. I worked in mine, charting my escape, but just when I did that, I got hurled out by a powerful force. I don't want to be in that situation ever again. I walked out of the gates and into the city, and what a magnificent city is. It is massive, with buildings of all sizes, shapes, and styles. Our greatest cities are dust compared to this. The thing is, it is just a common city. Reina's brother had referred it to as a small city. I couldn't help but wonder what a big city would look like. It is a night, but I did not immediately find a place to stay instead. I slowly walked down the street, listening to the conversation of people, understanding the world through their conversations. I barely know anything about this world, and while I had read about it in the library, that information is ages old. I had heard some tidbits from the uncollared in mine, but it is too little. I need more, and listening is the best option to understand it. I had roamed through the city for 3 hours, listening to everything I could before walking into a dome-shaped glass pub. It is big, with hundreds of people talking and laughing while the music played in the background. They are talking in different languages, but the most common is the universal language, and the second is the local language. During my walk through the city, I had noticed that most of the people here are bilingual. Many effortlessly switch from local to universal and vice versa. In my world, only a select few know the universal language. I could not compare my tiny world to the prime world. The difference is even bigger than comparing a newborn infant to a grand lord. "What can I get you?" asked the horse beastman. "Fire ale, roast steak, and gack fries," I answered effortlessly. "Right away," he said, and disappeared while I looked and listened. I never had that drink or the food I had ordered, but I had seen the name on the huge menu and ordered it. I hope it is good. It had been ages since I ate something good. A minute later, the waiter returned, bringing my order. "Here is your fire ale, roast steak, and gack fries," he said as he put my order down. It looks at ale, which looks like a normal ale aside from the fire specks. I take the glass in my hand and take it to my lips before taking a sip. Gulp. It was mellower and far tastier than any ale I had drunk, even better than the one I had brewed, but the real fun started when I gulped down the wine. The wine had turned into a fire in my stomach. It is powerful, but not painful, at least for me. Kind of felt nice. A minute later, I took another sip of it before turning to the steak. It smells delicious. I cut a piece of it and ate it with a small cherry tomato. It begins to melt in my mouth as I begin to chew it, tasting quite wonderful. The chef of the bar had some talent. His skill could be at about 50th recipe of the cooking tome. It is not easy to gain such skills. I know the years I needed to be spent inside tome to reach the 50th recipe. It was hard but fulfilling. It is not just steak that is good, but also the fries that before I know it. I have an empty plate and glass in front of me. "Another glass of fire ale, please," I said to the waiter, and a few seconds later it appeared. I drank this one slowly, listening to the conversation around me, which is enriching my knowledge by the second. "Bill, please," I said to the waiter, and a few seconds later the bill appeared in front of me. I looked at it before dropping a small crystal P1 Darrow's crystal on it. The waiter was surprised, but quickly took, and a few seconds later came out a change. I took the change, but not before leaving a generous tip, which made the eyes of the waiter light up. There is no common currency in the prime world. One could trade in any kind of energy crystals, though depending on the region, there are common energy crystals used as currency. Take the city of Clahan. It is a level 2 sovereign city, and the most commonly used currency here is our row crystals. 80 of transactions that happens here happen in row crystals. The value of standard P1 grade Darrow's crystals is 112 row crystals. The whole meal and tip had cost me 9 row crystals in total. It was totally worth it. I have booked a room in an inn. The inn is neither small nor big, and it is one of the common area business market districts of the city. It is preferred by primary practitioners. It is the only district I had explored. The city is so damn huge that it will take me a lot of time to explore it fully. The inn is 7 stories tall and made of white wood. It is a special type of wood, which releases faint waves of relaxation as it absorbs the energy from people. My room is on the 6th floor, and I soon reached it before touching the blue crystal key to the door. Click. The door clicked open immediately, and I entered inside. The room is a single medium size with a bathroom attached to it. There is a huge window, which provides a clear view of the street. I appeared next to the window and looked at the view for a few minutes before laying on the bed. I closed my eyes and think about the things I had learned about the world. The prime world of Illies is massive, so huge that my world would be akin to a tiny island or even smaller than that. Arrow's region, which is the city of Clahan, is part of hundreds of times bigger than my world. There are 92 such regions on the continent of Jasnar. It is a massive world that primary II like me couldn't travel, even in 1,000 years. Even the sovereign would have a problem doing that. The ruling structure is a kind of similar, but also different. The organizations ruled areas, but there are also the ruling kingdoms and families. Many organizations and ruling structures are affiliated with each other, as is in my native world. These affiliations are not always subservient in nature. They may be partners or just pay tithes to powerful organizations for backing, but remain independent in their working. It is a complex structure. Compared to that, the practice system is a lot simpler. There are 9 levels in the prime world, divided into 3 parts. The first is the primary part, which contains primary I, and primary 3. The second part is sovereign. It is divided into sovereign, earth sovereign, and sky sovereign. The last is prime, the most powerful. It is divided into prime, rising prime, and shining prime. It is a little funny, but it is continuing for eons. Each of these 9 stages is further divided into 4 parts: initial, mid, high, and peak. I am at the initial level of primary II stage. My clone had compiled every piece of information I heard and saw. It gave me some ideas, but I will have to listen and interact more before I will have the full picture. That is for today. It is time for me to work. Immediately, I entered my core unlike before. No huge purification formations are running across my core. I had stopped that. There is no need to go with an inefficient approach now that I am free and in a huge city. In a few days, I will buy the things. I needed the things to purify them and also the practice resources. After looking at small things, I moved to important things. To the inheritance, not primary III, in which 2 of my clones are always working, but primary II, my current inheritance, where 1 of my clones working. I do not plan to remain at initial primary I forever, and I am quite close to breaking out of it. I am making changes to a higher power and seamless integration into this world. While my inheritance had adjusted itself and I have made some changes, they are not as efficient as I had liked them to be. This problem will be solved with the next upgrade. I worked for a few hours before coming out of my core. There is one more thing I have to do before sleeping. Practice the refinement method. It is not just cleansing me, but also taking me closer to a small level up. Buzz. I took a deep breath and activated the formation inside my core. As it did, it had released the toxins inside my body, and I began to circulate them. Compared to the first time I had succeeded, I am quite fast. 7 minutes passed, and I reached the 49th circulation. The impurities have come out, and also my body and soul got strengthened by a little. The amount of impurities is much smaller than before, but they are denser and smell even worse. I am circulating the toxins from the P1 Darrow's crystals, and its effects are waning in a few days. It will stop benefiting me. I have no other choice than to continue with it. As with changes I have made in toxins, my body is not strong enough to handle higher levels, so I will squeeze all the benefits before leveling up. I am already pushing against the limit, squeezing the tiniest benefits in sessions, and I will continue to do that till I could no more. The method may be harsh with many flaws, but its effects are, without a doubt, great. My strength is increasing faster through it, while at the same time my body is getting cleansed. Such swift progress is hard, even in the prime world. It also comes with its risks. As if one is not able to circulate or did not finish the whole 49th circulation, all the toxins will enter your body, and that will have a huge consequence. I practiced till I could not before stopping. Immediately, I got out the bed and went to the bathroom, which is big. I had asked them for a big bathroom. Showers are one of the things I enjoy, and I like to have a good bathroom to enjoy it fully. It is big and has all the amenities that one will need. I stayed there for more than half an hour, and when I come out, I am feeling fully refreshed. The smell in the room is also done. There is not even the tiniest of foul smells. Seeing that, I laid on the bed this time without covering it with energy and closed my eyes. The sleep did not come early. I was kept awake by thoughts of Marina and my unborn child. I really hope they are in a safe place. The world is dangerous, and I am worrying about them every second. I had finally fallen asleep more than an hour later. The next day, I woke up, ate the pill to deal with the side effects of the method before freshening up and showering. I did not cook, even though I wanted to. Instead, I went down and had breakfast in the inn while listening to the conversations flowing around me. It was after breakfast I checked out and walked down the street with a smile on my face. There are many things I have to do today. I have made a list, and I hope I will be able to do it all. Monster Integration, Laren's Emporium. I read in the 50-story silver-green color, huge building. It is a store. I looked at it for a moment before entering inside it and immediately got enamored by what I saw. It had surprised me as I had never thought I would see something like this on such a huge scale. It is a mall, but for resources. The resources are just placed on the racks, and people could pick them up. Resources are rare and precious, and they are not sold this way, but in the prime world they do. It had truly surprised me, but I understood it will make things much easier for me. I entered inside and felt my spatial storage sealing up. I could not take out the things, nor I could add to them. Even sovereigns will have a problem in doing that, and the moment they do, the alarms will blare out. I walked over and picked up the store's storage band. It is only storage that works here, and it has a massive space. If one wants a bigger one, they could request it for a small fee. Wearing the storage band, I looked at the racks and resources placed on them. My eyes lit up seeing them, and I am not even seeing the resources on the full floor. Much fewer tens of floors above me. All of them are filled with massive resources. One only needs to have money to buy them. I have some money, I hope. It will be enough to buy the things I need for my immediate need. The first thing I am choosing is the practice resources. I am nearly out of them. The ones I have brought from Mind's store are finished, and I have brought little resources from my world. choosing to keep 99 of resources there for the future generation. Here, resources are abundant. The only thing I need is money. In my world, such resources are few. The places where the primary II resources are found are extremely dangerous. That most grand lords die in those places. Only the desperate or powerful would dare to go there. I shook my head and went to the first rack, looking at resources, reading their information and sensing them. I want everything the racks have, but I could not. I have limited money and I need to choose the resources that I need for my immediate need. Thankfully, everything is in neat order. I could find everything easily. I first chose the practice resources. The first floor is for that. I chose them carefully, as many of them are quite expensive. I could choose the subpar ones, but I did not want to. I want the ones that will give me the best results. I did not only buy the practice resources, as some practice resources can also be second to the healing resources and the resources I needed for the refinement. There is a different section for those resources, and I will go there too. I just chose them because I needed those resources. Soon, I went to the second floor and the third and fourth and browsed through different sections. I have to say, seeing all these resources lying, it is hard to control myself. I want to buy everything, but I could not buy everything here, even if I had mined the whole mine for the Darrow's crystals. The store not just sells raw resources, it also sells the potions and the processed resources, like the potions and the breakthrough essences. From this, they earn the most. I have no plan to buy those processed resources. I have recipes for all the potions and other alchemical mixtures and have the skills to produce some. With more practice, I will produce those too. Not to mention, the potions and other things are far more expensive than the resources that make them. 2 more hours passed, and I was on the 10th floor buying things. Another 3 hours passed, and I was on the 70th floor. The last floor, as I could not go higher, as I don't have much money left. I have saved a portion of money for this thing before I even stepped into the store. Seeds. I need the seeds, and unlike my small world here, my options are not so much limited. A quarter of the 17th floor is dedicated to the seeds. There is every kind of seed. Just seeing them, my eyes light up. The seeds are not part of my immediate need. So the budget I could allow for it is not much, but I could still buy a few seeds and the fertilizer needed to grow them. It is more necessary, as the Grims aren't available on the demand. I saw many seeds there, including that of the stainless blood soul lotus, which is a variation of stainless lotus, whose seed is also present there. I had brought it, as the stainless lotus had much wider use than blood soul lotus. It is an optimum alchemical ingredient. With it, I had also brought some peak primary III corruption. It had cost me quite a lot. I had stayed in the seed department for more than an hour and brought 6 seeds, along with their fertilizers. I will pay in Darrow's crystal, I said to twin-horned women at the checking counter. There was no change in her expression other than the nod. As she took the storage, put it on a disc with 2 gems. 1217 P1 Darrow's crystals, she said. I nodded and touched my storage ring to the blue gem on the left. It turned green, and immediately I found everything I had brought appeared in my storage. I nodded and walked out of the store. It had been 5 days since I have come to the city, and I have pretty much understood how it works. Now I want to find a little place where I could stay for more than a day. Till now, I did not stay in one inn for more than a day. I could not make a breakthrough in the inn. I have to find something more stable. I have a place in mind. It will be a perfect place for me to break through. It is expensive, but I will bear it. A little more than an hour passed, and I appeared in a valley where there are thousands of houses small and big across the hills. I have heard the energy inside it is very thick, far more than the city. It is also mellowed and mixed with a special alchemical combination, which increases the speed of practice. Welcome to Oneria, said Gemmed Eyes woman as I entered the spacious office. I need a house for a week, I said to her. What kind of house you want? We have them available in several grades and sizes, she said and projected a long list. It had images of houses and the amenities they provided. I will take Pearl Soza, I said after looking at the catalog. It will be 11,450 row crystals, half of which is a deposit. You will get it back when you leave, she said. I nodded and paid with 96 Darrow's crystals, which she accepted, before handing me the key. I appeared in front of the small house situated in the middle of the hill. It was round and looked like it was made of pearl. It is a pearl in which they have made the house. It comes from a monster known as Blau Clam. It radiates calming energy, which made one feel peaceful. Click, I looked at the small pearl house and the small crystalline stream flowing through it, before walking toward the house and opening its door. As I walked inside, I immediately realized the energies inside were far denser than outside. The energies outside are also more than twice denser than the city, but here they are 4 times denser. They are also more easier to absorb as the pores of my body open and I begin to absorb the energy. I looked around the house. It is small. It had 1 living room and bedroom, which had a bathroom attached to it. There is no formation in the house. People are paranoid here and don't like too many formations. All the formations here are standing alone, not a single one that is connected to the central grid. It is one of the reasons why I had chosen this place. The inns were good, but every inch of them had formations, which made me a little uncomfortable. I activated my abilities and scanned every inch of the house, and did not discover any formation connected to the central grid or any standalone spying formations. It made me relieved. First thing I did was the shower. Even it felt amazing in the house. If I have excess money in the future, I would definitely buy such a house. I have seen many shops that sold such houses. The sovereign grade even comes with an enlarged space but costs an insane amount of money. I came out of the shower and wore fresh clothes before walking into a small kitchen. It had been a while since I had cooked in such a small kitchen, but it was more than enough for me to cook. I'm kind of feeling excited as it is the first time I will be cooking since I have come to this world. While my clones have cooked for Ashlyn and Nero, it is not me, even if I felt it like it. I took out the stuff I had brought things in the store, from meat to spices to oil. I have brought a few meals worth of things, and now I am going to cook. I looked at all and begin. To my surprise, I immediately fell into the rhythm, and an hour and a half later, a sumptuous meal was in front of me. "You guys come out," I said, and Ashlyn and Nero came out as I set the table. I am a little relieved seeing Ashlyn is not sleeping. Ever since I had come to this world, she is sleeping a lot. She's sleeping more than she is awake, and I couldn't help but feel worried about her. I have checked, and there seemed nothing wrong with her. If not for the library spirit saying, "What is happening to her is natural, and there is nothing to be worried about," I would have taken her to the doctor. Something is happening to Ashlyn. I had asked the library spirit, but she remained mum about it. "Father, it is so good," said Nero as he took the bite. "It is really good, better than I had eaten in any restaurant here." I took the first bite and then another. Before I know it, I found the plate empty. Thankfully, I had cooked a large meal. Finally, we finished. There was nothing that remained in our pots and our plates with our stomachs bloated. It had been a long while since I ate like this. I stayed in my place for more than half an hour before I get up, but not before taking Ashlyn inside me. She had again fallen in a sleep. It is not her digestive sleep, but the strange sleep that she is having. I sat on the chair by the balcony and stared at the beautiful night before closing my eyes and entering my core. Now that I had brought resources, it is time to work on processing. The first thing I have to do is process the Darrow's crystals before processing the resources for my breakthrough. The process had already begun the moment resources entered my core earlier. All 4 of my clones have begun working on it, and now I have also begun. A little more than 7 hours passed when I had finished with processing the material needed to process the Darrow's crystal. It is only for P1 crystals. My clones are working on making the materials for the P2 crystal processing. I took the ink and filled it into the pen, and a moment later, the runes begin to come out of it and begin to lie on the ground and the earth. 40 minutes later, a massive square-size formation is erected. I double-checked the formation, and after I was satisfied, I placed the things inside the formation, before putting a massive load of P1 crystal inside. It is nearly 10 of all my P1 crystal harvest. Nero had mined a huge amount of it. So much that 100 people wouldn't do in a decade, and I want to process it all. I looked at it for a minute before I begin to lay down another formation. Soon, I finished with it and moved another load inside and begin working on the third one. Buzz, the third one also begins processing the P1 Darrow's crystals. I want to create even more, as there are still a lot more crystals remaining to be processed, but I do not have the resources for that. I worked for a little more than an hour before the material for the P2 crystal processing was finished. Buzz, I begin drawing the formation, and within a second I am finished and moved the load inside before activating. This formation is much smaller than the massive 3, about 1/12 in size, but more expensive than 3. It had 35 of all P2 crystals I have and will take more than twice the time to process. Now only P3 and S1 crystals have remained, but I do not have things to process them. I am not worried. The next time I will go to the store, I will bring the materials needed to process those. I did not stay in the core for long. I came out and stared at the night again, thinking about the future. I have gathered quite a lot of information in 5 days in the city, including the things that I could do. Some are safe, some are dangerous, and both offer progress. The safe ones offer slow progress, while the dangerous ones fast progress. There is even a middle path. I haven't really chosen yet and will not till the breakthrough. Now I am all focused on the breakthrough, which I am very close to achieving. It will be successful, I have no doubt about it. Buzz, the formation lit up and energies entered my body. The energies are hot and painful, but not enough for me to scream. I am in the tub filled with thick violet streaming solution. It is the last practice. After I am done with it, I will be ready for the breakthrough. I stayed unmoving as the solution got hotter and hotter, till it became so painful that I had to grip my teeth to stop screaming. It made me feel like I should have gone with a less painful method. It was effective as this one, but require more resources. I did not have enough money to buy those resources, so I stuck with this painful one. Little more than half an hour passed when the pain had finally lessened, but it is another 15 minutes for me to get out of the pool. When I did, my skin was red like a cooked chicken. I immediately went for the shower before coming out and sitting on the balcony. I am now completely ready to make a breakthrough, but I don't have the resources for it. I will be leaving after dinner. A few minutes passed and I was about to leave to cook dinner, when the door opened to the balcony of the opposite house opened and a very beautiful woman walked in. She's one of the most beautiful women I have seen since coming to this world. At first glance, she looked like a human in her mid-20s, but she was not. She had ocean blue hair and eyes that glitter in a multicolor. She also had crystalline wavy lines covering her body, which twinkle like her eyes. I only look at her for a second before looking away. She's barely wearing anything, and what she is wearing is completely see-through. "Hey neighbor," she said a second later, and I had turned to her, focusing nothing but her face, which is smiling in mirth. "Hello," I replied. "You must be new," she asked. "Yes, I had rented this place just 2 days ago," I said, to which she smiled, and her smile is beautiful. "Good. The person before you were a total creep," she said with her eyes flashing in anger. "I am sure you had no problem in handling him," I said, and mirth appeared in her eyes. She corrected. "My apologies," I replied, to which she smiled again. "What were you doing?" she asked. "I was about to cook a dinner for myself," I replied before I could stop myself, and her eyes glittered again. "You can cook?" she asked. "Yes," I replied. "You seemed quite proud of that," she said, arching her brown. "I know enough," I said, and her eyes glittered again. "Well, then I will definitely have to try it," she said and jumped out off the balcony. I wanted to stop her. Inviting strangers is not a good thing, but I felt myself stopping. She seemed fun and I am feeling a little lonely. Click, soon she appeared by my door and opened it. "Please come in," I said, not letting my eyes move around her body. "She's truly beautiful a woman. So do you have any preference for eating?" I asked her. As many races have preferences, what might be normal food for us could be inedible for them. "As long as you do not feed me rocks, I would be fine," she said relaxedly. "Don't worry, I don't the rocks either," I said and walked toward the kitchen and took out the things. I looked at them for a moment before I started cooking. She watched from the distance for a minute, before the smile on her face turned serious, and appeared beside the kitchen counter and began watching me intently. I did not stop her. "So, how long have you been here, if you don't mind me asking?" I asked. "About a year, but most of the time I had been out of the city," she replied. "You seem to have been new to the city," she said, to which I nodded. "Yes, I had arrived here a week ago," I replied while cooking. "I am not solely focused on cooking, I am also focused on her. She is quite a woman, guarding her aura in such a way that I had seen very few people do. It took me a while to know that she is in primary III. I don't even know what level she is at, but I could tell she is not initial level. She is either at mid-level or above. A little more than an hour later, I am finished. Let me. It is the least I could do," she said and helped me set the table. "So what is your name? I like to know the name of my guest before I eat with them," I said, and she smiled with her eyes twinkling. "Yes, the introduction is necessary," she said. "I am Kara," she introduced herself. "I am Michael," I replied. "Well, Michael, what you cook seemed to be the most delicious meal I had ever eaten," she said. "Then I shouldn't make you wait any further," I said, and raised the glass of Surin wine. It is one of the wines I had brought, which still tasted good here. It is likely due to the Dora's crystals I had let it absorb. Clink, our glasses clinked, and we took a sip of wine. The moment she did, her eyes wines twinkled. "You have a good wine too," she said as gulped down the sip, before turning to a meal in front of her. "MMMMM," a sound came out of her lips. She did not say another and took a bite of another dish, making the same sound again. I did not say anything. Those sounds from her mouth is the greatest praise I could receive. "Oh, I don't think I ever had such a satisfying meal in my life," said Kara as she finally put her fork down. "I am glad you enjoyed it," I said with a smile. "It is such a regret that I had to leave in a few hours, or I would have shamelessly come to you tomorrow for another meal," she said with her beautiful eyes twinkling. "You are welcome any time," I said. I did not ask her where she is going. We have only known each other for a few minutes. Such questions are for friends. "That is the best thing you could have said," she said, getting up from her chair. "I aim to please," I said, and her eyes twinkled again. "I am sure you will easily survive whatever you are going to face," I said. She smiled at that, but this time there was not the slightest mirth in her eyes. "I hope I do," she said softly and walked toward the door. Soon she walked out of the door. I watched her till she entered her house before closing the door behind me. I have to go to the store. There is a huge shopping to do. I have processed quite a lot of Darrow's crystals, and now it is time to spend. I am going to buy the breakthrough resources and also refining resources, along with a few other types of resources. Soon I reached the teleportation artifact nearest to my house. This gate's housing had many teleportation formations connected to the city. I could get to any part of the city through them. I had rarely used them since. I wanted to listen and look, but I had done enough of that. Now I wanted to save time and reach the store soon as possible, as the shopping is going to take a lot of time. "Nude Emporium," I said as I appeared by the artifact. "1 row crystal," said the man with the black horn. I handed him the crystal, and immediately the gate appeared and I walked inside. A moment later, I found myself in front of a huge building of a Nude Emporium. It is a different store. To be cautious, I am not going back to the same store. This store is slightly bigger and has an even better collection. I I hope it will have everything I need. I would hate to go to the other store. Soon, I entered the store and took the band before starting shopping. This time, I barely hold back. I brought everything I need from breakthrough resources to cooking materials. I even brought some alchemical tools. I had shopped for 6 hours, and when I got out of the store, there was a smile on my face. Like earlier, I took a teleportation formation, and a minute later I was at my house. I did not begin immediately. Instead, I handed all the responsibility to my clones and closed my eyes to sleep. I woke up 5 hours later and immediately went to the bathroom to freshen up and showered before cooking breakfast, which I ate with Nero. Ashlyn is once again sleeping, and I did not wake her, nor I could. I had tried it when she started sleeping like that, but no matter the way I tried. I could not wake her up. After washing the plates, I lay on the couch and closed my eyes. A moment later, I was in my core with my clones working on different things. I could already see a new refinement formation has started running, refining not only P1 and P2 grade Daros crystals, but also P3 and S1, though the refinement of S1 is going quite slowly, despite having only a handful of the crystal inside it. I do not mind. I do not need S1 grade Daros crystal, but I like to have it on hand. Who knows when I might need it? I am happy seeing the progress of my clones, and especially when they have readied the resources I need. I check the resources and bring out the thing. It is a multicolored runic sphere, the breakthrough formation. It is from the original breakthrough formation, but only contains less than one of its power, but that is more than enough. This is just a schematic, and I am going to strengthen it with the resources I had brought. I placed it down on the runic formation that had already been created by my clones and places the resources. There are a lot of resources, including nearly all the rule bending powers and S3 Daros crystal. Thankfully, few of them had got refined. I only need one, and even that is going to be more than enough. Buzz, after seeing everything is perfect. I activated the formation, and within a few minutes, the resources moved toward it. I watched it for a few minutes before I moved away. If I had time, I would have continued watching, but I have to make a breakthrough today, and there are still some things that needed to be done about it. Soon, 7 hours passed, and the sphere had finished absorbing all the resources. It is now strengthened and is much better than the one I had left in the home, and with every breakthrough that will happen. It will become better. I can't wait to see the heights it will reach in the future. I checked it for any flaws and there were none. Seeing that, I put it back into its place and continued working. I am refining the breakthrough resources. Some of them are quite tricky. My clones are helping me, but with the easy parts. The hardest ones I had taken for myself. I had failed a couple of times in refining some resources, but that is normal in alchemy and still a cheaper option compared to store-bought things. Those things are really expensive. Not everyone has alchemical skills. They are easy at first, but the further you go, the harder they became. Even I, who had a great foundation in energy control, had a hard time. Culinary art may bear some similarities with alchemy. They are different fields and require a different sets of skills. It is my luck that I had great teachers like Grandmaster Salvador and Jim. Without them, I wouldn't have had such skills. Remembering them, I couldn't help but think about them. Grandmaster Salvador had come with me, while Jim, along with Rachel and others, had stepped into the gates a little early. Both of them had inheritances that are classified as legacy inheritances, so they should be fine. Damn, I cursed suddenly. In my moment of distractions, things begin to get awry. I focused my all and was barely able to salvage it. I took a sigh of relief and pushed on all distracting thoughts and focused on what I was doing. I had nearly destroyed what I was working on. It would have been bad if that had happened, considering how expensive the resource is. Done, I said as I refined the last resource. I am very happy. It was more difficult than I had thought it would be. I counted all the resources before getting out of my core, but did not open my eyes and instead took a deep breath to sleep. Within a minute, I fell asleep and woke up 2 hours later, feeling fully refreshed. I am ready, I said, and added house on, do not disturb, before taking out the sphere of breakthrough formation. There is not much change had occurred in it, aside from it becoming more vibrant. It is a little risky to use it because of its rule-bending power, but it is not easily discoverable. The rule-bending power could only be discovered when it being used. Even then, one needs to be sufficiently stronger to sense an affinity, as not everyone could sense it. It is even more difficult to sense it in breakthrough formation since it became part of it, and also because I have actively made efforts to hide it. I am confident that Sovereign wouldn't be able to sense it, even if they try with all. No matter what I say, there is a clear risk in using it, but I will take the risk for my breakthrough and also because I need it to become better. Small breakthrough is easy, but big ones are not, especially when I will try to advance from one greater stage to another. It will be especially difficult for me. The forbidden power has its prize. Buzz, I pushed away all the thoughts and activated the formation. It is a good thing I had removed the furniture, or I would have thrown it away. I stepped inside the sphere before waving my hand. Immediately, the resources came flying and took their places. Buzz, after checking them one more time, I initiated the breakthrough. The moment later, the breakthrough begins. There is no difference between a small breakthrough and a large breakthrough, aside from the level of dangerousness. Small breakthrough is also dangerous when one is unprepared. Thankfully, I am fully prepared. The resources in the runic formation mixed and merged for a few minutes before they came at me. My core, which had already turned into a blob, spun, and as it did, it started to pull the energies toward it before absorbing them. Every second, the speed of its spin got faster, and with it, it begins to pull more and more resources. That, after over 10 minutes, it had become a little painful. The pain is nothing surprising. I bore it as its speed stabilized and continued for more than 30 minutes before stopping. 95, I said to myself, seeing the resources I had consumed. This time I had been right and couldn't help but feel happy about it. The core remained static for more than an hour before it had started to spin again. This time it begins to pull the energy, extremely dense, powerful energy from P2 Darrow's crystal, Anine crystal, and Hasset stone. I had brought other 2 crystals from the store, and while they were not as expensive as Darrow's crystal, I am still spending money on things that I could get for free. I could use energy from the environment, but I don't want anyone to know that I am making a breakthrough. Using crystals had its own benefits, but it was up to me. I would have used them in combination, the crystals and the worldly energy. I could not, and if I want to, I will have to pay extra here. They charge extra for the energy used in making a breakthrough. The energies of the 3 crystals come inside me while the core is absorbed. Just like the resources, the intensity increased by the second until it had got painful and the speed stabilized. Time passed and I observed the process, noting every little thing. What I noticed now would help me make my breakthrough even smoother next time. Thankfully, I did not notice anything adverse. Time passed, and before I know it, the core begins to slow down, and with it, its speed of absorption before completely stopping. The energy absorption took less than 20 minutes. It would have taken more if I had used worldly energy, but I took powerful crystalline energies which are suitable for my core. After a minute of silence, the consolidation begins, and like the other processes, it is fast, much faster than I had thought. Maybe it is not just the resources that made the breakthrough faster. It is also the world. I noticed the point down for further research. It took 7 minutes and change to consolidate the core, and to my surprise, there was greater change than I had expected. The size had remained the same, but it had become clearer and more realistic. Buzz, I was watching the core when the chains of runes came out and spread across my body. In a little more than a minute, they finished, and my core buzzed again, releasing the floor of energy. As the energy came out, I got the surprise of my life. I had expected it thicker than honey, with crystalline granules as the energy of my primary II breakthrough had been. But to my surprise, I found the energy thinner than even water. The energy may be thinner, but it is far more powerful than that thick crystalline energy had been. The prime world, I thought. Things worked differently here. I shouldn't take too much reference from the things I had experienced in my native world. There is a huge difference between it and the prime world, and I should accept that, even subconsciously. The energy came and finished in a little over 4 minutes before it left me brimming with power. Though for the first time in years, I did not get a feeling of invisibility after the breakthrough. It may be the subconscious or the effect of the world. This is telling me I am not powerful enough to be invincible in a small village here, much less in a city, whose leader is an Earth sovereign. With this breakthrough, I had reached the mid-level of primary II stage. It is my first breakthrough in this prime world, and it did not disappoint me. It was great. It had increased my power, and now I have become even more equipped to deal with the threats that will come at me. I enjoyed the feeling of a breakthrough for a few minutes before my expression became serious. Now that I had made a breakthrough, it is time for me to think about the future. I have grown stronger for it. I will need to go on adventures. The city is filled with such opportunities. They are everywhere. I have to choose the kind of adventure I need to go on. The first thing I will look at will be the growth they offer. It is the thing I care about the most, to become powerful as fast as possible, so I can find Marina and my family. I'm worrying about them every day, and unless I find them and know they are all right, I won't be able to stop worrying about them. 4 days had passed since my breakthrough, and I was searching for the road to take. It is turning out much harder than I had thought. This is the last day I have given myself to think about. I will choose a place to go today, or I will choose it randomly, but tomorrow will be the day I will leave for it. Adventurer's Palace, I said to the handler. 1 row crystal, he said. I handed him the crystal, and immediately, the artifact activated, and I stepped inside. A moment later, I appeared in front of a huge Adventurer's Palace. It is a 10-story tall, large building, one of the 7 in the city. A few seconds later, I stepped inside it and saw thousands of people sitting inside, with information about jobs projected in the air and across various tables. I looked around before walking to the 4th floor. The 1st to the 3rd floor is for primary I. Floors 3rd to 6th are for primary II, and the floors above that are for primary III. The top floor is for the sovereigns, but very few sovereigns prefer this branch. All sovereigns prefer the main branch of the city. I reached the 4th floor, and it is considerably nicer than the first 3 floors, and all of them are primary II. I wanted to go to primary III, but since I had registered as primary II, I will have to remain on these 3 floors, or I will need to earn enough cred to get my batch promoted. That will give me a chance to go to the primary III floors. I picked up an empty single chair and sat down, looking at all the missions. There are many missions, from protection missions to exploration missions. I was hedging toward the exploration. Some of them were extremely dangerous, and many primary III that had gone there hadn't returned. I had selected a couple of them, and if I did not find anything more interesting, then I am going to choose from one of them. I looked at all the notices when suddenly everything turned red. Attention all members, the gates of Silverinth had opened. Attention all mem. The voice begins to repeat and again. I turned around the hall and saw the expression on every person sitting there had changed. Excitement to fear had clouded their eyes, mostly excitement. Many of them connected to their Adventure Palace batches immediately, including me. While connecting, I asked Clone 2 to find all the information it could about Silverinth from the information I had brought from the palace. Pialfandalfa Nanua 1 SOM. While I looked at a complete notice on the badge, the Silverinth's gates had been opened after 1,700 years. As for what Silverinth is, it is a powerful organization that used to exist hundreds of thousands of years ago. Whenever its gates open, people rushed in there. It changes people's lives but also kills a lot of people, which is not surprising given how dangerous this place is. It hadn't been a minute since they announced it, and over 50,000 people had already applied to go. I thought for a moment before applying, and by that time the numbers have reached over 100,000. Millions of people are going to enter, but given the size of Silverinth and the fortune found here, it is normal. The place is more dangerous than I planned to go, but since I had applied, I will go, and I have only 6 hours to prepare. It took me a few minutes to get to my house since everybody was leaving to prepare. I had to wait a little before the teleportation formation took me to my destination. Click, I closed the door behind me and sat down on the couch. I have everything I need to go there, but I checked it once, while my clones study the new information about the Silverinth that I had just brought, including the map. Looking at the map, it is clear that the place is vast. Even if 1 million people entered, it would still be quite sparse. I studied information with my clones, focusing most on the dangers and fortune. There are 2 most important things one should focus on exploration. 2 hours passed and it was evening. I got up and freshened up before returning to the kitchen and started cooking. I am going to have an early dinner. I cooked the simple meal, which is finished within 40 minutes, which I ate with Nero since Ashlyn is sleeping again. I rested for half an hour before removing my clothes and sitting cross-legged in the center of the room. Buzz. A second later, the formation activated, and a very faint stream of P2 Darrow's crystal toxin came into my body and I began the circulation. Since I broke through into the mid-level of primary II, I started using the higher-level toxin, which is far more dangerous than P1 Darrow's toxin, even after I processed it for greater efficiency. I only use a faint stream of it, and even it is dangerous. Though the benefits it is providing me are far too great, in just 4 days it had strengthened quite a lot and went deeper into the cleansing. If I continued to practice, then I wouldn't take many years to make the next breakthrough. These benefits came with their own side effects, as the method had flaws. Thankfully, I am capable enough to create the solutions to offset those flaws. Time passed and I had done one circulation after another, before finally reaching the 49th circulation, where the real challenge had finally begun. The pain had increased exponentially, and so was the difficulty of pushing the energy. I am doing everything I could, as stopping midway would have a huge consequence. That I do not want. So I kept pushing and finally finished the circulation before starting again. As I circulate the energy, the toxins refine my body and soul, while pulling out the impurities of my body. The amount of impurities is not decreasing, even after 4 days, likely because I am increasing the amount of toxins I circulate inside me. I circulated for little more than half an hour before I stopped and laid down while burning the foul impurities covering me. The smell is too horrible to bear. Even after burning the impurities, some of it had remained. That I had to stand up despite being tired and walked into the bathroom. There I used a specially created bath solution to scrub my body of all the smell before coming out feeling refreshed. When I did, all the smell in the room had vanished. I changed into new clothes and lay down on the bed, and within a few minutes I fell asleep. I needed to be completely rested, as who knows when I will have time to rest. I had slept for 2 hours before I woke up and once again checked my preparations for the mission. Soon, it was time, and I walked out of the house and checked out in the office. I am leaving the house, as the mission might take a month or more, and I will not keep paying for that long. It is quite expensive. XRG 132, XRG 133, XRG 134, XRG 135. The token number is called one after another. As my number was called, I walked inside the huge airship. It is huge and shaped like a butterfly. I have heard these kinds of airships are quite expensive here, and even the city has few of them. From inside, the ship is bigger due to spatially enlarged space, capable of taking 300,000 people at once. I entered inside and followed the map, shown on my token. Soon I reached the cabin where my seat was. The cabin is huge, with 12 long lines with 3 seats in each line. My seat is in the 4th line, and it is in the middle. When I reached it, I have got quite a surprise. I saw a person of the race I had never seen before, a glass humanoid with some part of him being mirrored in which I could see my reflection. I nodded at him and sat down. One by one, people entered inside, and soon the whole cabin got filled with people. Some of the people are of races that I did not even know. One of the strangest ones is the ball. It is viscous and floats inside the cabin. If not for me sensing its life energy and hearing them talking, I would have thought they were some monsters. 20 minutes after I entered the ship, I felt the ship moving. It moved up to the clouds before suddenly boosting forward at an extremely fast speed. I had heard the ship was extremely fast, but despite that, it will take us about 4.5 hours to reach our destination. It had been years since I sat on the ship to go to any ruin or realm. Ever since I had come into this world, I felt like I was reliving my early practice days. Those days were like this. Sigh. Remembering those days, I couldn't help but sigh. I looked at the people around me and saw they were not even interested in exchanging glances. I closed my eyes and entered my core. I looked around before entering the library and resumed studying ancient runes. They are extremely hard, but I am taking baby steps in them. I am years away from even creating even the smallest formation with it, but I am making progress. I found out that studying ancient runes is helping me deepen my knowledge of the common runes further, which in turn helps me create the inheritance faster. I am making mad progress, that despite the reduction in time dilation in the core, I am working on inheritance much faster than I had ever worked in my native world. It is not only because of the ancient runes, but also due to changes in perspective and experience. In my world, a select few had reached primary II. It could be said I was the first, as my Grand Lord's inheritance was equal to primary II, and primary II was equal to primary III. Even though I had made my primary II inheritance in the prime world in mind, there were many flaws in it. Thankfully, I had fixed nearly all the flaws and I couldn't wait to test them out against the real opponents. Time passed, and I kept studying and only opened my eyes when I felt the airship rapidly decelerating. Within a few minutes, it stopped and landed on the ground without making even the slightest noise. As the ships landed, the gates were open, and one by one we began to get out of the ship. When I got off the ship, I got surprised by the scenery. I had thought we would be in the forest or the mountain, but no, we are near the biggest waterfall I had ever seen. Glarer Waterfall. It is a magical waterfall, and primary stage practitioners are forbidden there. It pulls us to it, and we are too close. We could not resist the pull and fall into it. It had killed an unknown number of primary stage powerhouses over the years. I looked at the waterfall for a few seconds before turning to the place where everyone was staring. The small spatial rift had been expanded by the artifacts and powers of Earth Sovereigns. 3 Earth Sovereigns are actively powering those artifacts. These 3 belonged to 3 cities which had come for it. Aside from Klahan, Ardar, and Jasta cities had also brought their people. This place is between 3 of their territories. They have fought many times for it, but no one was able to conquer it fully. Since everyone had come, we should begin sending our people inside, said the old man with a crystalline beard and 2 rock horns. Earth Sovereign Kaskag, the Vice Lord of Jasta. I agree, said our leader. Earth Sovereign Yaru. She's a woman with blue skin and a misty water tail. She is also Lieutenant Governor Kahan and the governor's cousin, Buzz. The last Earth Sovereign also nodded, and as he did, we received the orders from our batches. It is the orders of Enters. After receiving the order, we moved, and soon the people of 3 cities formed 3 lines of 100. These lines stretched for miles, considering each city had brought roughly 1 million people. Now, said all 3 Earth Sovereigns, and 100 people of each city moved, and a moment later, 100 behind them and then 100 after them, while at the same time. The purple gate that 3 Earth Sovereigns powering had expanded by hundreds of meters that 300 people could comfortably pass through it. I noticed that as each person reaches the gate, they would shudder. It made me curious, but I did not think about it much as soon. I will know the answer when I reached it. One by one, a group of 300 begin to enter inside the gates, while we behind move forward, and soon it is my time. Armor appeared on my body. It is simple gray-blue armor with an average look. There is nothing eye-catching about it. The fewer people notice me, the better it would be for me. I have seen what happens when people notice you, and I don't want it to happen when I am still weak. Soon I reached the gate, and like people who were in my position, I too shook heavily. Some of the powers of the Earth Sovereigns leaked, and that power is immense. If these Earth Sovereigns want to kill us, they could easily without us knowing how. Soon I reached the gate and passed through it, and strangely I felt a chilling cold and my armor couldn't do anything against it. It is not powerful enough to even create the slightest resistance. Thankfully, the cold is harmless. I had just gotten over the feeling of cold when everything became bright and I felt myself falling. I immediately used my full power to fly up, but only able to slow my sleep from falling. The gravity here is strong enough that even with all my power, I could not fly against it. Thankfully, I was warned and was prepared to deal with it. Thud, I landed on the ground hard and my whole body shook. Thankfully, I had landed safely, breaking no bone. No wonder they are not letting the primary eye. They could not survive this gravity. It is not just gravity, but also energy. It is thick and not easy to absorb. Many primary II is going to have a problem dealing with it. It is likely why they have capped the number of primary II to 25, while the rest are higher-level powerhouses, mostly primary III. I took a deep breath and looked around. At first, it has seemed like I was in the forest, but looking closely, I saw the ruins of many buildings. They have fallen on the ground and the trees have grown around them. I looked around and sensed no one around. The changes begin to appear in my armor. The color changed to black-green and so is the style. It had become a little bulky and metallic. Now it looked like a fitting metallic armor. It is not just the armor that had changed, but also my aura. From primary II, it went to primary III. My aura had also changed to something different, and now nobody could associate me with the persona I had shown in the city. I must disguise. I might need to take some actions and make some decisions that might bring trouble when I am out. Nero, come out, I said to him, and immediately Nero came out. He is floating in front of me like gravity doesn't affect him. Stay hidden, I told to him. Nobody will discover me, father, he said and flew away and soon disappeared from view. Sovereigns are the highest level practitioners allowed in this place, and they are not powerful enough to spot the peculiarities in Nero. If the Earth sovereigns had allowed me here, I would have not brought Nero out. Nero flew up, giving me a view, and I cross-referenced it with the map, but I did not find the place I am. This area is vast, and not all of it is mapped. Not to mention, my map is not complete. There were some very expensive maps, for which I didn't want to pay huge money, since I don't know where I am. I picked a direction and walked toward it. There are a couple of objectives I have for this place. First is to collect resources, then look for the methods and find the opportunities to advance quickly. I soon stopped and turned left before walking a couple of steps and stopped near a small plant with yellow flowers. I first thought they were common peonies, but they were not. They are glade peonies. I carefully gathered the winds of elemental energy in my palm and carefully controlled to harvest of the flowers. If I touched them with my hand, the flower would wither. They need to be harvested with wind energy. Within a minute, I had finished harvesting all 13 flowers. After harvesting the flowers, I resumed walking again with a smile on my face. The flowers are rare, but what made finding them even more amazing is that I need them. One of my clones had worked on these flowers, so that I could add it to the healing formation. Its addition will make the healing formation even stronger. A little more than half an hour passed when Nero had finally seen a person. It is a short woman under 5 feet with flaming hair, fighting against a monster. She is at the mid-level of primary II like me and is fighting against the lion monster of the same level. It seemed to be a tough fight, but seeing the way women are fighting, I know she will come unscathed. I did not watch for more than a few seconds before continuing with the journey. Now and then, I would stop and collect the resources I found. An hour passed, and even now I wasn't able to see where I was. It won't be easy, and I should focus more on finding opportunities rather than finding where I am. With that, I increased the power of my soul sense and mixed some rule-bending power with it to avoid resistance, though not enough that for knowledgeable sovereigns to discover it. A little more than an hour passed when I stopped. In front of me is a half-collapsed building. There is nothing new about them. I have come across a few of them, but there is something interesting in there. My core had reacted a little when my soul's sense passed over it. I looked at the building before carefully walking inside it. Some buildings have broken formations, and those are quite dangerous. I stopped the one and moved around it, leaving as much distance between us as I could. I avoided 2 more broken formations before arriving in what seemed like a living room. It is where my core had reacted, so I spread it, this time more densely for an accurate position. Found you, I thought when my soul's sense had reacted again. I had found the thing. I walked a couple of steps before stopping and crouching down. I formed extra protection in my hand and moved it onto the dusty floor. It did not take it too long for me to find it, and when I did, I pulled my hand back. There is a small coin size thin in my hand. It is a green metallic piece. It is clearly a piece of something. There was even a formation carved on it, which had disappeared. I don't know what it is. I will need to perform some experiments and scour the library after going to know about it. Though one thing is clear, it is very useful to me, given how my core is reacting with it in my hand. I put it back and turned to the half-collapsed living room. Since I had come here, I might as look at it. With that thought, I carefully look at things, but whatever I looked at would turn to dust. From tables to tiles on the floor, they would crack with the slightest touch. The most regretful is the books. They would simply turn to dust as I touched them. I would have very much loved to collect them, despite having a library with gazillion books. More is always better, and who knows, the book may offer something that the library did not have. Even the library spirit had said that the library was not complete. It could never be completed, as every day something new gets discovered. The only thing we could do about it is to collect as much as knowledge we could. Hun, I was in the last row of the book when the touched book did not turn into dust. Nothing happened to it, even when I picked it up and brought it out. I cleared the dust off it and read its title. Lake Soul, I read the title and opened the book, and within a minute, my eyes couldn't help but widen up. It is a method, a soul method, and one very powerful at that, but regretfully, it is not for me. Only those of pure water element could practice it. I walked out of the house with joy and disappointment in my eyes. Except for the piece of metal and soul method, I did not find anything. It is a big haul and I am happy, but I am also a little disappointed that I could not practice that method. To be honest, I could try. I might be able to do it with the aid of forbidden power, but the benefits it will provide me will not be even 10 of what it would water an elemental practitioner. I pushed away those disappointed thoughts and focused on positive. While I might not practice it, it still had great value in research. It is quite shocking that I found such a level of method in a small house, kept open on the shelf. Even in this world, such methods are extremely rare. I have seen the prices of the method on shelves, and the one I found is not even sold in stores. I resumed my journey, and another hour passed. I had checked another house, hoping to find treasures as I did, but there was nothing. Instead, I got nearly hit by the broken formation, which shot toward me. Though I may not have found something in the houses, I have found some good plants. A few more minutes passed, and I found another plant and was harvesting it, when a guest had appeared and stopped a few meters away from me. "Can I help you?" I asked the man without looking up, as I am completely focused on harvesting the plant. He is tall, with clear black skin of a shade that I had seen no humans have. He had silver eyes, which were slightly larger than humans, and a thick mane of white hair, which he had gathered in a ponytail. "Yes, hand over all your storage devices and artifacts to me," he said with a pleasant smile on his, like he is asking for water and not trying to loot me. "What will you do if I did not?" I asked as I finally looked at him. "Kill you, of course," he said with a grinning smile. "I will not." "So it better you freak off," I said, and immediately the grin on its face froze up and anger appeared in its eyes. "Since you want death so badly, human, I will give it to you," he said, and a dark blue metal long sword appeared in his hand and he came at me. My expression turned serious, and a helmet appeared on my head and a long sword in my hand. I would have liked to use any other weapon than my sword, but I do not have any weapon other than the pickaxe. The one I had brought from my world is too weak to fight against a mid-level primary III. I did not move and waited for him to come toward me, while observing everything I could about him. He is at the mid-level of primary III and seems stronger than average primary III. Looking at how eyes move seemed to be the alert type. "Die," he shouted as the white energy covered his sword and he swung it toward me. I also swung my sword in response, but I did not cover it with energy. Though I moved it with the same speed, its sword moved toward me. Clang! It tried to avoid my sword's sneaky move, but I blocked it and our swords clashed. Nobody moved, but surprise appeared on its face. He may expect me to take a step back or at least shake, but I remained standing with no change. "You have some power. No wonder you dare to talk back to me," it said and attacked me again, with white energy flaring across his sword. Clang, clang, clang. Our swords clashed again, but that did not stop him as he attacked again without stopping, and with each attack his frustration grew. "You need strength to rob people, little robber," I mocked, and anger flared in his eyes further. "Bastards, shut up," he snapped, and he released his aura, which finally made me serious. "Searing of 1,000 blades," he said, and attacked. His sword begins to create copies, making it hard to see which is the real copy. I know which is the real sword, but it did not make things easier, considering all the copies are dangerous. Burst 10, Critter of Blades. As I activated the burst, it filled me and copies of my sword began to materialize around it. It couldn't help but shock him. The attack looks similar to his attack. It is similar, but it is also far more versatile. I could do many things with it that even its attack couldn't do. With my intention, more than half of the blades moved ahead of my sword. Following the pattern, I envision clang, clang, clang. His eyes widened and his stance turned defensive as my swords reached him and he defended against them. Rip, my real sword slashed across his chest. He reacted quickly and moved back. Otherwise, it would have been a death-dealing blow. "Try harder, little robber," I said, and the anger in its eyes increased further, but a moment later. Those emotions calmed down and a powerful aura burst out of his body, far more powerful than the aura before. It is likely his full power. "You are powerful, all you give that, but you are dreaming. If you think this little of power would be enough to do anything against me," it said, and powerful energy gathered across its sword. Blazing dawn, it roared and attacked me. His attack is fast, quite fast, and filled with power. That would deal a fatal blow to me if hit directly. Still, I do not fear it. Instead, there is excitement in my heart. Burst 30. The power of the burst increased, and I swung my sword. It is a simple attack without any blazing energy, which made him look at my attack mockingly. Clang, my sword clashed against its, and powerful energy came at me, but all got absorbed by my armor, while my energies made steam released from its whole body, and now it is looking at me with alarm. It looks at me for a moment, before jumping back and beginning to retreat fast. You shouldn't have shown killing intent, I said with a sigh. I may not have access to the killing rule, but I could still feel his killing intent. I might forgive his words by breaking every bone of his body, but I could not forgive those intentions. He had very much wanted to kill me, and I could not tolerate that. I looked at his retreating figure and took a step toward him, and a few seconds later I was in front of him, with my flaming sword moving toward him. Pachak, Aya. Barely a single word came out of his mouth when my sword cut through his neck, along with all the defensive methods he activated. His head flew up while his body began to fall down, with a silvery fire burning it both. It consumed the body, leaving only artifacts behind. I swept the artifacts in his storage off the ground. As they appeared at my core, my clone had opened them. Immediately, a large amount of stuff came out, and as I looked at it, my eyes lit up. It is my first storage in this world, and it did not disappoint me. It is filled with resources and artifacts, some of which were quite useful to me, like the spear. It seemed like he is professional, I muttered, seeing the number of storage devices present in his storage. There are over 50 of them, which is a huge number. Robbing so many people and coming alive is not a simple thing. Professional robbers tend to have a small lifespan, as eventually they tried to rob someone they shouldn't have and ended up paying with their life. Like this one did. It is quite a regret that I had to kill him. I don't like to kill people, but he had left me with no choice. He truly wanted to kill me, and if I did not kill him for that, then my consciousness wouldn't have let me sleep in peace. I pushed those thoughts away and resumed my journey, while my clone sorts out the stuff and places them in their respective places. My core had become bigger, but the shelves of stores are empty. There is not even one of resources left in it, compared to my peak. Most of the seeds in my core have not even sprouted, while the one I had brought from the world is at primary II, and even if with accelerating time. They will need time to reach primary III. Unless, of course, I could kill the primary III Grim with the bloodline. For it, I have entered the wrong prime world. The Grim bastards are everywhere. Forget small and medium worlds. They are in the prime worlds and even dare to attack the cosmic tower and supreme realms. I hate bastards with every cell, but also miss them a lot, especially the easy progress they brought me. 3 more hours passed and the sky darkened. Seeing that, my expression turned serious. The monsters here are dangerous, but one could easily avoid them, but it is the case in the day. At night, this place changes, and it is advised to hide at night, as long as you are not in one of the white zones. Thankfully, we are prepared. Throughout our journey, we would always look for a place where we could spend a night. I only needed to walk for a little over 10 minutes before I reached the place which Nero had found. It is a small house, mostly in a collapsed state, but it had an intact underground chamber. Unfortunately, there are no treasures in it. I went inside, carefully avoiding the many broken formations which littered this place. It is the reason I had chosen it over other places. Even if some monster had sensed me, will have passed those formations. It is difficult for the monsters to pass those formations without getting killed by them. Even the dumb monster avoided such places. Buzz, I took out the purple square and activated it. As I did, it expanded and soon transformed into a tiny house, covering nearly all underground space. I entered inside and found myself in a small studio apartment. I have a spatial abode in my core, but if I bring it out, the suppression of the world will destroy the compacted space within in an instant. Any type of spatial artifact I brought from home is useless in the prime world. Even storage rings, which had one of the most stable spaces, would be crushed within a day here, which is why I had put nearly all spatial artifacts in the box and locked it, as they will not be of any use to me here. If I want to use any spatial artifact, it needs to be from the prime world, like the storage ring I am wearing. This abode is a regular one and is much better than what I had brought from the store. This one belongs to the robber and is the best in the grade. There were spatial abodes in the store, but they were insanely expensive. I could not afford them. I freshened up in a small bathroom and walked out before sitting on the sofa, feeling the change that is happening in the surrounding. The energy is thickening, but this thick energy is very hard to absorb. Most primary III wouldn't be able to absorb it. It is why they have advised all, including the sovereigns, to bring the energy crystals with them. There are some areas here that are harmful even to them. I looked at Nero, who stayed out, and I did not stop him. He is making his own decisions, and I am supporting him, despite knowing it is extremely dangerous in this unknown place. Even now, I don't know where I am. I rested for half an hour before finally getting up. It might not look like it, but the thick energy and high gravity had tired. It made me more tired, the fight with the robber. I took out things from my core and started making dinner. An hour later, I am finished and served myself. I am going to be eating alone since Nero is outside and Ashlyn is sleeping. I finished the dinner. By that time, the energy thickened further, and gravity too had been increased. It will continue to till midnight, before the effects will start waning before disappearing in the morning. After cleaning the plates, I lay on the single bed and closed my eyes. I entered my core and began working on my inheritance with my clones. Time passed, and soon it was midnight. The energy and gravity seemed to have reached their peak, as there was barely any increase in them. I am glad Nero is fine. He is enjoying it, running in this high gravity and dense energy. He even fought some monsters and hid when the Sovereign came. There are Sovereign stage monsters here. Their numbers are more than I am comfortable with. I am not a match for the Sovereign. If I sensed one, then I will have no choice but hide as Nero did. I watched Nero for a few minutes more before closing my eyes, this time to sleep. I woke up 5 hours later feeling refreshed. I freshened up and showered before cooking an early lunch, which I once again ate alone. I stepped out of the abode and deactivated it and put it in my core before walking out of the house cautiously. A few minutes later, I was out, and it was cold. Thankfully, my armor is strong enough to ward it off. Energy and gravity, on the other hand, are completely different things. Though I could ward off the energy by sealing my armor, I did not. I am refining this energy. It was hard, but I like the challenge. It also saves me energy crystals. While I could afford the energy crystals, why should I use them when there is free energy? The only thing I have to do is put a little effort into refining it, and I get thick, pure energy, which is also helping me rapidly to acclimate to this place. Half a day had passed, and I have come across more people. From what I observed through Nero, nobody seemed to have any idea about where we are. It seemed to frustrate many people and make them mad. I have been to a lot of ruins to feel these emotions. Though I would need to know where I am to get out of this place, I am not worried about it. I am confident that I will find out my location eventually. It might take some time, but I will do it. Once I know where I am, things will become simple. Hun. A little more than an hour passed when suddenly Nero showed me something. My eyes widened and I began to move toward it. It took me half an hour before I reached it. I am not the only person there. There are already 27 people. They just glanced at me as I appeared before turning back to the thing. It is a black stone wall, and in the center of it is a gray stone door. A sliding type door, and it is opening extremely slowly. If not for me staring at it for half an hour, I would have stopped. The door is not opening at all. I am familiar with these walls. These are called weir walls. They are gateways to the vast palace. People have found amazing treasures there. Most importantly, the place had teleportation gates. Through them, you go anywhere in this place. Why hadn't the door opened yet? I asked no one in particular. Don't know. It is opening slowly, replied a horned woman. Nobody seemed to have any idea why. So I did not ask any further questions and sat by the tree at a distance, like everybody is doing. Everyone is a stranger here. They are maintaining at least 20 minutes of distance. All of them are alert, and some of them have their hands very close to their weapons, ready to react the moment the need arises. An hour passed, and the door opened by 2 inches more, and it had become big enough that a few people slip inside it, including me. Nobody tried. There is a clear warning written in the information that one shouldn't try to enter the weird gate before it had fully opened. All those who entered had never returned. Another 2 hours passed, and now the door was nearly open. In an hour more, the door will be fully opened. I don't know why it is happening, as it had never happened before. It made some people cautious, and they left, but more have come to their place, as the number had reached 34 now. More than an hour passed when I got. A minute and a half later, the runes on the door lit up, as the door had finally opened. People hesitated for a second before walking inside. I watched people pass through the gate, and when my number came, I also passed through it. A fraction of a second later, all the hair on my body stood up. I am very familiar with this feeling. It is the feeling of instant death. Something powerful came toward me, and if I did not do something, I will die. The thing is, I don't know what it is. Everything is white in front of me. It cleared as I thought it, and to my shock, I saw a saber coming toward me at an extremely fast speed, filled with power. That would kill me if it hit me. It is just a few inches away from me, and the one who is trying to kill me is a white-furred man. He is the 8th person who entered through the gate and looked at bodies around him. It seemed like I was not the only person it had killed. I have no time to worry about other fates, as a saber is just a palm distance away from me, and I did not do anything at the very moment. I am going to die. I don't want to die. Without meeting Marina and my family, without seeing the face of my child. Burst 100. I activated the full power of the burst for the first time since my breakthrough. Its raging power filled me immediately from hundreds of power nodes, even injuring me while doing that, but I do not care. I will deal with injuries after I had survived. The blade came close further, having just a fingernail away from me when I had acted. Putch, the sound rang out, and a huge shock appeared in the white-furred man's eyes before light dimmed out of them. I removed the spear from its head and collected all its artifacts, including the storage. I checked the bodies of the people he had killed, but he had already collected their resources. If you want to kill someone this way, use your full power, I said, and turned to a few people who were looking from the distance. I have never experienced something like this in my world. Even Grimm's hadn't tried this. It is a clever way, and if Furred Based had used that last bit of power it had used when its doom was a moment away, then I would be dead with him collecting my storage, though it would have been wildly disappointed by what it would have found there. My storage device is only a token. The important things are present in my core. I was looking at his head and body when a young man with luminescent nails walked inside. He got so alarmed seeing dead bodies that a couple of defensive methods appeared around him. I couldn't help but smile seeing that, but also memorized his aura. He reacted extremely fast as if he had been in my place. He might have been able to defend against the attack with those defensive methods. I nodded at him and walked ahead into the Weir Palace. It is said the Weir Palace is huge and there are many treasures here. Many of them had already found, but every time the ruin opened, they find new ones. I will only get one chance at the Weir Palace, as next time I walk into the gate, it will transfer me to a random place or a specific place if I have a token. If nothing else, I will try to find a token. It will make travel easier. I walked through the hallway, watching the broken doors and empty rooms. They have been stripped clean, that barely anything useful had been left in them. Nothing is surprising about it. Millions of people have come here across the ages and looted this damn place. One needs to search pretty hard to get anything here. This is why many people prefer to find a teleportation gate and get the hell away instead of wasting time here. I am planning to stay for a day. I am sure by then I will find something. Even if I found nothing, I would at least find the teleportation gates. If I find the teleportation gates to one of the areas I want to go to, then it would be more than enough for me. A few minutes passed when I stopped as I come across my first teleportation gate. It is a big black gate made of marble and above it had text written in white marble letters. Hailwayne Mountain, I read. The place is good, but not on my list, but if I found nothing, I will choose it. Though if I can find the token, I could use this gate to go to the desired place. All the gates are programmed to the destination, but having a token, you could override it and go to any place you want. I looked at it for a moment before resuming walking. Now that I had found the gate, I increased my pace. I am quite lucky to find one so close to where I had appeared in the maze-like palace. Others take hours, days, and even weeks to find one. A little more than an hour passed, and I have found nothing but empty, looted rooms and no teleportation gate. I know I shouldn't be disappointed, considering I had at least found the teleportation, but I couldn't help it. I want to find some challenges that will push me to my limit and help me grow. A few more minutes have passed when I stopped. Amidst the broken rooms, I found one that is perfectly fine. A smile couldn't help but appear on my face before my expression turned serious. These doors are extremely dangerous. There are very few doors that did not possess any dangers. Click. I took a deep breath and opened the door before going inside it. As I entered inside, I found myself in a big hall. In a beautifully decorated hall, there are paintings of statues, but one thing had attracted my attention immediately. Bones. They clearly belonged to the people, and looking at the way died, it seemed horrible and painful. I was looking at the bones, thinking about what could have killed them when I saw the possible answer. I looked at the metallic arachne coming toward me. It had the body of the spider while the humanoid was on top. The humanoid women held the 5 thick curved sabers and they looked extremely sharp. Die, said the statue in a strange metallic voice and attacked. Seeing the attack, my eyes couldn't help but widen. Burst 30. I directly activated the 30 of the power while bringing out my great sword. I had planned to use the spear here, but this was not the fight where I could hold back. I need to be at my 100 to fight this thing. Clang clang, 2 of the sabers clashed against my sword and my eyes widened as I took steps back, while the arachne followed before attacking me with an even more powerful attack. Burst 50. I did not hold back and activated even power while moving my sword to defend against a very powerful attack. Clang clang, the 2 sabers clashed against my shields again, in that exact movement. I moved, dodging the attack. One of its sabers was barely a hairbreadth away from my neck. The hell, I cursed and looked at the golem, which had just stopped and now looking at me. I do not think its power ran out as it stopped. It did not. I could feel its roaring power. It had more than enough energy to fight 1,000 battles. It is studying me and I did the same. I looked at the first serious challenge since I had come to this ruin. Earlier, the attack of a white fur man was dangerous enough to kill me, but it wouldn't have a chance if he had attacked me directly. This golem could kill me and that is making me excited. It had stared at me for 6.5 seconds before it moved and I reacted instantly. I moved my sword to the counter. Its death-dealing sabers. Burst 60. Clang clang clang. 3 sabers clashed against my sword, and the third one came for my chest, but I moved my chest left before taking a step back. It tried to follow, but I was prepared. This maneuver was risky, but I needed to do it to test its limitations. I need to test them all before I mount my offensive on it. I already know where I have to attack to finish it off, but that is the easiest thing, as the golem is powerful and from what I had observed, a skilled fighter. If I attack its core now, it would be like walking into a well-designed trap. I think many people who had been killed here had tried it. It is too easy, it is literally flashing. The one who designed it must be some sadistic bastard to keep the core in such an obvious place that anyone would tempt to attack it. Clang, clang, clang. It attacks again, and this time it is much swifter, and the technique it had used to be also different. If I didn't have the experience, I wouldn't have been able to act so fast. Clang, clang, clang. While I reacted fast, the golem attacked again without waving for a moment. I defended, but once again its saber had got too close to my comfort. I did not get even a moment to take a sigh of relief before it had attacked again. Burst 70. I further harnessed the power from the burst, but even then I felt the heavy shock as I clashed against it. The golem is really strong, strong as the opponent I had been searching for. So I did not back down and tried to get out and instead took a step forward and clashed my sword against its sabers. Our weapons clash fast. The bastard is attacking at my every weakness, and the thing that makes it frustrating and exciting is the changing of its fighting styles. Every few seconds it would change into a fighting style. I have never come across any opponent who could do that, even if I can't do something like this. Slice. More than a minute passed. When its saber cut through my armor and sliced through my cheek, it had surprised me. Not the injury, but the smoothness through which it could cut my armor. It is hard. Even people like a white-furred man wouldn't be able to cut my armor so smoothly as its blade did. They are sharp, but most importantly, when they touched my armor, faint energy coated the blade, which is what had cut my armor. Nice cut, I said with a grin and moved my sword to defend against another of its attacks. Clang, clang, slice. Our blades danced, and with it came an injury. The second injury was on the shoulder and the third one leg. Till now, I have gotten 7 injuries. They were no need and on the process of healing, but it had still scared me, as there are only a few inches of difference between superficial injuries and fatal one. Burst 80. More power poured into me as my opponent got stronger. I am matching it in power, but it keeps increasing in such a way I won't be able to do it. I need to finish it soon, because if I did not, then it will finish me and all it does, and that would be truly bad. I don't want to become those skeletons lying on the floor. There are important things for me to do. Not to mention, if I were to die, I like to die in the hand of someone alive, not a dead thing like this golem. Well, it seemed like. I do have to take a risk to finish you, I said and stepped forward, shedding the defensive style for the offensive. Clang clang, my sword clashed against its blades before the other two came at me. I avoided them before going at it again. I have fought against it enough to know its limitations. There are not many. It might be made of metal but could move at every angle. Its speed is great and has high agility with those 8 legs and powerful offensive capabilities with 4 sabers. It all comes with a powerful body. With all these elements, it is a pure killing machine. That those below Sovereign would find it difficult to defeat. The bones in this hall are proof of how strong it is. Still, I will defeat this golem. I have said it has a few limitations, which means it has limitations, small as they might be, and I will need to exploit the hell out of them to defeat it, though it would not be easy. This bastard is protecting that spot very well. If I went there without any protection, then it will be my funeral. So I will need to be careful and wait for the right chance, but not too long. I don't have much time. I will have to finish it before, and its strength increases beyond what I could handle. Clang clang rip. I wish I could directly go for it, but I am testing the responses first, though if I get the chance I will not hesitate to take it. We continued clashing, and like it I am also changing my style. It is not the only one who could do that. I could do it too. But I try to remain careful with it, as it is very dangerous. The slightest mistake in this arachne golem will divide me into 2. Rip, I was just thinking that when its blade had cut me again. My left shoulder. It had already hit these 5 times, with these being 6th. Thankfully, none of the injuries are serious. It might have been if it had gone several inches deeper. Burst 90. I said 3 minutes later. Its strength had increased enough that I had to increase mine. Now I am under tremendous pressure, as I could only increase my strength once. So I will have to finish it within 10 minutes, which is a monumental task to me. The more I fought against it, the more I understand how difficult it is to defeat this golem. I even thought about escaping, but it was even harder than defeating it. If I had my shields, I might have been able to do it, but at my current stage, I only have a false copy of them, just like this armor, which it could easily cut. The natural suppression of the world makes it really hard for my strings to form. They are the base of my power. While I have strings, they are not like the original strings I had. Those were magnificent, and if I had them, I wouldn't have been thinking about escaping against this bastard. I need to be strong, much stronger than I am right now, to have them, and I will have them. The only thing I need to do is to make progress. I was clashing against it when I had saw the opportunity. A trap specifically woven by the golem. It had been doing that a lot in the past few minutes, creating chances for me to take, but till now I had been careful not to use them. Full burst. I activated the full power at 100, and it is not just an increase of 10 of my full capacity, but a burst releasing all the power it had, which is 6.5 times more than what I have at burst 90. I had been waiting for this moment, and now the chance came. I took it. It took an instant for the power to fill me, and as it did I moved. My speed is fastest than ever in this battle, and as my sword moved, it began to change shape. It could not do it in the mid-battle, but now it could. I am changing the shape, as a great sword is not suitable for what I am going to do. Clang clang, 2 of its sabers clashed against my sword, while the other 2 came for me, where I ducked before stepping left and moved forward while my sword slid on the 2 sabers. From the great sword it had turned into a rapier. a thin dueling rapier, not a battle rapier. It moved toward its destination at an extremely fast speed, much faster than I had clashed with the golem. I had noticed that the golem responds to strength. The more strength I use, the more it will use. It will also keep increasing its strength at a steady pace, even if I did not. It also could not increase its strength within a moment. It takes a second or more, and that is why I had used every bit of my power to strengthen my attack faster. Putch, soon my sword reached its core, which was on its stomach, while at the same time its saber touched my back and pierced through my body toward the center of my chest. Putch, a moment later saber came and pierced my stomach from the front. If I did not do something, the sabers will come at me and both of them are moving for my head, from which I could not survive. I did not think about it, focusing my all on crushing its core. It is the only way through which I will survive. Koch, the tip of my saber touched the blue shell of the core and it damned hard, but I had been prepared. All the sharpness of enchantment's power had been concentrated on that part, so his special inheritance energy, which is good at breaking defenses. Kachak, I felt the sabers on my head and neck, and they began to cut through me when finally, my sword pierced through the shell and crushed the core. Stopping all 4 sabers of golem immediately. The arachne golem had stopped and I couldn't help but take a sigh of relief seeing that. I was a second later from dying. Even now my state isn't that good. I am heavily injured and have to heal myself soon as possible, but before that, I will have to take these 4 sabers out of me. I had just thought that when the golem in front of me begins to melt away. Not only the body, but also the sabers inside me had melted away and slid down to the ground through my legs. It felt weird, like I had peed in my pants. Soon, the puddle formed on the ground and another thing happened. It begins to seep into the ground. I tried to collect some samples with my energy, but I found I could not. Soon, the last drop disappeared, but it leaves behind something, and seeing that my eyes couldn't help but light up. There is a green token on the ground with the emblem of the palace. I had desired it, and after the battle of life and death, I had got it. I took the token before focusing on my injuries, which are very heavy. The saber had cut through the bones in my chest, reaching close to my heart. The same thing had happened in my stomach. It is complete, held together by the formations. Buzz, thankfully I had stopped the bleeding and had activated the healing formations in my core. I sat down on the ground and closed my eyes before starting to move the healing energies to the wound. While this is automatic, controlling them had a greater effect. My eyes remained closed for 25 minutes before I had opened them. My injuries have not healed fully, but they have healed enough that I could now walk and even fight. In half an hour they will heal fully, till then I will have to take things a little slow. Thank God the golem had not sent the energies into the wounds, or it would have made things a little difficult. I did not immediately get up, instead I took out the token and looked at it carefully. It is green and round, bigger than a button. It had an emblem of a palace and a numeric 3 below it in a universal language. It made me happy, ecstatic even. I could use it 3 times to go to any place I want. Even a 1-use token would have been enough, but I have got the 3-use token. I put it back into my core and got up and looked around the hall. Thankfully, nothing had got damaged. It would have been to see things damaged, after fighting a life and death battle in fighting for these things. I walked, but I did not walk toward the things, but toward the bones closest to me. They are everywhere in this hall. Soon I reached the first skeletons. It is one of the few which are relatively intact. All the flesh on it had disappeared, but tattered clothes have remained and so are the artifacts. I am quite happy to see there is storage, and it is intact. I collected it with the rest of the artifact, and after some thought the body. I will bury it in some place. It is the least I could do after taking their artifacts in storage. I walked to the other bodies, collecting them along with their artifacts. While inside, my clones open the artifacts and sort the things inside. Some had a good thing, while others did not. In more than half of them, many of the herbal resources. Only those who were in packaged rooms and had long shelf-like had remained. They have been here for thousands of years. Some are tens of thousands of years. Even spatial storage couldn't keep things good for so long. Soon I am finished with all the bones and turned to the hall. It had statues and paintings and a small bookshelf. Seeing the bookshelf, my eyes lit up and I appeared beside it. It is a small blackwood bookshelf, divided into 3 parts. I touched the knob and pulled down in it without even the slightest resistance. Seeing that, I pull out one book after another. This is a mixed collection. There is history, romance, and even 3 books that belong to metallurgy. It is a nice find, not great, but still good. I opened the second glass cover and took out 13 books. It had one more than the first shelf. After emptying the second shelf, I turned to the third. When I tried to pull out the glass cover, I got a surprise. It did not pull away and instead 2 things appeared on it. One is a round token image, and the other is a runic puzzle. I did not have to think about what they were about. I already have information about them. The glass cover would not open and I could not forcefully, but I do not need to. I could have the token to open it or solve the puzzle. Using the token had a price. It will take 1 travel privilege away, so of course I will not spend it on this, especially when there is something runic beside it. I looked at the puzzle, and for nearly 10 minutes I did not move, before finally I moved. My finger begins to dance across the runes and a minute later stopped. Buzz, the runic puzzle buzzed and I opened the shelf. Inside it is a thick book. There is only one, and when I took it and looked at its title, a smile couldn't help but appear on my face. I opened and read it for a few pages before putting it into my storage. It is a method, a body method, and quite an interesting one, though I could not practice it. It is not suitable for me, but I could definitely use it to study. After taking the books, I took the bookshelf itself. It is made of rare wood. I am sure there are many people out there who would like to use it. With the bookshelf inside, I turned to the statue closest to me. It was of the beautiful winged women and looked amazing. More than that, the white stone it is made of is valuable, and I might break its hands or feet for the resources if it did not give me the right price. I turned to the painting after the statue and found it locked. Like the shelf, it could be only opened through the token or runes. I choose the runes, and 10 minutes later the painting is in my core. One by one, I take the stiff from the hall. I am leaving behind nothing, as everything is valuable here. If I had been in the native world, I wouldn't have spent much time taking these things, but here I am poor and I will take every sellable thing. Soon, I had scourged through more than half of the hall before reaching a table. It is a round table, and on it is a small jade box, half the size of my palm. Buzz, I picked up to take it, but like many things here, it is restricted, so I turned to the runes. 6 minutes later, I opened my eyes and moved my finger around them, and a minute later the restrictions disappeared. I took the delicate jade box in my hand. It is really a work of art, and Hasnian jade is very expensive. It is used in storing precious resources. I am not going to sell this thing. I am sure I will find something precious to store soon. I thought and put it back in my storage. Gasp. A second later, a gasp came out of me. My clone opened a small jade box, and it was not empty as I thought it to be. The jade box appeared in my hand, and this time it is opened, and inside it, silver red dust. Ruvian dust, I said with shock present in my voice. It is very precious dust, and the thing I very much need. It is precious to the alchemist and the artificers. With this, I will strengthen the breakthrough formation further. A tiny pinch of it will upgrade the quality of any formation ink. These two are just examples, as there are many more uses of it. Finished, I said and looked at the hall. There is not a single thing had remained. I had taken away everything. I checked one more, even used the soul sense tinted with forbidden power for something truly hidden, but I saw nothing. Seeing that, I walked toward the door with a smile on my face. I have got many things inside the hall, from books to arts, but one thing that made me most happy is the Ruvian dust. I would have been happy if I had gotten it alone. That's how precious it is. My clones had already started infusing it into the breakthrough formation, and one is searching for the best ink formula. Though I am in no hurry to use it in the formation ink. The dust is precious, and I am not skilled enough yet. If I am planning to create formation ink using it, then it will need to be at high sovereign. My alchemical skills are lacking, but I am confident I will reach it there if I practice enough. Click. I opened the door and was about 2 walks out of it when I saw 3 people waiting on the other side. I am familiar with 2 of them. They were present when I had killed the white-furred man, which is why they have immediately taken a step back. But one looked at me with greed in her eyes. "Give us half of the things you have got there, and we will let you go," said the woman with feathery wings. "You should ask these 2 friends of yours what will happen if you try to mug me," I said with a smile. She opened her mouth to say something, but closed it a moment later. I looked at her and the 2 behind her before walking ahead and closing the gates behind me, before walking away from them. They did not attack me, even when I had my back against them. They would not if they wanted, they would have done it at the moment. I had my back against them. Soon, they disappeared as I took the turn in the vast palace. My target is the same: find more rooms as possible and loot them. It is a risk, seeing I nearly died in defeating that golem, but one could not find a fortune and growth without such risk. Not to mention, the battle was thrilling. It had pushed me beyond my comfort zone and forced me to make decisions that I wouldn't take normally. Half an hour passed, and I did not find any teleportation formation or room. I am sure people must be looking for them crazily. I am already lucky to have found one room. Well, I had given it a day, and I will give it a day. What I will find in a day would be up to me and my luck. To be honest, even if I found nothing, I wouldn't be much disappointed. I have got a great harvest, more than I had imagined, and I am satisfied with it. As there are other places to search for a fortune, and with the token, I won't have any problem doing it. A few more minutes passed when I suddenly stopped and turned, before walking in a different direction. I am hearing the sounds. With each step they are getting clearer and clearer, until I finally saw what was causing it. As I had expected, there was fighting going on in a large area. Over 10 people are fighting in 3 groups against each other, and the cause of that seemed to be marron lotuses in the lake. It is quite a precious resource, but I have no interest in joining the chaos. Those who are fighting are not weak, except for one. All of them are in primary III. While I am confident in keeping myself alive in such chaos, the resources are not worth it. I looked at the resources for a few seconds before I walked out of the battle. A few minutes passed when I stopped and turned back. "I know you 3 are following me. Reveal yourselves," I said, and for a second there were no movements before 3 people revealed themselves. Since I had left the fight, they have been following me. You have quite a good sensory ability, said the gray wolf beastman. It is not that I have a good sensory ability. It is just that you people have bad stealth methods, I replied, with an obvious hint of mirth in my voice. Bastard, you dare to insult us, cursed a mink beastman, but immediately wolf beastman looked at him, which made him shrink away. Since you found us, I will not hide the reason. We just want you to share some of your wealth with us. We do not want much. A quarter of what you have would be more than enough for us, said wolf beastman with a smile. What will you do if I did not? I asked him. Nothing much. We will just break some of your bones and take everything you have in your storage, said the wolf beastman cutely, and the bastard even looks cute. Come then, I want to see whether you break my bones or I break yours, I challenged, and a spear appeared in my hand. Since you want it so much, we will give it to you, said the wolf beastman, and the powerful aura of mid-primary III burst out of him. Beside him, Koala Beastman also released the powerful aura of primary III, and so had the Mink Beastman. Unlike the two, it is an initial primary III. As their aura burst out, they came at me. They seemed to work well together, but it was clear that they have not been working together for long. They may be familiar with each other and formed a team or just formed a team, seeing all three of them are the Beastmen. Burst 70. Don't disappoint me, I said, and the power of the burst filled me and I moved toward them. For the next half-minute, a loud sound of clashes rang out, before everything stopped with three beastmen on the ground with their bones broken. Since you wanted to rob me. It is only fair I rob you, I said, and their storage artifact flew toward me. They glared at me but did not resist. They know that I am merciful already. If I wanted to, I could have killed them easily. I looked at their storage and couldn't help but be a little surprised. The Mink Beastman has some good stuff. The first thing I did is snag the books before turning to other things. A minute later, I am finished. I am showing mercy today. Do this again and I will kill you, I said and threw their storage back at them and walked away. They glared at me as they took their storage, and soon a shock couldn't help but appear on their faces. I only took a quarter of their things. The rest I left untouched. While I could have taken all, I did not want to. They do not want to kill me, and that is enough for me to show some leniency. Though if they tried robbing me again, I will kill them as I had said. I could forgive once but not twice.